With a deep sigh, Reyna took a breath and lightly patted his small arms and legs. Though the menial tasks were simple, the day's labor left him feeling somewhat weary. Ding, today's wage settlement is in progress. You have earned a base salary, 10 points, overtime compensation, 1 Earth Culinary Exchange voucher, first-time check-in successful, reward received. Basic physical technique. The mechanical system notification filled Reyna with excitement. Finally activated the system, my efforts to board this pirate ship have not been in vain, he thought, clenching his fist in exhilaration. Just a week prior, he had been an ordinary earthling, inexplicably transported to the world of One Piece. After grappling with initial confusion, Reyna was compelled to accept the whims of fate and strive for survival in this dimension where the strong were plentiful. A flash of white light enveloped him, and a warm sensation washed over him, as the fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate, and he felt a surge of strength within. He opened his character interface. Name, Reyna. Position, pirate crew member. Combat power, 10. Skills, basic physical technique, 0-100. Points, 10. Reyna clenched his fist, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having acquired basic physical technique, his combat power had finally doubled from 5 to 10. Though he still considered himself a minor character, he believed that with the system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. His system was not overly complex. It had accompanied him since his arrival in this realm, though it remained dormant until today. An unexpected opportunity to deliver supplies to the pirate ship had finally triggered its activation, binding him to the pirate profession. Reluctantly, Reyna had devised ways to remain aboard the ship, embracing the role of a proud pirate crew member. According to the system's prompts, he was required to work 8 hours daily to complete his check-in. Only upon successful check-in would he earn his base salary. To gain additional rewards, he needed to work overtime. Only by laboring for 12 hours or more each day could he receive overtime pay. Furthermore, the longer he maintained uninterrupted check-ins, the greater his daily wages and overtime compensation would be. In addition to check-ins, the system featured 3 buttons: character, items, and store. The currency in the store was points, with a plethora of items available, yet those that would genuinely enhance his strength were rather costly. After assessing his body, Reyna glanced at the item in his inventory: the Earth Culinary Exchange voucher, which could be redeemed for any dish from Earth, serving no other. Purpose: originally intending to rest due to fatigue, Reyna, invigorated by his newfound basic physical technique, decided to dedicate the remaining time to its practice. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Reyna promptly gathered his cleaning tools and commenced a new day of work. Had it not been for the constraints of the system, he would have had no desire to embark on the sea at this moment, let alone casually board a pirate ship. However, he understood that in order to grow stronger, he had to rely on the system, which mandated that he become a pirate. When he boarded the ship yesterday, the only company he had was a nearly inebriated captain and several unfamiliar pirates. It was not until this morning, as they set sail, that the crew gradually returned to the pirate vessel. "Hey, you there, bring me a bottle of rum." A tall pirate with golden hair, clad in a kimono and armed with 2 weapons, commanded Renar. Renar stared at him in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Didn't you hear?" Shiki shot a sidelong glance at Renar and asked coldly. "Apologies, they'll fetch it right away." Renar quickly averted his gaze from the intimidating pirate and headed to the cabin, retrieving a bottle of rum from the storeroom to hand to Shiki. He recognized the man as a pirate enthusiast. He could not mistake Shiki for anyone else, despite the absence of the humorous ship's wheel atop his head. "By the way, where did you come from? What are you doing on our ship?" Shiki inquired, scrutinizing Renar with curiosity as he accepted the "RUM, that I am just a deckhand who boarded yesterday." Renar replied, raising the cleaning tool in his hand. Upon hearing this, Shiki lost interest in the conversation and walked away with the rum. Renar took a deep breath. He understood that he was beneath Shiki's notice, hence the lack of interest in engaging with him. Speaking of which, why is the Golden Lion Shiki here? After calming his thoughts, Renar pondered while continuing his cleaning. Though Gold Roger had yet to become the Pirate King, he was already renowned across the seas, a veritable supernova among pirate crews. This indicated that the current timeline was still several decades prior to the onset of the storyline. Within merely half a day, Renar had deduced which pirate crew was aboard this ship. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the future Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, and Kaido of the Hundred Beasts. Thus, the identity of the pirate crew he was with became apparent. The Rocks pirates Renar inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement and anxiety swelling within him. It would be a lie to say he was not thrilled as a pirate aficionado, encountering three of the future emperors of the sea, alongside the notorious Golden Lion Shiki and the legendary Rocks Deathzebek, nearly compelled him to rush over and request their autographs. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, a sense of trepidation lingered. Apart from Edward Newgate, the others were notorious for their ruthlessness should he inadvertently provoke them. He could easily find himself in mortal peril. Thus, despite his fervent desire to ingratiate himself with these formidable figures, he restrained himself. Boom. While Renar was engaged in his cleaning duties, a sudden explosion erupted from the forward cabin. Assuming they were under attack, he hesitated briefly before stealthily making his way to the front to investigate the commotion. Dessert. I demand dessert at once. A stunning beauty adorned with a cowboy hat emerged from the cabin, her voice echoing her craving for sweets. Hey, Longbread, you must whip up some desserts for Lingling. Otherwise, she truly will wreak havoc on the pirate ship, exclaimed a burly pirate companion, a hint of trepidation in his tone. There's no choice. Lingling has broken the oven. Although my abilities allow me to create food, the taste is lacking. A diminutive figure shook his head behind Charlotte Lingling. It seems we must alert the captain. Someone please. Anyone. Stop Lingling. The surrounding pirates instinctively steered clear of Charlotte Lingling, fully aware of her formidable power, and dared not approach her. Reyna quickly grasped the situation. Charlotte Lingling, destined to become Big Mom, was renowned for her fervent obsession with culinary delights, particularly desserts. In such moments, unless one possessed the strength to match her, the wisest course was to maintain a safe distance. However, just as Reyna was about to retreat, an idea struck him. He promptly accessed his inventory and utilized the Earth Cuisine exchange voucher he had obtained the previous day, exchanging it for a delectable dessert from Eartha Rose Mousse. Cake. After a moment's contemplation, Reyna boldly approached the frenzied Charlotte Lingling. What is that errand boy thinking? Is he seeking death? Who brought him aboard? Did no one inform him to steer clear of Lingling when she's in a frenzy? The surrounding pirates cast puzzled glances at Reyna, murmuring in confusion. Longbread regarded Reyna with surprise, but, trusting in Lingling's prowess, refrained from intervening. Longbread, I have a cake here for Miss Charlotte Lingling. What do you think? Reyna presented the cake he had just exchanged from the system. Did you make it yourself? If this cake does not suit Lingling's palate, you know what will happen. Longbread pointed to a pirate lying incapacitated on the deck, his voice low and serious. Reyna swallowed hard and nodded. He was confident that this earthly delicacy would surely satisfy Charlotte Lingling's cravings. It was not a matter of seeking attention, but rather, if the dessert he presented were to win her favor, he would gain her protection aboard the ship, ensuring no harm would befall him. Sniff, sniff before Reyna could utter a word. Charlotte Lingling, seemingly enticed by the cake's aroma, strode toward him. Lady Lingling, this is a cake I made. Would you care to try it? Reyna suppressed his inner fear, placing the cake before Charlotte Lingling, feigning calmness. It looks absolutely delicious. I shall indulge. Charlotte Lingling gazed at the rose cake Reyna had exchanged from the system, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Awoo. Delicious while it may not boast the finest texture. The flavor of this cake is truly exceptional. Delightful. After savoring the first bite, Charlotte Lingling smacked her lips and nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you're pleased. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my duties. Reyna exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded in response. However, Charlotte Lingling paid no heed to Reyna. Instead, she acknowledged the long loaf with a nod and waved him away. Many pirates cast curious glances at Reyna, for they had witnessed how his cake had genuinely satisfied Charlotte Lingling. Yet he seemed to depart without a care. Their intrigue regarding Reyna grew, even catching the attention of Edward Newgate, who turned his head to glance at him while seated at the ship's railing, gazing out at the sea. Nonetheless, Reyna did not exhibit any signs of pride or arrogance. He simply continued his menial tasks with the cleaning tools in hand. He understood that he possessed neither the capacity nor the qualifications to make demands at that moment. However, the events of the day had at least ensured his safety aboard the ship. As evening fell, the captain, Rox, roused from his stupor, reignited the festivities. As a mere deckhand, Reyna had no right to partake, instead opting to conceal himself in a corner, observing the revelry of the pirates. Yet at that moment, a figure appeared before him, momentarily leaving Reyna in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 2. The real world gazing at the pirates standing before him. Reiner felt a mixture of surprise and a peculiar sense of inevitability. "Did you make that cake yourself?" Longbread inquired, his gaze fixed upon the seated Reiner. Indeed, Longbread was a diminutive figure, even though Reiner was merely a youth at that moment. Their heights were comparable as Reiner sat on the floor. Reiner nodded and replied, "Yes, it was a rather simple cake-making method, hardly worth mentioning in comparison to the master chef." This was not mere flattery. Longbread, as a chef, undeniably surpassed Reiner's abilities. Moreover, his unique talent for transforming anything into food made him exceptionally suited for the culinary arts. Reiner's confidence in claiming the cake as his own stemmed from his discovery of such cakes in the system's marketplace. In fact, beyond the one he had exchanged for during the day, there were numerous varieties available, all requiring a mere 10 points since they were simply ordinary food items. "Very well. Since you can create it, I hope you will assist me in making one when Charlotte Linlin requires it. Of course, as long as you stay out of trouble. With Linlin and my protection, no one will dare lay a hand on you." Longbread, having ascertained his desired answer, nodded contentedly. "Thank you, chef." Reiner sighed quietly in relief. With Charlotte Linlin's guardianship, ordinary crew members would likely refrain from troubling him. As Longbread departed, the festivities on the deck finally reached their conclusion. Thus, as a mere deckhand, Reiner commenced his duties, tidying up the chaotic deck left by the crew. After a full day of toil, Reiner once again heard the delightful chime of the system. Ding. "You have checked in for the second consecutive day. Today's salary is being calculated. You have earned a base salary, 20 points, overtime pay, 10 points. Upon the announcement's conclusion, Reiner was taken aback to find he had accrued a total of 30 points today. His base salary had increased from 10 points yesterday to 20 points today, while the overtime compensation, which had been a food voucher the previous day, was now points. Now he possessed a total of 40 points. While this was still insufficient to purchase anything substantial, the prospect of accumulating points through consecutive check-ins hinted that his path to empowerment might not take long. On the morning of the third day, after completing his duties, Reiner secluded himself at the stern of the ship to exercise as per the records of the basic martial arts he had acquired. He discovered that, although it was merely basic training, the growth in proficiency was excruciatingly slow. Though he could only practice discreetly during his off hours, he dedicated considerable time each day to his training. Yet, the proficiency seemed to progress at a rate of merely 1 point per day, at times. If the training did not yield favorable results, he would fail to gain any proficiency at all. Nonetheless, the impact of basic martial arts on his combat prowess was markedly evident. Thus far, a single point of proficiency translated to a corresponding increase in combat strength. If this ratio continued, once he achieved complete mastery, his combat power would surpass the 100 mark. "Ha ha ha, young one, what are you up to? Engaging in training?" As Reyna practiced, a familiar voice resonated. It was Mr. Shiki, perched high above, observing him with a mocking expression. "What? Is there a reason I cannot be here?" Shiki cast a sidelong glance at Reyna and remarked, Reyna, where has that little rascal scampered off to?" Just as Reyna pondered how to respond, a call for the Longbread chef erupted. "Chef Longbread, I'm here." Reyna quickly responded. "Come here, Lingling wants the same dessert as last time. Hurry and make some." Upon hearing Reyna's voice, Chef Longbread approached and said, "Good. I prepared it last night. Just a moment, I shall fetch it." Hearing this, Reyna nodded eagerly and dashed towards his resting area. "Not bad, young one. You even know to prepare in advance." Chef Longbread nodded in satisfaction, holding the strawberry mousse cake that Reyna had just exchanged. The two made their way to the deck, where Charlotte Lingling was seated, gazing at the sea, lost in thought. Seemingly calm for once. "Lingling, the cake is here." Chef Longbread plopped down beside Charlotte Lingling, presenting her with the cake. "Mama, you made it so quickly? Wow. It tastes different from last time, yet the texture is still delightful." Wow, wow. After expressing her delight, Charlotte Lingling devoured the cake with great enthusiasm. Young one, what did Shiki want with you? Noticing Lingling's satisfaction, Chef Longbread turned to Reina and inquired. Well, to be honest, I don't really know. I was just practicing martial arts when he suddenly appeared, startling me. Then you showed up. Reina shrugged, feigning innocence. Martial arts? You practice martial arts? Chef Longbread furrowed his brow, questioning. That is merely something I've been experimenting with. Reina scratched the back of his head, displaying a sheepish demeanor as he spoke softly. Chef Longbread, since I enjoyed his food, why not teach him some martial arts? Before Chef Longbread could respond, Charlotte Lingling, having finished her cake, glanced at Reina and stated, Well, all right, young one, come here and try to attack me directly. Chef Longbread contemplated for a moment, then moved to an empty section of the deck, nodding at Reina. Recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, Reina took a deep breath and, following the offensive techniques outlined in his basic martial arts training, charged at Chef Longbread. Slow, too slow. What is martial arts? It is about speed and power. Does your speed and strength even qualify as martial arts? Do not hold back your strikes. With your current speed, you cannot hit the enemy, so do not think about follow-ups. Chef Longbread effortlessly dodged Reina's attacks, conversing with ease while evading. Yes, do not rely solely on your fists. Your feet can attack as well. Pay attention to your footwork and the enemy's position. Fool, that was wrong. Try again. Yes, I understand. In merely half an hour, Reina was drenched in sweat, panting as though he had just emerged from a bath. All right, that's enough for today. You still have a long way to go. In your spare time, practice diligently and remember what I have told you today. Longbread, appearing nonchalant, plopped down beside Charlotte Lingling and addressed the breathless Reina. Understood. Reina nodded and turned towards the cabin. After a short while, he re-emerged, carrying 2 cups of coffee and a cake. Enjoy, but I have work to attend to, so I will come back later to tidy up. He placed the food before Charlotte Lingling and Longbread, simultaneously clearing away the plate from which Lingling had eaten earlier. Delightful. Charlotte Lingling nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the food. The cake had, of course, been recently exchanged by Reina, while the coffee was brewed from the cabin's coffee beans. Although the cake cost him 10 points, he deemed it entirely worthwhile. Just half an hour of Longbread's physical training had increased Reina's basic proficiency by 2 points, comparable to 2 days of his own training. Furthermore, during their sparring session, Reina discovered he could actually perceive Longbread's combat power, though it seemed to far exceed his own, resulting in only a series of question marks appearing in his view, devoid of any specific value. That evening, upon completing his work, Reina indeed received a base salary of 30 points, along with an overtime bonus in the form of a voucher for specialized training equipment. He had seen this particular item in the shop, priced at 50 points, which astonished him. He had not anticipated receiving such a reward for his overtime. Initially, he had considered the overtime pay to be optional, but now it seemed imperative to secure it daily. In addition, after successfully checking in for 3 consecutive days, he was gifted basic swordsmanship, which propelled his combat power to 19, just shy of 20. However, something seemed amiss. The increase in basic physical proficiency had contributed 5 points to his combat power, and with the current proficiency also offering a 5-point boost. Why did the basic swordsmanship only grant 4 points? Was swordsmanship inferior to physical training? As he pondered the leap in his combat power from 15 to 19, Reina found himself perplexed. Eventually, he realized that, due to his enhanced combat power, the same level of skill would yield a lesser increase than before. For instance, should Whitebeard learn basic swordsmanship now, it would likely not increase his combat power at all, as it would no longer serve to enhance his already formidable strength. Conversely, for an ordinary individual, basic swordsmanship could indeed provide a 5-point increase in combat power. Having acquired basic swordsmanship, Reina refrained from practicing it, as he currently lacked sufficient time even to train his basic physical skills. Thus, under Longbread's guidance, he resolved to dedicate all his time outside of work to honing his physical prowess. Coupled with the specialized training equipment obtained through the voucher, his experience in physical training began to grow steadily. Just as he believed he could gradually enhance his strength, an unforeseen incident abruptly shattered his plans. Prepare yourselves, my crew. The island ahead is our target. Let us seize their treasures, Captain Rox declared, standing at the bow of the ship, his voice resonating with laughter as he pointed towards the distant isle. On that day, Reyna was compelled to partake in the plunder, yet he returned empty-handed, having not only failed to acquire anything but also wasted precious time, resulting in his inability to fulfill even the basic 8-hour work requirement. His continuous attendance was disrupted, forcing him to restart his count from the very first day. As for his barren return, it was not due to a deficiency in strength that rendered him incapable of obtaining anything. Rather, he found himself unable to act against the ordinary citizens. Consequently, he reaped no rewards. Nevertheless, being merely a menial worker meant that his lack of spoils went unnoticed. The events of that day unveiled to Reyna the stark reality of the world, a realm far removed from the confines of anime and fantasy. Chapter 3. The emergence of the Navy. Since the last attack on a small town, Reiner has adopted a more cautious lifestyle aboard the ship. He has come to a profound realization that he is not merely in a fanciful anime realm, but rather in a tangible world, albeit one that differs somewhat from Earth. This realization has only intensified his yearning for strength and growth. In the afternoon, the pirates aboard the ship languidly sought out corners to rest, while Reiner tirelessly trained at the stern, his every punch eliciting beads of sweat. Hey, Reiner, still at it? How about going fishing? Chortled Ismail, a passing pirate. He was a combatant on the ship and, unlike Reiner, found little to occupy his time outside of battles. The hierarchy aboard the vessel was strictly based on strength. Ordinary combatants like Ismail often found themselves assisting with menial tasks when the crew was overwhelmed. Since Reiner's arrival, these ordinary fighters had come to appreciate him, for he had taken on the bulk of the chores, leaving them largely unburdened. No, I rarely have free time. I wish to train a bit longer, Reiner replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. You truly are diligent. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass me. Ismail laughed heartily. Oh, Ismail, how about a spar? Let me gauge the prowess of a combatant. It would certainly add motivation to my training, Reiner inquired, a hint of eagerness in his tone. Ismail, initially inclined to decline, reconsidered, recognizing that it was Reiner who allowed him to enjoy such leisurely afternoons. Thus, he thought it reasonable to offer some guidance. Very well, I shall impart some of my combat techniques, Ismail declared, setting aside his fishing rod and adopting an offensive stance toward Reiner. With a deep breath, Reiner charged forward. Bang! In their initial clash, Reiner noticed Ismail's combat power indicator, 48. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Even a mere ordinary combatant possessed double his strength. Indeed, there were no ordinary individuals aboard the Rox ship. The bout was brief, even shorter than the time Longbread had spent instructing Reiner. Within mere exchanges, Reiner found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. How does it feel? Combat is not solely a test of physical prowess. The subtleties of technique are equally crucial. There remains much for you to learn, Ismail remarked, retrieving his fishing rod with a smile. Yes, I understand. May I seek your counsel for sparring in the future? Reiner asked as he slowly regained his footing. Absolutely, you are always welcome, Ismail replied, raising an eyebrow with a touch of pride. Though the skirmish was fleeting and did not enhance his basic combat proficiency, Reiner undeniably gleaned several tactical insights from Ismail, contributing to his overall growth and strength. Beep. It is the third consecutive day of clocking in. Today's salary is being calculated. You have earned a base salary, 30 points. Overtime pay, a voucher for beginner universal proficiency. With a sigh of relief, Reiner gazed at the salary that had just arrived. He had finally managed to clock in for 3 consecutive days. Had it not been for the interruption in his previous streak, he would have already achieved a full week of consecutive attendance. Each time he reflected on this, a pang of regret gripped his heart, rendering him breathless. After regaining his composure, he opened his inventory. The overtime pay had granted him a voucher for beginner universal proficiency, applicable to either basic physical training or basic swordsmanship, capable of increasing proficiency by 5 points, a truly valuable item. Without hesitation, Reiner applied it to his basic physical training, elevating his proficiency to 16 points and his combat power to 29, tantalizingly close to breaking the 30-point barrier. Having warmed up his body, Raynar chose not to rest. The recent enhancement of his understanding of physical training, thanks to the proficiency voucher, inspired him to seize this opportunity for further practice. Bang, bang, bang. Impressive, Raynar. In just a few days, you have attained such strength, Ismail exclaimed, shaking his arms in surprise as he observed Raynar. Ever since that day they had sparred, Raynar had been punctual in seeking him out every afternoon. Yet, it was only the third day, and Raynar was already displaying remarkable prowess, truly astonishing. Ismail, do not underestimate me. If you do, you may very well lose to me. Raynar grinned widely, lunging once more towards Ismail. During these 3 days, aside from work, Raynar devoted all his time to practicing basic physical training. Although the pirate ship was considerable in size, it remained merely a vessel, and thus many pirates were aware of Raynar's challenge to Ismail on the first day. Consequently, Longbread made a special effort to come by and provide Raynar with additional guidance, cautioning him not to tarnish Lingling's reputation. Of course, he also took away 2 cakes, leaving Raynar feeling a sting of regret. However, witnessing his growing experience in basic physical training somewhat alleviated his discomfort. Bang! 2 sounds resonated simultaneously as Raynar's fist connected with Ismail's cheek, while Ismail's foot landed squarely on Raynar's thigh, sending him crashing to the ground. You little rascal. That was rather ruthless, wasn't he it? Ismail complained, rubbing the spot where Raynar had struck him. Raynar, sprawled on the ground, looked back at him incredulously while massaging his thigh, which had been forcefully kicked. Never mind, let us call it a day. I suspect in a couple of days I will no longer be your match. I cannot fathom what is happening with you. You are truly a freak. Ismail grumbled as he left, still touching his cheek. Gazing at the slight increase in his basic physical training proficiency, Raynar couldn't help but smile with joy. The duration of the recent sparring session between the two was not brief, and Rina found his own stamina nearly depleted. Beep. It is the 6th consecutive day of clocking in. Today's salary is being processed. You have earned a basic wage, 60 points. Overtime pay, 30 points. To my surprise, today's overtime compensation is once again in points. Let me check my current total. With this thought, Rina promptly accessed his character interface. Name, Rina. Position, Pirate Assistant. Combat power, 37. Skills, Basic Body Technique, 23,100. Basic Swordsmanship, 1,100. Points, 290. Items, Universal Weapon Exchange Voucher, Common. Gazing at his nearly 300 points, Rina finally wore a satisfied smile. As for the Universal Weapon Exchange Voucher, it was his reward for clocking in for 4 consecutive days, valued at 50 points in the marketplace. However, Rina chose not to redeem it just yet. He was currently focused on practicing body techniques and had no need for a weapon. He planned to wait until he began honing his swordsmanship before making an exchange. Moreover, once redeemed, the weapon would have to be carried with him, which posed a certain inconvenience. Indeed, his system's inventory could only store items produced by the system. Once converted into a weapon, it could not be returned to the inventory. Tomorrow marks the 7th day. I wonder what kind of gift package awaits. The anticipation filled Rina as he observed the red gift icon on the 7th day of his check-in calendar. For the first time, consecutive check-ins on the 1st, 3rd, 7th, 15th, and 30th days would grant a small gift package, which could only be claimed once. In the future, gifts could only be obtained through 2 means: purchasing with points in the marketplace or receiving one for perfect attendance each month. He had already claimed the packages for the 1st and 3rd days, which contained basic body technique and basic swordsmanship, respectively. So he was particularly eager for the 7th day's gift. Early the next morning, Rina began his diligent labor with tools in hand. Today was crucial, regardless of the circumstances. He was determined to complete the foundational 8 hours of work, as any mishap would surely drive him to madness. Rina, what's got into you today? Starting the cleaning so early? A passing pirate asked in surprise upon seeing Rina already tidying up. As an assistant, one must possess the awareness of their duties. Isn't cleaning part of my job? Rina replied with a smile. Are you still pretending? I heard from Ismail yesterday that your strength is now not much inferior to his. The pirate remarked with a knowing grin, winking at Rena. No. I still have a long way to go. Although Rena feigned modesty, he felt a flicker of pride within. Attention, naval warship sighted. At that moment, the lookout atop the mast suddenly shouted loudly. Rena's smile abruptly froze on his face, as if anticipating the very misfortune he dreaded. Today marked the final day of his week-long attendance, and should a battle ensue, jeopardizing his working hours, he would have to wait another 7 days to claim his reward. Mama, these Navy forces are truly relentless, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, twisting her waist as she emerged from the cabin, gazing at the distant naval vessels with a hearty laugh. Merely 3 warships. Does the Navy truly underestimate us? Golden Lion Shiki declared disdainfully, seemingly descending from nowhere. Captain, give the order. Allow me to obliterate those ships. Kaido shouted, wielding his spiked club as he approached Rox, who had just exited the cabin. Rena swallowed hard and discreetly stepped back. Such a spectacle was far beyond his capabilities, and his previous pride in his newfound strength was swiftly extinguished. Chapter 4. New abilities, Captain. What shall we do now? Should we fight or flee? Inquired the pirate named John, addressing Captain Rox, who stood resolutely at the forefront. Flee. Where would we escape to? Do these mere Navy forces presume they can compel us to retreat? A slight smile graced Cross's lips as he pointed towards the Navy ships, commanding, eliminate them. Surprisingly, it was not the boisterous Kaido who made the first move, but rather the formidable Charlotte Linlin. With a powerful leap, she called out, Zeus. Suddenly, a dark cloud materialized beneath her feet, lifting her towards the Navy vessels. On the other side, the weapon-wielding Shiki let out a disdainful snort, levitating effortlessly before unleashing 2 slicing strikes towards the ship on the left. Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin, soaring through the air, raised one hand high, exclaiming loudly. As her voice echoed, a sun-like entity appeared in her grasp, igniting her entire fist in flames. Flame impact. With her fiery fist, Charlotte Linlin directed a blazing assault towards the Central Navy ship, a torrent of fire surging from her hand. Since the battle has commenced, leave the last vessel to me. Edward Newgate suddenly rose, brandishing his naginata and cleaving towards the final Navy ship. The 3 ships, which had instilled fear in Rena, swiftly sank beneath the waves, their adversaries likely unaware of the formidable foes they had provoked. Without that perverse strength of Carp, one ought not to engage the Rox pirates. Rena sighed, observing the remnants of the burning ships, the rest of the vessels having succumbed to the ocean depths, muttering softly. What was initially perceived as a grave crisis had been resolved so effortlessly, leaving Rena both elated and somewhat speechless. Ha! My comrades, let us continue our voyage. Cross exclaimed, watching the Navy ships gradually disappear beneath the waves, his laughter echoing as the pirate ship advanced. The sun slowly dipped beyond the horizon, casting the world into twilight, allowing Rena, weary from a day's toil, a moment of respite. Yet, before he could settle, the lookout's sharp cry of enemy attack shattered the stillness of the night. Surely not now. Rena hastened toward the deck as a pirate ship rapidly approached across the dark waters. However, due to the cover of night, he could not discern the pirate flag, leaving him uncertain of their identity. Boom! Before the 2 vessels could converge, the enemy launched a barrage of cannon fire, though fortune favored them as the projectiles narrowly missed their ship. Who dares to assault us? Kaido bellowed, brandishing his kanabo as he emerged from the cabin, his voice laced with fury. Over there, they are the Free Eagle pirates. The lookout shouted, pointing towards the approaching pirate ship. Free Eagle? Rena had not heard of this pirate crew, thus he was unaware of their capabilities. However, their audacity to confront the cross-pirate crew suggested they were no ordinary foes. Counterattack. Let us send them to the depths of the sea. How dare these rabbles seek trouble with us? Kaido commanded the gunners, his face twisted with disdain. Yet, before they could retaliate, the enemy ship unexpectedly began to change course, intending to flee. This left Rena perplexed. They had approached so boldly, fired a few shots, and now sought to escape? Was there a trap ahead? An attempt to lure them in? Trying to run? We shall see if you possess the capability. A pirate, his waist adorned with a fine sword, suddenly stepped onto the deck, fixating his gaze on the retreating vessel. Reyna recognized him as Wang Ji, a formidable pirate, ranking just below the future emperors and the Golden Lion among the elite of the second tier, comparable to Silver Axe and John. Indeed, scarcely had Wang Ji's words faded when he unleashed a slash that cleaved the enemy ship in two, sending the pirates aboard plummeting into the ocean with horrified cries. Was it truly so effortless? How could they dare to attack us? Reyna stared in disbelief at the bisected vessel, incredulous. Perhaps they mistook our flag in the dark and hastily launched their assault. Upon realizing they confronted the cross-pirate crew, they sought to flee. But they should be capable of escaping. Wang Ji sheathed his weapon with a light chuckle. Is it possible? Are there truly such reckless pirates? Reyna exclaimed in astonishment. Once the danger had passed, the crew gradually returned to the cabin. Reyna noticed that Edward Newgate and even Captain Cross had not appeared. It seemed they were aware that no formidable adversaries were present, hence their absence. Ding. Signed in for the 7th consecutive day. Today a salary is being calculated. You have received a base salary, 70 points. Overtime, 1 F-grade ability exchange voucher. Successfully signed in for the first 7 days. Receiving a reward, random bloodline. As the day's toil concluded, the system issued his salary, and before he could inspect his gains, Reyna felt an intense heat surging within him, as if it might consume him. After enduring for less than 3 seconds, Reyna succumbed to unconsciousness, speculating that this was the result of the random bloodline he had just acquired merging with him. The following day, when Reyna awoke, the sun had risen brightly. He found himself in the same spot where he had fainted, unnoticed by anyone, or perhaps seen yet disregarded. Upon opening his eyes, his first instinct was to assess the changes within his body, but he detected no anomalies. Thus, he promptly accessed the character interface within the system. Name, Reyna. Position, Pirate Assistant. Combat Power, 137 Skills, Basic Martial Arts, 23-100, Basic Swordsmanship, 1-100, Genetic Lineage, Mutation Gene of the Growth Type Mutant Black King, Sebastian Shaw. Capable of absorbing and releasing all forms of energy points, 360 items. Universal Weapon Exchange Voucher, Common, F-Class Ability Exchange Voucher. Upon reviewing his interface, Reyna was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. The ability he had acquired was indeed familiar to him. It was reminiscent of the renowned character from the X-Men films. Black King Sebastian Shaw, a formidable figure among mutants whose powers were notoriously extraordinary. However, something seemed amiss. If he truly possessed the abilities of the Black Kings, his combat power would not merely increase by 100 points. Had he misunderstood something? After the initial excitement faded, Reyna began to ponder deeply. His attention turned to the description of his genetic lineage, wherein he had overlooked a crucial term, growth type. Thus, he surmised that the power he had received from the Black King was rather feeble, compared to the cinematic portrayal of Shaw absorbing nuclear energy. He might not even be capable of withstanding a full-force strike from Ismail, which would explain the modest increase in his combat power. Nonetheless, the potential of this ability was evidently immense. He envisioned a future where he could hone this power to rival that of the cinematic Black King, at which point he would no longer fear any adversary. After regaining his composure, he commenced examining the F-Class Ability Exchange Voucher. F-Class Ability Exchange Voucher allows the exchange for 1 F-Class ability. Upon review, he found that F-Class abilities included skills such as chef, musician, linguist, bartender, and other non-combat-related proficiencies. After a moment's contemplation, Reyna opted for the musician option. Upon selection, a wealth of musical theory and instrumental techniques flooded his mind, though these were merely rudimentary skills. Once he had assimilated this knowledge, he accessed the marketplace, eager to procure an instrument befitting his newfound talent. His gaze fell upon the swona, a traditional instrument known for its piercing sound. However, Reyna resisted the temptation to exchange for it. As the saying goes, when the swona sounds, one either ascends to heaven or enters the marriage hall. The instrument, a cherished treasure of his homeland, was perhaps beyond his current capabilities, compelling him to redirect his focus to other instruments. Ultimately, Reyna expended 30 points to acquire a more elegant violin, recognizing that an instrument which accompanies one from birth to death is not something everyone can master. After placing the exchanged violin back on his bed, Reyna took a shower, and then hurried off to find Ismail, eager to test the limits of the abilities he had recently acquired. "Why are you waking me up so early, kid? I haven't had enough sleep." Ismail yawned as he addressed the impatient Reiner. "Haha, come on, let us have a spar," Reiner exclaimed, pulling Ismail onto the deck, unable to contain his excitement. Did you train so hard last night that you've lost your mind? Although you've made remarkable progress, it's impossible for you to defeat me after just one night." Ismail squinted at Reiner, waving his hand dismissively. "Here it comes." Without bothering to explain, Reiner shouted and threw a punch at Ismail. "You brat. All right, since you're asking for a beating, I shall oblige." Ismail, startled by Reiner's sudden strike, quickly regained his composure. Bang! Reiner's punch was merely an attempt to provoke Ismail into combat, lacking any flair, and, naturally, it failed to land on Ismail. Instead, he was struck by Ismail's swift kick to the abdomen. What is going on? The sensation was entirely different from what he had anticipated. After connecting with Reiner, Ismail felt no resistance. It was as if he had kicked someone who was impervious. Moreover, Ismail sensed that his foot had met nothing more than cotton, lacking any force behind it. Chapter 5. Growth of Strength. What is happening? I clearly struck you. After separating, Ismail looked at Reina with a puzzled expression, questioning in confusion. "Hiki." Reina chuckled softly, offering no explanation. Just moments ago, Ismail had delivered a full-force kick, which had not reached the limit of energy he could absorb. However, he could feel that the energy generated by that kick was already approaching half of his absorption capacity. This implies that in battle, if he did not release the energy he had absorbed, he could potentially absorb the equivalent of 2 such attacks over the course of a confrontation. Moreover, while attempting to harness this energy to enhance himself, he realized he could not digest it instantaneously like the Black Emperor. Rather, it required time. "You little rascal. What peculiar ability do you possess? Have you secretly consumed a devil fruit?" Ismail inquired curiously, his attention diverted from Reina's earlier disruption of his nap. "No, this is not the power of a devil fruit. I don't even know why. I just suddenly found myself capable of this." Reina shrugged and replied directly. "How strange. Let me try again." Ismail approached Reina with curiosity. "Wait, I'm not yet proficient in this. Please give me a moment," Reina said, closing his eyes and sitting down on the ground. After approximately 5 minutes of concentration, Reina stood and declared, "All right, give it your all." He had refrained from allowing Ismail to continue his attacks earlier to gauge the time required to absorb the energy. Pay attention, I am about to strike." Ismail took a deep breath, stepping forward to deliver a punch to Reina's chest. However, something peculiar occurred. His fist felt as though it had struck cotton, and Reina did not budge an inch. Impressive, even more powerful than that last kick," Reina exclaimed with a peculiar grin. "You, my friend, are truly strange. What is this ability? It feels as if I haven't even hit you." Ismail retracted his fist, astonished. Yet, Reina paid him no mind, closing his eyes once more to absorb energy. 5 minutes later, Reina opened his eyes again and said, "Let us continue our sparring." A spark of determination ignited in Ismail's eyes. He did not hesitate and immediately engaged Reina in combat. Through several experiments, Reina discovered that his ability could be triggered simply by physical contact with his opponent, and the absorbed energy could be stored as long as it was neither digested nor released. This meant he could deliberately allow Ismail to strike him twice, then unleash the energy all at once, striking his opponent while completely depleting the energy within him. However, there were limitations to activating this power. It seemed to be linked to his stamina. After releasing energy, he felt a significant drain on his strength, and after 4 or 5 releases in a single battle, he found himself panting heavily. Yet, despite this, Ismail, who had slightly outperformed him just a day prior, was no longer his match. "You truly are an oddity. How are you faring? Have your abilities been tested?" Ismail was well aware that Reiner's intention in seeking him out for a spar was to assess his newly acquired powers. And as their interaction progressed, he found himself fully cooperating with Reiner. "Indeed, I have nearly mastered it, though there is still room for improvement in my proficiency." Reiner nodded, a broad smile gracing his face. "Your ability must pertain to absorbing and releasing the damage I inflict upon you, correct?" When you were motionless with your eyes closed earlier, were you engaged in processing the harm I had caused? Although Ismail's strength was lacking, he managed to deduce a portion of Raynor's capabilities. Yes, I can absorb the damage inflicted upon me by others, accumulating it to release later. However, the current limit of absorption is quite low. If I do not release it, I must actively expel the damage myself, necessitating intense concentration during that period. Raynor nodded, his words a mix of sincerity and jest. He understood that the lineage of the Black Emperor was fundamental to his existence. Thus, despite their amicable relationship, he refrained from disclosing the entire truth to Ismail. That is quite an impressive ability. From this moment forward, I am no longer your match. Ismail chuckled with a hint of resignation, waving his hand at Raynor. Thank you for your willingness to spar with me during this time. Raynor bowed respectfully. Without Ismail's cooperation, his progress would not have been nearly as swift. After parting ways, Raynor resumed his work with tools, acutely aware of the true source of his burgeoning strength. Shortly thereafter, news of Raynor's extraordinary abilities began circulating aboard the ship, a revelation that Ismail had explicitly inquired about before disclosing it. Had Raynor not been inclined to make it public, Ismail had agreed to keep it confidential. However, Raynor knew that such matters were inherently difficult to conceal, and thus deemed it more prudent to speak openly. After all, this world ultimately reveres the strong. Hey, I heard you've acquired quite an impressive ability. Show it to me. During lunch, Longbread approached Raynor, a playful smirk upon his face as he sought cake. It's nothing particularly special, merely the capacity to absorb a certain amount of damage and release it as my own energy. However, if the damage exceeds my absorption limit, it becomes ineffective. Raynor chuckled, scratching the back of his head. During my earlier confrontation with Ismail, I absorbed and processed energy twice, though not substantial. I discovered that this energy not only alters my physique, enhancing my speed and strength, but also provides a slight augmentation to my Black Emperor abilities. Digesting that energy can increase my total absorption capacity, allowing me to devise a method to train this skill. Oh, how much damage can you absorb? If the limit is high, that ability is rather commendable. Longbread's eyes lit up with interest. Well, currently, I can absorb only a modest amount. Ismail's full-strength strike would be about my limit. Raynor replied with an innocent grin, striving to appear somewhat simple-hearted. Is that so? Allow me to witness the fruits of your recent endeavors in martial arts. With that, Chang Mianbao set down the cake in his hands, intending to engage in a friendly spar with Raynor. Perhaps we should deliver the cake first? What if Lingling becomes upset for not having had a taste? That would be quite unfortunate for me. Raynor chuckled awkwardly and suggested. Very well. Follow me. Chang Mianbao nodded with resolve. Thus, the two made their way to Charlotte Lingling's cabin, delivering the cake before proceeding to the deck. Ready yourselves. I shall commence my attack. No sooner had Chang Mianbao spoken than he was upon Raynor, delivering a swift punch aimed at his chest. Raynor did not flinch, raising his leg to strike back at Chang Mianbao. A glimmer of determination shone in Chang Mianbao's eyes. He did not evade, landing a punch on Raynor while simultaneously kicking towards Raynor's leg. The impact resonated as their legs collided with a considerable sound. Chang Mianbao executed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully before retreating a few steps. Stepping out of Raynor's striking range, his expression one of astonishment as he noticed Raynor watching him with a smile. Refraining from pursuing further, it seemed that his punch had landed first, yet the sensation upon retraction was peculiar, suggesting he had not truly struck his opponent. Observing Raynor's condition confirmed that no harm had been inflicted upon him. Moreover, the force of their leg collision had caught him off guard. Otherwise, he would not have been pushed back by Raynor's kick. Is this your true capability? Indeed, rather enigmatic. I shall now engage with utmost seriousness. After a brief moment of adjustment, Chang Mianbao declared earnestly. Indeed, I look forward to your guidance. Raynor nodded in response. Although he now possessed the powers of the Black Emperor, he remained unconvinced of his ability to vanquish Chang Mianbao. For the latter's status was still marked by 3 question marks, indicating an absence of specific data. This signified that Chang Mianbao's combat prowess was at least 1.5 times greater than his own. In recent days, he had discerned a pattern. As long as his opponent's strength was within double his own, He could perceive their precise combat abilities. Should it exceed that threshold, only question marks would remain visible. Currently, his combat prowess exceeded 140 points, implying that Chang Yinbao's strength was at least above 300 points. He felt that the combat power metrics provided by the system bore resemblance to the Duryoku values used to gauge the CP9 under the world government in the anime. He recalled that even the weakest member, Califa, had possessed over 600 Duryoku before consuming her devil fruit. In contrast, a standard naval soldier wielding a weapon had a Duryoku of merely 10, comparable to his own values when he had just begun learning basic martial arts. So, this is the diligent cabin boy? On the second level of the pirate ship, Captain Rox observed the sparring between Chang Yinbao and Reina below, his interest waning. Indeed, he is that cabin boy, tirelessly engaged in cleaning duties. The cleanliness of our ship is largely due to his efforts. However, as for his strength, it still falls somewhat short, remarked the combatant, John, with a grin. The chef recommended by Lingling seems to be rather lacking in skill, doesn't he? Struggling against a mere assistant? The Golden Lion, Shiki, remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he observed the skirmish below. He's just a chef. He is actually doing quite well. Silver Axe retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Shiki with a cool demeanor. You impertinent fool, what do you mean by that? Shiki, already drawing his blade, appeared ready to engage in a conflict at the slightest provocation. Silver Axe scoffed dismissively, turning his head away and ignoring Shiki's ire. Is his ability derived from a devil fruit? Lox, seated in the central position, inquired languidly, tilting his head. According to his own account, he claims not to have consumed any devil fruit. He simply awoke one day with this ability. John, standing beside Cross, replied with a chuckle. Whether he has or hasn't he consumed a devil fruit, one could ascertain that soon enough. Shiki suddenly rose, vanishing from his spot. Meanwhile, Reina, engaged in a back and forth with a long loaf of bread, had just expended the energy stored within him. Suddenly experiencing a sharp pain in his chest, he instinctively activated his powers. However, the energy surged beyond his limits. Before he could retaliate, he was unceremoniously kicked away, plummeting from the ship into the vast ocean below. Chapter 6. Intern Crew Member Splash. As Reina plunged into the sea, the long-faced Bread looked on with a grim expression at the sudden appearance of the Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, are you courting death? Exclaimed Charlotte Linlin, who was enjoying a slice of cake while observing the sparring between Bread and Reina. She abruptly stood, fixing her gaze upon the Golden Lion with a serious tone. However, Shiki remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, Linlin, he's merely a deckhand. I was only confirming whether he has consumed a devil fruit. I had no intention of taking his life. That does not justify your sudden attack on me. Charlotte Linlin was evidently not one to engage in rational discourse. Rising, she threw a punch at Shiki. Unwilling to back down, Shiki drew his twin weapons, Sakura Tin and Moku Kaze, to block Linlin's strike. This is merely a warning. If you dare act recklessly again, I will end you, Linlin declared with a snort, retracting her fist after it was thwarted. Shiki, undeterred by her threats, turned his attention to Reina, who was now swimming on the surface of the sea rather than sinking to the depths below. It appeared he was making his way towards the pirate ship. Shiki scoffed before soaring up to the second floor. His sole aim was to ascertain whether Reina had indeed consumed a devil fruit, and the fact that Reina could swim confirmed that he had not. Once pulled aboard by the crew, Reina lay on the deck, gasping for breath. He had not seen who had attacked him. The sudden ambush had thrown him into a state of panic, and he regretted not being able to counter the strike. Yet, he understood that such combat awareness could be cultivated with experience. Upon learning from Bread that Shiki's abrupt assault was merely to verify his status regarding the devil fruit, Reina silently cursed Shiki's entire family. You are quite impressive. Not only have you rapidly improved your strength, but your diligence is commendable. Thus, the captain has personally decreed that you are now recognized as an intern crew member. However, you will still handle menial tasks, Bread said gently, observing that Reina had regained some composure. I am an intern crew member now, Reina exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Do not underestimate the significance of this title. Previously, you were merely a deckhand, a slave aboard the ship, with no one caring whether you lived or died. But as an intern crew member, you are now part of this crew. Should anyone dare to harm you without cause, it would be a challenge to the captain's authority, a grave sin among pirates. Although Reyna was uncertain how many members of the Cross Pirates upheld this principle, he felt a greater sense of security compared to his previous status as a deckhand. Indeed, and Linlin has already stood up for you. From now on, you will be considered part of her faction aboard the ship. Do not disgrace us with your actions, understand? Bread nodded affirmatively. Understood. I will do my best. Reyna responded earnestly. Although Rayner outwardly expressed agreement, he inwardly harbored skepticism. Did others not understand Charlotte Lingling's character? Surely he did. The notion of him being given a chance was merely a superficial embellishment by Longbread. It held no weight. After a brief respite, Rayner resumed his cleaning duties with determination. Initially, Longbread intended for him to take a day off following his injury, but upon checking his work hours in the system, Rayner decided to press on. However, due to a lingering pain in his chest, he refrained from physical training that day, only resuming his martial arts practice the following day. During his training the next day, Rayner discovered that his change in identity not only afforded him greater protection in reality, but also affected the system. His training hours were now counted as work time, although he realized that only 2 hours of daily training qualified as such, with the remainder excluded. This revelation brought him immense joy, for it meant he could reduce his cleaning time by 2 hours each day to dedicate to exercise. It was worth noting that the workload aboard the pirate ship was not as burdensome as it seemed. Often, Rayner found himself creating tasks for himself. Thus, a reduction of 2 hours posed no issue. As evening fell, a celebration erupted on the deck of the pirate ship. The crew, arm in arm, sang merrily, toasting with their cups, while Rayner sat in a corner nursing his drink, choosing not to partake. Though he was an intern crew member and thus eligible to join the festivities, he felt too intimidated to do so. He had previously attended one celebration, only to be overwhelmed by the crew's relentless toasting, leading him to pass out until the next day, thereby missing out on overtime pay. Had he not already completed his basic work hours earlier that day, he feared he would have lost his streak of clocking in. "Hey, little Rayner, why not come over? Join us for drinks and dancing," shouted Shiki, brandishing a large bottle of liquor and laughing heartily. Rayner offered a faint smile, but refrained from responding. It was this very individual who had instigated his previous debacle, leading him to drunkenly dance before the entire crew. An experience that filled him with a desire to leap overboard upon waking. Though he viewed the incident as embarrassing, it was hardly a concern for the pirates. Even the usually composed Edward Newgate was seen drinking and mingling with his fellow pirates. "I'm still just a child. My mother told me not to drink with those bad uncles." Rayner finally spoke up, realizing Shiki had no intention of letting him off the hook. His comment, given his youthful appearance, would not seem out of place, as he looked merely 12 or 13, albeit taller than the average child of that age. "Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? Come on over and drink." Shiki laughed, dismissing Rayner's excuse with glee. In a moment of resignation, Rayner rose to his feet. Yet he did not accept the wine bottle offered by Shurji. Instead, he produced a transparent glass bottle from behind him, stating, "This is the potent liquor from my hometown, reputed to be consumed only by true heroes. I dared to taste it once, but I have not summoned the courage to do so again. Would you care to try it, Mr. Shurji?" Indeed, this liquor was the high-proof white spirit he had just exchanged for in the marketplace, 2 bottles for 10 points. "Oh, such a thing exists? Hand it over, let me have a taste, and today I shall enlighten you on what constitutes a true hero," Gold Lion Shurji exclaimed, reaching out to snatch the bottle from Reyna's grasp, only to find that he could not open it. Reyna effortlessly took the bottle back, unscrewed the cap with ease, and then procured a large bowl from another pirate, pouring the entire contents of the bottle into it before presenting it to Gold Lion Shurji. True to his future as a great pirate, Shurji showed no hesitation. He lifted the bowl and gulped down its contents in one swift motion. Gulp, gulp. Hiss, what a splendid liquor. Burp, exquisite indeed. Even Shurji, after downing a pound of high-proof white spirit in one go, found his complexion flushed and his eyes glazed over with intoxication, though his long-standing tolerance for alcohol prevented him from collapsing immediately. This high-proof liquor was unlike the light wines they were accustomed to, while Reyna could freely drink the latter. Had he dared to consume a pound of this potent spirit in the same manner as Shurji, he would undoubtedly have already succumbed to its effects. Such a delightful aroma. Young man, do you have any more of this exquisite wine? The enticing scent wafted through the air, prompting Edward Newgate, who was known for his love of fine spirits, to exclaim. Reyna had anticipated this and had prepared accordingly, having exchanged for 2 bottles earlier. He had used one to play a trick on Gold Lion Shurji. Now, he revealed the second bottle from behind him, pouring the liquor into several small bowls and declaring, I brought only 2 bottles with me, but I shall brew more. If you enjoy it, big brother Newgate, I will gladly concoct some more for you when time permits. With that, Reyna distributed the poured liquor to Captain Cross, Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, John, and others. My brothers, this liquor is limited in quantity. Once I brew more in the future, I shall share it with all of you. Captain, this liquor is exceptionally potent. Do not drink it all at once, but savor it little by little to appreciate its flavor. Reyna bowed in apology to those pirates who had not received any liquor before addressing Cross and the others. Is that so? Allow me to taste. Cross replied as he lifted a small bowl, taking a sip. Though he did not empty the bowl, he consumed more than half of it. Hiss, splendid liquor. Indeed, this is the drink a hero should indulge in. After savoring the taste, Cross closed his eyes to fully appreciate the experience, then kicked away the remaining fine wine beside him, laughing heartily. Hearing Cross's words, those who had received the white spirit eagerly took large gulps, their praises for the exquisite liquor ringing out in chorus. Ah, Reyna, what ingredients are necessary to brew this wine? Let me tell you, we will fetch it for you. After downing the remaining liquor in one gulp, Rox contemplated having more. Yet he was acutely aware that none remained. Thus, he turned to Reyna to inquire about the necessary ingredients for its production. The process of brewing this beverage was not particularly complex. It merely required a few basic ingredients. However, to achieve a delightful flavor, it necessitated a prolonged fermentation period, which could not be rushed. Reyna shook his head and spoke. I see. Cross nodded in understanding after hearing this. At that moment, his gaze towards Shiki became less amiable, for that fellow had single-handedly consumed an entire bottle. Nevertheless, Shiki was currently oblivious to Cross's discontent, as the intoxicating effects of the alcohol had already sent him soaring, causing him to stumble and mumble incoherently. Chapter 7. The Half-Moon Gift Pact. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Reyna commenced his physical training, drenched in sweat, while the other pirates remained in slumber. Although he had exchanged 10 points for liquor the previous night, he had managed to retain his overtime pay, which ultimately resulted in a modest profit. Moreover, the notable figures aboard the ship had already formed a preliminary impression of him, an achievement not easily attained with a mere 10 points. Ah, Reyna, you truly exert yourself every day? What are we to do about that? As Reyna completed his exercises and began tidying up, the crew gradually stirred from their slumbers. Good morning. You lot were nursing hangovers last night. I abstained from drinking, so rising early seems quite reasonable. Reyna replied with a smile. Speaking of last night, is it true that your exquisite wine is entirely gone? The newly awakened pirates perked up, eager to hear Reyna's response. Though they had not partaken in the fine wine, they had certainly savored its enticing aroma. Indeed, it is gone. But fear not. When I brew my next batch, I shall discreetly reserve some for you all. Since the captain has already indulged, I doubt he would mind if I saved a little for everyone. Reyna chuckled, scratching the back of his head. How generous. By the way, haven't you recently acquired a new ability? Allow me to train with you. Ismail is far too weak to serve as your sparring partner any longer. The pirate who greeted Reyna said with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Reyna promptly set aside his cleaning tools. Such an opportunity was rare, and he was surprised that mere liquor could yield such an effect. A cacophony of clashing sounds erupted as they began to spar. Reyna held nothing back. Having observed his opponent's combat power, 195, he had not anticipated that even an average pirate aboard the ship would possess such formidable strength, especially considering that Ismail was also a seasoned fighter with only a meager 48 points of combat power. The two engaged in an extended bout, largely due to Reyna's companion accommodating his training. Otherwise, even with the capabilities granted by the Black Emperor, Reyna would likely have been defeated by now. Unfortunately, his ability to absorb powers was currently limited, and each activation demanded considerable stamina. He found himself questioning whether he might eventually resemble Trafalgar Law, burdened by a lack of vitality. Haraha. Reyna, your ability is indeed impressive, but it consumes a significant amount of stamina, does it not? Your endurance is lacking at present. You must pay heed to this. Once your stamina is sufficient to support your abilities in combat, I suspect I shall no longer be your match, Simpson remarked, observing Reyna, who was now exhausted and sprawled on the ground. In truth, Reyna was acutely aware that his greatest shortcoming lay in his stamina. However, having only recently begun his journey into basic physical training, and with his body still in a growth phase, he had yet to reach his peak. Consequently, he had not even touched upon basic swordsmanship, focusing solely on enhancing his physical prowess. Sitting on the ground, Reyna absorbed all the energy within him and converted it into his own stamina before slowly rising to his feet. He remarked, "There is no denying that my body has weakened somewhat. Back in my hometown, I was merely an ordinary person. Youngster, in addition to exercising, one must also consume more meat and drink some wine, for only then can the energy of the body be replenished. Otherwise, excessive training will merely deplete your physical potential. Did not that fellow Shiki drink a fine bottle of your wine last night? When he awakens, let him catch you a sea king to restore your strength." Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Turning his head, Reyna beheld Edward Newgate seated at the edge of the ship, addressing him. So that is how it is. Thank you, Brother Newgate." Reyna was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that those formidable warriors indeed consumed copious amounts of food, especially the protagonist, Luffy, who could be described as a devourer of sustenance. Moreover, Luffy's body was remarkably resilient. No matter the injury he sustained, as long as he had food, he would recover instantly, truly miraculous. Initially, Reyna had assumed it was due to the rubber fruit, but now it seemed that Garp had helped Luffy train from a young age, endowing him with such extraordinary absorptive capacity. Haraha, a mere sea king, what is there to be concerned about? You little brat, although you tricked me last night, I shall generously forgive you in light of that fine wine. Shiki, the Golden Lion, appeared on the deck, laughing heartily. He had drunk so hastily the previous night that he had not savored the flavor of the white liquor, but upon hearing the crew's discussions today, he realized he had consumed merely 2 bottles of the exquisite wine. Even the captain could not procure more. This knowledge filled him with immense pride, allowing him to dismiss any thoughts of pursuing Reyna for last night's drunken escapades. Reyna let out a quiet sigh of relief. Being targeted by a formidable figure like the Golden Lion was hardly a delightful prospect. That evening, Shiki truly caught a sea king, and after Reyna requested the kitchen to prepare it, he generously invited the crew to partake. For such a large sea king was far too much for him to consume alone. In the ensuing days, Reyna exercised his martial arts while honing his abilities through sparring with the crew, absorbing energy to enhance his own prowess. With Longbread no longer guiding his training, as Longbread was not adept in combat despite possessing significantly higher strength than Reyna, he found himself engaging more with the ship's combatants. In addition to training, Reyna was accumulating points from his daily check-ins, and his total was nearing 500. Apart from occasionally redeeming a cake for Charlotte Linlin, he had yet to utilize his points. He was saving them to purchase a skill upgrade voucher from the shop, priced at 1,000 points. According to the displayed information, the skill upgrade voucher could enhance one's skills once they had reached their maximum capacity. Although the proficiency of his basic martial arts was growing slowly, he was confident that one day he would master it, making the voucher an essential necessity. Moreover, he discovered an item in the marketplace that could enhance his genetic lineage. Yet its exorbitant price rendered it unaffordable, thus it was temporarily excluded from Reiner's list of essential purchases. Additionally, another item had made its way onto his recent must-buy list, a weighted suit. The current weighted suit he donned had become entirely acclimated, and its training efficacy had diminished from its initial performance. Consequently, he sought to replace it with a suit valued at 100 points, ensuring a more effective workout. He planned to assess the situation after claiming the biweekly gift before making the purchase. Beep. It was the 14th day of consecutive check-ins. Today, a salary settlement was underway. You have earned a base salary, 140 points. Overtime pay, 20 million berries. Ah, finally, tomorrow marks the 15th day. I wonder what kind of reward awaits. I hope for a powerful ability. As he watched the payment for the 14th day arrive, Reiner exhaled deeply. Recently, much of the overtime pay had been awarded in berries, which was fortunate as these funds could be stored in his inventory. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to conceal them. The following morning, while Reiner was still engaged in his cleaning duties, the lookout suddenly shouted with excitement. Ahead, an island has been discovered. Ha ha ha. Finally, something to do. I've been so idle lately that I'm nearly rusting away. The crew, upon hearing of the island's discovery, emerged from the cabin, brimming with enthusiasm, except for Reiner. Mama, is there a new island? At last, I can indulge in new desserts. If this island fails to satisfy my dessert cravings, I shall destroy it. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips, casting an eager glance towards the horizon, where only a small black dot was faintly visible. Recently, she had grown weary of Reiner's cakes. After all, even the most delectable treats can become tiresome with frequent consumption. Thus, even though Reiner could redeem a wider variety of desserts from the marketplace, he refrained, desiring precisely this effect. Observing the jubilant crew around him, Reiner felt a twinge of sadness. In truth, he was thrilled at the sight of a new island. However, he despised this moment of discovery, as today was pivotal for him. He was about to receive the biweekly gift. Should he disembark, his work hours would inevitably go unfulfilled, which explained his grim expression upon hearing the announcement of the island's discovery. Prepare yourselves, lads. Let us seize their treasures. Rox appeared equally exhilarated, standing at the bow and rallying the crew. Reiner noticed that, aside from himself, only the future Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, sat quietly at the ship's railing. Brother Newgate, Reiner approached, offering a warm smile. Newgate turned slightly, regarding Reiner with a questioning glance, as if to inquire what he desired. Well, I am on the verge of completing my brewing of white liquor, but I am missing a few items. When you go ashore, could you assist me in locating them? Reiner had already devised an excuse to converse with Newgate. Oh, is the fine wine nearly ready? Newgate inquired, a hint of delight in his voice upon hearing Reiner's words. Indeed, it is almost complete. However, there are still a few ingredients missing. Moreover, the next couple of days are crucial, and I must oversee the process closely. Thus, I can only ask my brother Newgate for assistance, Reiner replied with a shy smile. This also served as a pretext for him to remain aboard the ship, ensuring that he could accumulate sufficient working hours to maintain his continuous attendance record. Rest assured, leave it to me. It will be no trouble at all. Newgate responded without a trace of doubt, readily agreeing to help. Once the pirate ship docked, Reiner approached Captain Rox, informing him that the white wine was nearly complete, needing only a selection of fruits. He added that he had entrusted Edward Newgate with the task of gathering these fruits. Thus he would remain on the ship and not accompany the captain in the treasure hunt. This news brought considerable joy to Rox, who instructed Reiner to tend to the wine diligently, assuring him that he would share a portion of the treasure collected upon their return. All he desired was to have a bowl of fine wine to celebrate with upon his return. Reiner readily agreed, promising to welcome the captain back with the exquisite wine. Consequently, under the leadership of Rox, the band of pirates surged into the island's sole town. Chapter 8. The means of Reyna. As Reyna was tinkering with a piece of equipment at the stern of the ship, he suddenly noticed the presence of a large bag beside him. This is the fruit you requested. It has all been gathered, Edward Newgate stated calmly from the doorway. So soon? Brother Newgate, didn't you go in search of treasure? Reyna blinked in surprise, then opened the bag to take a look before smiling and asking, What treasure hunting? I merely targeted some ordinary individuals. Such endeavors do not merit my attention. Newgate scoffed. I see. My suspicions were indeed correct. Care for a drink? Reyna retrieved a bottle of fine liquor from behind him and offered it to Newgate with a smile. Newgate paused, puzzled. Wasn't it said that the finest wine could only be made with the last of the fruit? Why then? Did Reyna present me with this exquisite liquor without utilizing the fruit I just delivered? Hee. Dear Brother Newgate, please keep this to yourself. I would rather not return empty-handed and face ridicule from others. Reyna shrugged, selecting a fruit from the bag and taking a bite with a grin. Only then did Newgate realize that the need for fruit was merely Reyna's pretext. Like himself, he harbored no desire to prey upon defenseless civilians, using this excuse to remain aboard the ship. What a splendid wine. Newgate accepted the bottle from Reyna, took a sip, and then turned to leave. Gulalala. Lad, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With that, Newgate departed, clutching the bottle. Once Newgate had left, Reyna wiped the sweat from his brow and, as if speaking to himself, chuckled softly. Then, from now on, I shall rely on you. Sitting at the ship's railing, gazing at the sea, Newgate's lips curled into a slight smile as he savored a generous gulp of liquor, a sensation more enchanting than any fine wine he had ever tasted. Boom, boom, boom just as Reyna and Newgate were resting. The sounds of explosions and frantic cries for help erupted from the nearby town. Brother Newgate, do you believe that pirates must rob civilians? Reyna approached Newgate, his expression somewhat somber. Not all pirates are like that. Edward Newgate replied after a moment of silence, his voice steady. In my memory, pirates embody the spirit of defiance against authority. They are free adventurers of the sea. They pursue treasure and chase their dreams. They do not harm defenseless civilians, but dare to confront any formidable foe that crosses their path. Reyna gazed longingly at the distant sea and replied, Indeed, a pirate should be that way. Newgate regarded Reyna with a peculiar expression. After all, pirates hardly seemed to fit that description. Perhaps the Navy was more aligned with Reyna's portrayal. I understand, Brother Newgate. There's no need to look at me as if I were a fool. After all, I am not truly naive. What I just described was merely my imagination of pirates, reality. Reyna shrugged, leaving his thought unfinished. Gulalala. What an intriguing fellow. Newgate was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as he patted Reyna on the shoulder. Hee. Brother Newgate, take your time admiring the sea. I must get to work. The deck still awaits cleaning. With that, Reyna playfully patted his backside and dashed away. Edward Newgate glanced at Reyna, who was fetching cleaning tools, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he had conjured an amusing thought. As evening fell, Captain Rox returned to the pirate ship with his crew, leaving behind the small town still shrouded in billowing smoke, a testament to their recent ruckus. Captain, as per our agreement, I present to you this victory wine. Upon boarding, Reyna poured 2 gin of white liquor into a large wine jar and handed it to Captain Rox. Rox uncorked the jar and gulped down several hearty swigs, the rich aroma wafting from the jar eliciting envy among the surrounding pirates. Why is there only this little? Rox hiccuped, shaking the jar in dissatisfaction. Captain, this white liquor is difficult to brew. We've been quite fortunate this time, yielding a total of 3 gin. You have 2 here, and 1 is reserved for the brothers who missed out last time, allowing them a taste this time around. Reyna responded, retrieving a small gourd from behind him, his tone tinged with resignation. This gourd had been exchanged for a living goods voucher from the system's marketplace, which was earned from overtime pay on a certain day. Its sole purpose was to store 10 times its volume of liquid while ensuring the contents remained unspoiled. Upon hearing Reyna's explanation, the pirates behind Rox beamed with delight. Although the yield was modest, Reyna had indeed set aside a portion for them. They dared not covet the exquisite liquor in the captain's possession, but if Rox were to seize what Reyna had reserved for them, it would surely leave a bitter taste in their hearts, even if they remained silent about it. Rox cast a knowing glance at Reyna and said, In that case, you may keep it. Distribute it among the brothers during the feast later. This was, in fact, a subtle trap for Reyna. The liquor in Reyna's hands would be treated differently than in his own. Rox could safeguard it, but Reyna would struggle to do so. Should they part ways at this moment, it was inevitable that stronger crew members would seek to forcibly claim the fine liquor from Reyna. As a weaker individual, he would be unable to protect it, and when the feast commenced without the promised libation, he would find himself at odds with more than just a few. This served as a warning from Rox, indicating that aboard this ship, besides himself, no one could ensure Rayner's safety. It was a consequence of Rayner's earlier maneuver to leverage the crew against rocks, securing a gene of fine liquor. "Thank you, Captain. I am here precisely to celebrate our triumphant return. Surely everyone has been eagerly anticipating this, so I have prepared everything in advance. Let us share it now," Rayner declared, producing small bowls and placing them on the deck before pouring the liquor from the gourd. Rayner had no intention of adhering to Locke's suggestions. He had long ago resolved that the wine must be distributed immediately, and thereafter, no matter who inquired, it would have vanished. Thus, Rayner prepared numerous small bowls. Although each contained but a modest amount, it sufficed to ensure that each crew member received a share. Naturally, formidable crew members like Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Shiki the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, John, and Wang Ji were allocated a slightly larger portion. "Brothers, the yield of this fine wine is limited, but fret not, for I shall continue to brew. There will certainly be more in the future. Now, let us raise our glasses to our captain and toast to the ever-growing strength of the Rocks Pirates. Cheers." Rayner poured himself a small amount as a gesture of goodwill. Of the white wine he had exchanged, one bottle was given to Newgate, two to Locks, and the remaining one was distributed among the crew, thus garnering a wave of goodwill. Yet, Locks might harbor some reservations against him, but Rayner had already devised a remedy for that. After the wine was consumed, the crew began to load their bounties aboard, while the chefs, under the guidance of Long Bread, commenced preparations for a banquet, as they would be spending the night in the harbor. "Captain, are you there?" After the gathering dispersed, Rayner approached the door of Locke's room on the second floor and gently knocked. "Come in." Locke's deep voice resonated. Rayner smiled slightly and stepped inside. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Newgate, Linlin, John, and others lifted their heads, glancing towards Locke's room, having noticed Rayner's entrance. However, despite their awareness, they refrained from further probing into Locke's quarters. Given Locke's formidable strength, their observation abilities were insufficient to breach his defenses, and they halted at the door, opting not to investigate further. Upon entering the room, Rayner wasted no time and placed 2 pounds of white wine directly before Locks. Did you not claim it was all gone?" Locks inquired, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Rayner. Such declarations are necessary in the presence of outsiders. During the banquet, when the captain bestows the previous fine wine upon a few of the more powerful crew members, they will undoubtedly express their gratitude. This, however, is the true tribute of fine wine to our captain, Rayner replied with a smile. The wine was indeed exquisite, but who was Locks? He was the captain destined to become the king of the world. How could he allow Rayner, a mere fledgling, to lead him by the nose? Thus, he refrained from accepting the wine offered by Rayner and retorted, word by word, "But how do I know you Haven Tea hoarded more fine wine for yourself? Rest assured, Captain, in your presence, I am no more significant than an ant. The process of brewing this fine wine has been meticulously crafted by me. At the ship's stern, I have constructed a complete distillation apparatus. While the distilled wine may not rival the brewed variety, it is swifter to produce and yields good wine more readily." Rayner cheerfully handed Locks a pamphlet detailing the distillation and purification process. At this moment, Locks began to genuinely regard Rayner, astonished by his willingness to part with the formula so readily. "Well, splendid. As long as you remain steadfastly by my side, what you shall receive will far exceed this. If there is nothing else, leave the wine. You may take your leave." Locks nodded and spoke. Rayner exhaled in relief and turned to depart, fully aware that he had accomplished his objective. Though it seemed that his actions today were aimed at winning the favor of the crew, his true intention was to pledge his loyalty to Locks. It was not that Rayner intended to follow Locks indefinitely. Rather, he sought the captain's support and protection while he remained vulnerable until the inevitable demise of Locks' pirate crew. Thus, the events of today unfolded as merely the first step in his grand design. Chapter 9. Blind inspiration. That evening, the crew chose to remain on deck rather than disembark, igniting a festive celebration. Rayner, once again, found refuge in an inconspicuous corner, yet this time, his presence did not go unnoticed as it had before. During the revelry, Captain Rox unveiled the exquisite wine crafted by Reyna, distributing it among the crew members who had exerted themselves during the recent plunder, much to their astonishment. It was well known that Captain Rox had never before engaged in such generosity. "Ah, Reyna, my lad, I never anticipated you possessed the talent to brew such delightful libations. This time, I shall let it pass, but should you brew more in the future, you had best ensure I receive at least half a pound." Charlotte Linland seized an opportunity amidst the festivities, plopping down beside Reyna, her tone a mix of jest and veiled threat. "Huh, indeed. Should you fail to provide for us, I shall ensure your demise." Gold Lion Shiki, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, chimed in with a shadowy grin. "Dear comrades, please remain calm. The truth is, crafting such fine wine is a formidable task, not due to a scarcity of ingredients, but rather because the yield is quite limited. However, I have made enhancements to the distillation system, allowing us to reprocess our ordinary beverages. While it may not rival this superior spirit, it shall suffice. The most crucial aspect is that as long as there is sufficient base liquid, we can produce distilled spirits continuously and within a shorter time frame. If you cannot wait, feel free to indulge in the distilled variety for the time being. As for the exquisite wines I concoct, I shall entrust them entirely to the captain for distribution. I trust you all have no doubts regarding the captain's fairness, do you? This time, I have only 3 pounds of fine wine, and the captain has generously shared a substantial portion with everyone. I assure you, he will not be stingy in the future," Reyna expressed in one breath. Having anticipated such a scenario and choosing to have Captain Rox publicly distribute the wine for this very reason. Indeed, as long as everyone puts forth their best efforts, such splendid wines are nothing to be stingy about, Captain Rox added affirmatively. Had Captain Rox uttered these words prior to that day, no one would have believed him. Anything that fell into his possession seemed unattainable. Yet, seeing the considerable amount of fine wine distributed today, the crew instinctively began to trust him. Only the astute crew members, such as Gold Lion Shiki and John, wore expressions of mild displeasure, having not expected Captain Rox to speak out at such a moment. "Ah, I underestimated this fellow," Shiki muttered under his breath, casting a glance at Reyna, who appeared to be grinning foolishly. With Captain Rox having spoken, the matter of the fine wine finally reached a conclusion. As the celebration continued, Reyna began to partake in the festivities. It was not that he lacked the capacity to drink. Rather, irrespective of one's drinking prowess, when faced with the raucous insistence of others to imbibe, unless one were an indomitable drinker, few could withstand it. Thus, now that he had secured a modicum of status aboard the vessel, he began to immerse himself in the convivial atmosphere of the gathering. However, he merely indulged in a fleeting taste of prohibition. For today marked the final day of the bi-monthly gift package, and he awaited the opportunity to unveil its contents. Once the banquet concluded, Reiner, noting that time was still ample, took up cleaning tools and commenced tidying the area. Over the past few days, he had discerned a pattern. The longer one worked overtime, the more lavish the compensation, whereas a mere completion of requisite hours often resulted in a meager payout of berries. By the time he finished his cleaning duties, the hour was nearly at hand, so he returned to the stern of the ship to await the system's disbursement of his wages for the day. Beep. Continuous check-in for the 15th day. Today's wage settlement in progress. You have received a base salary, 150 points. Overtime pay, a voucher for a 50-kilogram weight-bearing suit. Having successfully checked in for the first consecutive 15 days, you have earned a reward. Bloodline limit. Sharingan. Sharingan. The ocular technique from Naruto? Reiner gaped in astonishment at the reward bestowed by the bi-monthly gift package. No sooner had he uttered the words than he felt a searing pain in his eyes, as if flames were igniting within. Enduring the scorching discomfort, Reiner realized that the system was altering his vision. Phew, has it ended? Though the duration was brief, beads of sweat had already formed on his brow. Lifting his gaze to the distance, the world appeared as if washed anew, clarity replacing the shroud of night, which now seemed illuminated under the scrutiny of the Sharingan. Is this the Sharingan? Glancing around, Reiner savored the pristine perception granted by his newfound ocular ability. Wait. Is it merely the single Tomo? Indeed, it lacks the allure of the Mangeki. He produced a mirror, scrutinizing his eyes, which now bore a crimson hue reminiscent of an ailment. A small tomo rested within each pupil, their symmetry signifying the initial form of the single tomo Sharingan. That said, isn't the Sharingan's greatest advantage its ability to cast illusions? Why do I not feel capable of unleashing any Genjutsu? Reflecting on his knowledge of the Sharingan, Reiner realized he seemed unable to wield its illusionary powers, perhaps due to his lack of proficiency in Genjutsu or the absence of a fundamental prerequisite, chakra. The Sharingan is a visual technique from the manga Naruto, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. It possesses formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. Holders exhibit extraordinary insight, capable of perceiving and dispelling illusions, as well as replicating ninjutsu and techniques that do not belong to their bloodline. However, utilizing the Sharingan requires chakra, a unique energy intrinsic to the Naruto universe. Reiner was certain that no chakra had manifested within him due to the Sharingan, thus explaining his inability to perform any illusions. After closing the Sharingan, Reiner's eyes returned to their original state, and his vision diminished, the earlier clarity now a distant memory. This sensation. Upon deactivating the Sharingan, Reina discerned a peculiar feeling, prompting him to swiftly reactivate the eye. He chuckled softly, realizing the reason behind his Sharingan's functionality despite the absence of chakra. It was his stamina that was being consumed instead. Having kept the Sharingan activated for an extended period, the single tomo did not impose a significant burden on him. Thus he remained unaware of the toll it took. However, once he closed the Sharingan, a strange sensation arose, and upon reopening it, the expenditure of stamina became strikingly apparent. It seems I can no longer utilize ninjutsu, Reina sighed. Since the system had implemented changes, it would undoubtedly withhold chakra from him. Devoid of chakra, his Sharingan was rendered largely ineffective and stripped of its potential for advancement. The evolution of the Sharingan necessitates certain stimuli, which would elicit a surge of unique chakra within his mind, subsequently altering his visual perception. Now, lacking chakra entirely, the prospect of progression was inevitably thwarted. Although the single tomo Sharingan was not entirely without merit, its dynamic vision still proved advantageous in combat, albeit incomparable to the complete form of the Sharingan. After testing the capabilities of his Sharingan, Reina deactivated it and proceeded to access his character interface. Name, Reina. Position, intern crew member of the Cross Pirates. Combat power, 286 skills. Basic Taijutsu, 35-100, Basic Kenjutsu, 1-100, Genetic Heritage, Growth Type Mutant Black Emperor, Sebastian Shaw, Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, Single Tomo, Points, 750 items. Universal Weapon Exchange Voucher, Common. 50 kg weight suit exchange voucher. Seeing his combat power soar to 286 took Reina by surprise. He realized that the assistance provided by the Sharingan was not as monumental as that from his Black Emperor heritage. Yet it had increased his power by a staggering 130 points, surpassing the 100 points granted by the Black Emperor lineage by 30 points. However, Reina soon comprehended that while the Black Emperor lineage endowed him with boundless potential, the actual increase in his current combat power was rather modest. In stark contrast, although the Sharingan was not in its complete form and had lost its potential for advancement, it offered him a tangible boost in power at this moment. Furthermore, the dynamic vision conferred by the Sharingan had a prerequisite. The stronger his innate abilities, the greater the enhancement afforded by the Sharingan. As long as it did not exceed the limits of its dynamic perception, the augmentation was substantial. For instance, previously, an incremental increase in his taijutsu proficiency would yield a corresponding rise in power. Now, with the Sharingan, perhaps a slight improvement in taijutsu proficiency would result in a 2 or even 3-point increase in combat power. This was the transformation brought about by the Sharingan. Having closed the character interface, Reiner first exchanged the 50 kg weighted suit, thereby saving a total of 100 points. After donning the newly acquired suit, he discarded the old one into the sea, effectively disposing of it. Tomorrow, he could test his skills against Simpson. Surely, he should be able to defeat him now. Once everything was tidied up, Reiner prepared to return to the cabin for some rest. Hey there. What were you just doing? Just as Reiner was about to leave, a sudden voice startled him. It was Miss Bekeen. Reiner gazed at the woman before him. Adorned with striking red lipstick, sporting sunglasses, petite in stature, and cloaked in a leopard print coat, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Out here lurking at such a late hour, are we? Miss Bekeen looked up at Reiner with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Indeed, although Reiner was still quite young, he stood taller than Miss Bekeen, whose height was comparable to that of a head chef specializing in baking bread. She could be considered a dwarf by earthly standards. Please, I am not lurking. I merely finished my work and was organizing my cleaning tools. Do you honestly believe everyone is like you? How tedious. Reiner scoffed coldly before walking away. After all, she would find nothing of interest here, and he had no intention of engaging with her further. How dare a mere servant disregard me? One day, you will pay dearly for this. Miss Bekeen muttered, her voice low as she watched Reiner's retreating figure. Chapter 10. The Naval Assault Bang. After dodging Simpson's attack, Reina was struck once again, staring incredulously at his opponent. Why is this happening? It has only been one night. What did you do last night? Why do my movements seem so transparent to you? And what is up with your eyes? Simpson gazed in disbelief at Reina. Starting to believe Ismail's words, this guy is indeed a freak. He. I am constantly growing stronger every day. Reina struck a pose, speaking with a sense of pride. Currently, Simpson's combat prowess surpassed his own. Yet, with the Sharingan and the bloodline of the Black Emperor, Reina's explosive power became immensely formidable in an instant. Previously, despite absorbing vast amounts of energy, he was unable to inflict effective damage on his opponent, especially against those crew members who were aware of his abilities, who would always remain cautious of him. However, with the dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan, he felt invincible as long as his body could keep up. He began to understand why the Uchiha clan in Naruto was often perceived as arrogant. Possessing such power without the corresponding humility could indeed lead to excessive pride. You little rascal. Impressive. With your current strength, even if you were to confront other pirates, we need not worry about you being accidentally taken down. Simpson chuckled as he rose from the ground. What? I just defeated a formidable opponent. Reina retorted, slightly aggrieved. We were merely sparring. Do you think it would be the same in a life-or-death struggle? I wouldn't give you a chance to absorb energy. It would be a lethal move from the outset. Either you die or I do, so do not underestimate it. Simpson stated seriously. Reina was taken aback. Indeed, when a real battle occurs, there are too many uncontrollable factors. He recognized that he was not yet in a position to feel confident. And what does defeating me mean? Perhaps I seem impressive in your eyes, but compared to true powerhouses, I might not even qualify as cannon fodder. Look at Captain Newgate and the others. They are the real strong ones. Do you think you could withstand even a single blow from them? Even if you utilized all your abilities, they would still eliminate you in one hit. Seeing Reina lost in contemplation, Simpson hurriedly continued, Exactly. It seems I still have a long way to go. I won't keep you any longer. I have yet to finish my work for today. I will go clean up and find you later for some sparring. Next time, let us try using weapons. After considering Simpson's words, Reina realized he was indeed correct. Phew, I managed to get through that. This kid is truly a freak. I can't afford to spar with him again. Watching Reina scamper away, Simpson sighed with relief, murmuring softly to himself. In the following days, Reina noticed that the crew members who frequently sparred with him began to avoid him, leaving him feeling quite dejected. Hey, why are you here all alone? Aren't you usually training at this time? A voice interrupted Reina's thoughts as he gazed out at the sea. Is that you, Brother Newgate? Everyone seems to have lost interest in sparring with me, so I rarely get a chance to rest. Reina glanced through and saw Edward Newgate, who smiled and said, Gwahaha, it appears you are not disheartened. Disheartened? Why would I be disheartened? Are you referring to the fact that others are not sparring with me? There is nothing to be disheartened about. Training is fundamentally a personal endeavor. Sparring merely serves to validate and accumulate practical experience. Reina shook his head and replied, Oh, is that so? It seems you do not require my counsel. Newgate smiled. Ha, Brother Newgate. I am no mere child. I am a pirate, a formidable pirate. Reina declared, clenching his fist with determination. Is that so? Then allow me to witness just how formidable you truly are. Newgate stepped back slightly. Raynar's eyes lit up. Excitement bubbling within him. Brother Newgate wishes to spar with me? How splendid. Let me experience the might of the world's pinnacle. Boom. Splash. In less than a minute, Raynar was sent flying from the stern of the ship and plunged into the sea. Cough, cough, cough. No, truly, Edward Newgate is extraordinary. The gap is insurmountable. After being rescued by the crew, Raynar coughed a few times, rubbing his chest as he lamented. Kid, are you foolish? How did you end up facing Newgate? That he did not kill you is sheer luck. Ismail tossed a clean towel to Raynar, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. Cough, cough, cough. I did not anticipate such a vast disparity. The reason Raynar managed to last nearly a minute before his defeat was not due to his own strength, but because Newgate had refrained from attacking, merely defending himself. Regardless of Raynar's tactics, they were effortlessly countered by Newgate. Even when he absorbed the energy generated from their clashes to mount an attack, he could not breach Newgate's defenses. When Newgate finally struck, not only did he trigger Raynar's Sharingan, but he also clearly indicated he would target Raynar's chest, yet he still could not defend against it. It was not a matter of Raynar's body lagging behind. Newgate simply sealed off all of his escape routes, forcing Raynar into a direct confrontation. With a singular punch, Raynar was sent flying, and he believed that had Newgate not held back, he would have met his end at that moment. Gwahaha, do you understand now, kid? True strength does not rely on mere techniques. My speed surpasses yours, my power is greater, and thus my strength eclipses yours. Techniques are merely utilized against opponents of comparable strength. What you must do is ensure that your speed exceeds that of everyone in the world, and your power surpasses all. Then you shall be the strongest. Even without any techniques or abilities, it matters not. Having changed his attire and just emerged from the cabin, Raynar heard Newgate's words. Yes, I understand, Brother Newgate. I will intensify my training. Raynar nodded earnestly, addressing Newgate, who leaned against the doorframe. He understood that the other party was conveying to him that it was inconsequential to practice alone. As long as he persevered with unwavering effort, he would inevitably become a formidable force. In truth, Raynar was not disheartened by this situation, endowed with a system, as long as he remained cautious in the early stages. He was destined to become the most resplendent star in this world. In the time that followed, Raynar dedicated every moment, aside from work and rest, to training. He not only honed his physical prowess, but also began to practice swordsmanship. Although the rudimentary sword techniques provided by the system consisted merely of the most fundamental moves, he understood that these basic techniques were often the most invaluable. Thus, each day he practiced diligently, executing the motions of the beginner sword techniques with meticulous care. Captain, it is the Navy ship of Garp. It seems to be approaching our direction. On this day, while Raynar was engaged in his usual physical training, the lookout in the tower suddenly shouted down. Garp? How could that scoundrel be here? Wasn't he supposed to be pursuing some pirate crew led by Roger? Just as the lookout's message reached him, Raynar heard Shiki's voice grumbling. Garp? Roger? Raynar was momentarily taken aback. These were two names he was quite familiar with. And it seemed that the Rock's pirates had been obliterated by the combined might of Navy Garp and Pirate King Roger. When he arrived on the foredeck, he found that Rox and most of the crew had already gathered there. Clearly, Garp's reputation was formidable. Even the Rock's pirates treated the mention of his name with considerable gravity. Don't run around. That fellow over there is not to be trifled with. Newgate had quietly approached his side and whispered, Captain, it is likely that our previous assault on that small island has drawn the Navy's ire, prompting them to dispatch Garp. John murmured beside Rox. Humph, Garp. Rox scoffed, glaring at the approaching dog-headed warship, clearly displeased. Rox, surrender now. Your slaughter of innocent civilians is an unforgivable crime. A resounding voice came from the warship. Sengoku, I did not expect you to come alongside Garp this time. Rox narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression growing more serious as he noted the three naval ships before them. It appeared that, in addition to Sengoku and Garp, there was yet another formidable presence. The newly promoted Vice Admiral Sengoku. Captain, this is troublesome. It will be no easy feat to contend with Garp and Sengoku together. Upon hearing the voice from the opposing side, All the pirates began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Brother Newgate, was that Vice Admiral Sengoku who just spoke? Reiner's eyes lit up as he turned to Newgate and inquired. Yes, it must be him. His strength is formidable, and this situation has indeed become precarious. Newgate nodded in affirmation, responding gravely. Reina was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, even if the formidable duo of Garp and Sengoku stood opposite, this side boasted 3 of the future emperors of the sea, along with the mighty Shiki, the Golden Lion. Moreover, individuals like John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe were no weaklings either, not to mention Captain Rox, a man capable of overwhelming Garp in a one-on-one confrontation. Once the battle commences, keep your distance. It would be best for you to find a place to hide. Your strength has been growing rapidly of late, yet it is still insufficient to contend with the Navy. With Sengoku and Garp together, I may not be able to protect you, Newgate said gravely, oblivious to Reina's unease. I understand, Big Brother Newgate. Please take care as well. Do not worry about me. I will ensure my own safety. Reina nodded, expressing a hint of gratitude. He recognized that remaining close to Newgate and the others, while their protection was assured, would place him squarely at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by powerful combatants, even without any intent to target Reina. The very aftermath of their clashes could claim his life. Thus, distancing himself from them was indeed the wisest course of action at that moment. Chapter 11. The battle with a swift motion, Reina pivoted and unleashed a powerful kick, sending the naval officer who had just ambushed him flying into the depths of the sea. Gasping for breath, he retreated to a corner. Had it not been for the passive triggering nature of the Black Emperor's ability, he would have surely met his demise from that sneak attack. Boom, boom, boom. Reina turned his gaze toward the exploding naval warship, the epicenter of the conflict, which was already in ruins. The naval soldiers on board were either advancing toward the pirate ship to attack or had retreated to defend 2 other warships. The escalation of hostilities had been remarkably swift, catching Reina completely off guard as the battle erupted into a furious clash. Rox led his crew straight towards the foremost naval vessel, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. Meanwhile, on the other 2 warships, Garp and Sengoku rallied their forces to charge forward, transforming that ship into the main battleground. If it weren't for the swift actions of the navigator, the pirate ship would likely have suffered collateral damage from the ongoing skirmish. Hold the line. Clear out these naval forces. The captain had entrusted his loyal confidant, John, with command of the pirate ship's defense. John was now directing the remaining pirates to eradicate the boarding naval officers. Ismail, who had been hiding in a corner and initially reluctant to join the fray, witnessed a naval officer severing his arm. He had no choice but to rush out and save him. Bang. What? An ability user? I didn't expect to find one here. The naval officer exchanged punches with Reina, quickly sensing something amiss and regarding Reina with newfound apprehension. Reina, you're just an intern. You don't need to interfere. Ismail clutched his severed arm, grimacing in pain as he spoke. Get lost. You can't even handle him with both hands, let alone now. Leave this to me. You should go elsewhere. Reina remained focused on the naval officer, refusing to let his guard down. Although their exchange had been brief, the officer's formidable strength, rated at 300 points, had not escaped Reina's notice. Be careful, you little brat. This isn't a sparring match. Don't hold back when it's time to strike. Ismail glanced at him but ultimately chose to withdraw, knowing that his presence would only hinder Reina rather than assist him. However, having spent considerable time with Reina, he understood that Reina was not the type to be ruthless, fearing that Reina's inherent kindness might lead to his downfall. Sharingan, activate. Reina's eyes transformed to a scarlet hue, a black tomo appearing within his pupils. How peculiar. Is it a mutation of the eyes or a fruit ability related to vision? The naval officer observed Reina's transformation with caution, refraining from attacking recklessly. Since you choose not to strike, I shall not be courteous. Reina recognized that the quicker he concluded the battle, the more advantageous it would be for him, and charged forward, weapon in hand. Clang. The clash of swords sparked a few flames, yet the naval officer sensed something amiss. Raynar did not afford him a moment to react, unleashing a series of fundamental sword strikes, compelling his opponent into a fierce contest. Kid, if this is all you've got, then prepare to meet your demise. After exchanging several blows, the naval officer found nothing particularly unusual and gradually lowered his guard, launching an assault on Raynar. His shoulder moved, and there was a discernible shift in his thighs and knees as he intended to step forward and strike from the left. Raynar's Sharingan swiftly discerned the opponent's movements and anticipated his next move. Now was the moment. Raynar sidestepped, evading the impending slash, and before his adversary could adjust, he hurled his weapon like a flying knife directly at him. He managed to foresee my actions? The naval officer mused. But kid, relinquishing your weapon in the midst of battle is hardly a wise strategy. The naval officer realized that Raynar had read his movements. Yet, he dismissed Raynar's decision to use his weapon as a projectile, believing that losing one's weapon in combat rendered one as defenseless as a tiger without its claws, significantly diminishing the threat. What I excel at is not swordsmanship. With his weapon discarded, Raynar followed up with a punch aimed at his opponent. The naval officer deflected Raynar's thrown weapon and raised his foot to block the punch. From their earlier exchanges, he had gauged Raynar's strength. With him using his foot and Raynar his fist, there was no way Raynar could breach his defense. Bang! To the naval officer's astonishment, Raynar's punch sent him stumbling back several steps, and due to his precarious balance on one leg, he fell to the ground. With a swift motion, Raynar followed up, driving his dagger into the officer's body. This is impossible, the naval officer thought, bewildered until his last breath, unable to fathom why Raynar possessed such strength and why he had not utilized it sooner. Had he done so, their confrontation would have been anything but evenly matched. Panting heavily, Raynar wiped the blood from his dagger and sheathed it at his waist. Although the skirmish had been brief, Raynar had employed every tactic at his disposal to secure the kill. Indeed, during their earlier sword clashes, he had discreetly absorbed the energy from the impacts, only releasing it after reaching his limit. He had intentionally discarded his long sword and unleashed his energy with a single punch that toppled his opponent. The dagger at his waist was obtained before the battle began, exchanged from the system's marketplace using a universal weapon voucher. In his first act of killing, Raynar did not experience the overwhelming nausea often depicted in tales. In fact, he felt little at that moment. It was not that he was heartless, but rather that he had no time to dwell on such thoughts amidst the chaos of battle. Well, you've become quite formidable now. Ismail, who had been lurking nearby, exclaimed with a smile as he emerged after the battle concluded. Are you all right? He inquired, observing that Reyna appeared somewhat pale, especially given that Ismail was now missing an arm. Don't worry, it's merely an arm. But you don't seem well. Ismail quickly assisted Reyna in retreating into the ship's cabin. Once he closed his Sharingan, Reyna realized his hands were trembling slightly, a result of both physical exhaustion and the unsettling emotions that followed his first act of killing. All right, it's just a two-dimensional world. They aren't real. Reyna tried to reassure himself, yet deep down, he recognized that he was merely deceiving himself. After regaining a semblance of composure, Reyna resolved to venture outside once more. Ismail, however, could hardly contain his impatience. Had Reyna not appeared so unwell, he would have dashed out long ago. Upon exiting the cabin, they found no indication that the battle had subsided. Let us hunt down those weaker Navy soldiers. Avoid the officers. They possess significantly greater strength. Ismail, despite his hastily bandaged arm, appeared unfazed as he scanned the area for vulnerable Navy soldiers to ambush. This perplexed Reyna. Was this the essence of a two-dimensional constitution? Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation, as Ismail had already charged out to engage the Navy soldiers, compelling Reyna to remain vigilant. Though his abilities granted him a considerable degree of survival, his energy reserves were dwindling, and a formidable adversary could spell his doom. Bang! Plop! After delivering a swift kick that sent another Navy soldier plummeting into the sea, Reyna once again concealed himself. Having gathered sufficient energy from his earlier skirmishes, he sought a secluded spot to convert it into his own strength. This marked the third instance of retreating to transform energy since he and Ismail had emerged, and he sensed an increase in the speed of his energy conversion, though he had little time to ponder this. Upon completing his energy transformation, Reyna prepared to strike anew. After several conversions, he felt his stamina restored to a significant degree, confident that he could now best the Navy officer they had previously encountered. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the Navy warships serving as the main battleground could no longer withstand the onslaught from the strong adversaries, crumbling into debris and sinking to the ocean's depths. Sailors, prepare to set sail. Everyone, drive the Navy out and welcome the captain, John exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the ship's destruction. In truth, further attacks from Reyna and his companions were unnecessary. Upon witnessing the sinking vessel, the remaining Navy personnel aboard the pirate ship leapt into the sea, realizing that the battle had reached its conclusion. Remaining in place meant facing the wrath of the pirates' formidable forces, leaving them with no means of escape. Perhaps due to an unspoken agreement among them, the pirates did not pursue the naval personnel who had abandoned ship. Ha 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 ha! The iconic laughter of the Golden Lion Shiki resonated as he and the attacking pirates landed upon the deck of their vessel, where the presence of the Navy had vanished. Oh ha ha! Victory is ours. Navigator, for heaven's sake, set sail at once. If we do not flee now, we shall be waiting for the Navy to catch up with us. The deck transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration, with the pirates reveling in their triumph over the Navy, while only John continued to curse the navigator. The Navy had not lost their fighting spirit. They still possessed 2 warships. Had the destroyed vessels not been surrounded by numerous naval soldiers, those 2 ships would have already approached. If we do not depart now, once the Navy finishes their business, we may find ourselves embroiled in conflict once more. Chapter 12. The Banquet After the Battle. Brother Newgate, are you all right? Reyna inquired as he approached Edward Newgate, whose upper body was swathed in bandages. Gulalala, I'm fine. I never anticipated that the Navy would deploy Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr this time. It seems we must exercise a bit of restraint lately. Newgate chuckled heartily. Jahaha. Restraint? What restraint? If it weren't for my concerns about the ship, you would see me sinking the other 2 warships as well, Shiki exclaimed with exuberance, seemingly still immersed in the thrill of battle. Mama, after such a fight, I'm famished. Bring me long bread, I am starving. Charlotte Linlin, indifferent to the skirmish, was solely focused on indulging in desserts. Rox wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing some bruises on his cheek, souvenirs from Garp's fierce kick. Yet, Garp too was likely not faring well after exerting himself so vigorously. All right, everyone, tidy up, then let us prepare for the feast, Rox declared, raising his sword high. Oh, the pirates responded with enthusiasm. Following the earlier clash, the pirates made no effort to assess their losses. They hastily cast the bodies of fallen comrades and Navy personnel into the sea, eager to commence the forthcoming celebration. Reyna felt a pang of sadness. Several crew members he had formed bonds with, albeit of lesser strength, had vanished, uncertain if they had perished in battle or failed to return to the ship during the retreat. Meanwhile, at the site of the recent conflict, the Navy was laboring tirelessly to rescue their submerged soldiers. Damn, Garp, I knew nothing good would come from being with you, Zephyr lamented, gazing sorrowfully at his shattered vessel sinking into the depths. Waha, don't concern yourself with such trifles. Didn't I send Rox and his crew fleeing? The next time we meet, it will be under the circumstances of my capturing them. The young Garp laughed boisterously. Sengoku appeared equally troubled, disinclined to converse with Garp, well aware that this man always caused damage to their ships during outings. Did he not realize that battles could be fought upon pirate vessels? The Rox pirate crew is growing increasingly formidable. This cannot continue. Zephyr expressed his apprehension as he observed the departing Rox crew. Sengoku nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, if this persists, there may come a day when even we, the Navy, cannot contend with them. Do not worry. One day, I will surely apprehend him, Garp asserted confidently, clenching his fist. As night descended, the banquet aboard the pirate ship finally commenced. Due to the earlier battle, the crew was in high spirits, and a drink to unwind after such a clash was undoubtedly a splendid choice. Oh, where did this meat come from? It's absolutely delicious, Shiki exclaimed blissfully, savoring a large bone with a gleeful smile. I say, Shiki, did you hear what I just said? Wang Ji asked, somewhat exasperated, addressing the Golden Lion Shiki. Greetings. I understand, and I shall attend to it when I find the time, Shiki declared with unmistakable insincerity. Wang Ji found himself at a loss. Yet Shiki's float fruit could enable the entire pirate ship to ascend, thereby allowing for the repair of the considerable gash in its hull. The skirmish during the day had left a sizable breach at the bottom of the ship, which now harbored a significant amount of accumulated water. Without the opportunity to dock at a small island, the ship's repairmen would be utterly incapable of performing the necessary repairs. Thus, Wang Ji sought out Shiki, hoping he would use his abilities to elevate the ship above the surface, permitting the repair crew to mend the substantial hole in the hull. "Ahaha, I hear you dispatched a naval officer today?" The Golden Lion Shiki inquired, plopping down beside Reiner with a sizable bone in hand. "Indeed, my opponent was formidable, and my victory was rather tenuous," Reiner replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He had no intention of boasting about his prowess. The naval officer had been defeated solely due to his ignorance of Reiner's capabilities. "I hear you cast away your weapons during the battle?" Shiki finished devouring the meat, carelessly discarding the bone aside and burping, then asked. Reiner felt somewhat exasperated. Shiki's knowledge was likely due to Ismail, that one-armed fellow who was boasting to the foul-smelling crew about Reiner's extraordinary feats and how he vanquished the naval officer. From what Reiner had overheard, Ismail had recounted the tale in no less than 5 different versions, 3 of which varied significantly. "I have only studied basic swordsmanship, and my abilities cannot be wielded through weapons, thus I resorted to using my fists," Reiner admitted earnestly. The Black Emperor's capacity to release energy was something Reiner had yet to master through weaponry. It was not a matter of inability, but rather a lack of understanding. Attempting to channel energy through a standard longsword would result in its shattering, with significant energy loss by the time it reached the enemy. Hence, using his fists was the most prudent choice. A swordsman's weapon is his finest companion. If you have no intention of pursuing the path of a swordsman, then specialize in physical techniques and abandon swordsmanship altogether. With that, Shiki stood and departed. Reiner was left in bewilderment, pondering the meaning of Shiki's sudden remarks. He had never proclaimed himself a swordsman. He wondered if his decision to forsake his sword had led to some misunderstanding. Regardless, thanks to Ismail, the entire crew of the ship was now aware of Reiner's accomplishment in slaying a naval officer. Moreover, his consistent efforts were evident to all, and his progress was met with universal acknowledgement. "Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, bring the finest wine of Binks to your side, like the sea breeze that will sailing through the waves as the festivities reach their zenith." Everyone joined in unison to sing Binks Sake, a song every pirate would know by heart. The banquet today was of brief duration, largely due to the exhaustion from the daytime skirmishes. By the time only half of the festivities had transpired, numerous pirates had already succumbed to slumber on the deck. After consuming a few cups of wine, Reyna began to bustle about, relocating the sleeping pirates into the cabin and tidying the disordered deck. Although the celebration continued, Reyna could no longer wait. He had not had the opportunity to work during the day due to the battles, and he had yet to fulfill his basic working hours. Not to mention overtime pay, it was imperative that he completed today's foundational work hours. Otherwise, the streak of consecutive clock-ins would be interrupted. Ding. Consecutive clock-ins, day 20. Today's wage settlement in progress. You have earned a base salary, 200 points. Your overtime hours are insufficient. Overtime pay cannot be awarded. By the time the festivities concluded, he had finally completed the requisite working hours, albeit missing out on the overtime pay. With the addition of today's 200 points, his total points were rapidly approaching 2,000. Once he perfected the basic body technique, he would be able to purchase a skill upgrade voucher. Reyna beamed at the sight of the 200 points credited to his account, overwhelmed with joy. Early the next morning, Reyna was already hard at work. Besides cleaning up after last night's revelry, the crew busied themselves aboard the ship. Following the fierce battle with the Navy yesterday, various parts of the pirate ship had sustained damage, necessitating repairs. Ah, what a day devoid of spirit. Simpson yawned as he carried some timber to the repairman, who was mending a large hole in the ship's bottom. At that moment, the pirate ship was floating in the air, a manifestation of Golden Lion Shiki's powers, facilitating the repairman's work. "Huh, look at Reyna over there, and then look at yourself." Another pirate shook his head, addressing Simpson. Simpson's expression darkened as he pointed at Reyna, exclaiming, "Is that fellow even human? Working so diligently every day, it's either work or exercise. As far as pirates go, he is the most industrious I have ever encountered." Haraha. Reyna, Simpson says you're a freak. Puha. Reyna, Simpson claims you're the foremost pirate. Hurry and challenge the captain. Perhaps we shan't see you tomorrow. The previously lethargic pirates suddenly perked up, teasing Reyna with fervor. This fellow, indeed, he is the most industrious pirate I have ever seen. What do you think? If I were to appoint him as the ship's doctor, would he inflict injuries upon all of you for lack of work, only to treat you afterward? Locks, leaning against the second floor, chimed in with a jest. Paha. The captain speaks true. This is indeed Reyna's style. Captain, please don't let it be so. Otherwise, I fear my later years will be spent within the ship Doctor's quarters. With Locke's participation, the crew's spirits surged even higher. Captain, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Reyna scratched the back of his head, appearing quite earnest. Ah, that rascal is certainly no ordinary fellow. Floating in the air, Shiki naturally overheard the crew's banter and squinted, murmuring softly, "Mama, Reyna, do you have any delicious cake left? I wish to indulge." At that moment, Charlotte Lingling, having just emerged from the cabin, greeted Reyna with a smile and inquired. Following her display of prowess yesterday, the crew had come to recognize her. So Reyna bore no ill will. "Indeed, I have one more left. I shall fetch it for you right away." With that, Reyna set aside his tools, returned to his quarters, and exchanged a cake from the shop. After a moment's thought, he also spent 50 points to procure a large barrel of 50 pounds of dark beer. Lingling, here is the cake you desired. Everyone, this is my brewed dark beer. Its flavor may not rival that of white wine, but it is quite refreshing after a long day. Reyna proclaimed as he bore the barrel and cake onto the deck. Oh, a new brew has arrived? I must have a taste. The crew members set aside their tasks and gradually gathered around Reyna. Mama, Reyna, this cake looks delightful, Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, licking her lips at the sight of the cake Reyna offered. This cake was a special exchange, featuring a flavor she had never tried before. Observing the crew laughing and relishing the beer, Reyna was inspired and retrieved his violin from his room. As the melody of the guest's fine wine resonated, rocks down the contents of his large bowl, then rose to exclaim, "Lads, let the feast commence." Chapter 13. Sparring. Reyna had never anticipated that a momentary whim of his would lead the crew to abandon their tasks and commence a grand banquet. Initiated by none other than Captain Rocks himself, this revelation elucidated the pirate's profound fondness for festivities. La 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 la, young man. I never imagined you had such talent. Impressive, Shiki exclaimed, draping an arm around Reyna's shoulders while singing and sipping his drink. Reyna could only manage a wry smile. The notorious Golden Lion Shiki had always regarded him with suspicion, yet after his performance on the violin, it seemed all animosities had melted away, giving rise to a newfound camaraderie. As Shiki himself proclaimed, anyone capable of playing Binksake could not possibly be a villain. Reyna found the connection between these thoughts perplexing, unable to comprehend the logic behind Shiki's reasoning. Nonetheless, having the Golden Lion no longer targeting him was a significant relief. Observing the crew reveling joyously on the deck, Reyna quietly resumed his work. He had not received his overtime pay yesterday, and he was determined not to let that happen again today. By the end of the day, Reyna successfully collected his base salary along with his overtime pay. In the following days, he devoted himself entirely to honing his physical techniques and cultivating the capabilities of the Black Emperor's bloodline, witnessing a steady enhancement in his strength. However, an exasperating occurrence transpired on the 24th day of his consecutive check-ins. The sign-in system inexplicably reset. According to the system's explanation, the maximum duration for check-ins was 1 month, with a reset occurring on the first of each month. Thus, the first day of each month marked a fresh beginning. Since he had missed a day during the first month, he was ineligible for that month's attendance rewards. Regrettably, he also missed out on the reward for his first consecutive 30 days. Fortunately, this particular reward remained available and would not vanish with the reset. He could claim it whenever he met the conditions. As for the rewards for the first single day, 3 days, 7 days, in half a month. They would not reappear since he had already claimed them. Buru, 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 buru. Just as Reina was practicing his martial arts at the stern of the ship, the din din mushy beside Rox on the second floor began to ring. Hello, what is it? Rox answered the din din mushy, his tone languid. I have the intelligence you requested. The map is in my possession. Come collect it whenever you wish, a deep voice responded from the other end before abruptly hanging up. Upon hearing the words, Rox slowly rose, his eyes ablaze with a formidable light. Ha! It has finally arrived. Excellent, this world ultimately belongs to me. After setting down the din din mushy, Rox gazed out the window, revealing a smile brimming with ambition. The next day, Reina noticed a change in the manner in which the pirate ship navigated, though he paid it little mind. The ship was equipped with a navigator who would adeptly steer their course. His primary objective at present is to hone his skills. He possesses enough points to purchase a skill upgrade scroll, yet his mastery of basic martial arts has not yet reached its pinnacle, so he refrains from making a hasty purchase. Perhaps, at some point, an overtime bonus might grant him one. Bang, bang, bang. Hoo-hoo, this rascal's abilities are becoming increasingly adept. Everyone, we must not let our guard down, lest we suffer disgrace. At this moment, Simpson is engaged in an assault on Raynar alongside two other crew members. This can be considered a form of training for Raynar, given their individual strengths. A one-on-one match against him would be uncertain, but 3 against 1 would undoubtedly spell his defeat. However, Raynar has now mastered the capabilities of the Black Emperor with remarkable finesse, including the precise timing and quantity of energy absorption and release. Be cautious, everyone. Sharingan, activate. As he spoke, Raynar's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, adorned with a black tomo within the irises. Once again, this cursed ability. Be wary, split your attacks. Simpson's expression darkened upon witnessing Raynar activate the Sharingan, and he admonished his comrades. With the Sharingan activated and empowered by the Black Emperor's abilities, Raynar could easily overcome Simpson. Even with 3 adversaries, a moment's carelessness might lead them to disastrous failure. The first to strike was Simpson, charging forward with a low stance, suddenly unleashing a punch aimed directly at Raynar. Meanwhile, the other 2 crew members flanked Raynar, poised to attack at any moment. Yet, Raynar remained unperturbed. The Sharingan whirled rapidly within its sockets as he stepped back, preparing to block Simpson's fist. Just as Raynar's fist was about to make contact with Simpson's, he abruptly withdrew his punch, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick towards Raynar. Before Raynar could react, the 2 crew members simultaneously struck out towards him. A subtle smirk graced Raynar's lips as he deftly crossed his arms to shield against the dual assaults while delivering a kick aimed at Simpson. As he absorbed the kinetic energy generated by the 2 attackers, he redirected it into his kick aimed at Simpson. Boom! The moment Simpson made contact with Raynar, he was sent flying, crashing through the wooden cabin of the pirate ship. What an opportunity! The attacking crew members disregarded the airborne Simpson, fully aware that Raynar's energy absorption has intervals. Although their previous plan did not yield the desired outcome, this moment was still favorable. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 engaged in rapid exchanges. Raynar's Sharingan spun swiftly, allowing him to perceive their every maneuver. Were it not for his physical capabilities lagging behind, he could defeat both opponents solely with the Sharingan. This lad's progress is astonishingly swift. Moreover, his abilities are rather peculiar, seemingly not derived from the powers of a devil fruit. Sitting on the railing of the 2nd level, the Golden Lion Shiki, cigar in mouth, observed the fray below and murmured, "Everyone harbors their secrets. There is no need to pry too deeply." Edward Newgate gazed down at the ongoing battle, and after Shiki spoke, he too began to articulate his thoughts. Haraha, are you afraid I might take action against him? Fear not. As long as he does not provoke me, I shall not seek out unnecessary trouble. The Golden Lion Shiki cast a wary glance at Newgate, fully aware that Reina had been calling him Big Brother Newgate and that Newgate had not opposed this designation. It would be foolish to offend a formidable being like Edward Newgate over a mere intern. Furthermore, the mad Charlotte Linlin also seemed to hold the boy in high regard. Stroking his chin, Shiki pondered whether he should take some action of his own. Meanwhile, the battle below raged on. Reina faced 2 opponents. Although he was under pressure, He did not succumb quickly. At that moment, the battered Simpson suddenly burst forth from the ship's hold. However, Reyna's energy absorption period had concluded, and before Simpson could reach him, he exchanged a punch with a crew member, sending the latter flying into the sea. I cannot allow this boy to continue. I must exert all my strength. Simpson gritted his teeth and charged at Reyna. His earlier release of energy indicated that he could not absorb more in the short term. With Simpson joining the fray, they still had a chance against Reyna in their 2-on-1 confrontation. Yet, at that moment, Reyna slightly retreated, opting not to engage them directly but to dance around them instead. Their earlier failure to subdue Reyna had already cost them the opportunity to defeat him. Shiki, observing from the second level, understood that Reyna's choice to evade indicated a strategy to buy time. Not necessarily. If they can force Reyna into a confrontation, there remains a chance. Newgate shook his head and spoke. Indeed, no sooner had Newgate's words fallen than both opponents abandoned their defenses, charging directly at Reyna, intent on trading injuries to drag him back into the fray. Pressured by their momentum, Reyna had no choice but to engage. Ultimately, before his ability could recover, he was brought down by Simpson and his companion. I have lost. Reyna lay on the deck, gasping for breath. His true strength was insufficient to face two adversaries. Although his abilities had returned in the final moments, he chose not to utilize them. This was merely a spar, and employing them would serve no purpose. The outcome had been determined the moment he was pulled back into their arena. Your abilities are indeed troublesome. Simpson extended a hand to help Reyna up, smiling as he spoke. No, my strength is still far from adequate, Reyna replied, shaking his head. After witnessing the extraordinary combat prowess of the Navy's top-tier fighters, Reyna now comprehended the vast disparity between himself and the world's elite. The combat abilities of Rox and Garp surpassed his expectations. In contrast, including the future emperors and the Golden Lion Shiki, their strength had yet to reach its zenith. In the future, during the war on the summit, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, despite the decline of his physical prowess due to age, was capable of wreaking far more devastation with mere gestures than most could today. At that time, his diminished stamina hindered his ability to engage in prolonged combat. However, his combat strength was arguably superior to what it is now. The foremost powerhouses of that era were none other than Rox and Garp. While Reyna remained uncertain whether the two had unleashed their full might during that fateful battle, the destruction and aura they manifested were not inferior to that of Whitebeard during the Summit War. Hey, Reyna, where's your violin? Play the fine wine of guests, shouted several inebriated crew members as Reyna was about to rise and repair the damaged cabin from their earlier skirmish. Ever since they discovered Reyna's musical talent, these fellows often insisted he perform. I must first repair the cabin, otherwise, when Smirk will undoubtedly have my head, Reyna lamented, gesturing with his tools toward the wreckage with a smile. Let Simpson handle it. Wasn't he the one who caused the damage? One of the drunken sailors chuckled, clearly having followed Reyna's earlier battle with keen interest. Chapter 14. Devil's Island. As Simpson rushed towards the drinking crew, Reyna realized he could work in peace. Time spent sailing on the vast ocean often felt tedious, even for Reyna. The monotony of daily tasks and exercises began to wear on him. Yet another listless day. It truly saps one's spirit. Ismail yawned as he emerged from the cabin. Such is the nature of sailing, facing the same unchanging sea day after day can indeed be quite dreary. If you have nothing to do, help me with the cleaning. Reyna, having just finished tidying up, plopped down at the ship's railing, chuckling. This spot was usually occupied by Newgate, and in his absence, Reyna occasionally took the opportunity to rest there. Spare me, please. Ismail waved his single arm and hurriedly fled. Attention! Pirate ship spotted. At that moment, the lookout on the crow's nest suddenly shouted. Reyna could hear both excitement and joy in his voice. After all, they had sailed for over a week without encountering any islands. Since altering their course, they hadn't seen even a single vessel. Ha ha ha. Finally, some company. I was beginning to think we had entered a no-man's land. Oh lads, prepare for a raid. The crew erupted in exhilaration at the sight of the pirates. Even formidable figures like Shiki the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin rushed out of the cabin at the first sound of the alert. However, before they could fully gather, the lookout shouted again. Island ahead. Island spotted. This left even Rayner momentarily speechless. It was unexpected that they encountered both a pirate ship and an island simultaneously. Indeed, without needing the lookout to shout further, the pirates on deck had already noticed a multitude of ships surrounding them, seemingly converging from all directions. Oh, so this is the place. I wonder what the captain's sudden interest in this location signifies. Shiki muttered, a hint of disdain in his voice. Brother Newgate, where are we? Why are there so many pirates around? Rayner inquired of Edward Newgate, who had approached him. This should be Devil's Island. It is said that one cannot reach it via normal routes. Only those with a special record pointer can arrive here. Newgate gazed into the distance at the island. Devil's Island? Rayner questioned, somewhat perplexed. He had not previously heard of such a place, although he was aware that many islands in these waters were not easily accessible. Indeed, it is Devil's Island, home to some truly nefarious characters. Hence, the multitude of pirate ships surrounding us. Shiki, who had mysteriously appeared by their side, licked his lips as he spoke. He seemed quite certain, perhaps having visited this place before. It seems Mr. Shiki is gearing up for a grand endeavor. Rayner remarked with a smile, glancing at Shiki. There are many strong foes here. Newgate cast a sidelong glance at Shiki and spoke matter-of-factly. It seems to be a reminder for him not to be overly arrogant, yet Shiki evidently paid no mind to it. Although he was not at his peak, his strength was already formidable, thus he remained unfazed. Brother Newgate, do you think if I take out a few fellows here, I might earn a bounty? Rayner inquired with a hint of anticipation. However, as soon as the words left his lips, both Newgate and Shiki shot him a glance and burst into laughter simultaneously. The bounties of this era are vastly different from those of the future age of pirates. Presently, a bounty serves as a symbol of identity and without considerable strength. The Navy would not issue a bounty on you. Of course, should you commit an act that incites public outrage, the Navy would not hesitate to put a bounty on your head. During their previous voyage, as they had encountered no troubles, there was little work to be done aboard the ship. Consequently, Rayner began tidying up the quarters, starting with the captain's cabin, where the most prominent feature was a row of bounty posters adorning the walls. Centrally displayed was the bounty of Rox himself, flanked by those of Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Shiki the Golden Lion, John, Wang Ji, and several other high-ranking officials. Additionally, there were bounties of the future pirate King Roger and numerous pirates unknown to Rayner. However, among them, he spotted a familiar bounty poster. Katarina Devon, known as the Crescent Moon Hunter, had been designated by the world government as the most notorious female pirate. Rayner recalled her due to her infamous moniker, as it seemed she had committed numerous heinous acts, leading the future Navy to erase her existence from records. Later, during Luffy's tumultuous escapade in Impel Down, Blackbeard Teach rescued her, granting her a second chance at life. She subsequently became a captain within the Blackbeard Pirates, a formidable figure among the crew. Rayner had previously inquired about the bounty posters, learning that every officer aboard had their own, serving as proof of their strength. Kid, if you wish to obtain a bounty, tidying up the ship every day won't suffice. Do you see that fellow over there? In the last battle with the Navy, he took down quite a number of them, which has significantly increased his bounty. He's nearly surpassing mine. Shiki exclaimed, gesturing towards Kaido, who was boasting in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Rayner glanced at Kaido, who seemed to have sensed the discussion and turned, locking eyes with Rayner, sending a shiver down his spine. He was well aware of how formidable this individual would become in the future, and unlike Shiki and Newgate, Kaido and Linlin were considerably younger. Although their current strength might not rival Newgate's, their extraordinary potential and talent were already apparent. Otherwise, Rox would not have taken note of them. Ugh, I still have my tasks to complete today. Since we haven't docked yet, I shall return to work. Rayner muttered, turning to leave. He would not disclose to others that his daily labor was, in fact, a means to grow stronger. Today he was just a little short of completing his work hours, and upon finishing, he would finally be able to disembark and explore the island. Having been cooped up on the ship for so long, he no longer cared for overtime pay. He simply yearned to venture out. When the pirate ship docked, Rayner had already fulfilled his work hours, and thus, he disembarked alongside his fellow crew members. Brother Newgate, may I accompany you today? Rayner cheerfully inquired as he approached Newgate from behind. Newgate smiled and nodded in affirmation, appreciating Reyna's potential and grounded nature, recognizing him as someone who, like himself, harbored a pure heart beneath the surface. Once ashore, Rox led John directly to the island's center, while the remaining crew members dispersed in small groups. Accompanying Newgate were Reyna and several other pirates, who had agreed to visit a tavern together. Oh, how I long for the sound of revelry. Upon pushing open the tavern door, they were met with a cacophony of voices. The island was teeming with pirates, and taverns were their favored haunts, ensuring a lively atmosphere. Alas, there are no seats available, Ismail remarked with a frown, hesitating momentarily. Initially, he had no intention of following Newgate, but Reyna had insisted he join, so he complied. Among their group, Newgate was the strongest, and thus the course of action was left to him. Typically, Ismail's nature would have led him to seek out someone to confront, but he refrained this time. Rather than vying for seats like ordinary pirates, Newgate simply settled at the bar, prompting Reyna and the others to follow suit. In such situations, latecomers usually targeted an occupied seat to commandeer, yet Newgate's approach was characteristic of weaker pirates, indicating reluctance to stir conflict. Indeed, as they took their seats, surrounding pirates began to point and whisper, some wearing mocking smirks, deeming them unworthy of the pirate title, merely cowards. Apart from Reyna and Newgate, the others grew visibly uncomfortable, but as Newgate remained silent, they held their tongues. "Bartender, bring forth your finest liquor," Reyna declared, unperturbed, for he saw no fault in their conduct. Being aware of the customary order of arrival. A bunch of cowards, and they wish for the finest drinks? Do you even possess any berries? A nearby pirate chuckled. Indeed, cowards should stick to milk. What business do you have with liquor? Are you even of age? Have you informed your guardians you're at a tavern? The surrounding pirates erupted in laughter. With a resounding crash, the atmosphere shifted. Ismail slammed his one-armed hand onto the table, preparing to rise, only to be restrained by Reyna. "Do not pay any mind. A dog has bitten you, but would you stoop to bite the dog in return? Such behavior is beneath your dignity." Reyna shook his head and remarked, "I shall not bite a dog, but I would gladly crush it underfoot to silence its incessant barking that annoys us all." Ismail snorted, reclaiming his seat. "What? You there, lad? Whom do you refer to as a dog?" The nearest pirate, with a menacing expression, suddenly stood up to inquire. "Whoever answers me shall be the one I speak of. By the way, my good sir, is your wine ever going to be served? Truly, you ought not to admit every sort of guest. It would be best to erect a sign outside. No beggars or dogs allowed." Reyna cast a sidelong glance at the pirate before turning to the proprietor with a wry smile. He was unperturbed, for with Edward Newgate present, this room full of pirates would not suffice to challenge him alone. Chapter 15. Intelligence guests are advised against resorting to violence here. This territory belongs to Lord Freitas. The tavern owner remarked after serving Reyna and his companions each a generous flagon of drink, addressing the pirate hesitating on whether to engage in a brawl. Javier Freitas is one of the three principal figures on Devil Island, overseeing all taverns on the isle, as well as managing the lucrative trades of information and weaponry. Indeed, upon hearing the tavern owner's words, the pirate begrudgingly took a seat and fell silent. However, the surrounding pirates would not let him off easily, hurling derisive taunts and insults at him. "If anyone has needs, you may step outside the tavern. We shall not intervene. But those who dare to instigate a fight within these walls, let us see if you possess the strength to leave Devil Island." The tavern owner, fully aware that these pirates were merely onlookers craving excitement, felt compelled to interject for the sake of the tavern's peace. "Owner, are you perhaps in collusion with those ruffians?" A pirate from the corner suddenly chimed in. His words caused the owner's expression to shift, leading him to retreat into silence, returning to the bar to polish the glasses. As a neutral party on Devil Island, any hint of favoritism could result in severe repercussions for him. Ismail, standing nearby, turned ready to unleash a tirade, but Reyna restrained him, whispering, "Pay them no mind. We are here to enjoy our drinks. Let not the trivialities of others mar our revelry." He is fortunate indeed. Otherwise, boom. Ismail's words were abruptly cut short by the sound of an explosion outside. Haraha. Now I command you to leave. And who dares to object? The voice of the infamous Golden Lion Shiki echoed from outside. Without needing to inquire, word swiftly spread within the tavern, vividly recounting the chaos unfolding beyond the doors. It turned out that Golden Lion Shiki had arrived at a nearby tavern with his entourage, only to find no available seats. Consequently, Shiki audaciously demanded that everyone vacate the premises. This proclamation ignited a frenzy among the pirates inside, who were naturally unwilling to comply. Thus, without further ado, Shiki initiated a brawl, unceremoniously tossing every pirate out. During this tumult, some recognized his identity, prompting a hasty retreat among the ruffians. Shiki, known for his formidable prowess and his affiliation with the Rocks Pirates, was a figure of considerable strength. While the true might of the Rocks Pirates may remain a mystery to many, it is indisputable that in this era, they stand unrivaled among pirate crews. Bang! What a stroke of bad luck, encountering such chaos right upon stepping outside. I merely wish to enjoy a drink in peace. Just as the tales of the outside fracas concluded, the tavern doors swung open abruptly, revealing the striking golden mane of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion. Shiki. Upon recognizing the newcomer, silence fell over the tavern as patrons gazed at Shiki, too intimidated to utter a sound. Is it full again? The Golden Lion Shiki furrowed his brow and spoke with a hint of discontent. In the hushed tavern, Rena could distinctly hear the sound of others swallowing their saliva. They were eager to relinquish their places, yet dared not move until Shiki gave the word. Who could tell if standing up would be perceived as a provocation? Hey kid, why are you drinking someone else's liquor instead of your own? Shiki remarked, sauntering to Rena's side. He exhaled a puff of smoke and lifted Rena's goblet, draining it in one gulp. I must inform you that this drink costs 2,000 berries. I won't be footing the bill. Rena rolled his eyes at Shiki. Ha ha. Shiki's laughter boomed, drawing curious glances from the surrounding pirates, who regarded Rena as a fool on the brink of disaster. However, Rena exhibited not a shred of concern. Even the tavern owner refrained from interjecting, neglecting to remind the patrons of the no-fighting rule within the establishment. Do you not desire a bounty? Perhaps emulating his actions would shorten your time in the limelight. At that moment, the previously silent Whitebeard suddenly addressed Rena. His words triggered a wave of gasps throughout the tavern. Who are these individuals? They dare to trample over the Golden Lion Shiki? Their audacity knows no bounds. Even Shiki cast a curious glance at Whitebeard, uncertain whether he intended for Shiki to be a stepping stone for Rena or merely to convey that notoriety demands audacious deeds. Should Shiki be viewed as a mere stepping stone, he would not fear even Whitebeard himself, let alone the insignificant Rena. Perhaps I should refrain. I might inadvertently be sliced into 8 pieces by Mr. Shiki. Rena waved his hand dismissively, then glanced at the silent pirates in the tavern, chuckling. As for driving everyone out, I truly despise trouble. Ha ha. Although Rena's words were brazen, none dared to counter him, as many had recognized Whitebeard during his speech, aware that they were all members of the Rocks Pirates. Why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to buy you drinks? Shiki began to speak, but upon noticing the pirates' rapt attention, his expression darkened. Hearing Shiki's words, the pirates swiftly rose, clamoring to escape the tavern. Their reluctance to leave stemmed not from desire, but from fear. As Rena surveyed the now desolate tavern, his enthusiasm waned. It was no different from being aboard the ship. He longed for the company of familiar faces, for those raucous pirates had, despite their insolence, represented a genuine existence. I'm off to explore. Brother Whitebeard, do you require anything? Rena downed the drink the owner had brought back and inquired. Newgate shook his head, indicating that he had no desires of his own. Ismail promptly rose to accompany Rena in departing. After all, he had come at Rena's invitation, and with Rena's departure, he had no reason to linger. As for the other crew members, they were indifferent. They had merely come to unwind, and the presence of others mattered little to them. Once Rena had left, the Golden Lion Shiki plopped down in Rena's seat, cigar in mouth, and addressed Newgate. Hey, Newgate, were you just encouraging that kid Rena to take a shot at me? Ha ha ha. What? Is that not permissible? Newgate responded, laughing heartily as if he had heard a splendid joke. Come on, Shiki, what jest is this? Although Reyna is decent, he pales in comparison to you, doesn't he? How could Newgate possibly let him take a swing at you? That would be tantamount to sending him to his doom. Exactly. Newgate has high hopes for Reyna. How could he possibly allow him to meet his end? Several crew members, who had been drinking nearby, chimed in upon hearing the exchange between Shiki and Newgate. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion Shiki actually contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, you make a compelling point. He then raised a toast with the chuckling Newgate. After leaving the tavern, Reyna meandered aimlessly through the streets and discovered that apart from taverns, the only other establishments were casinos. Although there were a few other shops, they were scarce. After a brief stroll, he entered another tavern that was not overly crowded. Have you heard? The Rocks pirates have also arrived on this island. What? The Rocks? Is it really them? What could such a pirate crew possibly want here? Is the information reliable? Of course. Just now, Golden Lion Shiki wrecked a tavern over there, and word is spread. As soon as Reyna stepped into the tavern, he overheard the pirates discussing Shiki's rampage. I also heard that someone spotted Charlotte Linlan. What? The one who single-handedly destroyed the giant village Elbaf? Truly, I suppose one ought to remain low-key these days. Otherwise, if we attract the attention of such individuals, we would surely be done for. Reyna ordered some drinks and settled into a corner, listening to the surrounding pirates chatter about the Rocks pirates. I have heard that the Navy previously dispatched 3 warships to capture them, but they all failed. The crew aboard that ship are indeed monsters. Speaking of monsters, you must have heard of that pirate crew led by Roger, who seems to possess formidable strength as well. Surprisingly, as Reyna listened to the pirates discuss their tales, he caught wind of Roger's name. He knew that Roger had not yet become the Pirate King, but he was unaware of how powerful he truly was at this juncture. He had previously analyzed the top-tier powers in the world of pirates, and according to the current timeline, the strongest should be Rocks, Garp, and Roger. Among Garp's notable achievements, aside from his collaboration with Roger to vanquish Rocks, he has engaged in numerous battles against Roger himself and, alongside Sengoku, achieved victory over the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion. The adversaries he faced were undoubtedly at the zenith of their powers, be it Rocks, Roger, or Shiki, indicating that these encounters coincided with Garp's own peak prowess. As for Roger's confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates on a remote island during the final year of his life, Reyna perceives it more as a sparring match rather than a true battle. At that juncture, Roger's crew had reached the apex of their journey, discovering that the last island, Raftel, was not the ultimate destination. Rather, they required 4 red poneglyphs to navigate to the final isle. Furthermore, during this period, Roger was already afflicted by poison, with his life dwindling to its last year. Consequently, regarding Roger's combat capabilities, Reyna cannot assert with certainty due to the absence of concrete achievements. However, he speculates that at this moment, Roger likely surpassed the likes of Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlan, and Shiki. In comparison to his captain, Rocks, even if he did not surpass him, it stands to reason that the gap would be negligible, rendering him unable to evade Garp's relentless pursuit. Chapter 16. Setting Sail Boss, the Bill. After placing a stack of berries on the table, Reyna rose and exited the tavern. He had just gleaned some intriguing information within the establishment, learning that the Roger pirates were indeed quite active in the New World. This stirred his anticipation for a potential encounter between the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates. Although, based on what he knew, there had been no intersections between the two crews, save for the singular event at God Valley. However, given that he had traversed into this alternate dimension, deviations were not entirely implausible. Upon leaving the tavern, Reyna meandered into a weapon shop, as he was currently in search of a superior weapon. While he had honed his martial skills, with the aid of a system, he believed his swordsmanship would also improve in time. Moreover, he had become adept at harnessing the powers of the Black Emperor, capable of channeling energy even through weaponry. Yet, inferior weapons would inevitably falter after a few transmissions of energy. Thus, he sought to procure something of higher quality, such as a fine cutlass of 50 craftsmanship or a great cutlass of 21 craftsmanship. As for the existence of a supreme great cutlass of 12 craftsmanship, he deemed it a mere fantasy, especially given his current prowess, which was insufficient to wield even some of the great cutlasses of 21 craftsmanship. I wonder what the captain is doing on this island, Reyna murmured softly after exiting another weapon shop. He had visited 3 establishments without encountering anything worthwhile, not even a decent weapon. Hey, Reyna, what are you doing here? Came the voice of Simpson from behind. Turning around, Reyna saw Simpson and Winsmarek approaching, bottles in hand, swaying as they walked. I mean, is drinking all you lot ever do? Reyna shook his head in exasperation. Well, hick, what are you up to then? Simpson asked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I'm searching for a suitable weapon. Reyna pointed back at the weapon shop he had just exited, but all they had were worthless items. Haha, are you daft? What kind of good items would you expect to find in a place like this? They're merely peddling standard weapons. Who would part with something truly valuable? Winsmarek chuckled heartily. Reyna paused, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, this was the Island of Demons, a haven for pirates, not a typical commercial hub, but rather a place of organized chaos. Pfft, and you say we only know how to drink? You're no different. Simpson laughed at Reyna's misfortune. By the way, do you know why the captain has come here? Reyna inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. That's a mystery to us, too. Perhaps the higher-ups are aware. Regardless, it doesn't matter. The Cross pirates roam these waters freely, going wherever we please. Our captain is destined to be the king of the world. Simpson replied with a grin. Reyna sighed, for they truly did not comprehend the depths of this world. However, his current abilities were insufficient, leaving him no choice but to drift along with the currents. After parting ways with Simpson and the others, Reyna returned to the ship alone. The pirate vessel was eerily quiet, devoid of anyone but him. The prolonged days at sea had left the crew restless, and they were now expending their energy on Devil Island. After a brief period of activity, Reyna began his training. Although he was uncertain about when the Valley of the Gods incident would occur, he was determined not to meet his demise unexpectedly. Thus, enhancing his strength was his only means of survival. The next day, crew members gradually returned, and upon their arrival, they were greeted by the gleaming deck, meticulously cleaned by Reyna, who had erased the remnants of the recent battle with the Navy. This was the result of his early morning efforts. He was unsure of Captain Rock's intentions to remain here for a few days or if there were matters at hand, so he endeavored to complete his daily tasks promptly, ensuring that unforeseen events would not disrupt his routine. The previous month's missed day of full attendance had impacted Reyna profoundly. He feared that if such occurrences continued, he might very well lose his sanity. The returning crew consisted mostly of those who had not rested the night before, heading straight to their quarters for much-needed slumber, while the others continued to revel on the island. After finishing his day's work, Reyna resumed his training, occasionally descending to the tavern for a respite. Thus, 3 days elapsed before Captain Rocks issued a summons for the crew to assemble aboard the ship. Newgate, you look well. It seems you've enjoyed yourself these past few days, Reyna exclaimed, hurrying to greet Edward Newgate after his workout. Surely he had been enjoying himself, after all. The liquor consumed over the past few days had been on their tap. Tell me, Newgate, are you being a bit stingy? Huh, I never pay for my drinks, Newgate replied proudly. Reyna's expression darkened. Why did Edward Newgate sound so juvenile when making such statements? Having witnessed his past indiscretions, he wondered if he might be silenced in the future. After days apart, the crew members exchanged greetings, while Captain Rocks observed them from the second-floor loft. Captain, are we setting sail now? We still lack sufficient food and drink. The head chef, Longbread, suddenly called out to Rocks. Oh, not enough? Then let us take it from them. Rocks replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the pirate ship docked nearby. Oh, then let us create a ruckus. Ha ha ha, truly. The captain is magnificent. Upon hearing the words of Rocks, the crew erupted into exuberant cheers. Although they had enjoyed a leisurely few days, they knew that a pirate's essence lay in plundering. What kind of pirates would they be if they did not seize the opportunity to loot? Having restrained themselves out of consideration for their captain's affairs on the island, they now felt invigorated by Rock's command. Run. It's the Rocks pirates. Help. Is there anyone to save me? The pirate ships docked alongside the Rocks pirates vessel came under immediate assault, with only a handful of personnel remaining aboard. The attacking forces faced little resistance. After enduring a lengthy voyage, these pirates were eager for a respite on land, making their defeat all the more effortless. Reyna also participated in this operation, harboring no psychological burdens when it came to confronting pirates. He sought to discover suitable weaponry as well. However, he not only found weaponry that met his satisfaction but also realized that treasures were scarce. Perhaps the departing pirates had taken their riches with them. Nonetheless, they collected a substantial amount of food and drink. After vanquishing the fifth pirate ship, their provisions were replenished, and the crew gradually returned to their own vessel, preparing to set sail once more. Meanwhile, at the heart of Demon Island, within a surveillance room, the sight of the Rocks pirates attacking other vessels prompted a report to their superiors. Yet, the orders they received instructed them to feign ignorance. That scoundrel Rocks, so brazenly making a spectacle in the harbor. Is it truly wise to cooperate with him? Grumbled a man with a small mustache. He was Gavriel Freitas, one of the three main figures on Demon Island, overseeing all taverns and responsible for the trade of information and weaponry. There's no turning back now. If they truly escalate this conflict, it won't just be the harbor. This entire island may be laid to waste. Sighed another stout man. Well, the situation has unfolded. So we must find the captains of those ships, offer them a sum to keep quiet, and if they refuse, eliminate them. A robust man seated at the head of the table, his face concealed by a mask, commanded the room. Yes, brother, both men replied, bowing their heads in deference. This masked figure was the master of Demon Island, governing all dealings with the pirates and rogues who frequented the place. On the other side, aboard the already sailing pirate ship, Reyna submitted a portion of the plundered treasures and then cast the remainder into his quarters before making his way toward a muscular man with a dragon tattoo adorning his left arm. Hey, Mr. Kaido, Reyna greeted with a smile. Reyna? What do you want? Kaido replied, momentarily taken aback as he regarded Reyna. I wish to learn combat skills from you. Reyna stated directly, without preamble. Ha, you want to learn from me? My physique is innate. You cannot replicate it. Kaido shook his head, dismissing the idea. Reyna sighed, nodded, and departed without further ado. He was uncertain whether Kaido had deceived him. However, given Kaido's assertion, he felt it unnecessary to press the matter. In truth, Kaido's martial skills were rather rudimentary, yet his physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Thus, even without mastering any techniques, Kaido possessed inhuman combat capabilities. Initially, Reyna had hoped to learn how Kaido transformed his body to such an extent, but Kaido's earlier remarks had clarified the situation, prompting Reyna to refrain from further pursuit. What an intriguing fellow. Kaido chuckled softly as he observed Reyna's retreating figure. Mama, what brings my brother here? After Reyna's departure, Charlotte Linlin emerged from the ship's cabin, clutching the dessert she had recently pilfered, and inquired directly of Kaido. He seeks to understand why my physique is so powerful. Kaido replied candidly. Oh, another ambitious individual, is he? Charlotte Linlin mused, casting her gaze in the direction Reyna had gone. Ambition must be accompanied by commensurate strength. Kaido scoffed. Although he had only recently transitioned from a trainee crew member to a full-fledged one, his abilities already surpassed those of the average officer. Only figures like Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Linlin could suppress him. Against other officers, while they might defeat him, they would find it impossible to vanquish him. This was due to his extraordinary physique, which rendered ordinary attacks incapable of even inflicting damage upon him. Chapter 17. Reiner's concerns. The clock ticked. It was the 18th day of continuous check-ins. Today's salary was being settled. You have received a base salary of 180 points and overtime pay of 90 points. As another day drew to a close, Reiner's points had surpassed 3,000. Ordinarily, this would be more than sufficient, yet during this period, he had redeemed several bottles of fine liquor, thus depleting a portion of his points. His proficiency in basic physical techniques was nearing completion, and he anticipated that by the end of the month, he would have mastered it. At that point, spending 1,000 points to upgrade his basic physical techniques would significantly enhance his strength. Splash! At that moment, Reiner suddenly heard the sound of something falling into the water. He craned his neck to peer towards the stern of the ship and spotted a small boat floating behind, seemingly occupied by a shadowy figure. Sharingan. Activate. Reiner activated his Sharingan, and the previously dark vision brightened slightly. Was that John? Reiner was taken aback. recognizing the person in the small boat as Captain Rock's trusted aide. Upon realizing it was one of his own, Reiner deactivated his Sharingan and chose to pretend he had seen nothing. That individual was considered the least capable among the officers. Yet his allegiance to Captain Rox granted him a high status aboard the ship. Whatever he intended to do, Reiner deemed it prudent to act as if he were oblivious. The following morning, as usual, Reiner rose to engage in physical training. After 2 hours of practice, he completed another 2 hours of work before picking up his tools to continue. By the time he was nearly finished with his round of cleaning, the crew members began to stir. "Oh, what a splendid day. Reiner, prepare some bait for us. I wish to go fishing." Simpson yawned, gazing at the sun in the sky, addressing Reiner. "Count me in. I want to fish too." "Haha. Since everyone is fishing, count me among you." Reiner watched his fellow crew members, who had just awakened and were instructing him to prepare their tasks, and his expression darkened. "Ha ha ha. Young man, tell me, what enchantment does your bait possess? Why does it attract fish more effectively than ordinary bait?" The Golden Lion Shiki chimed in, curious. "There is no special formula. As I have mentioned before, the bait I make is no different from what you all create yourselves." Reiner replied, exasperated. This was entirely his own doing. Previously, upon seeing Shiki fishing, he had approached out of curiosity. However, Shiki, frustrated at not catching anything, had taken out his anger on Reiner, who then received a sound beating before being handed a fishing rod. In a fit of revenge, Shiki had redeemed an exceptionally effective bait from the marketplace, demonstrating its prowess in front of Reiner, nearly driving him to madness with his relentless catches. Since then, word had spread among the crew that his unique bait could quickly attract fish, leading any crew member wishing to fish to seek him out for bait. In the end, Reiner exchanged some bait for these fellows. Otherwise, he would have had a restless day. Fortunately, the points required for the bait were minimal, as a large bag could be obtained for just 10 points. With a considerable surplus of points at his disposal, he would never deign to redeem such trifles otherwise. "Brother Newgate, would you care to try some?" Reiner inquired, extending the remaining bait to Newgate, who was seated at the ship's railing, with a smile. "No, thank you. However, your bait seems to possess some enchantment. Even Shiki has lowered himself to seek it from you." Newgate replied with a hearty chuckle, shaking his head. "Huh, I remember the last incident quite well. I may not be able to defeat him now, but just wait until I can. I shall show him," Reiner said, scrunching his nose in annoyance. "Gulalala, then you must put in the effort. His temperament tends to offend others. Who knows when he might be taken down?" Newgate laughed heartily. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, a long loaf of bread presented an oddly shaped fruit to Charlotte Lin, exclaiming, "This is the devil fruit I discovered. Quickly, take it away. Don't you know I already possess a devil fruit? It is said that when two devil fruits meet, dreadful things can occur." Charlotte Lin waved her hand dismissively, slightly disgusted. The long loaf's expression darkened as he retorted, "You are referring to a single individual consuming two fruits. Merely holding it poses no danger. Have you forgotten that I am also a wielder of abilities?" That seems true. Are you certain it's safe?" Charlotte Lin scrutinized the long loaf, and only after confirming his safety did she take the peculiar fruit from his hands. "What abilities does this fruit possess?" she asked curiously. "If all goes as expected, this should be a Zoan-type fruit, though I cannot ascertain its specifics," the long loaf replied, shaking his head. "Zoan? That's of little use. If it were a Logia type, we could cultivate our own." Upon hearing it was a Zoan type, Charlotte Lin immediately lost interest. "Our own? Who among us can we consider as such? Are you referring to Kaido? Or perhaps Reiner?" The long loaf asked warily. He had sought out Charlotte Lin due to her formidable strength, and if she were uncontrollable, it could spell trouble. "Of course, I mean Reiner. That fellow harbors grand ambitions," Charlotte Lin stated with a steely gaze. "Reiner? His abilities are indeed peculiar, yet he may not be like us. And his bond with Newgate seems more profound," the long loaf replied, shaking his head. "Fear not. Have you forgotten my powers? When faced with the prospect of life, no one would refuse." Charlotte Lin bellowed with laughter. That evening, the crew's meal consisted of grilled fish. There was no alternative, as they had caught far too many, and wasting them was not an option. "Has anyone seen John?" Wang Ji asked, casting a puzzled glance around during dinner. John, I have not seen him. It seems that he has been absent all day. Perhaps he is resting in the cabin? Should I check on him? Is he really not eating? The crew members shook their heads, indicating they had not encountered John. As Reyna savored grilled fish and sipped wine, a flicker of concern crossed his mind, recalling the events of the previous night. However, he understood that it was not his place to intervene, so he remained silent. Something is amiss. John is missing. He's not in his room. A crew member rushed in, anxiety etched on his face. What? Missing? How can that be? A living person cannot simply vanish aboard a ship. Everyone halted their activities, turning their attention to the crew member who had gone in search of John. I will inform the captain. Everyone stay here and do not scatter, Wang Ji declared, his expression shifting dramatically. This was merely a dining area for ordinary crew members. The officers seldom joined them, typically preferring the solitude of their quarters unless in a particularly good mood. Before long, the captain summoned everyone to assemble on the deck, as John's disappearance was indeed alarming. Captain, there are no signs of a struggle in the cabin, and one of the lifeboats is missing. The preliminary suspicion is that he may have left on his own accord, Silver Axe reported after inspecting the cabin. That scoundrel, could he have betrayed us? Shiki said darkly. To betray one's comrades is a grave sin. Captain, how shall we address this? Charlotte Lingling inquired. Navigator, immediately alter course, destination XXX. XXX. After a moment of contemplation, Rox declared. Everyone was perplexed. Did the captain know John's whereabouts? That is where I keep my treasures. Only John, apart from myself, knows of it. If he has indeed betrayed me, that should be the first place he would go. Rox spoke in a low voice. What? That scoundrel wouldn't dare covet the captain's treasure, would he? Shiki gasped in horror. The extent of Rox's treasure remained a mystery to all, but it was widely believed to be vast, perhaps even enough to rival the wealth of nations. Hence, the navigator promptly adjusted their course toward Rox's coordinates in the sky. Captain, allow me to go ahead. If that scoundrel has truly betrayed us, he will need time to relocate the treasure. Perhaps I can intercept him. Golden Lion Shiki suggested after a moment's thought. No need. From now on, the officers will take turns keeping watch to prevent any mishaps. Rox stated before ascending to the second floor. Reyna felt a twinge of curiosity. Since leaving Devil's Island, Captain Rox seemed to be plotting something. Yet he had not confided in the crew. The betrayal of an officer like John was a significant matter for any pirate crew. But Reyna sensed that the captain was particularly preoccupied due to its implications for Rox's treasure. That evening, after concluding a day's work and collecting his wages and overtime pay, Reyna made his way once more to the stern of the ship. Brother Newgate, are you on night watch tonight? Reyna inquired with a smile upon seeing Edward Newgate seated at the stern of the ship. I sense something amiss with the captain. It seems he has no intention of dealing with John, Newgate replied with a nod. After surveying the surroundings, Reyna approached Newgate and whispered, I encountered John last night. In the dead of night, he lowered a lifeboat from the stern all by himself. Why did you not mention this sooner? Newgate exclaimed, taken aback as he glanced at Reyna. John is the captain's trusted aide. I assumed the captain had sent him on some covert mission. Thus, I feigned ignorance. Reyna scratched the back of his head and continued. Today, I refrained from speaking out of fear that the captain might misconstrue my intentions. If he discovered that I witnessed something yesterday and chose to remain silent, it wouldn't be beyond possibility for him to take offense and eliminate me. You did well. Forget about it. You saw nothing last night. Newgate affirmed with a nod. Rest assured, I am not foolish. Aside from you, Brother Newgate, I have confided in no one. However, Brother Newgate, do you sense it? Ever since the captain departed from Devil's Island, he seems utterly transformed. Reyna cautiously remarked. Do not pry. There are matters you are better off not knowing. Newgate cast a sidelong glance at Reyna and spoke softly. It seems you are aware of something. That is reassuring. I feared none knew of the captain's affairs, for that would be disastrous, considering the lives of everyone aboard rest in the captain's hands. Reyna exhaled in relief. What do you know? How did you come by this information? Newgate inquired, a look of surprise crossing his face. Brother, what manner of man is our captain? He aspires to be the king of the world, yet such a title is not easily attained. The Navy needs no mention. The depths of the world government are unfathomable. I will say this. If the captain drags us into a battle with the Navy, you must take me and flee without hesitation. Reyna shook his head. Newgate regarded Reyna with a knowing glance and said, You seem to harbor doubts about the captain? I joined this crew under duress. Though Captain Rox is formidable and the Rox pirates are powerful, in my view, it is all but an illusion, a fleeting mirage that shatters upon contact. Perhaps it is precisely our pirate crew's strength that has led the captain to misinterpret something. Look, brother, if it comes to a life-or-death struggle, who aboard the ship would truly fight to the death? We are merely gathered together by self-interest. Should any trouble arise, our pirate crew could disintegrate in an instant. Reyna shook his head. Newgate frowned at Reyna, remaining silent. Chapter 18. Seeking Whitebeard for a spar captain, we have located the target island. The lookout called out loudly from the lofty observation deck. 3 days had elapsed since the defection of Cadet John, and at last, they had arrived at the site of Rox's hidden treasure. However, the journey had been far from tranquil. Perhaps it was due to John's treachery that a tempest of rage brewed within Rox. Wherever they traversed, be it naval forces or pirates, the Rox pirates had sent them to the depths of the sea. Even as they passed a small island, Rox plundered all the food and water from the town. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Reyna had discreetly left a substantial supply of provisions in one of the rooms before their departure. As for how many lives those provisions could save, Reyna harbored no certainty. This incident had irrevocably extinguished Reyna's hopes for Rox. Initially, he had been torn over whether to prevent the events at God Valley. But it now seemed that the downfall of the Rox pirates was somewhat justified. From that day forth, he pondered the path he should tread. The most prudent course of action appeared to be embarking on an independent venture. With the memories stored in his mind, he could identify numerous prodigies who were either still in their youth or yet to be born. If he could locate and nurture them, establishing a pirate crew would pose no challenge. However, herein lay another dilemma. Many individuals he was familiar with had not yet been born at this juncture, or had yet to encounter their respective fortunes. Should his unwarranted interference alter the course of their lives, it could lead to unintended consequences. Moreover, founding a pirate crew would inevitably consume time. After all, a crew could not simply be conjured into existence. An alternative approach would be to join an existing pirate crew. At this point in time, aligning himself with the future pirate king, Roger's crew, seemed a promising option. Furthermore, during the Battle of God Valley, Roger's crew would undoubtedly be present, presenting Reyna with a potential opportunity. Beyond Roger's crew, he also held the potential to engage with the future emperors of the sea, including the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion. Nevertheless, these crews were not yet established, mirroring the challenges faced in forming his own crew, which could similarly lead to delays. While Reyna was lost in contemplation, Captain Rox returned to the pirate ship with a dark expression. That traitor, John, had already relocated the treasure, and it was evident that this had not been a hasty endeavor. He had meticulously plotted this for quite some time. Rox's mood was utterly dismal, as the loss of the amassed treasure significantly impacted his subsequent plans. What? That scoundrel dares to act in such a manner. Captain, allow me to track him down and bring him back. Silver Axe, who had shared a close camaraderie with John, immediately stepped forward. Rox cast a brief glance at him and shook his head, declaring, Issue a proclamation stating that John has betrayed the Rox pirates. Whoever eliminates him or brings him before me shall be rewarded. He dismissed Silver Axe's proposal and refrained from sending anyone to apprehend John. The ramifications of John's betrayal weighed heavily on Rox. Why did the captain permit that fellow to act as he pleased? Is not betrayal among comrades the gravest of sins for a pirate? After Rox departed, the crew engaged in fervent discussions. They speculated that Rox's refusal to allow Silver Axe to pursue John was tantamount to condoning John's actions. Only Rayner sensed that Rox had lost faith in Silver Axe. He feared that Silver Axe's pretense of seeking John masked a deeper intention to share in the spoils of his treasure. Since their departure from the island where the treasure was buried, Rayner could acutely perceive the deteriorating atmosphere aboard the ship. Until one fateful day, when Rox announced that he had received word of the Celestial Dragons, laden with vast quantities of gold and slaves, residing on a small island. They were to raid the Celestial Dragons. This revelation instilled a sense of dread among some crew members. After all, the Celestial Dragons were the aristocrats of the world. governing all beneath them. To oppose them was to declare enmity against the very fabric of the world, which left many feeling uneasy. Raynor was among them. Well aware that the God Valley incident stemmed from Rock's ambition to plunder the celestial dragons and their slaves, only to be thwarted by the combined efforts of Garp and Roger. "Raynor, what troubles you?" Newgate inquired, sensing Raynor's unease. "Ha ha ha. Boy, are you worried about the celestial dragons? Fear not, they are but trash. If we act swiftly and eliminate them, we shall depart without issue," cackled the Golden Lion Shiki. "No, Brother Newgate, I have a foreboding. This operation will not proceed smoothly. You are aware that my abilities are peculiar. In truth, I do not even understand their origin, thus I place great faith in my premonitions." Raynor shook his head, expressing his concern. Newgate and Shiki exchanged glances, feeling a gravity in Raynor's words, sensing he was not jesting. "Boy, clarify your thoughts. Do you foresee some unforeseen circumstance? Will someone alert the Navy?" Shiki inquired, narrowing his eyes. John's betrayal had cast a shadow over the ship, causing a palpable tension. Even the slightest disturbance set the crew on edge. In such an atmosphere, even the Golden Lion Shiki found himself pondering the possibility of treachery. "I do not know, but I sense that this time we may face a grueling battle. Therefore, I wish to train more diligently, so I might survive the impending conflict." Raynor sighed. He dared not reveal the truth. Should others learn of his ability to foresee the future, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. "Haraha, worry not, for I shall protect you. If you were to perish, who would entertain one so delightful as yourself?" Shiki chuckled, patting Raynor on the shoulder with joviality. Meanwhile, Newgate nodded thoughtfully, piecing together Raynor's previous words, as if a deeper understanding dawned upon him. Time flowed slowly, and although the atmosphere aboard the ship remained somewhat tense, it had improved compared to earlier. However, Raynor paid little heed to this, dedicating his days, aside from sleep and work, to honing his physical skills. Finally, on the 30th day, he achieved complete mastery of his basic physical techniques. Now it is time to purchase the skill upgrade voucher. Gazing at the fully marked 100 proficiency in basic physical skills, Raynor promptly acquired the skill upgrade voucher from the marketplace. Upon using the voucher, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, and the stamina he had previously expended during his training began to replenish gradually. This sensation, indeed, his physical condition was enhancing, and the power of the Black Emperor was becoming even more formidable. Raynor clenched his fist, reveling in the changes within him, filled with joy. Suddenly, a frown crossed Raynor's brow. While his physical prowess and the power of the Black Emperor had intensified, his control over this newfound strength seemed to wane slightly. I must strive to master these abilities completely before the impending battle. He moved his body, adapting further. The best way to fully grasp these powers, naturally, was through continuous practice. However, the current atmosphere aboard the ship made it challenging for him to engage with the crew for sparring. After some contemplation, Raynor decided to seek Edward Newgate in the cabin. "I see. Then let us proceed to the stern. I will manage my strength." Newgate nodded in agreement upon learning of Raynor's intentions. Thus, the two made their way to the ship's rear, where Newgate began to assist Raynor in honing the abilities of the Black Emperor. "Impressive. You managed to absorb even my previous punch effortlessly," Newgate remarked, astonished, as he observed the still Raynor. Although he had not exerted his full strength, such force would typically be beyond Raynor's capacity to absorb. I can still enhance it a bit more, but I am nearing my limit. Newgate, please wait a moment while I digest this energy." Raynor waved his hand, speaking earnestly. He found that converting energy through his abilities paled in comparison to the physical training he underwent, which was why he often focused on refining his physical skills rather than merely absorbing energy. Moreover, practicing physical techniques also strengthened his willpower, making him prefer personal training over energy conversion. Of course, this preference stemmed from the fact that his energy conversion was rather slow. Were he able to transform energy as swiftly as the true Black Emperor, who could complete the process in a second or two, who would still be foolish enough to engage in personal training? Once he had fully processed the energy, Raynor exhaled deeply, rose, and declared to Newgate, "I am ready to attack. Garara, come on. Let me see how much you have improved." Newgate beckoned Raynor with a wave. encouraging him to attack freely. With a powerful stride, Raynar launched himself at Newgate, opting not to activate his Sharingan, for this was not a battle. It was merely an opportunity to refine his abilities as the Black Emperor. Regardless of how Rina attacks, Newgate seems to possess an uncanny foresight, often anticipating her moves even before she has launched an offensive. It appears as though Rina is willingly engaging in a contest of strength with Newgate. That power just now. Did you release it after absorbing the energy from our battle? Newgate inquired, astonished by the immense force emanating from Rina's arm. Indeed, my ability allows me to absorb all forms of energy, which I can then release or convert to enhance my own speed, strength, or stamina. Rina exhaled, steadying her breath and affirming her statement. That is quite an impressive ability. If developed properly, it could prove to be exceedingly formidable in the future. Newgate nodded in acknowledgement. The power she exhibited earlier had the potential to breach his defenses if unleashed unexpectedly. Brother Newgate, are you employing Kinbunchika Haki? It feels as though you have perceived every aspect of my attacks. Rina gazed intently at him, seeking clarification. Indeed, it is Kinbunchika Haki. But don't you possess a similar capability? Why not utilize it? Newgate replied, affirming her observation. I merely intended to practice my energy absorption skills. But since you wish to witness it, then, Sharingan, activate. Rina smiled faintly, activating her Sharingan. Instantly, her eyes transformed into a vivid red, adorned with a black tomo within the pupils. What an intriguing pair of eyes, Newgate remarked, facing the Sharingan for the first time. Although Rina could not unleash Jinjutsu due to the absence of chakra, the Sharingan itself inherently possessed a certain degree of hypnotic allure. Chapter 19. Attendance reward. Rina collapsed onto the deck at the stern of the ship, utterly drained, unable to lift even a finger. I never anticipated. The gap between my brother and me is so vast. Rina lamented with a bitter smile. Newgate, seated at the ship's railing, looked down at the prone figure of Rina, bemused, and remarked, You have performed admirably. With continued effort, in just a few years, you could make a name for yourself on the seas. Furthermore, your abilities are extraordinarily unique. It's astonishing that even Haki cannot restrain you. I truly wonder where you acquired such power. Indeed, during their recent sparring session, Rina had whimsically asked Newgate to utilize Haki to see if he could absorb the energy generated from it. Despite the limitations of his abilities, the Black Emperor remained formidable. Even a diminished power could not be easily subdued by Haki. Even so, I couldn't even brush against my brother's ham. Rina expressed with a tinge of bitterness. Yes, even with the activation of his Sharingan, Rina was still unable to make physical contact with Newgate. Your physical condition is woefully inadequate, which is why you find yourself in this predicament. Your abilities have yet to be fully developed, and your physical state is holding you back. You must engage in more rigorous training henceforth. Newgate shook his head, stating, Yes, I understand. Rina nodded, mustering the last of his strength to sit up. The mere act of doing so caused Newgate to furrow his brow slightly. You still lack the strength to stand? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rina scratched the back of his head. His inability to rise was not merely due to fatigue. Rather, it was exacerbated by the weighted training suit he wore. Under normal circumstances, it was unremarkable, but now, with his energy depleted, it had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Hey, your weight seems rather peculiar, Newgate remarked as he attempted to lift Rina, initially intending to toss him back into the cabin, only to be taken aback by the unexpected heft. I'm wearing a 50-kilogram weighted suit, Rina said with a slight smirk, feigning ignorance. A weighted suit? What is that? Newgate asked, momentarily taken aback. Rina laughed as he explained the concept to Newgate and then removed the suit for him to feel. Such an incredible invention. Did you create this yourself? Newgate inquired with newfound interest. Yes, I realized my physical condition was lacking, so I devised this method to enhance my training. Quite clever. If you were to remove this weighted suit, I imagine your speed would increase significantly. Newgate nodded in approval. After redonning the weighted suit, Rina found some of his strength restored. He declined Newgate's assistance and returned to his quarters for some much-needed rest. However, the attentive Newgate still brought Rina a substantial amount of food and drink, reminding him to replenish his energy post-training to avoid depleting his physical faculties. That evening, after a long day of work, Reina received his wages for the day. With a soft chime, the 30-day streak of check-ins has been completed. Today's salary is being settled. You have earned a base wage of 300 points and overtime compensation in the form of a skill experience voucher. Successfully checking in for 30 consecutive days grants you the reward of a Bloodline Ability Evolution Scroll. Additionally, for maintaining perfect attendance throughout the month, you have received a fragment of Conqueror's Haki, Volume 1. Reina gazed at the salary and rewards credited to his account, momentarily at a loss regarding how to proceed. It was not that the rewards were disappointing, rather, they were somewhat unexpected. The Skill Experience Voucher, as its name suggests, serves to enhance proficiency. Upon utilizing the voucher, Reina gained 10 points in basic swordsmanship proficiency. In the briefest moment of distraction, he felt a notable improvement in his mastery of the sword. As for why he did not invest this in his upgraded martial arts skills, it was because the experience voucher could only be applied to basic skills, while his martial arts had already progressed to an intermediate level, rendering it unusable. Although the marketplace offered such vouchers for increasing skill proficiency, they were exorbitantly priced. 1,000 points for just 10 proficiency points, making personal training the more viable option. Next came the highlight of his recent gains, the Bloodline Ability Gold Evolution Scroll. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it could be applied to the gene lineage of the Black Emperor, enhancing its potency, or to his Sharingan, allowing for its evolution. The dilemma lay in deciding where to allocate this invaluable resource. Reina found himself hesitating. The potential of the Black Emperor's ability was evidently greater, promising to become the foundation of his future endeavors. He believed that post-evolution, both the total energy he could absorb and the speed of energy conversion would see significant improvement. However, the crucial point was that this ability could be cultivated through his own efforts, while the Sharingan could not be developed without such a voucher. In essence, he could evolve the Black Emperor's ability through diligence, but the Sharingan remained stagnant without the use of this scroll. Moreover, he had discovered in the marketplace that acquiring such a voucher for the Sharingan would cost a staggering 50,000 points, a sum that seemed daunting and uncertain to attain in the foreseeable future. Thus, he felt the weight of his decision pressing heavily upon him. After pondering for some time without reaching a conclusion, Reina decided to examine the fragment of Conqueror's Haki he had received. From what he understood, Conqueror's Haki was an innate ability. Some individuals possessed it from birth, while others, regardless of their efforts, could never awaken it. Naturally, those born with this ability still required training to manifest it, akin to the protagonist Luffy from the world of One Piece, who, after awakening, trained alongside Rayleigh for 2 years to grasp the fundamentals of Conqueror's Haki. Now that the system had granted him a fragment, it indicated that once he collected the necessary pieces, he might very well attain Conqueror's Haki and eventually learn to wield it through training. However, possessing only a fragment raised uncertainty about whether he could indeed gather the remaining pieces, as such items were not available for purchase in the marketplace. What a quandary! What path should he choose? Reina felt that the single Tomo Sharingan was sufficiently potent for his needs at present. Furthermore, once his physical capabilities caught up, he could learn Observation Haki from Whitebeard, thereby overlapping some of the Sharingan's abilities. Glancing at the Bloodline Ability Evolution Scroll in his hand, Reina was filled with exasperation. Ultimately, adhering to the principle of making the most of resources, he chose to evolve the Sharingan, for the Black Emperor's prowess would, through his rigorous training, eventually reach a point of evolution, whereas the Sharingan could only ascend through external forces. Having resolved his thoughts, Reina decisively utilized the scroll on the Sharingan, fearing that further contemplation would lead him into indecision once more. Upon activation, the familiar burning sensation returned to his eyes. If anyone were to observe at that moment, they would notice the Tomo in Reina's eyes spinning rapidly, gradually coming to a halt. When it finally ceased, the singular Tomo had transformed into a double Tomo form. This pain is unbearable. When watching anime, those characters bleed from their eyes without much consequence. Why is it so excruciating for me? Reina lamented while wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Although he was eager to test the differences between his double Tomo Sharingan and the single Tomo, The throbbing discomfort in his eyes urged him to allow them a period of rest. Opening his character interface, Reyna beheld his current status. Name, Reyna. Position, trainee crew member of the Cross Pirates. Combat power, 580 skills. Intermediate martial arts, 100-1000. Basic swordsmanship, 32-100. Genetic bloodline, growth type mutant. Black Emperor, Sebastian Shaw. A mutated gene that absorbs all forms of energy for release or enhancement. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo. Points, 7,600 items. Fragment of Conqueror's Haki, Volume 1. Wow. My combat power is nearing 600. I recall that in the original story, Khalifa from CP9, a master of the Marine 6 styles, had a combat power of around 600 to 700 before consuming her devil fruit. I wonder how my combat power compares to her strength. If I were to face Khalifa now, would I stand a chance? Reyna mused, a smile spreading across his face at the significant increase in his strength. At last, he had managed to shed the title of weakling in this world where formidable beings roamed freely, granting him a semblance of self-preservation. After a quiet night, Reyna awakened the next day and resumed his duties, having savored the rewards of perfect attendance. Although he had lost the bonuses from his initial 30 consecutive days of sign-ins, the rewards from perfect attendance were still commendable. If he continued to participate regularly, he was confident that he would eventually gather the fragments of Conqueror's Haki, allowing him to strut with newfound confidence. Just imagine, upon glaring at his foes, they would fall like dominoes. The thought sent a thrill of excitement through him, envisioning a life of triumph, marrying a beautiful heiress, and becoming the Pirate King. Hey, Reyna, what are you doing standing there with a mop? Grinning foolishly? Hurry and wipe that drool off your chin. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted Reiner's daydream. What? I am not drooling, Reiner exclaimed, discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve while pretending to be aloof. Simpson paused, looking at Reiner with curiosity. Why are you speaking like Shiki? He is the only one who loves to say this, Lord. Who said that? I would never utter such words. Just then, Shiki emerged from the cabin and immediately countered Simpson's remark. Reiner and Simpson exchanged exasperated glances. This fellow was clearly here to amuse. Well then, Mr. Shiki, since we've crossed paths, let us test how much my strength has increased, Reiner declared, activating his Sharingan and charging directly at Shiki. Haraha. Since you're asking for a beating, don't blame me, Shiki replied, unfazed, as he punched towards the oncoming Reiner. Chapter 20. Reiner vs. Golden Lion. All of Shiki's energy directed towards Reiner was absorbed, leaving Shiki momentarily taken aback. Simpson, resting his hand on his forehead, lamented, Shiki, you fool. Everyone knows Reiner's abilities. Why do you still wear such a foolish expression? Haraha. That's because he anticipated that such force would be enough to send me flying. Yet it was all absorbed. Reiner replied with a triumphant grin. Humph, you arrogant brat. Feeling quite pleased with yourself, are you? Before Reiner could respond, Shiki vanished from his position, reappearing behind Reiner and delivering a swift kick to his rear. Bang! Reiner swiftly retaliated with a kick of his own, the tremendous force sending Shiki crashing against the ship's railing. Have you forgotten my eyes? Reiner taunted, pointing to his already crimson Sharingan. You bastard. After being sent flying, Shiki felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet he refrained from drawing his weapon and began to levitate slowly. Observing Shiki hover around him, Reiner noted that Shiki was using this opportunity to touch various objects on the deck. Serpent. Indeed, Shiki raised his hand, causing all the items he had just touched to float and rapidly rush towards Reiner. Mr. Shiki, such tactics will have no effect on me. Reiner stood firm, causing everything that came into contact with him to fall helplessly to the deck. He absorbed the impact of those objects, thus neutralizing their threat. Is that so? Truly ineffective? Shiki had, unbeknownst to Reiner, appeared directly in front of him. It turned out that his previous maneuver was merely a ruse to close the distance. I have told you, all actions are laid bare before my eyes. Reiner struck out with a punch at the incoming Shiki, boasting with confidence. He had already discerned Shiki's movements. His double Tomo Sharingan significantly enhanced his ability to track motion. making it feel as though he could suspend time itself. Every action Shiki took was utterly transparent to him. Mama, this guy's rate of growth is astonishing. He can actually contend with Shiki? Charlotte Linlin observed, astonished, as she watched Reiner and Shiki engage in a competitive exchange below. Not at all. Shiki hasn't even shown his true capabilities. He hasn't used any weapons, and his strength and speed are not fully unleashed. He is merely sparring with Reiner. Wang Ji, standing beside Charlotte Linlin, was also intently watching the battle. That kid has made significant progress. I must take this seriously now. After exchanging another punch with Reiner, Shiki stretched his limbs with a hint of seriousness. Reiner took a deep breath, nodded, and declared, "Come on. Let me witness the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world." Within 5 minutes, Reiner was once again sent sprawling into the sea by Shiki's kick. Ha ha ha. You little brat, do you think you can fight me? You still have 100 years to go. Shiki laughed heartily while standing at the ship's railing, observing Rina as he swam toward the pirate ship. Beside him, Simpson scoffed disdainfully. It was evident to any discerning eye that Rina had already qualified to contend with Shiki. He was no longer the easily defeated foe he once was. The reason for Rina's swift downfall was clear to everyone. He was unable to fully absorb Shiki's powerful attacks, which the Golden Lion could unleash consecutively. Consequently, Rina had no choice but to endure the blows, given the confined space aboard the ship. If he survived this encounter, he would undoubtedly grow into a formidable opponent in the future. Wang Ji stood on the second deck, observing Rina being pulled aboard by the crew, and sighed softly. After Rina's sparring match with Shiki concluded, tranquility returned to the ship. It was not until the afternoon that Rina had just finished his work when he heard the lookout's call announcing the sighting of an island. Goddess Valley. Have we arrived? Rina lifted his head to gaze at the distant speck on the horizon. Meanwhile, less than half a day's journey from God's Island, the Roger pirates were swiftly making their way towards it. Not far behind them trailed a dog-headed naval ship, seemingly in pursuit of Roger. Why is that bastard Carp always keeping an eye on us? One of the shorter crew members, whose nose resembled that of a clown, exclaimed in frustration aboard Roger's ship. Calm down, Buggy. Carp is a Navy officer, and we are pirates. It's only natural for him to pursue us, Rayleigh interjected, waving his hand to quell his companion's curses. Captain, we've spotted an island ahead, but it doesn't appear to be the one indicated on the log, shouted the sniper, Peter, from atop the mast, peering into the distance. Let me see. The navigator, Sparky Jabba, approached the bow, checking the log pointer in his hand before turning to Roger. It is indeed an unrecorded island. What do you think? Should we explore it? Oh, we must definitely check it out. But Carp is still behind us, Roger exclaimed, his spirits lifting instantly. Crew, increase our speed and shake Carp off our tail. At Roger's command, the crew sprang into action, accelerating the Oro Jackson's speed. Returning to Rina, upon discovering the small island, he immediately sought out Edward Newgate. What brings you here? I noticed your battle with Shiki. Your strength has improved, hasn't it? Newgate smiled as he greeted Rina. Well, I've made some progress, but it may not be of much help for what lies ahead, Rina replied, forcing a smile. What lies ahead? Newgate inquired, intrigued. Indeed, if all goes as expected, we are approaching God's Valley. I have witnessed the captain's defeat. Rina activated his Sharingan, pointing at his eyes as he spoke to Newgate. Your eyes. Newgate paused, noticing a distinct change in Rina's gaze. Have you noticed? In the past, my eyes harbored but a solitary Magatama. However, now, there are two. Rina nodded and spoke. Does this imply that your abilities have intensified? Can you foresee the future? Newgate inquired with a furrowed brow, contemplating Rina's powers, which seemed to exceed his expectations. No, I cannot glimpse the future. The vision of the captain's defeat merely flickered before my eyes during the evolution of my sight. In ordinary moments, I am incapable of seeing, yet I do possess a certain sense of impending danger, Rina replied, shaking his head. I see. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, it could lead to considerable trouble. Newgate cautioned solemnly. Rest assured, brother, I would never speak of such matters indiscriminately. However, even though you have glimpsed fragments, this is likely a first, correct? The accuracy remains uncertain, But now that we are aware of this potential outcome, we must exercise caution. Ensure you do not stray too far from me. Should the captain truly face defeat, I shall escort you to safety." After reflecting for a moment, Newgate declared. With Edward Newgate's assurance, Reyna felt a modicum of relief. Presently, aboard the Rocks pirates' ship, aside from Captain Rocks, Newgate was the most formidable presence. As Reyna exited Newgate's quarters, he observed the crew aboard the ship, who were already buzzing with excitement at the sight of the island. They remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. If the Rocks pirates could unite as one, there might be a chance for survival. Yet, this seemingly invincible pirate crew was already riddled with internal strife. They had merely avoided formidable adversaries until now. Should they encounter a relentless foe or face the defeat of Captain Rocks, the entire pirate crew would crumble in an instant. The ship continued its course toward the fateful island, undeterred by Reyna's concerns. "Everyone, disembark with me," Rocks commanded, leading all crew members toward the small island. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates commenced their landing from the opposite side of the island, not far from where the naval vessel led by Admiral Carp lay anchored. "Admiral Carp, just ahead. We have received an urgent distress signal from the Celestial Dragons. They have spotted the Rocks pirates and seem to expect an assault," a messenger reported to Carp. "What? The Celestial Dragons? I am not a vice admiral. They have no authority over me." "I refuse to respond," Carp retorted, shaking his head as he contemplated turning the ship around. Carp had never harbored any fondness for the Celestial Dragons. When he first joined the Navy, his perception was rather favorable. However, as he ascended the ranks and uncovered more of the sordid truths, his disillusionment with the world deepened. Were it not for the comrades who shared his ideals within the Navy, Carp often pondered whether he could continue. His allegiance to the Navy was not to serve the whims of the Celestial Dragons, but to genuinely pursue world peace and the freedom of all, a dream he, Carp, cherished. "Sir, we cannot proceed in this manner. The headquarters is already aware of our proximity. If we do not respond, it will not bode well for us with them." The aide, Picado, sighed in resignation. "Just say I am lost and cannot find that little island. After all, we have no recording pointer, and we came here following Roger." Carp, digging in his nose, spoke with an exceedingly rude demeanor. Just then, the telephone beetle beside him suddenly buzzed. "Carp," a deep voice resonated from the device. "Ah, Marshal Kong. What brings you here?" Carp casually picked up the telephone beetle and inquired. "You need to head over to the Celestial Dragons," Marshal Kong stated directly. He understood that engaging Carp in idle chatter was futile. It was best to get straight to the point. Chapter 21. The Valley of the Gods, ultimately. "We must venture there. How unpleasant. I truly have no desire to go." Carp stood at the bow of the ship, letting out a sigh. "Is it not because your excuse is rather too casual, my superior?" Picado replied helplessly, casting a weary glance at his commander. "Oh, is that so? But that was merely a spontaneous thought of mine," Carp remarked while digging into his nose and flicking away a booger. Picado's lips twitched involuntarily. He never anticipated that Carp would genuinely tell Admiral Kong that he was lost and could not find the island. Consequently, he received a scolding from the Admiral and now obediently headed towards the island. There are matters to attend to. Neither Roger nor Rocks is an adversary to be trifled with. Carp gazed at the distant isle, his demeanor returning to that of a formidable warrior as he spoke earnestly. Yes, his subordinates responded in unison with respect. However, Carp was still mulling over Admiral Kong's earlier words, aware that the Admiral understood his reluctance to assist the Celestial Dragons. Thus, he took the time to clarify that this incident was not an ordinary affair. If a Celestial Dragon were to be slain by Rocks on the island, it would pose a significant issue for the world government and the Navy. If the Rocks pirates could eliminate a Celestial Dragon and escape unscathed, it would incite others around the world who harbor animosity towards the Celestial Dragons to follow suit. At that point, the Navy would be unable to instill fear across the globe, and its prestige would be utterly diminished. Such a scenario would bode ill for the world. Moreover, the Celestial Dragons would undoubtedly command the world government to retaliate against the Rocks pirates, potentially plunging a world that had enjoyed peace for centuries back into chaos. This was the outcome Carp most fervently wished to avoid, leaving him with no choice but to rush to the aid of the Celestial Dragons. Meanwhile, The already disembarked Rox pirates did not press onward, but instead arrived at a valley. Everyone, it has been a while. Upon entering the valley, the figure of John, who had previously defected, appeared before them. John, do you dare to show your face here? Shiki immediately stepped forward, glaring at him with hostility. Calm down, Shiki. If I had truly betrayed the captain, do you think I would be here? John replied with a smile. The moment John appeared, Raynor understood. He had not betrayed them. It must have been Captain Rock's deliberate ploy, though he could not fathom the captain's reasoning behind it. Very well. I know some of you are puzzled, but that is of no consequence. Now that we have arrived, I can enlighten you. My objective is not the gold or the slaves. Rather, it is the celestial dragons. Rox grinned broadly, addressing his bewildered crew. What connection do the celestial dragons have with John? Captain, please clarify. Shiki inquired, perplexed. It is quite simple. We have spies from the Navy aboard our ship. Therefore, I instructed John to depart early, feigning that our treasure had been stolen, and then we would seize the opportunity to rob the celestial dragons. Rox explained with a laugh. What? We have Navy personnel on our ship? Everyone exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Ha ha ha. It matters not who it is now, for the world is soon to belong to us. Lox proclaimed with unwavering confidence. A hint of trepidation gripped Rena as he observed the smile gracing his captain's lips. It appeared that this captain had devised an audacious scheme. Within the valley behind me reside several celestial dragons, accompanied solely by a handful of bodyguards and slaves. Shortly, we shall infiltrate and eliminate them all. Once the news disseminates, how will those who have suffered due to the celestial dragons react? Why can the Rox pirates slay the celestial dragons and emerge unscathed? Because we are stronger than anyone else. Thus, those people will gradually rally under my banner. And even those who have hesitated to act against the celestial dragons out of fear of the Navy will turn against them. When that time comes, the celestial dragons will undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses, and the world government will not remain idle. What consequences shall unfold? Wars shall erupt across the globe. The world engulfed in flames, and we, with our formidable strength, shall seize the finest opportunity to dominate the world. Lox spread his arms wide, shouting fervently. All members of the pirate crew below were left astounded by Lox's astonishing vision. Hey, Captain, you cannot be serious, can you? I have no objections to targeting the celestial dragons. But can a mere handful truly incite such monumental change? Shiki remarked, utterly flabbergasted. Shiki, you must broaden your perspective. Do you think this operation concerns only our pirate crew? We are merely executing the most critical step. Haraha, I, Rox D. Jibek, shall illuminate the world once more with the brilliance of the D lineage. Lox proclaimed, gesturing as if to embrace the world. Upon hearing Lox's words, Rena felt a slight tremor within. It appeared the captain was aware of something significant regarding the D lineage. Even Rena, who understood the trajectory of this world, could not ascertain what transformations would ensue if Lox's plan indeed unfolded as stated, after eliminating the celestial dragons today. Rena, you are correct. The captain has lost his mind, and we cannot allow him to succeed. This world must not descend into chaos. Edward Newgate whispered to Rena, standing by his side. Brother, do not be hasty. The celestial dragons are likely to have formidable allies, and since the captain mentioned spies aboard our ship, it is probable that Navy warships are already in the vicinity. If we merely show some restraint, the Navy will intervene to thwart the captain. Rena exclaimed, gripping Newgate's arm and shaking his head gently. Very well. We shall decide based on the circumstances at that time. Newgate conceded after a moment's hesitation, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, above the valley, the members of the Roger pirates gazed in astonishment at the gathered Rox pirates below. Are you certain? Did Lox truly say that just now? Rayleigh asked incredulously, staring at Roger. Roger nodded gravely, affirming, I am absolutely certain. He intends to slay the celestial dragons and incite all those harboring discontent against them. Then he plunged the world into a vast quagmire of war, thereby realizing his dream of world domination. This fellow is nothing short of a madman. Nevertheless, even so, the world would not so easily unfold according to his designs, would it? Jabba shook his head, expressing disbelief. According to Rox, this operation involved not only the Rox pirates, but also numerous other factions. So if they managed to eliminate the celestial dragons and escape successfully, the world could indeed transform as he envisioned. Roger replied earnestly, "Captain, we cannot allow such a thing to transpire. We must intervene," Rayleigh exclaimed, a hint of agitation in his voice. "With our current strength, we cannot defeat the Rox pirates." Jabba shook his head. Although formidable, there is a reason Rox is deemed the world's foremost pirate. The number of powerful individuals aboard his ship is staggering, particularly the captain himself, Rox. Even Roger might not prevail in a confrontation. What if we contact Garp? Aren't they part of the Navy? If we inform them of what we have learned, they would surely be more anxious than we are, right? The red-nosed buggy suddenly suggested. Roger and the others exchanged glances, unexpectedly finding this plan quite agreeable. Who would have thought that the red-nosed buggy could come up with such a decent idea? Haraha. Buggy has proven himself to be a strategist after all. The crew praised while playfully pinching Buggy. "You scoundrels! Who are you calling red-nosed?" Helpless against the teasing, Buggy found himself the target of ridicule among this group. Enough of this. We must act swiftly and contact Garp to gauge his thoughts. After the jesting, Rayleigh addressed Roger. "Yes, I shall personally speak with Garp. Otherwise, if you go, he would not believe you." Roger nodded in agreement. "All right, then let us first choose our ambush location. Barrett, accompany the captain." Rayleigh nodded. The burly Barrett silently agreed and stepped behind Roger. "Ha ha ha, thank you for your efforts, Barrett." Roger acknowledged with a nod before striding towards the shore, where he had already spotted the approaching naval ship. On the other side, inspired by Rox, the crew began to chant slogans, appearing outwardly exhilarated, yet inwardly harboring unspoken thoughts known only to themselves. As Raynor and Newgate conspired quietly, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido exchanged knowing glances, seemingly having reached an unspoken agreement. Thus, each individual harbored their own ulterior motives, yet under the oppressive aura of Rox, they were compelled to advance together into the valley. Rox, of course, was aware that his crew did not genuinely intend to follow him. But once they had eliminated the celestial dragons, there would be no turning back. The world government and navy would not spare them, and they would henceforth be bound to the reign of him, the king of the world, Rox. He is utterly indifferent to the opinions of those around him. Once he accomplishes the remarkable feat of slaying the celestial dragons, he will be exceedingly close to becoming the sovereign of the world. Meanwhile, as the Rox pirates advance towards the valley, the Roger pirates have already established an ambush ahead. Roger, accompanied by Garp, hastens towards the scene while elucidating the motivations behind his actions. In other words, does Rox intend to plunge the world into chaos? Garp inquired, his expression grave. "Indeed, although I am a pirate, Garp, this time I implore you to join forces with me to thwart Rox's scheme. This world must not descend into war," Roger declared earnestly. Chapter 22. The great battle commences despite his disdain for the celestial dragons and reluctance to ally with you. Garp understood that defeating Rox was essential for the peace of the world. He nodded in agreement to Roger's proposal for an alliance. "Doesn't the Navy have any other personnel nearby? Shouldn't the celestial dragons be escorted by the Navy?" Roger inquired curiously after their agreement was reached. "I am unaware. I never involve myself in matters concerning the celestial dragons," Garp replied with a composed demeanor. Upon their arrival at the ambush point, Rayleigh approached promptly, saying, "Let us move. They have already discovered our presence." Consequently, both parties ceased their concealment and boldly emerged. "Garp, when did the Navy begin collaborating with pirates?" Rox remarked with a grim expression upon seeing Garp and Roger. "Rox, stand down. I will not allow you to succeed. This world cannot endure the chaos wrought by someone like you," Garp declared calmly, having anticipated such skepticism when joining forces with Roger. "Haraha." Rox erupted into laughter as if he had heard a grand joke, his expression darkening as he proclaimed, "I, Rox D. Debec, am destined to become the king of the world. Garp, you cannot thwart me." As Captain Rox conversed with the opposition, Reyna, amidst the crowd, first laid eyes on the future pirate king. "Roger? Is that Gold? Roger? What? Do you know him?" Newgate inquired with curiosity. "No, but he is remarkably powerful." Reyna shook his head in response. "Oh, is that so?" Newgate glanced over, intrigued, aware that Reyna's evolved vision had revealed certain images, thus sparking his interest in Roger. Unlike Reyna, Newgate, being a formidable warrior, sensed Roger's presence, prompting Roger to look back at Newgate amidst the crowd, recognizing him. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Although Roger was curious about why the other was gazing at him, his primary focus today was on Rox, leading him to quickly return his attention to the matter at hand. Boom. Up front, negotiations between Rox and Carp had collapsed, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows that instilled in Reyna an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. Carp, I told you, you cannot stop me. Kill them all, break through, and eliminate those celestial dragons. Rox bellowed after pushing Carp back with a punch. Rox D. Zebek, you shall not prevail today. Roger and Carp joined forces to intercept Rox. Golden Lion Shiki, this path is blocked, Rayleigh declared, sword in hand, standing before Shiki. He had intended to seek out Whitebeard, but with Newgate hidden behind Reyna, he had no choice but to confront the advancing Shiki instead. Ha 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 ha. You think you can stop me? Shiki laughed maniacally as he charged towards Rayleigh. In that vicinity, Newgate also encountered Douglas Barrett, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. At such a level of combat, Regna found himself utterly unable to intervene, thus retreating to a safe distance to avoid being caught in the fray. Chi Lingling and Kaido were indeed shameless, joining forces to confront Spark Jabba, while Carp was also teaming up with Roger to challenge the captain. Regna observed the chaotic scenes of battle unfolding around him, quietly critiquing the turmoil. At that moment, Regna suddenly spotted an individual akin to himself, appearing to be embroiled in combat, yet continuously shifting positions. Ah, it was him. Regna smiled subtly, recognizing the figure, then, with a glint in his eye, shouted towards him, You red-nosed brat, how dare you obstruct our captain's grand endeavor? Prepare to meet your demise. Who dares to call me red-nosed? Indeed, upon hearing Regna's taunt, Buggy immediately roared in fury. I'm right here. As Buggy turned around, Regna had already closed the distance and landed a solid punch on Buggy's face. You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Buggy wiped the blood trickling from his nose as he struggled to rise from the ground. Hee hee, you must be an intern from the Roger Pirates. Am I correct? Coincidentally, I am also an intern from the Rox Pirates. Let us see. Who is superior? Be careful, for I might just slay you. Regna declared with a smile, feeling as if he were embodying a quintessential villain. Yet, among the chaos of this battlefield, Buggy was indeed the most fitting opponent for him. How dare you underestimate me? When I claim your head, you shall regret your insolence. Buggy, a seasoned individual accustomed to grand spectacles alongside Roger, remained unfazed by Regna's bravado. Oh really? Regna chuckled lightly, taking a step forward directly towards Buggy. Seeing this, Buggy swung his short blade at Regna, who effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a kick to Buggy's abdomen, sending him flying once more. Is this all the strength you possess? Regna shook his head, expressing mild disappointment. You scoundrel! Buggy scrambled to his feet and charged at Regna. Unflinching, Regna allowed Buggy to pierce him. Ha ha ha. Little brat, this time you shall surely perish. Buggy laughed triumphantly upon believing he had succeeded. Is that so? Regna, unfazed, wore a sinister grin as he gazed at Buggy. Watch out, Buggy! At that moment, a red-haired youth dashed over, yet he was a step too late. Buggy was struck squarely on the head by Regna's kick and sent flying. Shanks, with a serious expression, positioned himself between Regna and Buggy, anxiously ensuring that Regna would not pursue Buggy further. Red-haired lad, state your name, Regna demanded, looking intently at the tense Shanks. Although Regna recognized the individual before him at first glance, he still posed the question, for the thrill of feigning ignorance before a future significant figure was simply delightful. Shanks took a deep breath, eyeing Regna as if facing a formidable adversary, and solemnly replied, I am Shanks, an intern of the Roger Pirates. Who are you? When you are able to overcome me, I shall certainly inform you. As soon as the words left his lips, Reyna lunged directly at Shanks. Bang! Reyna's fist was intercepted by Shanks' short sword, his foundational skills far more solid than Buggy's. Thus Reyna remained unfazed by the block. Not bad, he said with a light chuckle, having evaded Shanks' counterattack. Is that so? I assure you, I am far from merely not bad. Shanks fixed his gaze upon Reina and launched another assault. In the face of Shanks' onslaught, Reina did not flinch. Instead, he retaliated with a powerful strike. When his fist met the sword, Shanks felt as though he had struck a cloud, devoid of any sensation of impact. Though surprised, he remained composed, swiftly retreating to evade Reina's subsequent strikes. I just witnessed how you defeated Buggy. Do you truly believe the same tactic will work against me? Shanks remarked calmly after dodging Reina's attack, devoid of any hubris. Have you deduced my abilities from merely a single encounter? Is that the hallmark of a genius? Reina silently scoffed to himself. Humph. Knowing is not tantamount to having the means to counter, boy. If you let your guard down, you shall meet the same fate as that Renosed fool. Reina retorted with a scornful snort. You? Who are you referring to? Who is the red-nosed fool? Buggy, lying on the ground, gradually rose to his feet upon hearing Reina's words. He can still stand? Reina thought, surprised. He had not solely relied on his strength, but had unleashed a considerable amount of energy accumulated within him. Though not fully charged, it was formidable. A regular person would have been gravely injured or unconscious after receiving such a blow from Reina. Yet Buggy was somehow still on his feet. Buggy, are you all right? Shanks inquired, his face lighting up at the sight of Buggy regaining consciousness. Do not underestimate him. This kid possesses peculiar abilities and is likely a power wielder. Be cautious, Buggy whispered, glancing at Shanks, who was awkwardly shielding him. Though they often argued when untroubled, their relationship was one of love-hate, akin to a pair of star-crossed lovers. Are you ready? I am about to strike, Reina announced cheerfully, observing the two standing side by side. He relished this rare opportunity to torment future strong foes. Enjoy your moment of triumph, for soon you shall weep. Buggy was not one to easily concede defeat, even if he was outmatched. With a subtle smile, Reina ceased his banter and charged at Shanks. Although Buggy was now upright, he posed little threat, making Shanks his primary target. Boom. Shanks once again thwarted Reina's attack. But that peculiar sensation returned, as if his strength had failed to make contact. The two exchanged rapid blows, yet each collision left Shanks perplexed by that strange feeling. Meanwhile, Buggy, having regained a modicum of stamina, joined the fray. As the formidable Reiner faced off against two opponents, he found himself struck by Shanks. However, despite the impact, Reiner exhibited an uncanny resilience, as if he were impervious to the blows dealt. This is bad, Buggy retreat. The peculiar sensation intensified, compelling Shanks to hold back his full strength, his attention perpetually fixed on Reiner. Just moments ago, when Shanks had blocked Reiner's punch, he experienced a long-forgotten sensation of a clash of powers. It was evident to him that this was not a manifestation of his adversary's frailty, but rather an indication that Reiner was about to take decisive action. Such keen intuition. Yet, I have stated before, knowing is one thing, but unraveling it is an entirely different matter. In a sudden surge, Reiner lunged towards Shanks, extending merely a single finger towards him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Shanks instinctively felt that he must not make contact with that finger. However, retreat was no longer an option. He could only raise his short sword to intercept Reiner's advance. Bang! Crash! Boom! The moment the short blade met Reiner's finger, it shattered into fragments, followed by a tremendous force that propelled Shanks backward. Confounded, Buggy gazed at the airborne Shanks, bewildered by the exaggerated display of power over a single finger. Were it not for his intimate familiarity with Shanks, he might have suspected that Shanks was merely jesting. Coughing, Shanks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, struggling to regain his footing, declared, I see now. I comprehend your ability. Oh, did you not mention this before? Reiner retorted with a mischievous grin. I assumed you were already aware of my capabilities, yet it seems you have only just realized them. I must have overestimated you. Chapter 23. Reina vs. Shanks. What nonsense are you spouting? Get your act together. Buck exclaimed loudly, still bewildered by the current situation. No, Buck. His power is far from simple. He can absorb the damage we inflict upon him, and, once it accumulates to a certain extent, release it back at us. Shanks coughed several times as he spoke, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The full-force strike from Reina had already inflicted considerable injury upon him. What? Absorb damage and then retaliate? How are we supposed to fight against that? Upon hearing this, Buck immediately contemplated retreat. Such a power seemed insurmountable. It rendered him invulnerable to harm, and once he had absorbed enough damage, he could strike back. No, no ability is truly invincible. His power must possess a weakness. As long as we identify the flaw in his ability, we can defeat him, Shanks declared, his gaze fixed firmly on Reina. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that just before Reina unleashed his energy, they had engaged in a tangible clash, a genuine physical encounter. "Ah, I know how to defeat you," Shanks proclaimed, pointing at Reina with utmost seriousness. Reina, noticing Shanks's expression, realized that his earlier maneuver had been detected. He had deliberately engaged in close combat with Shanks before releasing his energy, intending to create an illusion that he could only unleash his power after fully absorbing damage. In reality, there was a fleeting moment before he released energy when he could be struck. This was the reason he had refrained from carelessly unleashing his energy. He was experimenting. In future encounters with evenly matched foes, if he could create this illusion, his adversaries would likely fall for it. A misjudgment regarding his abilities could lead to dire consequences. From Shanks's perspective, the results of Reina's experiment were rather promising. He had indeed been deceived. Before Shanks could make contact with Reina's physical form, he would not suspect Reina could release energy, as he had already deduced that Reina could not unleash it until he had absorbed sufficient damage. Thus, Reina only needed to find an opportunity, one that could inflict significant harm on Shanks. This made the battle considerably simpler. And since Shanks had opted not to involve Buck in the assault to better gauge Reina's damage absorption limit, it afforded Reina even greater convenience. Bang! Wow, you! Reina landed a blow to Shanks's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In disbelief, Shanks looked at Reina, his words unfinished as he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he saw Buck rushing towards Reina. Though he desperately wished for Buck to flee immediately, he lacked the strength to open his eyes and succumb to darkness. Reina had engaged in close combat with Shanks, exploiting the latter's assumption that he was merely trying to absorb damage. With remarkable ease, he approached Shanks and, taking advantage of his moment of inattention, delivered a devastating punch. "Shanks! You scoundrel! What have you done to Shanks?" An enraged Buggy charged directly at Reiner. "What did I do? Naturally, I eliminated him." Reiner replied with a tone of indifference. You killed Shanks?" Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. He had never imagined that the notorious Shanks would perish before his very eyes. "Is that not evident from what you have witnessed?" Reiner rolled his eyes, deliberately provoking him. With tears streaming down his face, Buggy cast a deep, sorrowful glance at Shanks before fixing a fierce stare on Reiner. "I will make you pay for this. I will avenge Shanks." "What? Do you honestly believe you can defeat me now?" Reiner looked at Buggy with palpable interest, showing no urgency to engage. The battlefield was fragmented into several zones, each filled with formidable warriors clashing. It was far more entertaining to toy with a future contender than to confront the current assembly of monstrous fighters. Swish, swish. Buggy hurled 2 flying daggers at Reiner, only for them to be effortlessly dodged. After evading the blades, Reiner realized Buggy was sprinting toward the main battlefield. So he intended to flee? "However, I cannot allow you to escape so easily. You are a gift I plan to deliver." Reiner smirked and swiftly pursued Buggy. This confrontation with Shanks and Buggy had granted Reiner deeper insight into his own strength. Although he was uncertain of his exact age, he surmised that he was comparable to Shanks and Buggy. Yet now, he could effortlessly overpower both, even without activating his Sharingan. Should he unleash its power? Even if they combined their efforts, they would pose no threat to him. Thus, within his age group, his prowess was undeniably formidable. Typically, aboard the Rocks Pirates ship, the presence of so many strong individuals obscured his own capabilities, but even relying solely on the Black Emperor's abilities, he wielded considerable power across these seas. Bang! Not having fled far, Buggy was soon overtaken by Reiner, who delivered a swift strike, rendering him unconscious. Carrying the 2 incapacitated figures, Reiner made his way toward his intended destination. "Hey, Silvers Rayleigh. These 2, are they your trainee crew members?" Reiner called out loudly to Rayleigh, who had subdued the Golden Lion Shiki. Indeed, Rayleigh was Reiner's primary target. Unlike the other crew members aboard the Pirate King's ship, Rayleigh had a penchant for mentoring the younger generation. By presenting these two as gifts, Reiner hoped to curry favor with Rayleigh, as forging alliances with such strong individuals was far preferable to incurring their wrath. Rayleigh, astonished by Reiner's sudden appearance and the sight of Shanks and Buggy in his grasp, was taken aback. It was well known that Shanks was quite powerful, yet this seemingly youthful contender, who appeared nearly equal in age, had managed to defeat both. Ha 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 ha. Reiner, well done. After Shiki separated from Rayleigh, he took a moment to catch his breath before bursting into laughter and offering praise. Throughout the skirmish, he had been thoroughly dominated by Rayleigh, whose swordsmanship was formidable and, notably, possessed the rare conqueror's haki. It is worth noting that such an ability is not commonly found among individuals. At the very least, it was lacking in Shiki, the Golden Lion. With his already inferior strength compared to Rayleigh, the added pressure of Rayleigh's haki had completely disrupted Shiki's combat rhythm, allowing Rayleigh to maintain absolute control over the encounter. Had it not been for Reina's timely intervention, defeat would have been imminent for him. However, contrary to both Shiki and Rayleigh's expectations, Reina did not resort to threatening Rayleigh with Shanks and Buggy. Instead, he effortlessly tossed both men towards Rayleigh. Shanks is considerably injured, but he is still quite capable. I couldn't hold back. As for that red-nosed fellow, he merely fainted, Reina said with a grin. Although Rayleigh was perplexed by Reina's actions, upon receiving Shanks and Buggy, he quickly assessed their conditions and confirmed Reina's words were true. What do you desire? Rayleigh inquired directly, gazing at Reina. Reina shook his head and replied, I merely believe that these two are not yet at the point of death. Furthermore, if possible, his words trailed off as he discreetly cast a glance at Shiki. The Golden Lion. Rayleigh paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. He had caught on to Reina's subtle gesture, which clearly indicated a desire for leniency towards Shiki, as if they were exchanging hostages. Shiki, too, noticed Reina's small maneuver, and his expression darkened to a coal-like hue. Humph. Shiki sheathed his two renowned swords, Sakura and Muku, with a disdainful huff, turning away without a backward glance. Though he acknowledged Rayleigh as his superior, being pointed out by Reina only served to aggravate him further. As Rayleigh observed Shiki's departure and Reina's pursuit, he smiled slightly before carrying the unconscious Shanks and Buggy to seek medical attention from the ship's doctor. Initially, Reina intended to separate Shiki and Rayleigh, hoping Shiki would assist Whitebeard. Yet, Rayleigh's boisterous laughter had incited Shiki's ire, prompting him to take flight in frustration. Now amidst the chaos of battle, Reina, not possessing the strength of the others, soon lost track of Shiki, rendering him elusive. In resignation, Reina feigned combat while gradually making his way towards Whitebeard. However, he dared not approach the battleground between Whitebeard and Douglas Bullet. Previously, all had fought within a valley, the heart of which lay near the celestial dragons. Those cowardly beings had positioned all their guards and slaves in front while cowering at the rear. Now, however, the entire valley had been utterly obliterated. The battlegrounds of Rocks, Garp, and Roger, as well as that of Edward Newgate and Douglas Bullet, had wreaked havoc upon the surrounding environment. Upon arriving here, Reina unexpectedly discovered an advantage. He could absorb the residual energy from the ongoing battle. Thus, at the periphery of the clash between Edward Newgate and Douglas Barrett, Reina sought out a relatively desolate spot to begin absorbing the residual energy from their confrontation, simultaneously converting it into his own stamina. The energy here is somewhat diminished. I can advance a little further. Reina had transformed this place into a testing ground, exploring suitable positions for absorption while honing his speed and energy intake, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Truly a perfect scenario. Whoa, this is too close. I must retreat a bit. However, the favorable situation was short-lived. As Reina edged closer to the battleground, the direction of their combat unexpectedly shifted towards him, causing the residual energy of the battle to surge dramatically, nearly harming Reina with the very energy he was attempting to convert. Chapter 24. The Dissolution of the Rocks Pirates. The Battle of God Valley raged on for 3 days and nights. Apart from the clash between Rayleigh and the Golden Lion Shiki, which was interrupted by Reiner, The other formidable warriors ceased hostilities after both sides suffered significant losses. The only remaining duel yet to reach a conclusion was that of Rox, Roger, and Garp on the main battlefield, on the southern coast of God Valley Island. The injured members of the Roger pirates and the Navy were recuperating not far from the Celestial Dragons and their slaves. 2 days prior, when the Celestial Dragons retreated to this location, they audaciously demanded that Garp's soldiers relinquish their warships, allowing them to escape first. Unfortunately, due to the heavy casualties suffered by Garp's contingent, there were not enough navigators and sailors on board, and even with the addition of the Celestial Dragons personnel, they lacked the manpower to return the warship to Mariewa. As for the pirates of the Roger crew, they had already shown considerable restraint by refraining from eliminating the Celestial Dragons. After nearly escalating into conflict, the Celestial Dragons, realizing they were the weakest party, were eventually persuaded by their subordinates to set up camp not far from the location. Bah, what a bunch of worthless scum, spat Spark Jabba, his body wrapped in bandages, disdainfully directing his contempt towards the Celestial Dragons. His battle against Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, had concluded without either side determined to fight to the death, resulting in a stalemate. Enough. This is not the time for such matters. I wonder how things are faring with the captain. Rayleigh, still retaining some of his combat strength, voiced his concerns. Have no fear. Although the Rox pirates are formidable, Roger is no pushover. Sambel expressed unwavering confidence in Roger. As a member of the Fishman tribe, his presence aboard Roger's ship spoke volumes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the Rox pirates was far from cordial. Many of their comrades had perished in battle, while others had chosen to flee, leaving only a handful behind. What shall we do now? Continuing to eliminate the Celestial Dragons is no longer feasible, and the longer we delay, the less likely we are to succeed. Reinforcements from the Navy may already be en route, inquired the usually silent Silver Axe. What? Are you contemplating defection? Shiki, seated nearby, glared at Silver Axe. Defection? What of it? Do we still stand a chance? After rescuing the captain, we should retreat. Silver Axe replied gravely. His words cast a pall over the group, as they realized their chances of victory had indeed evaporated. Prolonging the conflict might jeopardize their own escape. Shiki, you alone still possess the strength to fight. Go assist the captain. We shall retreat. John suggested after a moment of contemplation. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are to give me orders? Your prior betrayal remains unresolved, so cease your nonsense. Shiki retorted, cigar in mouth, visibly irked. At this moment, intervening in the main battlefield, even with Shiki's formidable strength, would yield no benefits, let alone the fact that Rox harbors such thoughts, which remain unknown to everyone. Since we are no longer united, let us disband. Charlotte Linlin suddenly declared. What? The captain is still fighting inside. And you wish to dissolve the crew at such a time? John exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Charlotte Linlin. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire island began to tremble violently. This is bad. The island is about to be destroyed. Quick, to the ship. Everyone felt the ground shake beneath their feet and hurried back to the pirate ship, setting sail and distancing themselves from the island. What is happening? The crew members exchanged bewildered glances. Even Linlin, who had just proposed disbanding, was momentarily at a loss. Witnessing a colossal island being shattered before their eyes and sinking into the depths of the sea. Despite their strength, they struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. What now? Wang Ji, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. However, no one responded. The fate of Rox was uncertain, leaving them unable to make a decision. Without hesitation, Shiki floated into the air and flew toward the island, where a thick fog enveloped the area, allowing him to enter undetected. After a while, Shiki returned slowly. Shiki, what is the situation over there? Did you see the captain? John inquired anxiously. Shiki shook his head, releasing a puff of smoke before responding. I did not see the captain, but I spotted Garp and Roger. They are safe. The implication was clear. If Garp and Roger were unharmed, then it was likely their captain, Rox, who was in peril. After Shiki's words, a profound silence fell over the ship. What should we do now? Let us hear everyone's thoughts. I intend to search for the captain, Those willing to stay may do so, while those who wish to leave are free to go. I will not say more, John stated firmly, as he was a trusted confidant of Captain Rox, making such a declaration unsurprising. Mama, I'm planning to establish my own pirate crew. Is anyone willing to join me? The first to speak was Charlotte Linlin. However, aside from Longbread, no one stirred. Kaido, are you not going to join me? I bestowed a great gift upon you earlier. Charlotte Linlin turned to Kaido, inquiring. Reina understood that this must refer to the Zoan-type fish fruit of the mythical species. After their confrontation with Spak Jabba, when they returned to the shore, Linlin had seemingly approached Kaido alone and presented him with the devil fruit. Gulyalu. After taking a hefty swig of alcohol, Kaido replied, Don't be absurd, Linlin. You think that mere trinket can make me your subordinate? Mama, very well, suit yourself. So, Reina, will you join me? Charlotte Linlin surprisingly did not press the issue, but instead turned to Reiner and inquired. This left Reiner somewhat bewildered. Although their relationship aboard the ship was amicable, it was primarily due to their shared fondness for cake. Linlin, are you mistaken? Inviting me? You must not regard my abilities highly, Reiner questioned in astonishment. Mama, your current strength may indeed be lacking, yet do not underestimate yourself. Follow me, and I shall ensure you achieve renown across the world, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed with laughter. Reiner, rather than trailing behind a woman, why not accompany me? Are you not curious as to why my physique is so formidable? Perhaps by following me, the answer shall be revealed. At that moment, Kaido also interjected, surprisingly extending an invitation to Reiner as well. Reiner, utterly perplexed, did not expect Charlotte Linlin to suddenly erupt in anger, yelling at Kaido, do you wish to meet your demise by stealing my recruit? Wait. Linlin, Kaido, let us not resort to violence. Why are both of you inviting me? Reiner interposed, scratching his head in confusion. What? Do you aspire to establish your own pirate crew? Charlotte Linlin questioned with an irritable expression. Reiner shook his head and replied that, I had not considered. Forming a pirate crew seems overly cumbersome. Precisely. It is for this reason that they seek you. Wang Ji chimed in with a smile. Among these individuals, each one wishes to pursue their own ambitions. Thus, there is no need for us to harbor any ill will toward one another. Among them, your potential and prowess stand unparalleled, which is why they naturally extend their invitations to you. Reiner suddenly understood. It was no wonder that figures like Shiki, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe had not invited anyone. Yet he received consecutive offers. How do you wish to proceed? Charlotte Linlin inquired again upon seeing Reiner's understanding. After a moment of hesitation, Reiner turned to Edward Newgate and asked, Brother Newgate, do you also intend to form your own pirate crew? Newgate nodded, affirming, Indeed. I shall also establish my own pirate crew. Then I. Reiner, do not rush into a decision. Following Newgate may not be the wisest choice. At that moment, Shiki the Golden Lion interrupted Reiner. There is no need to look at me like that, given Newgate's character. The pursuit of dominance is not to his liking. Hence, you would gain nothing by aligning with him. Shiki remarked, casting a glance at Newgate. While Linlin and Kaido may possess ambition, they are both madmen. One can never be certain when they might meet their end by their side. Therefore, Reiner, join my crew. Together, we shall conquer the world. I merely desire to have a family. My crew members are my kin. Thus, your point holds merit. Newgate pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. During his time with the Rox Pirates, he has gained profound insights, particularly from this battle, which has illuminated the truth that strength among crew members is not the sole determinant of success. Without deep bonds between them, they are merely a disorganized collection of individuals. Take the Roger Pirates, for instance. Their combat prowess is arguably on par with that of the Rox Pirates. Yet, as the world's most formidable pirate crew, they suffered a devastating defeat in this skirmish, with even their captain's fate shrouded in uncertainty. The reason for this debacle? They were fundamentally a scattered bunch, lacking even the most basic unity in pursuit of common interests. Thus, in his vision of an ideal pirate crew, it is not imperative for them to be exceptionally strong, but there must exist an intimacy akin to that of family. At this moment, Reiner found himself in a rather awkward position. Faced with the invitation from the future emperors of the sea, including the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, he felt no hesitation, only discomfort. Especially after Shiki's earlier flamboyant declaration. Raynor couldn't help but wonder if accepting such an invitation would lead him down a similar path. Moreover, the last individual who sought to conquer the world is now unaccounted for, likely having sunk into the depths of the ocean along with the shattered island. Now, he is being asked to join in another quest for world domination? Raynor felt a strong desire to simply prolong his existence. In truth, were it not for Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, joining Shiki's crew might not seem so unfavorable. At least, based on their time together, Shiki has treated him reasonably well. However, in the current circumstances, he remains resolute in his own decisions. Chapter 25. Raynor's Choice. Brother Newgate, if it pleases you, let us become a true family. Raynor rose and approached Edward Newgate, extending his hand as he spoke. Wahaha. Very well. From this day forth, we are indeed family, little brother. Newgate replied with a hearty laugh. Ugh, this is utterly tedious. John, procure me a lifeboat. I have no desire to linger here any longer, Shiki declared. Having observed Raynor's decision, fear not, you may utilize the lifeboats at your leisure. Once the whirlpool over there dissipates, I shall venture forth to seek the captain. John nodded affirmatively. Then let us part ways for now. Take care, everyone, Wang Ji responded, rising to leave upon hearing John's words. Alarm! The Navy approaches. At that moment, a crew member burst into the cabin, panic evident in his voice. Shiki and Wang Ji, preparing to depart, halted, their expressions darkening. Though our captain is currently missing and our rocks pirates may face disbandment, that does not grant the Navy the liberty to act without restraint, John asserted. Regardless, as you all aspire to establish your own pirate crews, an opportunity presents itself with ships arriving at our doorstep. What do you say? With a hearty laugh, Shiki exclaimed, Kaha! John, should you fail to locate the captain, my doors are always open to you. I shall reserve a warship for myself right here. Mama, let us procure a warship as well. After all, lifeboats hardly befit my stature. Charlotte Linlin swayed her hips and exited the cabin. What about us, brother? Raynor inquired, glancing at Newgate. Let us first assess the situation. Newgate pondered briefly before standing. Thus, the officers who had been deliberating in the cabin assembled on the outer deck, where they beheld 6 warships approaching from 3 distinct directions, encircling them. It seems the Navy has calculated our current lack of combat readiness and intends to make their presence felt. Raynor remarked with a light chuckle as he gazed upon the 6 vessels. Having recently endured a fierce battle, Carp would undoubtedly refrain from launching another attack. The approaching ships bore no distinctive markings, suggesting they were merely standard naval vessels led by ordinary commanders, rather than renowned admirals. Observing the Golden Lion Shiki soaring directly towards the warship ahead, Charlotte Linlin, accompanied by Kaido, took flight on the Cloud Zeus towards the ship on the left. Raynor watched them with palpable envy. Those flying fellows are indeed enviable, Wang Ji commented, sharing Raynor's sentiment. What say you, Newgate? Shall I reserve a warship for you as well? Silver Axe inquired, casting a glance at Newgate. Certainly. Although we are but 2, rest assured, brother. I have learned the art of navigation from the navigator. While I may not be an expert, I can certainly manage a vessel. Without waiting for Newgate to speak, Raynor stepped forward and declared, securing a warship is no simple feat. With only the 2 of you, it would indeed be quite exhausting. Wang Ji beside him turned to Raynor and concurred. Indeed, although naval vessels boast excellent performance and swift speeds, operating them with a limited crew can be exceedingly troublesome. Yet, why was Raynor so insistent on acquiring a warship? The answer was simple. If he and Newgate ventured out to sea in a lifeboat, what would become of their work tomorrow? They had already lost 3 days of work this month. He merely wished to swiftly regain his working hours. Although he could no longer attain a perfect attendance reward, accumulating additional points would still be beneficial. Brother, I have very little berries left. If we procure a warship and find an island to sell it, we could afford a smaller vessel. Raynor continued, otherwise, if we set sail in a lifeboat, who knows when we might save enough to purchase a ship. Seeing that Newgate remained silent, Raynor pressed on. Newgate paused, then erupted into laughter, Gulalala. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We have no immediate destination anyway, With fewer hands, we shall simply sail slowly. If all else fails, we can drift with the tide. Newgate was genuinely pleased, for Rayner had not suggested resorting to robbery despite their lack of berries. Meanwhile, the pirate ship had yet to approach the Navy's warship, but Shiki and Charlotte Linlin had already seized control of it. Rayner surmised they would likely allow the naval sailors to remain, thus aiding them in operating the ship. Neither Newgate nor Rayner intended to enlist Wang Ji and Silver Axe as assistants. Upon nearing the warship, Newgate lifted Rayner and leaped aboard. The naval personnel aboard the ship regarded the two as formidable foes, especially as some sailors recognized Whitebeard. "Who is your commanding officer? Bring him forth." "Our captain has taken a liking to this warship." Rayner stepped forward, addressing the Navy before him. The sailors, weapons drawn towards Rayner and Newgate, exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed as to why the roles appeared to have reversed. "Do not act rashly. You are no match for us. If you are unwilling, send out your commanding officer or your strongest fighter. We wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed." Rayner smiled at the fidgeting Navy personnel. Despite his words, the sailors surrounding them did not retreat and seemed poised for confrontation. Gulalala, little brother, discussing matters with them is futile. Sometimes, they must be made to recognize the disparity in strength, or else they will not easily back down. Newgate laughed heartily, swinging his naginata. The gust of wind generated causing the surrounding navy to stagger. "All right, brother, take a rest. These mere foot soldiers are best left to me," Rayner declared, slowly advancing. Newgate did not object, merely standing there with a smile. He recognized the importance of Rayner establishing his reputation. This was indeed an opportune moment. "Very well, let us conclude this swiftly. Sharingan, activate." Rayner activated his Sharingan and charged into the throng of Navy personnel. With his current prowess, these ordinary soldiers stand no chance against him. He effortlessly takes them down one by one, leaving the deck strewn with fallen naval soldiers in a mere moment. "Stand aside. You are no match for him." At that moment, a general draped in the naval cloak of justice stepped forward, approaching Rayner. "Finally, someone of substance?" Rayner smiled faintly, pausing his assault on the naval soldiers. "Whitebeard, Edward Newgate." The naval general disregarded Rayner entirely, instead casting a cautious glance at Newgate, who remained inactive. "Hey, are you underestimating me? I am your true opponent." Rayner's expression darkened at the blatant dismissal. "Kid, while your strength is commendable, you are still not my match." "Newgate, step forward. Do you intend to let this youth fight me?" Schalinger addressed Newgate. Boom. Rayner, uninterested in further banter, charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards his opponent. Schalinger raised his hand to block Rayner's attack, softly stating, "Very well, I'll deal with you first, then take care of Edward Newgate." "Humph. Do you fear the winds may twist your tongue? You plan to defeat me?" Although he successfully blocked Rayner's onslaught, Schalinger combat power was revealed to Rayner through the system. Schalinger, combat power 380. With a combat power of 380. He was indeed formidable among a throng of naval soldiers averaging below 10, yet against Rayner, it fell short. Previously, Shanks had lost to Rayner on the island, boasting a combat power of 450, thus Rayner hardly regarded this naval officer seriously. Wheel rotation. Suddenly, Schalinger's arms transformed into wheels, spinning wildly as they charged at Rayner. A devil fruit user? Rayner's Sharingan had already discerned the impending attack, allowing him to evade effortlessly. Though Schalinger's power was rated at only 380, Rayner understood that the system's assessment encompassed aspects such as strength, speed, and stamina, excluding the proficiency with which one wielded their abilities. For instance, while the system rated Rayner's Sharingan at 130, his actual strength had vastly surpassed that as he grew stronger. Furthermore, the power of the Black Emperor had also intensified with use, even beginning to surpass the enhancement provided by the Sharingan. Now, as his opponent employed the abilities granted by the Devil Fruit, the system likely provided a fixed combat power increase. Should Schalinger possess profound mastery over his fruit, he could potentially mislead Rayner. Therefore, Rayner resolved to exercise caution until he fully comprehended his opponent's capabilities. "I am the Wheel Fruit user, Navy Headquarters Lieutenant Schalinger." After forcing Rayner back, Schalinger refrained from pursuing and introduced himself. "So, you possess the superhuman Wheel Fruit. Reiner's countenance darkened as he recalled who his adversary was. In the original work, after Nico Robin was captured, Luffy led his companions to Judicial Island to rescue their ally, ultimately causing the island's destruction due to the blundering officer accidentally activating the Demon Extermination Order. Among the officers obstructing the Straw Hat crew was a lieutenant wielding the Wheel Fruit power, whose entrance was far less impressive than that of his companion with the Rust Fruit ability, who at least managed to destroy one of Zoro's weapons. It has now become apparent that this adversary is merely a lieutenant, not even a captain. Although aware of his abilities, which do not seem particularly formidable, Rina remains vigilant, reminding himself to give his all in any battle he faces. Just the perfect opportunity to test my skills. Rina smiled slightly and launched another attack against his opponent. Foolish. Knowing I am a Devil Fruit user, you dare to engage me in close combat. Submerger sneered as he saw Rina advancing. Bang! The spinning wheel of Submerger met Rina's fist, yielding an unexpected outcome. Rina was not sent flying, nor was his fist mangled by the wheel. Rather, Submerger's wheel inexplicably ceased its rotation. Hee, isn't that curious? There's even more to come. Unperturbed by his opponent's astonishment, Rina seized the moment and, with a swift elbow strike, struck Submerger squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Cough, cough. I truly underestimated you, but this is where it ends. Submerger coughed a few times, slowly rising to his feet and patting his wheel-like abdomen. At the critical moment, he had transformed the area Rina attacked into a wheel, dissipating much of the force, thus sustaining minimal injury. Moreover, Rina's previous assault had not released the absorbed energy. It was solely his own strength at play. Now standing upright, Submerger began to engage Rina earnestly. However, as the battle progressed, he grew increasingly alarmed. Sensing that his attacks were being absorbed, failing to connect with Rina's true form. Furthermore, the vast kinetic energy generated by his wheel's rotation was being siphoned away, causing each of his strikes to abruptly halt. Bang! The two exchanged blows once more. This was intentional on Rina's part, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Shanks. He aimed to employ the same tactic and see if he could ensnare his adversary again. After landing a strike on Rina, Submerger's eyes lit up. Believing the energy absorption had reached its limit, he chuckled and declared, "Kid, your power is indeed impressive, but I have uncovered your flaw?" Rina appeared utterly bewildered. He had yet to complete his trap. How could Submerger discern it? He had not even released the energy. Observing Submerger charging directly at him, Rina grew weary of the charade and unleashed all the absorbed energy in a powerful kick. Bang! Rina's foot connected with Submerger's left arm, transforming him into a parabolic arc as he spewed blood and plummeted into the sea. Lieutenant Submerger, the naval soldier, witnessing his superior plunge into the sea, simultaneously remained wary of Rina while vociferously calling out towards the spot where Schalinger had fallen. He possessed extraordinary abilities. If he were to submerge in the ocean, his fate would be sealed. There was still a chance to rescue him now. Should he sink to the ocean floor, the opportunity to retrieve his body would be utterly lost. Rina, however, refrained from taking further action against the naval soldier and instead stood there, exuding an air of cool indifference as he spoke. Chapter 26. Marco brother, do you have any crew members in mind to recruit? After successfully seizing the warship, Reyna and Newgate had been sailing the seas for 3 days. During this time, Reyna effortlessly completed his daily tasks, gradually increasing the duration of his attendance. His status had transformed from a mere apprentice sailor under rocks to a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Consequently, his responsibilities had multiplied. He was no longer merely a navigator, but also assumed the roles of cook, helmsman, and deckhand, among others. Initially, Newgate believed that with just the two of them, certain tasks could be overlooked, but Reyna was not inclined to agree. Now freed from the incessant chore of cleaning, his new identity allowed him a broader spectrum of duties. In addition to the 2 hours previously dedicated to training, he could now count steering the ship, preparing meals, and recording navigational coordinates as part of his work hours. Compared to cleaning, these tasks brought him far more satisfaction. Thus, no matter what Newgate said, Reyna diligently performed all the responsibilities he could each day. "Oh, I wish to find some talented youngsters to nurture," that would truly give a sense of home. Newgate mused after a moment's contemplation. Reyna recalled that indeed. The members aboard the Whitebeard ship were notably youthful, a clear indication of Newgate's deliberate choice. Very well. When we reach the next island, I shall trade this warship, and you can scout the town for any suitable recruits. Reyna nodded in agreement. After all, a pirate crew cannot consist solely of the two of us. Newgate inquired, how far is it to the next island? I'm not certain. This recording pointer was given to me by John. Reyna shook his head. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he let out a sharp cry and rushed to the helm, seemingly intent on altering the ship's course. What has happened? Newgate asked, bewildered. Brother Newgate, we have suffered a significant loss. If John did not betray Captain Rox, then he is the only one who knows the whereabouts of the Rox pirate's treasure. That scoundrel has led us astray, clearly intending to hoard the riches for himself. Reyna expressed, his face etched with sorrow. Gulalala. In stark contrast to Reyna's despair, Newgate erupted into laughter. Brother Newgate, you still find this amusing? How could I have overlooked such a crucial matter? Reyna lamented, wishing he could pound his head in frustration. Fear not, it is merely a treasure. In time, we shall encounter many adventures. We can seek out whatever we desire ourselves. As for the Rox pirate's treasure, it is of little consequence. Newgate remarked nonchalantly. Well, if you, Brother Newgate, are unconcerned, then let it be. Reyna replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. All right, little brother. No need to be so disheartened. Do you not trust your elder brother? Newgate cheerfully patted Reyna's back, speaking in a buoyant manner. By the time the two arrived at the island marked on the record pointer, for days had already elapsed. All right, brother. You go look for a suitable child while I finish writing the last bit of the navigation log. Then I will contact the buyer to dispose of this warship. We shall meet at the largest and later, Reyna declared, handing a stack of berry to Newgate. Newgate nodded, took the berry, and departed without delay. It was not that Reyna felt compelled to write the log at this moment. Rather, he needed to complete the foundational work hours for the day before he could proceed. He did not intend to sell the warship outright, but rather sought to trade it with a merchant. This way, he could seamlessly transition without delaying his attendance record, even if it meant incurring a loss on the price, which he did not mind. Once his work hours were complete, Reyna disembarked to explore nearby shops, inquiring if any wealthy individuals on the small island could afford to take the warship off his hands. After some considerable effort, he finally found a bold individual willing to exchange a medium-sized schooner and 3 million berry for the naval warship. In terms of value, Reyna was losing at least half of the berry, but time was of the essence. Moreover, this was a naval vessel, and few would dare accept it. So he did not dwell excessively on the price. With 3 million berry in hand, Reyna organized the belongings from the warship and transferred them to the new schooner. By the time he finished, night had fallen, so Reyna decided to continue working aboard the new ship to earn some overtime pay. The next morning, Reyna rose early, completed his work hours for the day, and descended from the ship with a box containing 3 million berry. Although he had resolved the issue with the ship, he still needed to procure some food, fruit, and the alcoholic beverages favored by pirates. Fortunately, with 3 million berry at his disposal, he could sufficiently restock the ship's provisions, though he wondered if Newgate would find satisfactory crew members. As Reyna walked, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals stealthily trailing him. This struck him as peculiar. After all, he had done nothing since arriving on the island, merely exchanging ships. How could a novice like him detect that he was being followed? The intentions of his pursuers were glaringly evident. Anyone could see it. Reyna glanced down at the box containing 3 million berry and seemed to fathom their motive for approaching him. Indeed, they were troublesome individuals. Reyna scowled and muttered under his breath. The audacity to attempt to rob him of his money was sheer folly. Deliberately, he veered into a narrow alley, only to be immediately surrounded by the very individuals who had been following him. What is the meaning of this? Reyna inquired, shielding the money box. Heh, you must be the rookie pirate, Red-Eye Reyna, right? Just a novice after all. Who would have thought you'd be worth 30 million? The leading bounty hunter exclaimed, brandishing a stack of wanted posters and grinning widely at Reyna, reveling in his perceived fortune. Red-Eye Reyna? Novice. 30 million? Reyna felt a twinge of confusion, Yet upon glimpsing the bounty notice in the other party's hand, he became exhilarated. At long last, he had been placed under a bounty. With a swift movement, Reyna darted forward, directly confronting the leading bounty hunter and snatching the notice from his grasp. How quick! The moment the notice was taken, the bounty hunter's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat and create some distance from Reyna. He realized that today he had encountered formidable opposition, and it was entirely possible they might meet their downfall here. Begone. I'm in a good mood today, so I shan't trouble you. Reyna grinned, glancing at the bounty hunter before indulging in a fit of silly laughter. Such a fellow. We may not necessarily lose. We have the numbers. Let us all attack together. Observing Reyna's foolish giggling, the leading bounty hunter suddenly pondered that perhaps he had merely imagined the earlier events. You refuse to heed my warning, humph. With the bounty notice securely in hand, Reyna evaded an attack from another bounty hunter and landed a punch squarely on his face. What a waste of time. In less than 5 minutes, Reyna emerged from the alleyway, leaving a multitude of fallen bounty hunters in his wake. Upon arriving at the largest inn, he spotted Newgate, who was preparing to leave with a young child. Brother Newgate. Reyna hurriedly approached to greet him. Reyna, you rascal, you've finally arrived. Have you finished with the ship arrangements? Newgate acknowledged Reyna with a nod. All sorted. I've exchanged for a medium-sized schooner, which is quite simple to operate. It merely requires good steering. Plus, I have 3 million berries, ample for purchasing food and drink. Reyna replied with a beaming smile. Excellent. Then let us eat something first. Newgate nodded in agreement. The inn had a restaurant that provided meals, so the trio entered, ordered some food, and began to eat. Is this our first new crew member? Reyna inquired curiously, eyeing the child beside Newgate, filled with admiration for the whims of fate. Indeed, from the moment I laid eyes upon that child, I recognized him, Marco the Phoenix, the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 1st Division, and our ship's doctor. His name is Marco, and he is currently an apprentice crew member. I intend to adopt him as my godson, Newgate declared with a smile. Godson. Although he had anticipated this, Reyna felt an odd sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a courtier adopting numerous godsons. What's wrong? Is that unacceptable? Newgate noticed the peculiar look in Reyna's eyes, prompting him to inquire with curiosity. No. It's just that your dream is to have your own family and establish a lineage, which is commendable. However, does that mean he will call me uncle? Reyna asked with a mischievous grin. I refuse. Marco, sporting a punk pineapple hairstyle and half-closed eyes, immediately rejected the notion, sensing Reyna's ill intentions. You little brat. What do you mean by that? Am I not sufficiently qualified to be your uncle? Behold, I am none other than the crimson-eyed Reiner. Reiner dramatically produced the bounty notice from his possession and slapped it onto the table, feigning anger yet unable to suppress a smile. Oh, indeed. Newgate was drawn to Reiner's words, his gaze fixated upon the bounty notice laid out before them. The image depicted Reiner standing triumphantly after having sent Vice Admiral Schlingel flying, addressing the naval soldiers. The fearful expressions of the surrounding Navy personnel accentuated Reiner's somewhat sinister presence. This cannot possibly be you. The individual in the image possesses red eyes. Young Marco, unable to resist the allure, leaned in closer to scrutinize the bounty notice. Heh. You are unaware, my boy. Observe closely. Sharingan, activate. With a mischievous grin, Reiner activated his Sharingan. A gasp escaped Marco's lips as he stared at Reiner in astonishment, pointing at his eyes and exclaiming, Your eyes have truly turned red. How beautiful. Enough. Reiner, close your Sharingan. Marco is still young and may not withstand it. Newgate interjected, giving a gentle nudge to the somewhat entranced Marco before turning back to Reiner. Heh. Reiner closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had reverted to their normal black hue. Marco, still in his youth and possibly yet to have acquired a devil fruit, would naturally be susceptible to the allure of the double Tomo Sharingan. Although the double Tomo Sharingan lacks the ability to cast illusions, it possesses inherent capabilities to bewilder, albeit only to a limited extent. Reiner had tested this. An ordinary person, even without prompting, would merely experience a momentary distraction, rendering it ineffective in the heat of battle. Chapter 27. The establishment of the Whitebeard pirates. After finishing their dinner, the three of them set out to procure provisions and beverages essential for their voyage. Essentially, it was Reyna who busied himself with the tasks, while Marco assisted in gathering the necessary items. As dusk began to settle, they returned to their new vessel. "Brother, what do you think of the new ship?" Reyna inquired with a smile, noticing Newgate scrutinizing the ship with great interest. Newgate nodded and smiled in return, yet remained silent. After Reyna had shown the two around the new ship, Newgate finally spoke. "You have worked hard. All these tasks have fallen on your shoulders alone." Reyna had overseen a complete refurbishment of the ship, opting for a design that was not overly opulent, but rather exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Were it not for the pirate flag fluttering above, one might hardly recognize it as a pirate vessel. Newgate greatly appreciated this style and understood that it was Reyna's thoughtful arrangement, prompting his words of gratitude. "By the way, brother, what do you think of the pirate flag I designed? Are you satisfied?" Reyna asked, gesturing to the flag he had sketched from memory with a grin. That prominent mustache is quite unmistakable," Marco chimed in, nodding in agreement with feigned seriousness. "Of course, the moniker Whitebeard belongs to you, brother, so our flag must reflect that. I've also thought of a name for our crew, the Whitebeard Pirates. What do you think?" Reyna said, beaming with excitement. "What do you think about painting the skull's eyes red?" Newgate pondered aloud after a moment's thought. While he was pleased with the flag, he felt that the crew was a joint endeavor between himself and Reyna, so it was essential to incorporate Reyna's characteristics as well. "Is it because of the crimson eyes?" Marco muttered quietly. However, Reyna shook his head, responding, "Thank you, brother. But a pirate crew requires only one soul. This flag embodies the essence of the Whitebeard pirates, so it should solely reflect the essence of Whitebeard. Everything else would be superfluous." Both Newgate and Marco were taken aback, yet Reyna's assertion rang true. The pirate flag indeed represented the soul of the crew. A skull with red eyes could be quite striking, Marco mused, attempting to appear wise. "Very well, brother. If you have no objections, I shall proceed to paint this design on the mainsail," Reyna declared, ignoring Marco as he saw that Newgate had no dissent. "Whitebeard. Crimson eyes. Then what will my nickname be?" Marco pondered, stroking his blonde hair, lost in thought. Blonde. You're more of a yellow-haired fellow," Reyna teased, adopting an elder's demeanor as he looked at the now visibly disgruntled Marco. "Ha ha ha." Newgate roared with laughter at Reyna's playful banter with Marco, choosing not to intervene. He recognized that Reyna would manage the situation adeptly in matters of social interaction. He believed Reyna surpassed him. Reyna's artistic skills are quite commendable, largely due to the generous overtime pay that has afforded him numerous ability exchange tokens. Now, he has not only acquired F-level skills in music, painting, calligraphy, chess, and more, but has also mastered D-level skills such as cooking, navigation, construction, and medicine. However, these skills are of little assistance in combat, thus Reyna refers to them as life skills. Moreover, these skills lack proficiency levels. As long as Reyna is willing to purchase skill upgrade scrolls from the shop, he can elevate them directly. Nevertheless, Reyna believes that the life skills he currently possesses are sufficiently robust, and therefore, he has not upgraded any of them, especially considering that a basic skill upgrade scroll costs 1,000 points. Ding, ding, ding. Completed. Looking at the masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted on the mainsail for half the night, Reyna felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Everything was in place. They could officially set sail tomorrow. Reyna clapped his hands and said with pride, "Why not set sail now?" Marco asked, puzzled. "Who set sail at midnight? Besides, we haven't conducted the departure ceremony yet. We must wait until the captain announces the establishment of the pirate crew tomorrow before we can officially embark," Reyna replied, rolling his eyes at Marco. After a night of silence, the next morning, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, along with Reyna and Marco, held a simple departure ceremony. Following this, Whitebeard formally announced the establishment of the Whitebeard Pirates. Thus, this crew, destined to rule the latter half of the Grand Line like emperors, was quietly formed. "Since you are the captain, I shall be the vice-captain, correct?" Reyna inquired, looking toward Newgate with a hint of trepidation. He recalled that the Whitebeard pirates did not have a formal vice captain. That role was filled by Marco, the captain of the First Division. So he was uncertain of Newgate's intentions. Sure enough, upon hearing Reyna's words, Newgate hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "This pirate crew has been established by you and me together. It is no issue for you to be the vice captain." Then, Marco, you are now the only crew member aboard our ship. No, rather, you are the trainee crew member, Reyna declared proudly, pointing at Marco. Marco scoffed, feeling somewhat disgruntled, yet he could find no grounds for rebuttal. In addition, I now also serve as the navigator, helmsman, shipwright, ship's doctor, cook, sailor, musician, and fighter. As for you, you shall serve as both sailor and lookout. Reyna nodded and continued. Marco stared at Reyna in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how one person could hold so many positions. How is that even possible? Whitebeard, too, felt a sense of incredulity. Yet he understood that Reyna took the roles and responsibilities within the pirate crew very seriously, so he refrained from contesting it. After all, Reyna was the most earnest pirate, having even received praise from Captain Rox. You hold so many positions? Do you actually possess the skills for all of them? Marco asked, regaining his composure with confusion. Indeed, I am well versed in these matters. Once we have skilled personnel aboard, I shall no longer need to juggle so many positions. Moreover, should you wish to learn, I would be delighted to teach you. Reiner nodded earnestly. Although Marco harbored some skepticism, he chose not to question further upon witnessing Newgate's tacit approval. With the situation settled, Reiner nodded in satisfaction. He was unconcerned about the roles themselves. Yet the system had its own stipulations. Without these positions, his efforts would not count as working hours. By assuming these roles, all his tasks would indeed be recognized as work time. As the sails were unfurled, Reiner busied himself anew. Marco, lacking experience, was of little assistance. Although operating a triangular sailboat was not particularly challenging, Reiner still had a multitude of responsibilities. Casting a glance at the recording pointer by the helm, Reiner beckoned the somewhat bewildered Marco over, saying, "Come here, young one." "Yes, first mate, what is it?" Marco approached hesitantly, his voice cautious. He had indeed been startled earlier. Reiner's words had proven truthful. After Captain Newgate commanded the ship to set sail, he settled by the rail, gazing at the sea, leaving all tasks to Reiner. "Do not call me first mate. You may refer to me as uncle. I do not mind," Reiner teased with a grin. "Very well, first mate," Marco replied, his eyes downcast. "All right, suit yourself. Are you familiar with this?" Reiner shrugged nonchalantly, pointing at the recording pointer next to the helm. "Yes, that is the recording pointer. It indicates the direction of the next island." Marco nodded in response. "Excellent. I entrust the helm to you. Keep the ship on course as indicated by the pointer. I must attend to other matters. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call for me. Do you have any questions?" "None at all." Marco pressed his lips together, speaking with conviction. He felt the need to demonstrate his worth. "Very well, young man. I leave this in your capable hands," Reiner said, satisfied as he patted Marco on the shoulder, smiling. He had other tasks to attend to, reserving 2 hours for training. At the same time that the Whitebeard pirates officially set sail, the Roger pirates on a nearby island were also preparing for departure. "Shanks, come quickly," cried Buggy, clutching a stack of bounty notices and seeking out his companion Shanks. "What is it, Buggy?" Shanks replied, somewhat subdued. "Look, it's that guy." Buggy handed the topmost bounty notice to Shanks, featuring Reiner, who had awakened the Sharingan. "Crimson Eyes Reiner. It's that fellow, but why are his eyes red?" Shanks recognized the one who had defeated him, but remained puzzled by Reiner's eye color. I inquired, and it appears this is part of his abilities, indicating that he did not fight at full strength the day we clashed. A bounty of 30 million berries right from the start. That fellow is formidable, Buggy remarked, a hint of concern in his tone. Shanks clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Next time I encounter him, I shall undoubtedly defeat him. Indeed, upon our next meeting, I must claim his head for daring to humiliate me so." Buggy nodded, sharing in the sentiment of shared enmity. "Oh, you wish to eliminate him? I've heard that the Rox pirates have disbanded, and he has departed alongside Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. The bounty was placed on him after he single-handedly dispatched a Navy warship and defeated a Navy captain with a devil fruit ability. The first mate, Rayleigh, happened to pass by and, upon seeing the bounty notice in Buggy's hands, chuckled. What? He took down a warship alone? Both Buggy and Shanks exclaimed in astonishment. Rayleigh nodded, stating, he is a foe not to be underestimated. If you wish to defeat him, you must strive even harder. I will certainly prevail against him. The first time I was so thoroughly beaten by someone my own age, Rena left a profound impression on me. In another sea, the Golden Lion Shiki sat aboard a pirate ship transformed from a warship, indulging in wine and cigars. Captain, here are the latest bounty notices. A pirate presented a stack of bounties. Initially disinterested, Shiki's gaze fell upon the top notice, and he set aside his drink to pick it up. 30 million? Rena, have you begun to make a name for yourself in the world? He laughed heartily. It seems the seas ahead will not be dull. As Rena's bounty spread across the globe, former members of the Rocks Pirates were taken aback. Though they acknowledged that, given Rena's strength, a bounty was to be expected. They were surprised by the swiftness of it all. Mama Rena, truly, a remarkable individual I have chosen. Charlotte Linlin exclaimed with laughter while holding Rena's bounty notice. Humph. Merely an ungrateful little brat. Linlin, observing the notice, remarked, it seems Newgate has begun to make his moves. I shall part ways with you here. Kaido glanced at Rena's bounty notice disdainfully. In his eyes, it was Whitebeard Newgate who commanded attention, and Rena was yet to pose any threat, despite his considerable talent. Kaido, will you truly not join me? Together we could swiftly conquer these seas. Charlotte Linlin inquired with a smile. Gulping down his drink, Kaido replied, I shall be the captain. Very well. I wish you a pleasant voyage. Chapter 28. Marco's Fruit Ability Bang. Marco was once again struck down to the ground by Reiner's punch. Yet he swiftly regained his footing. However, standing there, even in such a state, proved to be a considerable effort for him. Enough. You should rest. Continuing like this is detrimental to your health. Upon seeing Marco sway unsteadily, Reiner shook his head and spoke. Newgate, who was at the helm controlling the ship, cast a sidelong glance at Marco, his brow slightly furrowed. Huff, huff, it's not over yet. I can still go on. Marco shouted defiantly towards Reiner. Reiner shook his head, preparing to respond, but suddenly noticed wisps of blue flames rising from Marco's body, witnessing his injuries rapidly heal. A devil fruit user? Reiner exclaimed, feigning surprise. He was aware that Marco possessed the mythical phoenix form of the bird fruit, a Zoan-type devil fruit. Yet he was unaware that Marco had already acquired the fruit at that moment, so his astonishment was not entirely insincere. Newgate, who was steering the ship, also displayed a look of surprise. When he had previously encountered Marco, he sensed a faint power within him, but his greater concern was for the child's plight. Marco, an orphan, squatted alone in a street corner, appearing emaciated from hunger. It was this compassion that prompted Newgate to inquire if Marco would like to join him. And little did he expect to be met with such a revelation. After his transformation, however, Marco did not press the attack on Reiner, but instead turned away dejectedly. Hey, kid, where are you going? Didn't you say you could keep going? Reiner asked, puzzled. Marco pointed at the blue flames enveloping him and his altered physique. Speaking in a somewhat numb tone, aren't you afraid of what I've become? They all say I am a cursed child. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? Fool, this is the ability known as a devil fruit. While it could be considered a cursed power, that curse is solely directed at you. Have you not realized that you can no longer touch seawater? Reiner paused, then burst into laughter. Newgate, too, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Indeed, the abilities of a devil fruit user, especially a child who mistakenly consumed one, could easily be misconstrued by the uninformed. The devil fruit? Marco asked, bewildered. Is it like your eyes? No, you are unlike me. Reiner shook his head. The glimmer of hope that once sparkled in Marco's eyes dimmed instantly upon hearing Reiner's response. Of course, my abilities are different. Mine is a power that truly comes from the depths of hell. But didn't you eat a fruit that looked peculiar yet tasted dreadful? Reiner said, with a sly grin. A fruit that tasted dreadful? Marco felt a sense of confusion, but suddenly something seemed to dawn on him. He nodded and said, indeed. There was a time when I was extremely hungry and went to the shore in search of discarded items to exchange for food. I stumbled upon a fruit washed ashore by the waves, which was indeed quite unpalatable. Fool, that was a devil fruit. I am uncertain of your abilities, but it seems to have some connection with flames. You might consult our captain about this. He is the wielder of the Tremor fruit from the Paramecia class. Unlike you, my powers stem from my lineage, Reyna remarked with a chuckle. Marco paused, glancing at Whitebeard, who was at the helm. Whitebeard subtly nodded at Marco, affirming the truth of his words. I am really not a devil, Marco exclaimed, a hint of agitation in his voice. If devils are as weak as you, how could they govern hell? Reyna scoffed dismissively. I am not weak. My abilities are formidable. I can heal any injury. Marco retorted immediately upon hearing Reyna's words. Oh, a flame that possesses healing abilities? I don't believe I have ever heard of such a fruit. Doesn't he seem to belong to the Logia category? Could it be Paramecia? Reyna feigned speculation. No, I suspect it is of the Zoan type. Whitebeard interjected, shaking his head. Why do you say that, brother? Reyna asked, astonished. Could it be that Whitebeard could discern Marco's abilities merely by glancing at him in his incomplete transformation? That seemed rather exaggerated. Look closely. When you wield your powers, your body undergoes a transformation. Although it hasn't fully changed, I surmise that is due to your lack of proficiency. Such alterations that change the very shape of the body are highly indicative of the Zoan type. Whitebeard explained, shaking his head. Kid, try to fully unleash your abilities. Reyna urged Marco. Focus your attention and truly feel the changes in your body. Upon hearing this, Marco took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, Marco's body began to transform. His hands morphed into wings, his legs into the claws of a bird, and his head into that of a bird as well. His entire form was engulfed in blue flames, yet these flames lacked the typical characteristics of ordinary fire, appearing quite peculiar. Indeed, it is of the Zoan type. But these flames, could they belong to a phoenix? No, that is not right. Although a phoenix indeed possesses the power of resurrection, it does not have healing capabilities. Reyna mused, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation. It is the immortal bird. The bird fruit, phoenix form, belonging to the mythical Zoan category, a remarkably rare fruit. Whitebeard, a seasoned and knowledgeable warrior, immediately identified Marco's fruit. How did I end up like this? Marco exclaimed, gazing at his transformed hands and feet in a state of bewilderment. All right, brother, the remaining lessons are now yours. I am not as familiar with the devil fruits as you are. Reyna chuckled, rushing over to take the helm from Whitebeard, allowing him to explain to Marco. Whitebeard's explanation was quite blunt. He simply retrieved a devil fruit encyclopedia from the cabin, tossed it to Marco, and then disregarded him entirely. Brother, isn't that a bit too casual? You at least ought to instruct him on how to harness his abilities, Reyna remarked, observing Marco engrossed in the book, somewhat exasperated as he spoke to Newgate. No powerful individual is forged by another. Everything relies on oneself. When you first boarded the ship, you were not even in Marco's league, and now look at you. You're a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Did anyone teach you? Newgate replied, shaking his head. While his words held merit, the distinction between having guidance and lacking it was quite pronounced. At the very least, it would save one from numerous detours. Reiner shook his head in disagreement. Garara, are you an animal type, or am I? Since neither of us are, how can we teach? The only things I can impart are techniques and methods for training. Surely you comprehend that? Newgate shot a sidelong glance at Reiner, questioning him. I do understand. But there are no buts here. Are you the captain, or am I? Newgate retorted, echoing Reiner's usual reprimands to Marco. Reiner rolled his eyes, relinquished the helm, and approached Marco, determined to reclaim his dignity after being bested by the elder. Marco, haven't your injuries healed? Continue your training, Reiner said sternly, opting to persist in challenging Marco. Newgate, with a broad smile, sat at the helm, sipping his drink while watching Reiner educate Marco, savoring the bliss of life. Days passed, and Marco gradually mastered his abilities. With the characteristics of the Phoenix, he was now able to exchange blows with Reiner. However, Marco often found himself on the losing end. Though Reiner lacked hockey, his strikes were still effective enough to keep Marco on his toes. Yet Marco's unfamiliarity with his powers forced him to rely on the regenerative effects of fire while engaging in a tug-of-war with Reiner. With Reiner wielding the powers of the Black Emperor and the Sharingan, he could swiftly dictate the flow of battle, often leaving Marco sprawled on the deck. This won't do. The lad is becoming increasingly adept at wielding his abilities. Without mastering Haki, I will be at a severe disadvantage. After concluding the day's training, Reiner gazed at Marco, who lay incapacitated on the deck, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Truly, the potential and talent of a future renowned pirate were formidable. Brother, I wish to learn Haki and Kinbunshiku. After the bout, Reiner dispatched Marco to continue his physical training and sought out Whitebeard to inquire about mastering Haki. Training in Haki necessitates a robust physique, while you can indeed begin cultivating Kinbunshiku now. Originally, I intended to wait until your physical prowess was greater before commencing your training in Haki and Kinbunshiku, considering your Sharingan. The distinction in battle with or without Kinbunshiku is minimal. It seemed Newgate had anticipated Reiner's inquiry, addressing him directly. The elder brother implied that my current physical strength is insufficient, making the training of Haki somewhat challenging. Reina pondered, asking, "No, with your physical capabilities. You are indeed ready to train in Haki now. However, I still hope you can wait a little longer, allowing your body to grow even stronger before you commence." Whitebeard contemplated for a moment before responding. "I understand. Thank you, brother." Reina nodded in acknowledgement. He grasped Newgate's intention. His physical condition was merely adequate, which is why Newgate wished for him to bide his time, ensuring that training would not jeopardize his health. Consequently, Reina dedicated all his time beyond work to physical training, to the point that even Marco, who accompanied him, began to struggle. "Fool, do not compare yourself to him. He commenced his physical training before you. Progress must be made step by step. Forcing yourself to keep up with him will only lead to injury." At last, unable to bear the sight, Newgate intervened to halt Marco from continuing to train alongside Reina. Chapter 29. The Navy's Zephyrland Ho. Marco exclaimed excitedly from the mast, calling down to the crew. "Very well, I understand. You take the helm. I shall record the logbook." Reiner nodded in acknowledgement, responding to Marco as he took his place at the wheel. After a considerable period of navigation, they finally reached the next island. "Brother, here is the list of provisions we need to procure. Once we land, I kindly ask you and Marco to handle the shopping," Reiner said, retrieving a note from the cabin and handing it to Newgate. Aren't you coming ashore to explore?" Newgate inquired, tilting his head. "No. There are still tasks to be completed aboard, and besides, this is a gift for you." Reiner shook his head and tossed a weighted training suit to Marco. Marco, who was steering the ship, became immediately elated upon seeing the suit and hurriedly stepped forward to catch it. "Thank you, first mate." After a moment of hesitation, Marco refrained from uttering the two words Reiner had anticipated. Although Reiner referred to Newgate as brother, their ages were quite similar, rendering it difficult for Marco to address him as uncle. Nonetheless, Marco was aware that Reiner handled most of the ship's affairs, while he focused on his own training. Therefore, the weighted suit had been crafted by Reiner in the cabin each night after they had retired for sleep. Newgate had informed Marco of this discovery, which deeply touched him. Having been an orphan since childhood and ostracized due to his devil fruit abilities, he had never truly experienced such care from another. "All right, try it on and see if it fits. If anything seems amiss, I can make adjustments." Reiner waved his hand, smiling. This weighted suit was, of course, one he had exchanged anew, as the previous one had been discarded. A few days prior, he had procured another, but it had been tailored to his own physique, necessitating some modifications for Marco to wear it comfortably. Newgate had observed Reiner's alterations and discreetly conveyed this to Marco. "It fits. It fits. It's perfect," Marco exclaimed, nodding even though he had yet to don the suit. "How can you know it fits without trying it on?" Reiner, uninterested in his exuberance, insisted on helping Marco into the suit, then instructed him to perform several movements to test its comfort and flexibility. "It looks quite good. How do you feel? If anything feels off, you must speak up. This is no trivial matter." Reiner spoke with a serious tone. "The weight distribution is meticulously designed, and any misalignment could lead to muscle imbalance, potentially affecting you in the long run. So do let me know, understood?" Well, all right. It seems a bit tight on my left arm. It feels somewhat restrictive when I try to move it. Marco pointed out an area on his left arm that had been noticeably altered. All right, hold still for a moment while I take another measurement. This is my first time crafting something for someone else, so it's not quite perfect yet. All right, take it off now. I shall make some adjustments this evening. After marking the weighted suit, Reina instructed. Marco reluctantly removed the weighted suit and handed it to Reina. Once we reached the shore, accompany the captain to procure provisions and drinks, but do not squander our funds. Reina admonished. We haven't encountered a single pirate ship in days. We have yet to earn a single berry. Captain, should we not devise a strategy? Reina produced a stack of berries from his pocket and handed them to Newgate. Marco, standing nearby, wore a comical expression of suppressed laughter, his face turning crimson. Observing this, Newgate delivered a swift punch to Marco's head, causing a noticeable bump to form. It was evident that Reina managed all affairs aboard, including the finances, as both he and Newgate had set sail with nothing. These berries were entirely Reina's. Thankfully, amidst their overtime pay, they occasionally received a few berries, or they would surely starve from lack of funds to purchase food. Didn't we sell the warship for 3 million berries? Newgate pondered aloud. Brother, what can 3 million buy us? We've nearly exhausted our funds on provisions and drinks before we even set sail. Reina responded with exasperation. Alas, Newgate's fondness for alcohol had rubbed off on Reina. And since exchanging for spirits in the marketplace proved impractical, they naturally had to purchase quality liquor with their berries. The majority of their previous 3 million had been spent on fine wines. Very well, I will keep an eye on it. Newgate conceded, somewhat reluctantly. Upon reaching the small island, Newgate took Marco ashore while Reina remained aboard the ship. Although he had completed his work hours for the day, he still had some overtime left, so he chose to stay on board. Last month, due to the interruptions caused by the battle at God Valley, he had missed out on the full attendance rewards, and this month he was determined to avoid any such disruptions. Otherwise, he would be driven to the brink of rage. Little did Reina know, shortly after Newgate and Marco disembarked, a naval warship appeared on the distant horizon. Admiral Zephyr, I have heard that Fleet Admiral Kong intends to promote you to the rank of Admiral? A naval lieutenant inquired with a smile, standing beside Rear Admiral Zephyr on the ship's deck. Without any confirmed news, it is best not to speak carelessly. Zephyr replied, shaking his head. Zephyr had joined the Navy at the age of 14, alongside notable figures such as Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, striving to become a hero. At 34, he earned the moniker Blackarm due to his formidable mastery of hockey, establishing himself as a powerful rear admiral. Recently, Garp had vanquished the Rocks pirates and was hailed as a hero of the Navy. Following the year-end assessments, both he and Garp were likely to be promoted to admirals. However, Sengoku, despite his prowess, had slightly lesser achievements and would likely have to await further victories before earning his promotion. Report: an island has been sighted ahead. Shall we make landfall? A soldier approached Sengoku with the query. Let us dock. The supplies on the ship have dwindled significantly. We must dock to replenish them. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr nodded in agreement. Soon, Zephyr's warship arrived at a small island and anchored in the port. Captain Zephyr, look, a pirate ship. Upon entering the harbor, they spotted a triangular sailboat brazenly flying the Jolly Roger, confidently moored in the port. What an unfamiliar flag. Surely, it must be a prank. Who would dare to dock so openly as a pirate? Moreover, observe, there are no signs of an attack on the port. Zephyr's first officer chuckled after surveying the surroundings. In truth, this was a blunder on Reina's part. His understanding of the world of pirates was largely derived from the animated series in his memory, which depicted a time long past, the Great Pirate Era. He was unaware that in this age, pirates typically stowed their flags before entering a port unless they intended to attack. Although they would not change their mainsail, they would lower it upon docking, making the insignia nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Having arrived in this world, Reina had predominantly been with the Rocks pirates, who never lowered their flag upon entering a harbor, as their might rendered them unassailable, thus creating a false impression for Reina. As for Whitebeard, Newgate had grown accustomed to all that Reina had arranged and had forgotten this unwritten rule. Furthermore, he harbored a disdain for lowering his pirate flag. Even if he had noticed, he would not have felt compelled to remind Reyna. The first officer's remarks were met with unanimous agreement from the other Navy personnel, who deemed it merely a prank and thus chose to ignore it. However, at that moment, Reyna had just completed his nautical log and stepped outside for some physical training, only to be greeted by the sight of a Navy warship not far off. Is that Blackarm Zephyr? At first glance, Reyna recognized Zephyr, for he was one of the three formidable powers of the Navy, and his distinctiveness was undeniable. Young one, are you a pirate? Zephyr had initially intended to depart. Yet upon seeing Reyna, his first officer jestingly inquired. Reyna, upon hearing the question, could not muster a smile. He dared not deny it. This was one of the peculiar stipulations set by the system. If he denied his identity as a pirate, it would be tantamount to relinquishing his vocation. Not to mention, he would forfeit his attendance for the day. Had this incident occurred a few days earlier, Reyna might have easily dismissed it. However, the new month had only just begun, and to have it all come to an abrupt halt? The thought of losing the full attendance bonus incited a surge of frustration within him, prompting him to shout, "Who said that? I am a pirate." Immediately after his outburst, Reyna regretted his recklessness. Judging by the earlier circumstances, it was clear the Navy had misunderstood the situation and did not perceive him as a pirate. If he had simply feigned ignorance, there was a substantial chance he could have concealed his past. Now, having drawn attention to himself, he risked being recognized, which could spell disaster. He does not consider himself a match for Zephyr, especially in the absence of Newgate. "Oh, young lad, are you truly a pirate? Pray tell, who is your captain? Which crew do you belong to? How many members do you have?" Zephyr's first mate clearly does not believe Reyna's words, thinking that the boy is merely speaking out of youthful bravado. Meanwhile, Zephyr himself smiles as he observes Reyna, sharing his first mate's perspective, though his thoughts delve deeper. He is surprised that this child harbors aspirations of becoming a pirate and contemplates whether it would be prudent to dissuade him from such ambitions. Wait, that fellow is indeed a pirate. I seem to recall having seen his bounty. Before Reyna could respond, a member of the Navy suddenly pointed at him, exclaiming, Chapter 30. Reyna versus Zephyr. Upon hearing someone aboard the opposing warship recognize him, Reyna found himself at a loss for words. The earlier joy he felt upon seeing the bounty had evaporated. Had he not been marked for a reward, this encounter would have been easily brushed aside. Is he truly a pirate, or merely a fugitive? Indeed, upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zephyr and his lieutenant's expressions shifted immediately as they turned their gazes toward Reyna. Understanding that he could no longer conceal his identity, Reyna smiled and declared, Lord Zephyr, we meet again. You have seen me? Zephyr squinted, regarding Reyna with renewed scrutiny. Indeed. I had the honor of meeting you previously, Captain. Though you may not have noticed a mere nobody like myself at that time. Reyna nodded in acknowledgement. Who is he? Zephyr's lieutenant inquired quietly of the naval officers behind them, clearly referring to the soldier who had just recognized Reyna. My lord, this man should be known as Crimson-Eyed Reyna, the latest bounty criminal. For his first bounty, it stands at an astonishing 30 million. However, unlike the wanted poster, his eyes are red, which leaves me uncertain. A naval soldier hesitated before responding. Upon hearing this, Reyna nearly choked on his own blood. It was infuriating that if one was unsure, they ought not to shout so loudly. Now, it mattered little whether he was recognized or not, for he had already acknowledged his identity. One must understand, in this era, 30 million is no trifling sum. Unlike the age of great pirates, bounties now genuinely reflect one's strength. Crimson-Eyed Reyna? Zephyr still could not recall when he had encountered Reyna, as the latter had not disclosed the name of his captain. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. As long as the individual was a pirate, particularly a fugitive, capturing him would be a straightforward endeavor. Reyna felt a surge of frustration, contemplating whether he should voice an expletive. Since you are a pirate, encountering me signifies your misfortune. Surrender, and I shall be lenient. Zephyr nodded and waved his hand, instructing the naval soldiers to encircle Reyna. Hiss, exhale. Sharingan. Activate. Taking a deep breath, Reyna activated his Sharingan. He understood that words were futile at this juncture. Combat was inevitable, and the fiercer the struggle, the more likely it would attract Newgate's attention. Only with Newgate's support could he hope to grasp a slim chance of survival. Though Zephyr claimed never to have slain a pirate, Reiner would not dare gamble on such a notion. With the activation of his Sharingan, Reiner's eyes transformed to a striking red. The naval officers recognized him without a doubt now. It was indeed Crimson-Eyed Reiner. Lord Zephyr, although my strength pales in comparison to yours, I must shamelessly seek your guidance. With a firm step, Reiner charged forward from his ship towards Zephyr, even if a battle were to ensue. It could not take place on his vessel. What if it were damaged? Ah, splendid. Stand down. Zephyr chuckled, ready for the impending clash. With a wave of his hand, Zephyr instructed the naval soldiers to withdraw. Suddenly, the opponent's eyes turned crimson, leaving him perplexed about the situation. Recklessly sending his soldiers forth could lead to their demise. Bang! Zephyr exchanged a punch with Reina midair, yet it felt as if his attack had not landed at all. Absorbing Zephyr's blow, Reina nearly succumbed to the urge to retaliate with his own energy. He was certain that the punch was merely a probing strike, but it had already reached the threshold of his absorption capacity. Seizing the moment of confusion following their clash, Reina executed a whip kick aimed at Zephyr. Although the previous punch seemed to have missed, causing Zephyr a fleeting moment of distraction, he effortlessly blocked Reina's kick. Ah, the prowess of Black Arm Zephyr is indeed formidable. Upon landing, Reina flexed his ankle. Although he had refrained from releasing the absorbed energy, his kick had been executed with all his might. Yet Zephyr had managed to stop it without even activating his haki, truly terrifying. If this is your only skill, then it seems you won't be leaving today? Zephyr remarked with a slight smile before vanishing from sight. So swift. Reina's Sharingan caught a glimpse of Zephyr's movements, yet his body could not keep pace, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Zephyr's punch sent Reina flying, crashing him into the ship's hull. Cough, cough. Truly impressive. It appears that if I do not reveal my true capabilities today, I may perish here. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Reina emerged from the wreckage of the cabin, grinning. He had restrained his instinct to release energy to counter Zephyr's attack, which left him unable to absorb the impact, resulting in Zephyr's punch sending him sprawling. However, his body was now brimming with energy, and once he found an opportunity, he could deliver a powerful strike to Zephyr. Oh, it seems you possess additional skills? Zephyr smiled slightly, opting not to pursue further. Taking a deep breath, Reina removed his weighted suit and discarded it aside with a thud. Interesting. Upon hearing the sound of the suit hitting the deck, Zephyr recognized it was no ordinary garment. Ah, much lighter. Now, Lord Zephyr, shall we continue our bout? Reina leaped a few times to loosen himself, then suddenly crouched low and charged towards Zephyr. Not bad, but merely this will not suffice. Zephyr chuckled as he observed Reina's advance. What? You'll find out soon enough. As Reina closed in on Zephyr, his Sharingan began to spin, allowing him to scrutinize Zephyr's every move as if time itself had slowed. He could perceive the slightest tremors in Zephyr's muscles. With his left leg forward and right arm swinging, was he preparing to change tactics? Anticipating Zephyr's movements, Reina altered his original plan to strike and instead delivered a stepping kick aimed at Zephyr's abdomen. However, at the very moment he altered his attack, he noticed that Zephyr had also adjusted his stance. The arm that should have swung was retracted, and the left foot he had advanced with transformed its motion to mimic his own, delivering a kick. Bang! With no time left to switch tactics, Reina unleashed all his energy, clashing directly with Zephyr in a fierce confrontation. To his astonishment, he felt the force of his leg as Zephyr was pushed back several steps, prompting a surprised glance from Zephyr, who had previously not exhibited such strength. Moreover, the sudden shift in Reina's technique seemed peculiar, as if he had discerned Zephyr's intentions and adapted accordingly. Yet, due to his own speed, he had anticipated the change and responded with his own. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. If his opponent had been concealing his true strength, then even he would need to approach this battle with utmost seriousness. Conversely, after repelling Zephyr, Reina, standing there, wore a bitter expression. This had truly been his all-out strike, but aside from making Zephyr more cautious, it had accomplished nothing. Sighing, he thought, it seems that I am genuinely trapped in a perilous situation. I can only pray that Zephyr will not seek to end my life. From now on, I shall remain obediently at Impel Down. Reina lamented internally, passing judgment upon himself. Indeed, the Sirius Zephyr was beyond Reyna's capacity to contend with. Even with the powers of the Black Emperor, which enveloped his armament Haki, Zephyr's full-strength assault was not something Reyna could absorb, even after absorbing a portion of it, and then instantaneously releasing some energy to counteract. Reyna was still struck by a single punch, sent flying from the warship and crashing into the port wall. Coughing up blood, Reyna struggled to rise, only to find Zephyr standing before him, leaving no chance for escape. So it wasn't your strength, but rather your abilities. How peculiar. A devil fruit user, perhaps? Zephyr approached Reyna, lifting him effortlessly and inquiring softly. Ah, it is not a devil fruit ability. It is a power derived from my bloodline. However, it seems my journey ends here. Reyna chuckled lightly, though his laughter was tinged with a cough. Bring me Seastone handcuffs. He may be a user. Let us proceed with caution. Zephyr commanded, casting Reyna aside as he awaited the naval soldiers to secure him in restraints. At that moment, Reyna had exhausted even the energy required to maintain his Sharingan, reverting to his normal black eyes. My lord, he has been guarding the pirate ship here. It appears he has companions on the island. Should we initiate a search? Zephyr's lieutenant inquired. No need. Once his companions discover he has been captured, they will surely return to rescue him. At that point, we shall ensnare them effortlessly. For now, let us procure supplies. Let us buy abundantly, for we may have guests accompanying us back to headquarters. Zephyr remarked with a smile as he observed Reyna being led away. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Marco, busy acquiring supplies in the small island town, remained blissfully unaware that Reyna had been apprehended by the Navy. Old man, have we purchased too much alcohol? If Reyna finds out, he will surely scold us. Marco gazed at the dwindling berries with a hint of concern. Just moments ago, Whitebeard had purchased 10 barrels of fine wine without even discussing the price, depleting more than half of their funds. Uncertain if the remaining berries would suffice to fulfill their shopping list, he pondered. Gulalala, worry not, my foolish son, it is but a trifling sum. Watch your old man. Newgate had never intended for Marco to address him as father. However, Reyna often teased Marco by saying, Why don't you ask your old man? I won't do it. Should I wait for your father to act? Gradually, not only did Marco grow accustomed to calling Newgate father, but Newgate himself began to embrace this title, even referring to himself in such a manner. Strangely, it seemed he had developed a fondness for the term father. Marco looked at Newgate, perplexed, unaware of his intentions. Gulalala. We shall simply seize some berries from the naval base on the island, Whitebeard declared with a hearty laugh. Marco's expression darkened. Indeed, his father was not as reliable as he had hoped. What sort of pirate robs the Navy? Was it not the Navy that captured pirates? Before Marco could voice his thoughts, a tremendous explosion echoed from the direction of the port, as if something had detonated or fallen from the sky. The two turned their gazes towards the port, but Whitebeard's countenance shifted to one of grave seriousness, while Marco wore a look of confusion. Father, did you hear that? It seems to have originated from the port. Marco pointed towards the source of the sound. Come, something has occurred. Newgate exclaimed as he swiftly lifted Marco and dashed towards the port. Moments ago, through his observation Haki, he had sensed a formidable life force, and he felt Reyna's presence waning rapidly. There was undoubtedly a powerful adversary targeting Reyna. Chapter 31. A successful escape. Who is it? Just as Zephyr was preparing to return to the warship, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching rapidly. It must be one of Raynor's companions who has discovered the situation here. According to reports, Akashio Raynor, a former trainee of the Rocks Pirates, had evaded capture after the Battle of God Valley by seizing a naval vessel alongside Edward Newgate, commonly known as Whitebeard. Therefore, the newcomer is likely Edward Newgate himself. Zephyr's aide had already gathered comprehensive intelligence on Raynor moments ago. Edward Newgate, you say? Zephyr paused, his demeanor turning serious as he remarked, he is no ordinary adversary. You and Raynor should return to headquarters first and confine him and impel down. Leave Whitebeard to me to handle. However, the aide hesitated, aware that fleeing would not be an ideal course of action. Do not waver. Execute my orders. Understood, sir. The aide saluted and promptly returned to the warship, instructing the crew to prepare for departure. Father, it's the Navy. Marco, who had been brought to the port by Newgate, immediately spotted the naval ship anchored not far from their pirate vessel. I wondered who it was. only to find it was you, Zephyr. Newgate set Marco aside and addressed Zephyr, who awaited him at the scene. I never anticipated encountering you here, Whitebeard. Surrender without resistance. Zephyr declared earnestly. Garara. Where are my men? Whitebeard laughed heartily, as if he had heard an amusing jest, but his expression quickly darkened as he inquired. Are you referring to Akashio Raynor? He is indeed capable, yet you must understand that at present, he is no match for me. Zephyr replied with a smile. Release him, and I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Otherwise, Whitebeard did not articulate his threat explicitly, yet Zephyr comprehended the implication. To save him, you must defeat me. No sooner had Zephyr's words faded than he charged at Whitebeard, his arms already enveloped in haki, his speed and strength far surpassing those displayed in his previous battle with Raynor. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Whitebeard swung his Bicento directly at Zephyr. Bang! Their fists and Bicento collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent Marco tumbling aside. Meanwhile, Raynor, now shackled with Sea Prism stone handcuffs aboard the naval ship, sensed the surge of energy from outside. Realizing that Whitebeard had come to rescue him, he endeavored to appear exceedingly weak, biding his time to regain his strength. Once he recuperated even slightly, escaping would be a trivial matter. What truly set him apart from other Devil Fruit users was his lack of fear regarding the Sea Prism stone. Typically, when Devil Fruit users are restrained with Sea Prism handcuffs, they lose nearly all capacity to resist, which rendered the Navy's oversight of him rather lax. They remained oblivious to the fact that the Sea Prism handcuffs had little impact on Raynor's combat abilities, merely restricting the movement of his hands. As the Vice Admiral Zephyr prepared to set sail aboard the warship, a sudden assault by Whitebeard emerged. At that moment, abandoning Zephyr to escape alone would spell disaster. Should anything befall Zephyr, his own future would be irrevocably altered. Thus, until the outcome of the clash between Whitebeard and Zephyr was determined, the warship would not depart. However, the skirmish between Whitebeard and Zephyr was beyond their intervention, rendering them powerless to assist Zephyr. Sir, that child was just brought here by Whitebeard, a soldier exclaimed, pointing at Marco, who was observing the conflict from the harbor. Excellent. Bring him here, the Vice Admiral commanded, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Consequently, a contingent of naval soldiers maneuvered around the battlefield to confront Marco. Both Marco and Whitebeard noticed the movement of the Navy, yet Whitebeard remained ensnared by Zephyr and could not rush to Marco's aid. Fortunately, Marco, now adept in his fruit abilities, possessed formidable combat prowess. Observing that Marco was momentarily unharmed, Whitebeard refocused his efforts against Zephyr, for only by overcoming Zephyr could he ensure Marco's safety and rescue Raynor. Meanwhile, having regained some strength, Raynor began to feign weakness. Cough, cough. Could I possibly have some water? He weakly implored the naval guard overseeing him. The soldier hesitated before responding, Wait here. He then went to fetch water, opening the cell door and approaching Raynor with the intention of offering him a drink. Given Raynor's appearance, he seemed on the verge of death, posing no immediate threat. Silently apologizing to the approaching soldier, Raynor swiftly incapacitated him with a single strike and contemplated donning the soldier's uniform. However, the handcuffs hindered his efforts, making a change of attire impossible. Scanning the surroundings yielded no keys, forcing Raynor to abandon his disguise plan. Upon exiting the cabin, he found that most of the naval soldiers had been subdued. Zephyr had not executed him on the spot, and the soldiers had not troubled him, so he refrained from lethal force against them. Regrettably, he could not locate the key to his restraints. Peeking outside, he observed Zephyr engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, both appearing evenly matched, with no clear victor emerging. Meanwhile, Zephyr's lieutenant personally led an assault on Marco, who found himself in dire straits, prompting Raynor to halt his advance towards escape. What a fool! Why not utilize his abilities to flee, instead of engaging in this futile struggle? Raynor thought, exasperated by Marco's refusal to escape despite the opportunity, preferring to confront the Navy head-on. Just then, a new development unfolded at Marco's location. A boy of similar stature emerged, wielding dual weapons, and began to assist Marco by taking down several naval soldiers. However, Zifa's subordinate possessed considerable strength. Even Marco and the suddenly appeared youth could only manage to hold him at bay. Yet, with numerous naval soldiers surrounding them. It was inevitable that their stamina would wane over time, leading to their eventual capture. It appeared that Newgate had also recognized this, intensifying his assault, primarily opting for a strategy of exchanging injuries. Zifa found himself struggling to adapt, quickly becoming overwhelmed. I must devise a plan. Observing the unfolding situation, Reyna's gaze wandered until a sudden inspiration struck him. Stealthily leaping from the stern into the sea, he began to swim towards the shore. At that moment, Zifa's subordinate was engaged in battle with Marco, his back turned to the coastline, oblivious to the impending ambush. Emerging from the water, Reyna stealthily approached Zifa's subordinate, delivering a decisive blow with a sea stone handcuff that rendered him unconscious in one strike. Quickly, Marco, aboard the ship and prepare to set sail, Reyna shouted, disregarding everything else. The sudden appearance of Reyna startled Marco and the young boy, but upon realizing who it was, Marco's face lit up with joy as he grabbed the boy who had assisted him and made a dash for the pirate ship. Reyna, having seized Zifa's subordinate, coerced the nearby naval forces to retreat, then called out to Zifa, Zifa, you wouldn't wish for harm to befall your subordinate, would you? In gratitude for your earlier mercy, I have no intention of harming him. With our captain present, it is clear that your chances of subduing us alone are rather slim. Why not surrender? Both Zifa and Newgate were taken aback by Reyna's sudden intervention, causing them to momentarily separate. Crimson-eyed Reyna, release Vice Admiral Caradan, Zifa shouted upon seeing his subordinate held captive. Rest assured, he merely fainted and is in no mortal danger, just as your men are. My demands are simple. Hand over the key, and we shall depart immediately. What say you? Reyna replied with a smile. After a brief silence, Zifa responded, the key is on Caradan. Reyna's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the key was already within his grasp. After retrieving the key from Vice Admiral Caradan and unlocking the handcuffs, Reyna felt an immediate sense of relief. Thank you, Zifa. I keep my word, he declared, casting Caradan aside and slowly advancing towards Newgate. Brother, are you all right? Newgate inquired with concern as Reyna approached. Fear not, brother. Zifa showed mercy and did not harm me, Reyna assured him, shaking his head. That is a relief. Humph, had anything happened to you, I would have annihilated these naval forces, Newgate declared with formidable authority. Brother, it is not the time for conflict with the Navy. We should depart swiftly. Noticing Marco lowering the mainsail and observing Zifa's grim demeanor, Reyna urged Newgate. Upon encountering Reyna, the formidable Edward Newgate, having avoided unnecessary conflict, returned to the pirate ship and called out to Zephyr, Zephyr. Today we have not determined a victor, but the vast ocean holds countless opportunities for us in the future. I hope you enjoy the same fortune next time. With a disdainful snort, Zephyr remained silent. His strength had reached its zenith, yet Whitebeard Edward Newgate's prowess continued to ascend, leaving the outcome of their next encounter uncertain. Sighing, Reyna lamented, what dreadful luck. Just as you departed, I encountered the Navy. Initially, it was inconsequential, but I was inadvertently recognized by them. Following this incident, my bounty may very well increase again. Oh, such a headache. After the pirate ship had left the harbor, Reyna briefly recounted the events, feigning disappointment as he spoke to Marco. However, his expression betrayed him, revealing his underlying satisfaction, as it was likely that his bounty would indeed rise once more. Marco, with a lazy glance at Reyna, dismissed him and began to use blue flames to tend to his injuries. Brother Newgate, is this our new companion? Reyna inquired, observing the somewhat reserved swordsman wielding dual blades with curiosity. Chapter 32, Flower Sword Vista. To Reyna's utter astonishment, Newgate and Marco were unfamiliar with one another. Are you implying that you do not know him? Then why did you bring him aboard? Reyna inquired, perplexed, as he gazed at Marco. Previously, upon encountering the dual-wielding swordsman, he had speculated that the individual might be the future captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista. Now, however, he discovered that this was not the case. My apologies. My comrade brought you on board without your consent. If you are unwilling, we can take a detour and return you to the Isle. After giving Marco a light rap on the head as a gesture of reprimand, Reyna addressed the dual-wielding swordsman. There's no need for such inconvenience. Young man, would you care to be my son? Newgate inquired directly of the swordsman. Isn't this a pirate crew? The dual-wielding swordsman asked in surprise. Indeed, we are a pirate crew, yet my brother's dream is to establish a family upon the sea. All members aboard are considered family. Reyna explained with a smile. I am Vista, and I aspire to become a pirate. Vista hesitated briefly before speaking. Reyna's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was Flower Sword Vista, a swordsman destined to rival Mihawk. Just as he prepared to respond affirmatively, Newgate interjected, You may remain as an apprentice crew member. But should I deem you unworthy of being my family, I shall cast you overboard. What say you? After pondering for a moment, Vista nodded and replied, All right. To celebrate the addition of a new member, Newgate had initially intended to host a feast. However, in the effort to rescue Reyna, their recent procurement of supplies had yielded nothing but beverages, rendering a celebratory banquet impossible. Very well, let us all take a rest today. I shall devise a solution for our food predicament. Reyna first introduced Vista to the other two before continuing. Shall we return now? We haven't ventured far. And given our collective strength, I doubt the Navy would dare to act against us. Marco declared with a hint of bravado. Although today marked his first engagement, he had managed to incapacitate numerous Navy soldiers, which bolstered his confidence immensely. Let us not be so hasty. Zephyr is not a foe to be trifled with. After some contemplation, Reyna shook his head. What do you intend to do? Our provisions can sustain us for only 3 more days. Marco rolled his eyes and asked. With a smile, Reyna produced the fishing bait he had exchanged from the store earlier, stating, Simple. Today, your task as apprentice crew members is to go fishing. Upon witnessing Reyna retrieve the bait, Newgate's brow furrowed. It wasn't merely a trivial matter. It was the very bait that had once led to an extended period of consuming fish during their time aboard the Rock's ship, leaving him with a lingering aversion to such bait. Fishing? Is that not rather juvenile? What if we fail to catch anything and starve? Marco remarked, blinking in disbelief. Rest assured, this is my specially crafted bait. Even a fool could catch fish with it. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Reyna cheerfully thrust the fishing rod into the hands of Marco and Vista, although they felt somewhat skeptical after Reyna handed over the rod and bait. He took Newgate and departed, leaving Marco and Vista with no choice but to give it a go. Big brother Newgate, look! Reyna exclaimed with excitement, extending his right arm to showcase the Busashoku haki enveloping it. Oh, you can already wield Busashoku? Newgate inquired with a smile. What about Kinbunchaku? Have you awakened it? Upon seeing the haki on Reyna's arm, he recalled having previously shared the training methods with him. Although Reyna's physical condition had met the standards, he had not been able to cultivate the Busashoku, leading Newgate to believe he lacked the aptitude for it. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, Reyna had now mastered its application. After the battle with Zephyr, he had inexplicably grasped it. As for Kinbunchaku, it has yet to awaken. Reyna shook his head and replied, Now that you have mastered Busashoku, you simply need to train diligently. However, do not forget that the body is the foundation of everything. Without a strong physique, no matter how great your talent, it will be of no use. Newgate advised earnestly. Yes, I understand, big brother. Rest assured, I will not neglect my physical training. Reyna nodded affirmatively. As the two continued to converse about the nuances of haki training, they were interrupted by Marco's boisterous shouts from the deck. Newgate let out a wry smile, saying, It seems we shall be feasting on fish for a while. Don't worry, big brother. I shall prepare a novel dish tonight. You might find it delightful. Reyna replied with a mysterious smile before stepping out of the cabin to select the fish caught by Marco and Vista. Reyna, come and see. Ha ha ha. I've caught so many fish. I just realized I have a talent for fishing. Marco exclaimed, pointing at a lively bunch of fish on the deck, brimming with pride. This was the first time he discovered how enjoyable fishing could be. However, Reyna paid him no heed. After picking out a few fish from the deck, he said, Did I not tell you to refrain from carelessly tossing things about? I am off to prepare dinner. If I return to find this place in disarray, you shall experience the taste of hell. Upon witnessing Reyna's ominous expression, Marco's smug demeanor promptly froze on his face. He had once experienced Reyna's version of hell, and he had no desire to relive that ordeal. Speaking of which, Marco could pen a tragic tale filled with blood and tears. After offending Reyna, he had been bound with rope and tossed into the sea. Heaven knows the suffocating sense of helplessness he felt as a devil fruit user cast into the ocean. He had also been tethered to a kite and flown into the sky, while Reyna practiced archery below, under the guise of helping him hone his flying abilities. Those arrows had no regard for their target, and had it not been for his regeneration ability, he might have perished countless times. In summary, each time Reiner punishes his crew, the nature of the punishment varies, leading Marco to now dread the darker side of Reiner. Without waiting for Reiner to leave, Marco hastily tidies up, abandoning his fishing rod. In no time, he has not only placed the caught fish into a large aquarium, but also cleaned the deck thoroughly. That evening, the four of them sat on the deck, and Reiner, the cook, planned to prepare grilled fish for the other three. This was not the coarse grilled fish typical of this world, but rather the kind that is popular in the streets of Earth, accompanied by seasonings exchanged from the marketplace. Marco nearly devoured his tongue in delight. The flavor was exquisite. Unfortunately, there was no fine wine to accompany it. Newgate took a hearty swig of the purchased wine, and after finishing a fish, sighed, "Old man, this is the best drink on the island. We came here without buying anything, spending most of our berries on this, and it's not even good wine." Marco, while savoring his grilled fish, asked in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bista quietly enjoyed his grilled fish, saying nothing. Hey, I understand now. I'll fetch it for you." Reiner, who had just finished grilling the fish and hadn't even had a bite yet, stood up with a hint of exasperation. Newgate felt somewhat embarrassed. Although he was unsure of where Reiner had obtained the white wine, he sensed that it had come at a cost. Several times, when Reiner produced these unfamiliar items, he appeared to be in pain, indicating that they were far beyond mere berries in value. Soon, Reiner returned from the cabin, holding 2 bottles of white wine, which he tossed to Newgate, saying, "Brother, make it last. Who knows when we'll have more. Gulalala. This is enough for me to enjoy for a while." Newgate exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the wine from Reiner. Marco and Bista curiously gazed at Newgate, wondering what kind of exquisite wine could provoke such a reaction. "What are you staring at? You two are still young. You shouldn't drink this." "Haven't you noticed Reiner isn't drinking?" Newgate remarked, retrieving a small cup from behind him, specially prepared by Reiner for the consumption of white wine. The alcohol content was quite high, and consuming too much at once could be detrimental to one's health. Once Newgate opened the white wine and poured himself a glass, Marco could no longer contain himself, as the aroma was overwhelmingly potent. First mate, is there any more? Share a bit with us," he asked Reiner with a hint of flattery. Am I the first mate now?" Reiner scoffed but nonetheless produced a gourd of wine from his side, uncorked it, and poured a glass for both Marco and Bista, warning, "This is quite strong. Take your time drinking." Marco, disregarding Reiner's caution, downed the contents of his glass in one go, while Bista, heeding Reiner's advice, took only a small sip. Cough, cough, cough. "It's so fiery," Marco exclaimed as he finished the wine, nearly choking on it. Newgate observed Marco's disheveled state with a twinge of pity, though it was not for Marco himself, but rather for the squandered glass of fine wine. After dinner, Marco and Bista, predictably intoxicated, were unceremoniously deposited into a room. Meanwhile, Reiner continued his work, meticulously assessing the gains and losses from the day's confrontation. Overall, while his current strength was commendable, he lacked practical combat experience, as evidenced by his inability to inflict any damage on Zephyr during their encounter. Beyond experience, he also lacked the crucial techniques essential for self-preservation or fierce combat. These were the paramount tasks ahead of him, developing his own distinctive skills. Chapter 33, Diamond Joe's Ding. After a consecutive 7 days of check-ins, today's salary settlement is underway. You have earned a basic wage, 70 points, and overtime pay, monthly step skill fragment, I. After concluding his day's labor, Reyna received his wages for the day, which surprisingly included a fragment of the monthly step skill. He had encountered this item in the marketplace before, the Navy 6 style fragment, priced at 5,000 points each, randomly distributed by the system. It felt rather disappointing. Even though Reyna currently possessed sufficient points to purchase one, he refrained from doing so. To fully acquire a complete Navy 6 style skill would require an exorbitant number of points. He deemed it somewhat wasteful. To his astonishment, this time, his overtime pay included one. The thought of having previously forfeited overtime pay due to time constraints gave Reyna the sensation of having missed out on a fortune. The following morning, after completing his work, Reyna resumed his practice against Marco and Vista. This not only augmented his combat experience, but also honed his mastery over his own abilities. While the power of the Sharingan could not be upgraded, the capacity of Black Emperor, with its usage and development, allowed for an increase in the total energy that could be absorbed and the speed of conversion. Boom! Reyna blocked Marco's kick with one hand while catching Vista's dual swords with the other, the Sharingan in his eyes slowly revolving. Retreat! Both Marco and Vista stepped back simultaneously, recognizing the changes in Reyna's Sharingan and knowing that the other was about to launch an attack. Retreat? There's no escape. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Reyna's mouth as he swiftly moved his feet. He had already detected Marco's flaw through the Sharingan. Boom. Indeed. Upon rapidly closing the distance, Reyna landed a punch to Marco's abdomen, sending him flying. Vista, on the other hand, did not panic at Marco's predicament. Instead, he remained composed and immediately countered. The dual sword struck Reyna's back, the sensation of a non-solid hit transferring through his hands. Vista realized that his movements had been too slow. Reyna, after releasing his energy, was now capable of absorbing energy once more. Should we continue? Observing Vista's retreat, Reyna chose not to pursue, but instead stood his ground and inquired. Vista shook his head, indicating that he could no longer pose a threat to Reyna on his own. Vista, trust me, a lighter European sword might be more suited for you than this traditional longsword. Since your attack style primarily emphasizes agility, perhaps you should exploit that to the fullest, which could yield greater offensive power. Reyna earnestly advised Vista. Indeed, although Vista currently wielded dual swords, the weapons he employed were merely ordinary longswords, not the European longsword that Reyna recalled from memory. Vista nodded thoughtfully, though he did not commit to changing weapons. While he acknowledged that Reyna possessed some swordsmanship skills, each swordsman harbors their own thoughts. Thus, Reyna merely offered a suggestion without imposing. Reyna, Newgate, who was at the helm, called out upon witnessing the conclusion of their sparring session. Newgate, brother? What is the purpose of your sparring with Marco and Vista? Newgate inquired with a smile. Reyna paused for a moment, then thoughtfully remarked, the primary objective is to hone my combat experience and enhance my abilities. Additionally, it allows them to gain more battle experience. In that case, why not experiment with the power of your eyes? I understand. Reyna nodded, indicating his comprehension. Meanwhile, Marco took a brief breath before once again conferring with Vista on how to counter Reyna's abilities. The crux of the issue lay in Reyna's Black Emperor power. Facing adversaries who could not exceed the absorption limit with a single strike created an insurmountable challenge. Only those who frequently sparred with Reyna could intuitively gauge whether he had absorbed sufficient energy based on their experience. I will deactivate my Sharingan for the upcoming battle. My brother is correct. Sparring must lead to mutual improvement for it to be sustainable. Upon his return, Reyna voluntarily closed his Sharingan, declaring this. Whether or not you activate that eye is of little consequence, Marco retorted, though inwardly, he felt a slight sense of relief. The perceptive prowess of Reyna's Sharingan indeed exerted immense pressure on them, as they had yet to master the observation haki. As anticipated, during the ensuing battle, Reyna, without the Sharingan, faced increased pressure and could no longer completely suppress the combined efforts of Marco and Vista. Even his Black Emperor ability was somewhat hampered. Having grown accustomed to Reyna's powers, the duo, without the assistance of the Sharingan, found it easier to navigate timing and choices, thus rendering Reyna less audacious than before. However, this shift allowed Reyna to concentrate more intently on the combat, significantly enhancing his battle experience and rapidly advancing his mastery of the Black Emperor ability. Father, we've spotted a pirate ship ahead. The flag appears to belong to the Alabi pirates. Their captain, Bertie Alabi, has a bounty of 50 million. Marco, stationed atop the mast as a lookout, excitedly shouted downwards. Gulalala, lads, prepare for battle. Let us seize their treasures and provisions. Newgate, who had been dozing on the deck, immediately sprang up, laughing heartily. Their food supplies had been depleted 3 days prior, and after feasting on fish for 3 consecutive days. Even Newgate was beginning to reach his limit. Although Reyna had been creatively preparing meals for them, his culinary skills had yet to reach the miraculous level of Sanji. The dishes he produced were merely palatable. Were it not for his knowledge of various cooking methods, the others would have long since flipped the table. Ha 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 ha, finally. We can eat something other than fish. I feel as though I never want to see fish again in my life. Marco flapped his winged arms, slowly descending onto the deck, his face alight with excitement. As the Whitebeard pirates' triangular sailboat approached the enemy vessel, the latter noticed them and opened fire. However, under Marco and Bista's intervention, all cannonballs aimed at them were swiftly neutralized. Once the two ships made contact, the 4 members of the Whitebeard pirates descended upon their foes like ravenous wolves, quickly overwhelming them. Their captain, the notorious swordsman Bertie Alabi, with a bounty of 50 million, was swiftly dispatched by the exuberant Newgate, who cleaved him in two without a moment's hesitation. Such a waste. Observing Marco and Vista foolishly exchanging treasures and provisions, Reyna felt an overwhelming sorrow at the inability to seize this rather appealing pirate vessel. Come now, Reyna. With our might, treasures are but within our grasp. A mere ship is nothing. Soon you shall see. We will possess not only an abundance of ships, but treasures so plentiful that you will scarcely desire them, Newgate declared, patting Reyna on the shoulder while standing on the enemy ship. Father, Reyna, come quickly. At that moment, Marco's voice echoed from the cabin. Newgate and Reyna exchanged a glance before making their way towards the cabin. What on earth is happening here? In a small room within the cabin, a robust youth was chained and crouched in a corner, warily observing Marco and the others. What is the meaning of this? Newgate's calm words betrayed a simmering anger. Such treatment of a child, even a pirate, could not be easily forgiven. It appears he was captured by those pirates, though I am not privy to the details. Marco replied, shaking his head. Child, what is your name? How did you come to be here? Newgate approached the shackled boy and gently inquired. They call me a monster, so they locked me up, intending to sell me. The boy replied, his voice low and resonant. A monster? The group exchanged glances. What is your name? Reyna. Seemingly struck by a thought, asked the boy. Jaws. The sturdy youth lifted his hand, seemingly attempting to scratch his head, but the chains prevented him from reaching. Reyna's expression suggested realization as he turned to Newgate, saying he must also be a devil fruit user, which is why he is bound this way. However, these are not sea prism stone handcuffs, so it should not affect him. Disregarding such concerns, Newgate swung his blade and severed the chain, proclaiming, since you have nowhere to go, come aboard my ship. From now on, you shall call me Father. Father. Jaws pondered for a moment before exclaiming, well, you've gained another brother. Reyna remarked with a chuckle. Marco rolled his eyes, uninterested in Reyna's antics. Vista, meanwhile, approached Jaws, extending his hand. Welcome to the Whitebeard Pirates. I am Vista, having boarded slightly before you. The one over there, looking half asleep, is Marco, and this sharp-tongued fellow is Reyna, our first mate. Hello? Jaws responded softly, appearing somewhat bashful. Reyna gazed at the plump, short-legged boy, finding it hard to believe he would one day be renowned as Diamond Jaws, known for his unparalleled physical defense. After the crew had removed all treasures and provisions from the pirate ship, leaving only enough sustenance for the remaining pirates, the Whitebeard pirates set sail once more, now with an additional companion among their ranks. The days at sea often drift into monotony, and thus the newly embarked Jaws became a source of amusement for Reiner and Marco, who euphemistically claimed to assist him in exploring his abilities. The honest Bista refrained from participating in their antics, observing as Jaws was toyed with by Reiner and Marco, only to express gratitude towards them afterward. Perhaps touched by a pang of conscience, Marco, upon receiving Jaws' thanks, eventually ceased his teasing and earnestly began to guide Jaws in mastering the powers bestowed upon him by the devil fruit. Jaws' ability enables him to transform any part of his body into transparent, pure diamond, a substance renowned for its formidable physical defense and offensive capabilities, rendering typical physical attacks nearly ineffective against it. Since Marco's defection, Reiner has not reflected on his actions. Instead, he intensified his provocations, repeatedly absorbing energy under the pretext of testing Jaws' defensive limits and unleashing it upon him. Consequently, the earnest Jaws has recently taken to avoiding Reiner. Were it not for Newgate's discreet counsel that Reiner's actions could indeed benefit his mastery of his abilities, he might have doubted whether Reiner harbored ill will towards him. Chapter 34. The Disappearance of Reyna, First Mate. Do not concern yourself with me. Hurry and find the captain, Reyna admonished, blocking the approach of Diamond Jaws. His expression grave. However, Jaws hesitated. The Navy forces before them were overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Had it not been for Reyna's protection moments ago, he surmised he would have been felled by a single blow. Enough chatter. He is not an adversary you can face. Once you leave, I will have my chance to escape. Marco, take Jaws and go. Reyna spoke with a bitter countenance, his gaze fixed on Zephyr. Indeed, Reyna had not anticipated encountering Zephyr again so soon. To understand the present, one must reflect on the events of the morning. With Jaws' inclusion, Reyna's focus shifted from Marco to Jaws, for any attack directed at Marco would inevitably cause him harm as well. Yet Jaws was different. Hailed as the possessor of the future's strongest physical defense ability, Reyna's standard strikes against him were akin to mere tickles. Even after exerting his full energy absorption, Jaws could still withstand a substantial amount of damage. Thus, during this period, Reyna dedicated himself to training alongside Jaws, enhancing Jaws' abilities while simultaneously honing his own prowess with the Black Emperor. Early that morning, Marco, serving as the lookout, detected the presence of a naval warship. It was evident that due to Zephyr's previous actions, the Whitebeard pirates had forged an enmity with the Navy. Hence, Whitebeard Newgate had no intention of fleeing upon their encounter with the Navy. By sheer coincidence, the warship belonged to one of the Navy's three mightiest forces, Admiral Sengoku, leading to an inevitable clash between Newgate and Sengoku. As the first mate, Reyna instructed Vista to remain on the ship to guard it, while he took Marco and Jaws aboard the warship, intending to exploit the distraction of the battle between Sengoku and Newgate to wreak havoc. With Marco's formidable agility and Jaws' robust defense, Reyna believed they could hold their own even against Sengoku's vice-admiral. Alas, fate had other designs. Instead of encountering Sengoku's vice-admiral, they came face to face with Zephyr, who was returning to headquarters aboard Sengoku's ship. Thus unfolded the scene that had transpired earlier. Crimson-eyed Reyna. Zephyr smiled at Reyna, stating, "It seems we are truly fated to meet. Who would wish for such a fate with you?" Reyna retorted with a dismissive scoff. "Unwilling to surrender, are you? Newgate has no time to rescue you this time," Zephyr remarked, glancing towards the ongoing battle with Newgate and Sengoku. "Surrender? That is hardly my style. Sharingan. Activate." Reyna activated the Sharingan, determined not to defeat Zephyr outright, but to find an opportunity for his own escape, all while buying time for Marco and Jaws to retreat. "Oh, such a spirited youth. However, you still have a long way to go compared to me." Zephyr vanished from sight, reappearing before Reyna in an instant. He recognized this technique as one of the Navy's 6 powers, known as Soru. How swift! Although his eyes could keep pace with Zephy's speed, Reyna's body was utterly incapable of responding in kind, prompting him to avoid critical strikes as best as he could. With a resounding thud, a single punch sent Reyna flying. Coughing, he climbed up from the pile of wooden debris, wiping the corner of his mouth and muttering with a hint of headache, "What a truly formidable fist." Zephy's ordinary strike had already surpassed the limits of what he could absorb. Continuing this confrontation would yield him no chance of victory. The only recourse left was to flee. However, he had refrained from employing the powers of the Black Emperor in retaliation, keeping a card close to his chest for his escape. Meanwhile, Marco, now transformed into his phoenix form, had already returned to the pirate ship with Jozu. "Marco, Jozu, what brings you two back?" Vista, who was engaged in dispatching Navy soldiers, inquired in surprise at their disheveled appearance. "He stayed behind to cover our retreat. This is not the time for explanations. We must prepare to set sail." "I'll inform Dad." Marco sighed deeply, taking to the skies once more towards the epicenter of the battle between Whitebeard and Sengoku. Vista, momentarily taken aback and still struggling to comprehend the situation, continued to slash at the surrounding Navy soldiers before turning to Jozu. "Who did you encounter?" "I don't know him well, but I heard the vice captain mention his name." "Zephyr," Jozu replied in a low voice. Upon hearing Zephy's name, Vista's expression shifted. They had previously crossed paths with Zephyr, and the implications of Reyna being left behind were dire. While they were concerned for Reina, the Navy ship's cabin erupted in a series of explosions, causing the vessel to begin sinking. Sengoku, engaged in battle with Whitebeard, noticed the oddity aboard the Navy ship. Before he could ascertain the cause of the commotion, Marco soared in, calling out to Whitebeard, "Dad, Zifa is aboard their ship, and Reina has already clashed with him." Upon receiving Marco's message, Whitebeard's countenance darkened, and his gaze towards Sengoku sharpened. "Sengoku the Buddha, I underestimated you." "Huh, this is something I should be saying," Sengoku retorted, gesturing towards the sinking ship. "I never imagined Zifa would be present, yet you managed to launch a successful ambush. Whitebeard, next time we meet, you shall not be so fortunate." Having lost interest in continuing the fight with Whitebeard, Sengoku realized that if the entire Navy ship sank, it would spell trouble for him as a devil fruit user. Upon learning that Zifa was indeed on the ship, Whitebeard lost the desire to continue the battle as well. After returning to the pirate ship with Marco, he discovered that Reina had not yet returned. "Marco, go check on the situation. Inform Sengoku and Zifa that I can offer them several lifeboats, and I am willing to exchange these Navy soldiers for Reina." Whitebeard had initially intended to cast the Navy soldiers into the sea, but with Reina still unaccounted for, it was likely that he had been captured by the Navy. "Huh. Captured twice in succession. When he returns, I shall relish the opportunity to mock him." Marco nodded with a smile, transforming directly into his phoenix form as he soared towards the naval warship. Meanwhile, on the naval side, Sengoku was inquiring about the situation with Zifa. "I was careless. I never anticipated that pirate would be so cunning as to exploit my breach of the warship." Zifa expressed his regret to Sengoku, returning to earlier moments. Reina pondered how to extricate himself after realizing Marco had departed. If he were to leap directly into the sea, it would serve no purpose. Whitebeard was tangled with Sengoku, and Zifa could easily target the pirate ship. Whether it was Marco, Jozu, or Vista, they would all be in peril. Thus, he knew he had to act to delay Zifa, providing the Whitebeard pirates with the necessary time to retreat. The plan was straightforward: lure Zifa into the cabin and engage in earnest combat. However, during the battle, he intentionally caused damage to the warship. Ultimately, utilizing the energy he had absorbed, he unleashed his most potent strike, shattering the ship's hull and plunging into the sea, successfully escaping with satisfaction. Zifa shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I never expected that fellow's true target was not me, but the warship. That is how he succeeded." Isn't he a devil fruit user? What difference does this make from suicide?" Sengoku inquired, perplexed. "That remains unclear. The suspected devil fruit user, Reina, shows no fear of seawater and can swim." Zifa recalled the previous incident at the port and stated directly, "Is it confirmed that he is unafraid of the Navy and Sea Prism Stone?" Sengoku replied, taken aback by this peculiar revelation. If so, Reina could not be allowed to escape freely. Zifa recounted the details of his previous capture of Reina, emphasizing that Reina had swum back to shore with Sea Prism Stone in hand, ambushing his lieutenant. "Hey Navy, our captain has expressed willingness to provide you with some lifeboats and return your naval soldiers in exchange for the release of Reina." Before Sengoku could finish, Marco's voice echoed from outside. "Reina is not in our possession. He breached the warship's hull and has already plunged into the sea. He must have returned to your ship by now." Sengoku glanced at Marco and stated directly, He returned on his own?" Marco was momentarily taken aback, glancing back toward the pirate ship but failing to spot Reina. Uncertain of the situation, Marco had no choice but to fly back to report to Whitebeard. Reina is not in his possession?" Whitebeard furrowed his brow, asking in confusion, "Father, could it be a ruse on their part?" Jozu stepped forward to inquire. Whitebeard shook his head, asserting, although Sengoku is cunning, he has no reason to deceive himself. Even if he does not agree to our terms for exchanging hostages, he would not resort to such lies. "Marco, take the lifeboats and naval soldiers to the Navy and inquire about the details of Reina's disappearance." Marco nodded, setting forth once more with the lifeboat and naval soldiers, this time acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, devoid of any inclination for jest. Before long, Marco returned and conveyed Zephyr's words to Whitebeard. "Newgate, father, this is quite peculiar. If he merely fell into the sea, Rena should have returned by now, Marco remarked, perplexed. Shall I dive into the sea to investigate? Bista stepped forward, for among the crew, only he lacked any supernatural abilities, making him the only one capable of such a task. Newgate nodded, saying, It seems we have no other option. Be cautious, and should anything arise, return immediately. I shall be on the surface to assist you. Bista, known for his steady demeanor, garnered Newgate's trust. However, it wasn't long after Bista plunged into the ocean that he emerged again, calling out to Newgate, Father, I did not spot Rena below. However, it appears several Navy personnel are also searching in the depths. Chapter 35. The World Within the Lanternfish. What a nightmare. Rena, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, clambered atop the wreckage of a shattered vessel and surveyed his surroundings. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed. Where on earth am I? All around him, the water shimmered in shades of green tinged with yellow, with remnants of ship hulls and antiquated structures strewn about. In the distance lay a small landmass resembling an island. However, Rena was acutely aware that this greenish-yellow substance was not seawater. It was the highly corrosive gastric fluid of the colossal lanternfish that had just engulfed him. Having remained inside for but a moment, he felt as though he had been scorched by flames. This situation was indeed a stroke of bad luck for Rena. Initially engaged in a skirmish with the Navy, he had encountered Zephyr. After cleverly using his abilities to deceive Zephyr, he managed to puncture the hull of a warship. Little did he know that his excessive force would inadvertently strike the passing behemoth of the deep. Although Rena's attack was insufficient to inflict actual harm on such a gargantuan creature, it was enough to capture its attention. Without so much as opening its mouth, the beast inhaled deeply, drawing Rena into its cavernous interior, a fate that also explained why Bista and the Navy could not locate him. With no other option but to seek an escape route, Rena resolved to explore his surroundings, lest he meet his end here. Glancing upward, he beheld a massive luminescent sphere illuminating the area as brightly as day. He recognized it as the glowing lantern atop the fish's head. His immediate objective was to reach the seemingly safer island. As he observed the wooden remnants of ships being steadily eroded, he hastened toward the landmass. How enormous could this lanternfish be? It had swallowed an island of this size whole. Could he have encountered an island-eating fish? Contemplating the substantial size of the island before him, Rena recalled tales of a gigantic goldfish known for devouring entire islands. Roar, roar, barely setting foot on the island, Rena found himself encircled by a group of dinosaurs. What on earth is this? Dinosaurs? Rena was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he inside a lanternfish? Why were there living creatures here, and dinosaurs at that? Although he understood that the magnetic fields between islands could lead to some being trapped in ancient eras, witnessing dinosaurs firsthand in such a surreal context still struck him as absurd. Hey, you fool, run. Otherwise, you'll be eaten. Just as Rena contemplated whether to dispatch a few dinosaurs to satiate his hunger, a voice rang out from nearby. Startled, he turned to see a young girl with yellow hair peeking from behind a large rock, beckoning him. He had never anticipated encountering another human being in this bizarre locale. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Aside from his own misfortune, there must have been others who had inhabited the island, only to be inadvertently swallowed by the lanternfish along with their home. Who are you? What are you doing here? After narrowly escaping the dinosaur's attack, Rena momentarily lost his desire to hunt them and instead rushed to the side of the young girl, asking in astonishment, Is this really the time for such discussions? We should first consider how to evade these relentless dinosaurs. Despite the urgency, the girl exhibited a gluttonous expression, tugging at Rena as they ran while searching for a place to hide. You saved me, so let me treat you to some dinosaur meat. Rena halted, turning to face the three pursuing dinosaurs, and smiled. Foolish child, these are dinosaurs. They could devour you in a single bite, the girl exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice. Rena merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. A minute later, the girl gaped at the three dinosaurs lying motionless on the ground, drool unconsciously trickling from the corner of her mouth. At last, I can finally eat some meat, she thought, nearly bursting with the urge to pounce on the dinosaur carcasses. Moments later, as Rena and the girl feasted on the dinosaur meat, they engaged in conversation. What? You've lived here for over 150 years? Upon learning that she had been living alone in this place for over 150 years, Reyna was so astonished that the dinosaur meat he held fell to the ground. Indeed, in fact, it's been nearly 170 years. Olga nodded, glancing at the fallen meat with a look of sympathy. How fortunate you are not to have gone insane. Reyna could scarcely imagine what it would be like to spend 170 years in isolation. That's just how I've lived. I survive by foraging for fruits and vegetables in the forest every day, Olga replied with an air of indifference. Is there a way to leave this place? Reyna pondered, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. So he directly inquired about the matter that concerned him most. Olga glanced at Reyna but remained silent, merely continuing to enjoy her dinosaur meat. It seemed there was indeed a way out, yet she appeared reluctant to share that information. However, this reaction was understandable. After living here for 170 years, it was only natural that she would not want to lose the companionship of another. Wait a moment. 170 years? How could a young girl like you have lived here for 170 years? You don't look a day over your youth. Reyna finally recognized the inconsistency, gazing at Olga in disbelief. I don't know how, but I have indeed lived here for 170 years. Olga replied innocently. Yet, just as Reyna continued to eat the dinosaur meat, Olga's expression shifted, and she muttered to herself, It seems you didn't come here searching for pure gold? Perhaps you were accidentally swallowed by Lantern Lord, and now, with your considerable strength, you can help me catch dinosaurs to eat. Hey, I'm still right here, Reyna exclaimed, somewhat exasperated that the girl so openly revealed her thoughts, seemingly disregarding his presence. Ahaha, just kidding. How could I possibly think that? Olga returned to her previous charming expression and feigned speech. Reyna shook his head. He knew well that after living here for such a long time, it was impossible for one not to bear any repercussions. Having been alone for an extended period, she had developed the habit of voicing her innermost thoughts, as there was no one else around to hear them, fostering this peculiar routine. All right, Olga, tell me how to leave, and I promise to take you with me, Reyna declared as he stood up. Olga's expression shifted, murmuring incoherently. Reyna made no effort to eavesdrop. Well, I can share the way to leave, but you must first catch 3, no, 5, 10 dinosaurs for me, Olga exclaimed after a moment of deliberation. Aren't you coming with me? There are plenty of delicious things outside. Reyna looked at Olga in confusion, wondering why she chose not to leave with him. After going out, I have nowhere to go. It's better to stay here, at least. My hometown is here, Olga said, lowering her gaze. Indeed, had her hometown been consumed by the lanternfish? Observing Olga's despondency, Reyna silently contemplated. Come, sit. If you have nowhere to go, I can introduce you to a place. Reyna plopped down and patted the spot beside him, inviting Olga to join. What place? The young girl seemed to lower her guard, slowly moving to sit beside Reyna and inquiring with curiosity. It's a pirate crew. The captain is quite an extraordinary fellow, but as a pirate, he has no desire for treasure or world domination. He simply wishes to have a family. So, he sails the seas, picking up children like you who have no family, bringing them aboard to become part of his family, Reyna said with a faint smile. Is there really such a pirate? Olga asked, her interest piqued. Yes, indeed. Quite strange, I assented. Let me tell you. And so, the two sat together, feasting on dinosaur meat while engaging in conversation, until every last morsel was consumed, leaving them both sprawled on the ground, reluctant to move. Thank you. It has been so long since someone has chatted with me like this. Olga suddenly expressed her gratitude, turning her back to Reyna. Our meeting here is also fate. Could you share your story with me? Reyna replied with a smile. It seemed he had an inkling of where they were. He vaguely recalled that this young girl would eventually leave here, encounter Luffy, and return in search of something. That very thing was the reason she could live for over 170 years while still appearing as a child. However, Reyna had no intention of seizing that object. He merely wished to converse and console her, driven solely by compassion for her plight. Ding! Today's work hours are insufficient. Sign-in failed. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Reyna's mind, informing him of his sign-in failure for the day. Reyna's complexion turned pale, realizing that despite his continuous attendance, he was once again interrupted by Zephyr. The last time, it was Zephyr who nearly thwarted his streak and now it had happened again at the hands of the same foe. Zephyr, I shall not tolerate your existence any longer. Reyna suddenly sat up and exclaimed loudly. Who is Zephyr? Olga was startled by Reyna's outburst, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in his demeanor. A scoundrel who caused my downfall. Reyna lamented helplessly. Oh, it is clear that speaking now is futile. The most prudent solution is to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Reflecting on certain plot points from the original narrative, Reyna recalled the method of escape, which seemingly involved waiting for the enormous lantern fish to relieve itself in order to exit. Chapter 36. Alchemy. So, your father succeeded in creating pure gold, which not only led to your mother's untimely demise, but also attracted the enormous lantern fish, swallowing your hometown whole? Reiner and Olga conversed as they advanced across the small island. Olga had just shared with Reiner the reason for his presence here. Recalling the narrative, Reiner vaguely remembered that her father's purpose in creating pure gold seemed to be for her sake, indicating a misunderstanding between father and daughter, contrary to Olga's assertion that her father was merely a mad scientist. Moreover, it appeared that her father was also inside the lantern fish. They had coexisted in the same space for over 170 years without ever meeting, which surprised Reiner somewhat. However, since he had recalled these details, Reiner was keen to resolve the minor conflict between them, so he casually prompted Olga to guide him around the island. By the way, since you mentioned that the lantern fish has 3 stomachs, how did you manage to reach this place from the 3rd stomach? It seems that the gastric acid would be quite unbearable for you, wouldn't it? Observing the greenish-yellow gastric acid surrounding them, Reiner inquired with curiosity. He. Look at this. Elizabeth, Olga exclaimed with a laugh. At her call, a lizard resembling a human, walking on 2 legs, emerged from an unknown location and approached Olga, seemingly very familiar with her. Elizabeth was a water lizard, capable of running on water, and its paws could withstand gastric acid for a short time. Before Reiner could pose another question, Olga readily explained. This is quite impressive. Reiner's eyes lit up as he spoke with a hint of longing. If I had such a pet, I could move freely across the sea, much more conveniently than any boat, right? I think it's cool too. Olga, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in Reiner's words, responded with a smile. Olga, how did you become friends with Elizabeth? Are there any more of these water lizards around? Could I possibly have one as well? Reiner asked, slightly flattering. You want Elizabeth too? Olga asked in surprise. I don't want your Elizabeth. I'm just asking if there are any other water lizards around. Can you help me find one? I see. There are quite a few water lizards here, but when I first encountered Elizabeth, I gave her a fruit, and that is how we became friends. Olga blinked and said, Oh, just a fruit was enough to win her over? It doesn't seem too difficult. Reiner mused while stroking his chin. Thus, their subsequent objective shifted from searching for Olga's father to seeking out water lizards. However, after thoroughly exploring the entire island, they found no second water lizard. It seems there are none left here. Let us proceed to the next island. Reiner said somewhat disappointedly. Then let us go? I'll have Elizabeth take us both. Olga replied nonchalantly. With Elizabeth's assistance, the 2 individuals arrived at the second island. However, apart from dinosaurs, they found no aquatic lizards, nor any trace of Olga's father. Reluctantly, they set off towards the 3rd island. Is this your hometown, Alchemy? Reiner inquired softly, gazing at the dilapidated structures before them. Yes. After arriving, Olga seemed to have grown even more silent. Olga, have you ever considered that your father might still be alive? Reiner asked quietly after a moment's reflection. That scoundrel father? It's impossible. Humans cannot live for so long. Moreover, back then, Olga appeared lost in thought, her memories vivid despite the passage of over 170 years. Sighing, Reiner suggested, let's go inside and take a look. He patted Olga on the head. Under Olga's guidance, they soon discovered an entrance. Near the entrance, Reiner noticed an inscription. Those who seek the radiant gold and dare to enter here shall pay with their lives. My name is Miss China Aussie. Reiner read the words aloud softly. Miss China Aussie? Olga responded with surprise. What is wrong? Do you know him? Reiner turned to look at Olga. What do you mean, know him? He is the scoundrel who created pure gold. Olga's expression turned sour. She remained unable to forgive Miss China Aussie for his creation of pure gold. Rainer shrugged indifferently and continued forward with Olga. Meanwhile, on the first island, in a dinosaur nest, a dinosaur that appeared markedly different from the ordinary hatchlings was arguing with a baby dinosaur over food brought back by a larger dinosaur. More meat, more meat. I long for vegetables. The dinosaur opened its mouth, revealing a plump face, as it wept while devouring its meal. This was none other than Olga's father, Miss China Aussie. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, raising his head towards the location of the third island, murmuring, Who has entered my laboratory? Returning to Rainer and Olga, the two traversed a lengthy tunnel and emerged into a grand hall where a piano stood. Beside the piano was a stone tablet inscribed with words. Only those who play the melody correctly and possess a pure heart may approach the radiant gold. It seems we need to play, Rainer mused. But I did not come here to seek pure gold. I merely came to find the aquatic lizards. He rubbed his head in discontent. Shall we give it a try? Didn't you say that living for so long might be a result of pure gold? Olga suddenly encouraged Rainer to test it. I don't want to. Who knows if there are side effects? What if I catch some strange disease? That would be disastrous. Let's not, Rainer replied, shaking his head. You scoundrel. That is pure gold, enough to purchase the world. It's an unparalleled treasure. Don't you desire it? If you covet it so much, why not seize it yourself? Rainer shrugged, for he had no intention of claiming such dubious metal. It was better left untouched. I cannot play. Only my mother can. Olga gritted her teeth in response. How peculiar of you. Did you not abhor pure gold? It is precisely what drove your father to madness and led to your mother's untimely demise. Why, then, do you yearn for it now? Raina inquired, tilting his head calmly. I simply. Olga faltered, perplexed. Indeed, why had she suddenly developed a desire for pure gold, the very thing she despised most? What a contradictory little creature. Raina slowly approached the piano, plopping down and scrutinizing the sheet music before him. Alas, it seems we cannot pass this trial. He sighed. Why not? Olga asked, puzzled. Observe, a portion of the movement is missing. With my abilities, I cannot possibly complete it. Moreover, playing incorrectly would likely trigger some mechanism. Raina pointed to the incomplete sheet music. Is that so? Then let it be. Olga replied, her enthusiasm waning. This is a lullaby, such beautiful music. A pity it is incomplete. Raina lamented, shaking his head. A lullaby? Olga paused, glancing at the score atop the piano. Suddenly, she lowered her head and asked Raina. Could you play it for me? Play? Without the complete score, I might inadvertently activate a trap. Raina responded, looking at Olga. I apologize. I have been too willful. Olga said with a wry smile. Step back a bit. If there is indeed a trap, I may not have time to shield you. Raina shook his head helplessly. He sensed that Olga meant him no harm. She merely wished to confirm something about the piece for reasons unknown. Once Olga had distanced herself, Raina began to play according to the melody on the score. With his F-level musician skill, he managed well despite the peculiarities of the peacock piano compared to an ordinary one. He successfully rendered the general tune. This piece, is this how it goes? Tender laughter, cheerful laughter, your lovely smile, the hearts of silver and gold, I give them all to you, alchemy, Alkema, embracing the golden stars, alchemy, Alkema entering dreamland upon hearing Raina's performance. Olga found herself singing along involuntarily. Do you know this piece? Upon completion, Olga, having sung the final missing part, enabled Raina to finish the entire composition, thus passing the trial. Yes, this is the music my mother often sang to me in my childhood. Olga lowered her head and spoke. This is a melody infused with the affection of parents for you. Rainer rose from the piano and replied. This time, Olga did not counter, remaining silent, as if still enveloped in the essence of the lullaby they had just heard. Let us proceed. Since we have begun, we must uncover what lies within. Rainer gestured towards the passage revealed by the retreating lava, addressing Olga. Indeed, the two continued onward. The Eagle Bridge. To seize the shimmering gold, one must possess extraordinary focus and audacious courage. Strike the sacred eagle, and the suspension bridge shall descend. Rainer gazed at the chasm ahead, where atop the opposing structure, a design resembling an eagle awaited. It seemed they needed to hit the target across in order for the bridge to lower and grant them passage. I truly cannot manage this. I am not a marksman. Renard turned to Olga, shaking his head. Is that so? Then shall we retreat? Olga glanced at the opposite side and sighed. Wait, do you not find this place peculiar? Renard halted her departure, stating, Peculiar? What do you mean? Olga asked, perplexed. Look here. Every mechanism is intricately entwined with the environment, yet your homeland, alchemy, would not possess such a setting, would it? What does this imply? It suggests that the creator of this mechanism constructed it after this island was swallowed by the lanternfish. Renard stood firm, gesturing towards their surroundings. And so what? But, did you not claim to be the sole inhabitant here? Did you not insist that your wretched father perished upon entering? Then who designed and crafted this mechanism? The musical score we heard earlier, it was a cradle song only you would know, correct? What are you implying? Olga looked at Renard, bewildered. Perhaps your father is still alive? Alive? Even better. It grants me the chance to slay him once more. Olga's eyes suddenly glinted with hatred. Renard was taken aback, although she had often described her father as a scoundrel. She had never exhibited such animosity, merely expressing anger towards his neglect of her mother and herself. Roar boom at that moment. A colossal triceratops emerged from the platform before the cliff, fixating its gaze on Olga and Renard, seemingly poised to attack. Screech from another direction, a pterosaur appeared. Hovering in the air, ready to charge. It appears we have found a means to proceed. Upon spotting the pterosaur, Renard smiled slightly. A means? What means? Olga inquired. Taken aback. Stay here and wait for me. Without further explanation, Renard advanced directly towards the triceratops. As Renard approached, the triceratops indeed became agitated, lowering its head and charging towards him. Renard smiled and extended his hand, effortlessly blocking the oncoming beast. Just as Olga was about to cry out in alarm, the triceratops came to a halt upon making contact with Rena, as if the force of its previous charge had dissipated entirely. With a shrill cry, before Rena could react further, the pterosaur swooped down from the sky, heading straight for Rena. Chapter 37. Pure gold. As the pterosaur charged towards him, Rena smiled faintly, leaping forward to seize its neck, forcibly bringing it to the ground. He gently pressed his finger against its chest. A piercing pain surged through the pterosaur, compelling it to abandon all resistance, lying submissively on the ground, gazing up at Rena in fear. All right, now we can move on, Rena exclaimed with a grin. Beside him, Olga stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the unconventional method Rena had employed. As they soared across the chasm on the pterosaur's back, Olga remained momentarily dazed. Let us proceed, Rena declared, watching the pterosaur scurry away after he released it. What a pity, he lamented. If only we had a flying companion. It would surely be quite impressive upon our exit. Rena did not conceal his feelings, expressing his regret openly. The fleeing pterosaur seemed to sense Rena's ulterior motives and flapped its wings with increased urgency. Upon traversing another passage, they found themselves before a colossal crocodilian head. It appears we must discern the correct keyhole to proceed, Rena remarked, stroking his chin as he observed the array of keyholes. If we choose incorrectly, will the crocodile's jaw snap shut? Would that not mean our demise? Olga furrowed her brow in concern. That seems likely, but having come this far, it would be a shame to turn back now. Rena chuckled lightly. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, a decorated figure was approaching on a water lizard that Rena had long coveted, hastening towards their location. With so many keyholes, where do you suggest we begin? Rena inquired, standing before the door with a key in hand, directing his question at Olga, who lingered outside the crocodile's maw. How would I know? I did not design this, Olga replied incredulously. Rena rubbed his nose, swallowing the retort that had nearly escaped his lips. He had nearly remarked that her father was the designer, and she might possess some insight, but considering her strained relationship with him, Rena opted for silence. Having readied himself for escape, Rena randomly selected a keyhole and inserted the key. Incorrect, he muttered, twisting it gently but sensing no movement of the door. Just as he prepared to withdraw and choose another keyhole, he suddenly felt a jolt of electricity surge from within the keyhole, and the crocodile's mouth began to close rapidly. Hey, Rena, get out quickly, Olga shouted anxiously from outside. I cannot. My body has yet to recover. I have been outsmarted, truly. Rena sighed wryly. Before he could finish his thought, The crocodile's jaws snapped shut entirely, sealing Rena inside. Rena! Olga cried out desperately from outside. However, Rena received no response. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, a sudden explosion shattered the crocodile's mouth entirely, and Rena appeared before her, holding the key. How infuriating! Had I known it would turn out this way, I should have shattered it beforehand. When the crocodile's mouth had closed moments ago, Rena's Black Emperor ability had been passively activated, absorbing the compressive force. Once the energy was fully amassed, Rena unleashed it, completely demolishing the crocodile's jaws. Rena, are you all right? Olga asked, stepping forward upon seeing Rena emerge. I'm fine. But Rena glanced at the door she had just destroyed and awkwardly remarked, it seems we can't enter now. I truly apologize. Inside are the belongings your father left for you. What nonsense. I couldn't care less about that scoundrel's possessions. Olga replied, a hint of defiance in her tone. Who are you? How did you manage to breach this place? Are you here for the radiant gold? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing both Rena and Olga to turn their heads in unison. You are. Olga froze upon seeing the plump figure emerging from the shadows. Oh, a water lizard. Rena's eyes brightened as she spotted an orange water lizard following Miss China Oxy. Oh, Olga, is that you? Miss China Oxy clearly recognized his daughter at that moment. Are you the esteemed Dr. Miss China Oxy? Rena inquired with a smile. Who are you? Olga, come here. He might be a villain. Miss China Oxy was momentarily taken aback, only then recalling Rena's presence. Rest assured, I have no interest in your so-called radiant gold. My arrival here was purely coincidental. Rena waved her hand dismissively. However, I am quite intrigued by that water lizard behind you. A water lizard? Miss China Oxy was perplexed, thinking this man must have threatened his daughter to seize the radiant gold. Understanding the misunderstanding, Rena recounted the events that had transpired. At that moment, Olga, who had remained silent, suddenly fixed her gaze on Miss China Oxy and asked, why are you still alive? It has been 170 years. How can you still exist? Olga. Miss China Oxy looked at his daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. Olga. Rena suddenly patted Olga's head and said, isn't this the perfect opportunity? You can ask him directly. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Ask. Ask what? I have no interest in him. He has nothing to do with me. Olga stubbornly retorted. Dr. Miss China Oxy, I shall address you as such for now. Olga began. You pursued the study of pure gold, leading to my mother's death at the hands of pirates and resulting in alchemy being devoured by a lanternfish. What was the reason behind this? Was it merely a desire for research? Rena turned to Miss China Oxy, awaiting his response. Oh, it appears you are already aware of the matter regarding pure gold. Sighed Miskina Oxy. Why do you even ask him? He is merely a mad scientist. No, he can no longer be called a scientist, Olga replied with reddened eyes. No, it is not like that. Olga, allow me to explain. In the beginning, Miskina Oxy finally revealed the truth. Olga had been afflicted with a terminal illness, prompting the couple, both scientists, to embark on research into pure gold, as it possesses the ability to slow the aging process. This is also the reason why the father and daughter still retain their appearance from over 170 years ago. Upon learning the true reason behind her father's research into pure gold, Olga finally opened her heart and reconciled with him. However, from Rena's perspective, perhaps due to her long-standing resentment towards her father and living alone, Olga found it challenging to express her feelings. Miskina Oxy, too, struggled to convey his love for his daughter. Otherwise, their misunderstanding would not have persisted for so long. What illness did Olga originally have? Rena inquired, furrowing his brow. The Emperor's malady of the South Sea, an incurable disease. Sighed Oxy. I see, do not worry. I believe there will surely be better treatment methods for Olga in the future. I have heard that in the first half of the Grand Line, there exists a medical superpower that may have already developed a miracle cure. Rena smiled as he spoke. I recall that in the original story, Olga was cured by Chopper. But how that treatment was administered remains unknown to him. Although he is now considered a doctor, he is merely at the most rudimentary level. Miskina Oxy glanced at the ring on Olga's hand and nodded. By the way, did you come here in search of the radiant gold? Miskina Oxy inquired. Rena shook his head and pointed at the water lizard behind him, stating, No, I came for this. I stumbled upon this place, thinking there might be your relics inside. which is why I assisted Olga in unlocking the mechanisms here. However, I apologize, I ended up damaging the final door. Haha. That door was a false one. The true entrance is right here. Meskina Oxy said, pulling a switch from the entrance, causing a large hole to appear in the floor. Thus, the three of them entered the hole, which indeed led to a research room, though it appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. After discovering pure gold and managing to control Olga's illness, I have not returned since. Meskina Oxy remarked as he gazed at his laboratory. However, both Reina and Olga's attention was captivated by a fist-sized nugget of pure gold within the lab. Is this pure gold? Reina inquired with curiosity. Indeed, if you desire it. I can give it to you. Meskina Oxy replied earnestly. Were it not for Reina, the relationship between him and Olga would have deteriorated even further. Is that so? Then thank you. I shall keep it as a collectible since you no longer need it. Reina cheerfully accepted the pure gold. Upon their exit from the laboratory, Reina inquired of Olga, how do we depart from this place? I have no desire to linger here any longer. How have you managed to endure over 170 years? Olga replied, I am uncertain, but through my observations over the years, I have noted that the Lantern Master occasionally vomits. When this occurs, the gastric acid refluxes, allowing us to escape alongside it. Olga shook her head. Reina paused, realizing it was not from some other exit. Hearing Olga's words allowed Reina to exhale softly in relief. You have not attempted to find a way out? Of course, had I tried. You would not find me here now. So what shall we do now? Wait for this Lantern Master to vomit. Meskina Oxy, observing Reina and Olga's deliberations on their escape, suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, to induce vomiting, one must first experience bloating. Bloating? Reina and Olga simultaneously turned to Meskina Oxy, questioning her. Indeed, bloating is the most conducive state for vomiting. But how do we make the Lantern Master feel bloated? The three exchanged glances, collectively falling into silence. It is quite a feat to induce bloating in such a colossal lanternfish. What if I strike at its stomach? Reina suggested. Meskina Oxy and Olga exchanged glances and ultimately nodded, conceding to Reina's attempt, for they truly had no other plans. Phew. You both take your positions on the water lizard. If there is too much commotion, protect yourselves, Reina instructed as he began to warm up, subsequently unleashing a barrage of strikes against the surrounding stomach walls. As he attacked, Reina absorbed the recoil from the stomach walls, and upon reaching his limit, he took a deep breath and delivered a powerful kick to the repeatedly struck area. Boom, boom, boom. After Reina's strike, the entire stomach of the lanternfish began to tremble. Here it comes. The acid is starting to reflux. Olga, who had been closely observing the flow of gastric acid, suddenly shouted to Reina. Reina hurriedly leapt several times, reaching Olga's side, and together they rode Elizabeth, following the refluxing acid in a rush towards the exit. This is too slow. We want team make it. Meskina Oxy observed intently for a moment before calling out anxiously. Watch me. As they passed a derelict ship, Reina leapt up and delivered a kick to the hull, sending wooden fragments scattering in all directions. Quick, let the water lizard ascend, and we shall use the planks to ride the acid out. After collecting several wooden pieces mid-air, Reina tossed them to Olga, shouting. Understanding Reina's intent immediately, Olga caught the planks and directed Elizabeth to ascend. Chapter 38. Reina's Path to Wealth. At long last, we have emerged. Olga exclaimed with exuberance as she perched atop Elizabeth, gazing at the boundless sea. Reina too exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, realizing he had almost missed their chance. Yet now, all of that was behind them. They had finally arrived, although they remained uncertain of their current location and the distance to the nearest island. Look, it's Lantern Lord, Meskina Oxy remarked, captivated by the enormous lanternfish trailing behind them. Wait a moment, that lantern atop the lanternfish. Reina turned his gaze to behold the magnificent creature, instantly entranced by the radiant beacon illuminating from its head. Have you noticed? Indeed. Lantern Lord has extracted all the pure gold from within the gold swallower into its lantern. That very lantern atop its head is a colossal piece of pure gold. Meskina Oxy affirmed with a nod. Reina swallowed hard. How much could that fetch if sold? Therefore, when near the shore, do not extract the pure gold. For if Lantern Lord discovers it, it will devour you whole. Meskina Oxy cautioned. He had previously gifted Reyna a piece of pure gold, swearing never to create any more. As the ring adorning Olga's hand contained just a fragment, sufficient to prolong her life. By the way, would you like to join my crew? I belong to the Whitebeard Pirates. Reyna inquired with a smile. To be candid, prior to their emergence, Olga had not contemplated this matter. Her mother had perished at the hands of pirates, instilling in her a deep aversion towards them. Yet, Reyna had left a favorable impression, leaving her in a state of indecision. As for Miss China Oxy, he was indifferent to such matters. Wherever Olga went, he would follow. Of course, there is no need to decide just yet. For now, let us head towards the first half of the Grand Line in search of the medical nation, hoping to find a solution for Olga's ailment. Noticing Olga's hesitation, Reyna spoke cheerfully. At this moment, I believe our primary task is to locate food and land. Otherwise, even if water lizards are present, we may very well perish at sea. After scanning her surroundings, Olga stated, in any case, let us choose a direction and advance. After ushering Miss China Oxy off the water lizard Chabs, they mounted Elizabeth together, and Reyna finally attained command over Chabs as he had desired. Oxy, is it truly impossible for me to have Chabs? Reyna could not help but inquire once more as they continued their journey. I sincerely apologize, but Chabs is not my pet. It merely assists me in navigating to alchemy. If it willingly chooses to accompany you, I have no objections. Oxy replied, somewhat regretfully. Very well. Reyna had no intention of capturing Chabs for the time being. Out on the open sea, he still required its abilities. Should his attempts at capture fail, he could hardly swim to his destination. Thus, he resolved to act only once they had located an island. During this period, his work hours have consistently fallen short of expectations, leading to a complete halt in his clocking in and out. What he most urgently needs to do now is to find a ship and experiment with how he might continue to check in. From his character interface, he observes that his identity remains that of the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, concurrently serving as navigator, helmsman, ship's doctor, cook, and sailor, among other roles. Therefore, he must ascertain whether his work can be deemed valid if he is not aboard a Whitebeard ship, or if he were to hoist a Whitebeard pirate flag on another vessel. Would that ship then qualify as a pirate ship of the Whitebeard crew? These are crucial inquiries, as they pertain to his potential for swift advancement. Following Reyna's unfortunate encounter with the lanternfish, the Whitebeard Pirates and Admiral Zephyr have parted ways in a ceasefire. The crew members, unable to locate Reyna, are filled with concern. Gulalala, fret not. That lad Reyna is not so easily dispatched. He must have encountered some mishap. There is no need for alarm. Once he resolves his troubles, he will seek us out. Now, let us press onward, Newgate declared, attempting to uplift the somber atmosphere aboard the ship. Father is right. He is not a devil fruit user, so falling into the sea poses no real threat. Conversely, our situation is rather dire. We are now without a cook, a ship's doctor, and even the vital navigator. How shall we navigate henceforth? Marco chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, aboard the repaired warship returning to headquarters, Zephyr sat in the captain's cabin conversing with Sengoku. That lad is unlikely to meet his end so easily. The Navy is about to gain yet another adversary. Zephyr reassured. Rest assured, there will be no issues. By the way, I heard this return is to facilitate your promotion ceremony to Admiral? Sengoku smiled. Indeed, that is the case. But I've heard that Garp seems to have declined the promotion to Admiral? Zephyr inquired with curiosity. That rascal claimed he didn't want to be a dog for the Celestial Dragons, hence his refusal to become an admiral. Sengoku replied with a hint of exasperation. The Celestial Dragons? Zephyr sighed upon hearing Garp's reason for refusal. The primary duty of a Navy admiral is to serve the Celestial Dragons, a role that, while lucrative for the Navy, breeds disdain in individuals like Garp. Indeed, as you are aware, the recent God Valley incident was all about rescuing the Celestial Dragons, but Garp himself is reluctant to discuss it. Perhaps we should refrain from delving further into that matter, Sengoku sighed, shaking his head in resignation. 3 days later, Reyna, accompanied by the father-daughter duo of Olga, finally discovered a small island. Upon landing, their first order of business was to find a restaurant and indulge in a hearty meal. At last, I am full, Reyna exclaimed, patting his distended belly in satisfaction. Afterwards, We shall find an inn. You've all worked hard these past few days. You can take a bath and rest, while I procure a ship. From there, we shall head directly towards the first half of the Grand Line. Thank you for your hospitality. Unlike Olga, who lay there completely disinclined to move, her father, Mishina Oxy, expressed his gratitude towards Reyna. Reyna smiled and nodded. He was now relying on his past resources and wondered if he had enough berries to purchase a ship later. If not, he contemplated resorting to robbing the wealthy to alleviate his plight. After securing a suitable inn, the Mishina father and daughter promptly retired for the night, while Reyna, clutching the freshly acquired newspaper, made his way to the port in search of a suitable vessel. That scoundrel Zephyr. Has he already been promoted to admiral? It seems my chances of encountering him in the future have diminished. Reyna murmured upon reading the news of Vice Admiral Blackarm Zephyr's promotion to admiral. As the ultimate force of the Navy, admirals typically do not set sail without pressing matters, thus significantly reducing the likelihood of an encounter. Aside from Zephyr's news, the paper bore no mention of Whitebeard, yet Reyna felt no concern. Newgate was a man destined to become one of the 4 emperors. Rather than worry about him, it was wiser to be concerned about his own situation. After spending a considerable sum on a small boat and navigational supplies, Reyna became acutely aware of his current predicament. To reach the first half of the Grand Line, the conventional maritime route traversed Fishman Island and the Sabaody Archipelago. Of course, if one possessed sufficient confidence, they could venture through the Calm Belt. However, that region was a nesting ground for sea kings, and none who entered had ever returned. Thus, Reyna prudently opted for the route via Fishman Island. After purchasing 2 permanent log poses, Reyna found his berries depleted. There was no alternative. Acquiring a permanent log pose for Fishman Island was the most straightforward option. It seemed he needed to devise a plan, or else he would lack even the means to procure supplies at the next island. Reyna felt a headache coming on. He had never anticipated that berries would become a source of distress for him. Who would have thought I would stumble upon a big fish? A pirate with a bounty of 16 million. Just as this realization struck him, a group of bounty hunters' conversation reached Reyna's ears. 16 million? Indeed. Capturing pirates is the quickest way to earn money. Reyna nodded thoughtfully and approached the band of bounty hunters. Moments later, the entire group of bounty hunters lay sprawled on the ground. Not only had their bounties been seized, but the once coveted prize had now fallen into Reyna's hands. Indeed, piracy necessitates robbery. Clutching a stack of the latest bounty notices and a fainted pirate, Reyna was filled with gratitude. What a fortunate turn of events. They recognized my financial struggles and not only presented me with a means to earn, but also delivered my first substantial fortune. Thus, in high spirits, Reyna boldly strode into the naval headquarters to claim his bounty. He had forgotten that compared to the 16 million bounty of the pirate, his own staggering 30 million would be more easily recognized by the Navy. Consequently, as he entered the naval headquarters, the sailors he encountered cast curious glances his way. However, his eyes were not red, and his appearance had undergone some alteration. Thus the Navy did not dare to confirm their suspicions. There was no alternative. His garments had already sustained damage, and he was currently clad in new attire purchased after landing on the island. His weighted gear had long been compromised during the skirmish with Zephyr. Report. A naval soldier addressed Major General Franco, the highest-ranking officer at the base. We have detected a pirate suspected to be Crimson-Eyed Reiner entering the naval base. Crimson-Eyed Reiner? What brings him to our outpost? And what do you mean by suspected? Is there uncertainty surrounding his identity? Major General Franco inquired, perplexed, as he sat at his desk. He has come to claim a bounty. Moreover, his eyes are not red, so we cannot confirm it at this moment. The soldier replied, hesitantly. The headquarters had already disseminated the latest information. Crimson-Eyed Reiner's eye color was a manifestation of his abilities, and under normal circumstances, his eyes resembled those of an ordinary person. They would only turn red when he activated his powers. Let us proceed to investigate. We must ascertain the intentions of this crimson-eyed individual. Franco's expression shifted, and he rose to his feet. Chapter 39. Setting sail again, I must express my concern regarding the Navy's inefficiency, remarked Reyna, a hint of boredom lacing his tone as he sat in the bounty exchange office. It was not his intention to provoke. Yet the pace at which the Navy operated was undeniably sluggish. "My sincerest apologies, sir," replied a courteous Navy soldier. "Due to the overwhelming number of pirates with bounties, and the difficulty of identifying them based solely on a wanted poster, we must exercise caution. A misidentification could lead to dire consequences, such as the wrongful detention of an innocent individual." Reyna nodded, recalling how a mere bounty poster of Sanji had altered the fate of an unrelated scoundrel in the original narrative. Thus, despite the considerable wait, Reyna remained patient. However, as time elapsed, an unsettling sensation began to creep over him. Suddenly, the door to the Bounty Exchange office burst open, and a throng of Navy soldiers surged in, encircling Reyna. Crimson-eyed Reyna, "Are you still pretending? Since you dared to venture into the Navy headquarters, do not blame us for the consequences," Major Franco bellowed, accompanied by a formidable contingent of soldiers. "Oh dear, how unfortunate. I completely forgot that I am also a wanted man. Perhaps you could just pretend I was never here?" Reyna stammered, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Clearly, the Navy was not inclined to heed his words, as they advanced upon him without hesitation. With no alternative, Reyna was compelled to retaliate. While the deception he had faced was frustrating, he found a strange appreciation for the Navy's diligent approach, opting not to resort to lethal force. With a swift kick, Reyna sent a Navy soldier flying and finally escaped the cramped office, emerging onto the open grounds of the Navy base. "Oh dear, this is quite the predicament," Reyna mused, surveying the multitude of soldiers surrounding him, pondering if he had perhaps overstepped. "Fire! Do not let him escape. Over here." He.S. running this way. The chaos escalated as Reyna dashed about, sending the Navy base into disarray. "That scoundrel! I will personally capture him." Major Franco fumed as he witnessed the pandemonium unfold. "What a waste of my 16 million berries. Next time, I should allow the bounty hunters to collect the reward first, then seize their earnings. Yes, that's the plan. I am indeed a genius." Hidden in a corner, Reyna observed the flurry of activity outside, while secretly concocting his scheme for wealth. "There he is. Over here." A passing Navy soldier suddenly spotted Reyna hiding in the shadows and shouted, "Damn it, discovered so quickly?" Reyna lamented, reluctantly resuming his flight. "You will pay dearly for this. How dare you underestimate our division?" Major Franco was on the verge of madness. Reyna had come with pirates to claim a bounty, and if news of the chaos at the naval base were to spread, his reputation as the base commander would be irrevocably tarnished. Regrettably, the Navy failed to apprehend Reyna, who managed to escape unscathed. Given the multitude of witnesses, the incident could not be concealed, and an exasperated Major Franco was left with no choice but to report to headquarters. Upon Reyna's return to the inn, the Messina father and daughter had already awoken and were seated in the lobby, listening to travelers recount the recent commotion at the naval base. They spoke of the pirate known as Red-Eyed Reyna, a monstrous fiend who supposedly went mad if he did not consume the blood of several young maidens each day. Rumors had it that upon arriving in their quaint town, he intended to prey upon the local girls, only to be spotted by patrolling soldiers, thus inciting such a disturbance. Indeed, it was said that his eyes had turned crimson from years of feasting on the blood of innocents. Hearing the travelers' outrageous tales, Reyna's expression darkened, particularly as he noticed that Olga was listening with rapt attention, seemingly captivated by the absurdity. "Hey, have you seen Red-Eyed Reyna? Is that what you're spouting here?" Unable to endure any longer, Reyna approached and interrupted their gossip. "Wait, Reyna, do you really drink the blood of beautiful maidens every day?" Olga inquired, rushing to his side with a whisper. Reyna shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, "Wouldn't you know if it were true? By the way, why did you go to the naval base? Did you accidentally get spotted by the Navy?" Olga asked curiously. Reyna's countenance darkened further. He had no desire to respond, fearing he would be ridiculed for an extended period. "Since you are all awake now, let us embark. I have prepared everything." Reyna disregarded Olga's probing, addressing Miskina Oxy. "All right, let us set sail." Miskina Oxy nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio made their way to the harbor, boarding the small sailboat that Reyna had procured. The vessel was modest, even smaller than the Merry Go of Luffy and his crew, but with only 3 individuals and 2 aquatic lizards aboard, it was adequate for their needs. Meanwhile, At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, newly promoted Admiral Zifa was engrossed in paperwork. The new world was far from tranquil. With the emergence of formidable pirate crews such as the Whitebeard Pirates, the Flying Sky Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Big MOM Pirates. While Carp was preoccupied chasing Roger across the globe, Sengoku was burdened with monitoring the Whitebeard Pirates and preventing the Flying Sky Pirates from wreaking havoc. He was nearly overwhelmed. That lad has proven to be remarkably resilient. I never anticipated he would appear here, Zifa murmured, holding a document from his desk. It was indeed a report from Major Franco to headquarters, proposing an increase in the bounty for Red-Eyed Reina. After a moment's contemplation, Zifa decisively stamped the document with his approval. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Zephyr, Admiral Kong requests your presence in his office. At that moment, a naval soldier entered, saluted Zephyr, and spoke. Zephyr nodded and rose to head towards the Admiral's office. I apologize for summoning you at this hour, but a formidable new wave of pirates has recently emerged in the New World. Carp and Sengoku are struggling to manage the situation, so I must rely on you. Admiral Kong stated plainly. Rest assured, leave it to me. Zephyr responded, nodding as he departed. Upon reaching the harbor, his warship was already prepared for departure, awaiting Zephyr's command. Let us set our sights on this location. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zephyr selected a small island as their target. Yes, sir. The subordinate immediately saluted and informed the navigator to chart the course. Sir, why have we chosen this place? The Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Pirate crew have been quite active lately. Should we not pursue them instead? The officer, Caradon, inquired with confusion. No, we shall go here. Zephyr shook his head and remarked. Neither Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, nor Shiki, the Golden Lion, are easily apprehended. However, this location harbors an individual whose identity and strength make him an ideal target. Capturing him would signify a tremendous victory for us. Caradon gazed at the small island on the map, puzzled, unable to fathom what significant mission awaited there. Zephyr smiled, looking into the distance, offering no explanation to Caradon. Meanwhile, out at sea, Reina had hoisted the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates on his ship. To his surprise, the system recognized his vessel as part of the Whitebeard Pirates. Thus, he regained the ability to check in and commence his duties. Reina, I am so bored. When will we reach the next island? Olga languished on the deck, weakly addressing Reina. Bored? If you're bored, then go clean up. You rascal, Reina retorted, rolling his eyes while sweating profusely from his training. It wasn't that he was deliberately targeting Olga. It was simply that this child, apart from the initial excitement and curiosity upon boarding, spent the remaining time lamenting her boredom. On the other hand, Mischi, the helmsman, alleviated some of Reina's burdens. Having previously been a scientist, he had grown accustomed to a monotonous lifestyle, so he did not find sailing particularly tedious. Reina, was it this boring when you were pirates before? Olga tumbled on the deck, calling out. Certainly not. It's just that there's no one else on the ship. It's only the three of us, so of course, you'd find it dull. If there were more people, we could host a feast, drink, sing, and enjoy ourselves. Reina wiped his brow, responding. Oh, then let us have a feast. What do you say? Olga instantly sat up, her face alight with excitement. With just the three of us, what kind of feast can we have? If you're bored, why not go fishing? If I manage to catch a big fish, I shall prepare a roasted feast for you tonight. Reina gestured toward the ocean and declared, roasted fish. That would be splendid. Watch as I reel in an incredibly colossal and delicious catch. Upon hearing this, Olga immediately rushed to the ship's cabin, retrieving her fishing rod to commence her endeavor. My apologies for the trouble, Olga. Miss China Oxy smiled at Reina as she spoke. Not at all. Sailing can be rather monotonous, and with so few of us on board, it becomes even more tedious for her. Reina shook his head in response. In truth, Reina's true aspiration had always been to win over Miss China Oxy. Compared to Olga, her father possessed remarkable talents, having discovered pure gold on his own, thus proving that Miss China Oxy's abilities were commendable. Even in the future, the Whitebeard Pirates would lack such a scientist, which led Reina to hope to recruit such talent for their crew. One must never underestimate the scientists of this world, whether it be the Navy's Vegapunk and Caesar Clown, or the Germus 60 SIXS Vinsmoke family, they have demonstrated that scientists can wield immense power. As evening descended, Reyna grilled a fish no larger than the size of his palm, observing Olga's despondent expression. Is this what you referred to as an incredibly colossal and delectable fish? Damn you, Reyna. Fishing is quite a challenge. Not everyone can land a catch, and the fact that I managed to catch anything at all is already impressive. Olga retorted through gritted teeth. Is that so? Reyna's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied. Chapter 40. News of Reyna father. Look quickly, Marco exclaimed excitedly as he rushed towards Whitebeard Newgate, holding a newspaper aloft. Marco, what has transpired? Questioned a pirate adorned with a red belt and a yellow scarf. His brown hair disheveled and a distinctive mustache, as he pointed at the exuberant Marco, addressing Bista beside him. Bista shook his head in wonder. I do not know. Perhaps he has uncovered some momentous news. Gwahaha. What a delightful day, my children. Let us commence the banquet. Soon. The jubilant voice of Whitebeard echoed as he joyfully announced the festivities. Father, what has brought you such joy? Bista inquired with a smile. The crew had truly begun to regard Whitebeard as a paternal figure, fostering a warm camaraderie among them. Gwahaha. See, I knew that lad would not be so easily vanquished. Whitebeard tossed the newspaper Marco had given him to Bista, laughing heartily. As Bista received the paper and read its contents, he too burst into laughter. Indeed, this is a momentous occasion worthy of a feast. Jozu, come quickly. There is news of Reyna. Since Reyna's disappearance, it was Marco and Jozu who had been most concerned for him, having fought together, with only the two of them returning. Though it was not their fault, they felt as if they had abandoned their comrade, fleeing alone, which tormented them greatly. Upon hearing Bista's call, Jozu, who had been training, approached slowly and asked, Is there news of the vice-captain? Has he been captured by the Navy? See for yourself. Bista cheerfully handed the newspaper to Jozu. Huh. The vice-captain wreaked havoc at the Navy's base? How can this be? Jozu exclaimed in disbelief after reading the article, fully aware that Reyna was not one to act frivolously. Gwahaha. That lad is not one to sit idly by. However, since he is unharmed, he should return swiftly. Guhu. That rascal, with such treasures, has not even thought to pay his elder brother a visit. When he returns, I shall have words with him, Whitebeard said, taking hearty swigs from a gourd, brimming with joy. Had Reyna been present, he would have recognized that this was a gourd capable of holding tenfold the spirits, yet it had now become Newgate's cherished possession. Vice-Captain, Bista, do we have a vice-captain aboard? Lakio inquired curiously, having remained silent during their discussion, as he was unaware of whom they spoke. Indeed, Akihitami Reyna, a pirate with a bounty of 80 million, he possesses formidable strength. He stayed behind to confront the Navy's Zephyr, allowing us to escape, and subsequently vanished into the sea. Bista nodded, explaining. Along with the newspaper came Reyna's latest bounty notice, which had escalated to 80 million due to his ruckus at the Navy base. Zephyr? Are you referring to the recently promoted Admiral Zephyr? Lackey inquired with surprise. Our vice-captain is capable of battling such a formidable pirate, though that fellow possesses considerable strength. He remains significantly outmatched when compared to an admiral. However, if he wishes to escape, Zephyr will not be able to detain him. Marco remarked with narrowed eyes, addressing Lackey. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate meeting him. Lackey replied with a smile. No. You cannot possibly think that. Trust me. If you doubt me, ask Jaws to see if he wishes for Reyna to return right now. Jaws involuntarily shivered at the thought, stating, I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. The vice-captain need not rush back. He recalled the time when he was at the mercy of Reyna, which felt akin to hell. Meanwhile, as the Whitebeard pirates were joyfully celebrating at their feast not far from them, the Roger pirates had spotted the sailing vessel of the Whitebeard pirates. Captain, they seem oblivious to our presence. Shall we seize the opportunity? Spack Jabba chuckled mischievously at Roger. Oh, is that Newgate? How curious that they are so lax. In that case, let us teach them a lesson. Boys, plunder their treasures. Roger exclaimed with laughter. Thus, the Oro Jackson charged directly towards the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Roger, today is a day of merriment. I shall refrain from battling you. How about this? Dare you come over for a drink? We are currently reveling. Edward Newgate called out, lifting his gourd of liquor and laughing heartily. What could be so joyous? If there is no fine wine involved, I shall come over and relieve you of your treasures. Newgate, Roger retorted with equal mirth. Before long, the two pirate ships were moored side by side, and the crews joyfully sang and drank together. Ha ha ha. Newgate, this wine is splendid. Do share some with me. At this point, Roger's cheeks bore a rosy hue as he held up his cup, grinning mischievously at Whitebeard. That is not possible. I currently have but this little. After some time, when that scoundrel Reyna returns, then I shall share, for he is the sole brewer of this exquisite wine. Whitebeard shook his head and replied, Reyna? Roger paused, glancing around before asking, I almost forgot. He was that young lad from the Rocks crew, wasn't he? I never imagined he would join your ranks. Why have I not seen him? The conversation between the two captains caused the surrounding pirates to halt their activities, listening intently. Gulalala, that lad was recently defeated by Zephyr and subsequently fell into the sea, swept away by the currents to an unknown location. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. It was after his disappearance that we first encountered you, hence you have naturally never seen him. What? He's already capable of battling an admiral? Shanks, who had been listening to Whitebeard converse with his captain, clenched his fists and asked with a face full of dissatisfaction. Since his last defeat at the hands of Reyna, he has been eager to reclaim his honor. However, during his previous encounter with the Whitebeard pirates, he did not come across Reyna and assumed the rumors of Reyna joining the crew were mere fabrications. Little did he know, there lay an unexpected truth beneath the surface. Oh, Shanks, you wouldn't happen to know Reyna, would you? Marco inquired in astonishment. Indeed, I was bested by him before, Shanks replied with a nod. Marco and the others exchanged glances. They were unaware that Reyna had been aboard the ship when they embarked. At the time of the feast shared between the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates, Reyna was not en route to join them as Whitebeard had presumed. Instead, he was heading toward Fishman Island. On a small sailing vessel adorned with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, Reyna was diligently honing his martial skills. Reyna, look. I see an island. Olga exclaimed excitedly, calling out to him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Reyna glanced up and indeed spotted a faint black in the distance. You have sharp eyes. But let me clarify, I've exhausted all the berries I had left from purchasing this small boat. Once we reach the island, we won't have the funds for a hotel. We'll have to stay aboard, Reyna said, looking at the exuberant Olga. Really, not a single berry left? Olga's expression darkened, her disappointment palpable as she inquired. She had hoped to buy many things. Having realized how dull sailing could be, she wished to prepare and stock up on supplies. Alas, it is indeed true. However, once we set foot on the island, we might get lucky. If we encounter any bountied criminals, I could play the role of a bounty hunter, but you and Dr. Axie must be the ones to claim the reward. Reyna nodded affirmatively. Why must I accompany my father? Can't you go alone? Olga asked, bewildered. Because I am a bounty myself. If I were to approach the Navy's headquarters to claim any bounty, I would undoubtedly be discovered, leading to chaos, and, moreover, I would not receive a single berry. Reyna replied calmly. Olga stared at Reyna for a time, then asked, the uproar you caused at the Navy headquarters last time, was that the reason? Reyna silently turned away, unwilling to engage with Olga. Haraha. Reyna, are you a fool? A bountied pirate daring to swagger into a Navy base to collect a bounty? Why don't you just let yourself be captured and claim the bounty instead? That is utterly hilarious. Olga laughed heartily, rolling on the deck as if she had heard the funniest joke of the century. Reyna, however, wore a grim expression, choosing not to respond. He indeed had made a blunder, or rather, he had just made another slip of the tongue. As their small sailing vessel approached the island, they were taken aback to see thick, billowing smoke rising from it, suggesting that it had recently endured the ravages of war. What could this mean? Olga, having never encountered such a situation, questioned in confusion. Dr. Axier and Reyna stood silently at the bow of the ship, offering no response. For they were acutely aware of the implications of the scene before them. Could it be? Suddenly, Olga recalled something. It seemed she had witnessed a similar situation before. They must have just fallen victim to a pirate raid. Reyna sighed softly and spoke. Both Axier and Olga remained mute, quietly awaiting the vessel's arrival at the shore. Come, Let us see if we can offer any assistance. Upon docking, Reyna was the first to disembark. I will stay behind. The typically exuberant Olga hesitated, fear evident in her demeanor, and did not follow Reyna ashore. Reyna understood that she was reluctant to confront the island's desolation, as it would evoke painful memories of her mother's demise at the hands of pirates. Very well, Dr. Axier. You and Olga remain aboard. I shall investigate. He instructed. Exercise caution. That band of pirates may still be lurking. If anything arises, signal me immediately. I shall not stray far. Reyna nodded in affirmation. Although no pirate ship was visible in the harbor, it was conceivable that the marauders had not landed from this direction. Their vessel could very well be anchored elsewhere. Thus, prudence was advisable. Do take care as well. This island has recently suffered a pirate assault, and your presence might be misconstrued. Dr. Axier nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. The Wrath of Reyna. Upon Reyna's arrival on the small island, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Numerous structures lay in ruins, and the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of ordinary civilians. Damn it, even as a pirate, Reyna found himself consumed by a profound rage at this sight. Just as he resolved to search for any survivors, he suddenly heard faint sounds nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed toward the source. Turning a corner, Reyna discovered a woman lying in a pool of blood, desperately clawing her way toward a building, her lips moving as if she were muttering something. Child, save, save. As Reyna drew closer, he caught the words escaping her lips. After assessing her injuries, he shook his head and stepped into the house. However, he found no child within. Instead, he encountered a man similarly sprawled in a pool of blood. Signs of a struggle were evident, leading Reyna to surmise that the pirates had likely abducted their child. Witnessing this grim reality, Reyna's expression darkened. These pirates were nothing short of executioners. Not only did they kill and rob, but they also spared not even the children. He suspected that the marauders intended to capture all the children in the town for sale. Judging by the state of the village, it appeared that the pirates had not departed long ago. Reyna swiftly ascended to the highest point of the town's tallest building, and indeed, he spotted a pirate ship on the far side of the island, seemingly preparing to set sail. After leaping from the rooftop, Reyna hurried back to his own vessel. We shall navigate around the island and pursue them. These scoundrels shall not escape our grasp. He relayed his findings from the town to the father-daughter duo, Meskina, and spoke in a grave tone. Without hesitation, Axie set the ship in motion, intent on following Reyna's instructions to circle the island and intercept the pirates. Olga summoned Elizabeth, instructing her to heed Reyna's command and intercept the band of marauders. Thank you, Olga. Elizabeth, let us be off. Reyna mounted Elizabeth and swiftly set course along the coastline. Previously, he had attempted to reclaim Chavez from the island, but had failed. While he could resort to force, Reyna understood that such an approach would yield little success. These aquatic lizards were remarkably intelligent and could flee at any moment unless they genuinely submitted. Thus, without Olga's orders, he would have been unable to command Elizabeth. With Elizabeth's assistance, Reyna quickly closed the distance to the pirates, while Meskina and her father navigated their pirate ship in pursuit. Just as their ship had begun to depart, a naval vessel approached the island. Sir, we have spotted the flag of the Whitebeard pirates ahead, but it does not appear to be their ship. A naval soldier reported to Zephyr, who stood at the bow. Indeed, it is them. Follow closely. Zephyr grinned broadly and declared, Boy, you cannot escape. Sir, it seems the island has been ravaged. Shall we land? Just as Zephyr anticipated the imminent capture of Reyna, a soldier approached with urgent news. Ravaged? Was it he who did this? This is somewhat inconsistent with his usual style. Zephyr felt a touch of confusion. According to Reiner's character, it seemed unlikely that he would ransack a small town. Nevertheless, he had ordered a reconnaissance of the island. For Reiner's small triangular sailboat could not outrun a naval vessel. If discovered, Reiner would have no chance of escape. However, upon the Navy's arrival at the island and witnessing the devastation, Zephyr's expression darkened. Leave half the crew to search for any survivors. The rest, follow me in pursuit. Zephyr commanded loudly. Yes, the naval soldiers, incensed by the scene before them, were eager to pursue the pirates and exact immediate retribution. Meanwhile, riding on Elizabeth, Reiner finally caught up with the band of pirates shortly after their departure. You scoundrels, you truly run fast. Reiner approached the pirate ship but refrained from boarding immediately, intending to first ascertain the whereabouts of the children abducted by the pirates. Otherwise, in the event of a confrontation, if the pirates used the children as hostages, it would complicate matters significantly. Upon stealthily boarding the ship, Reiner discovered that he had underestimated the pirates. After plundering a small town, they were now reveling in the hold, celebrating their ill-gotten gains. Silently sneaking into the lower deck, Reiner found the captured children, most of whom were sobbing loudly in fear. "Do not cry, and do not speak. I am here to rescue you. Keep your voices down and follow me," Reiner announced as he forcefully broke open the cell door. Upon his appearance, the children huddled in fear, with a slightly older child stepping forward to shield the others, seemingly skeptical of Reiner's intentions. "Big brother, are you really here to save us?" a young girl asked, sobbing as she peered from the group. "Now is not the time for questions. The pirates are celebrating and will not notice us for a while. First, we need to move to another location, and then I will deal with the pirates before returning to rescue you." Reiner spoke gently, striving to reassure them. The children exchanged glances, and ultimately, the older ones decided to trust Reiner, reasoning that the outcome could hardly be worse than their current predicament. Thus, under Reiner's guidance, the group of children began to cautiously move away. "Wait." Reiner suddenly halted at the front, signaling for silence, then cautiously peered around a corner. At the end of the passage, two pirates were seated, drinking merrily. "Ah, this time we've truly struck it rich. Not to mention the loot. Just those children alone will fetch a handsome price." One pirate laughed, jesting with his companion. However, his awaited response was not from his comrade, but rather from Reiner's fist. Upon spotting the two, Reiner decisively struck, swiftly incapacitating one pirate with a chop to the head, followed by a punch to the throat of the other. "All right, you stay here. I will go take care of those pirates." Reiner discovered a storage room and urged the children to take refuge inside, whispering to them, "Big brother, you must be cautious. If things turn dire, you should abandon us and escape on your own." A somewhat older child hesitated before speaking up. Reiner gently patted his head and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I am quite strong." With that, Reiner brandished the weapon he had just acquired from the pirates and departed without hesitation. Bang! Suddenly, a large hole burst open in the banquet hall of the ship, and a pirate collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Who dares?" The pirates, engrossed in their festivities, rose in alarm and peered outside. There stood Reiner, weapon in hand, slowly making his entrance. "You there, who are you to come here and seek death?" The one-eyed pirate captain glared at Reiner with malice. "Me? I am Reiner of the Whitebeard Pirates." Reiner replied with a light chuckle. "The Whitebeard Pirates? The infamous crew that has recently gained notoriety? Why would they send someone here? We must not have offended them, have we?" The mention of Whitebeard's name sent ripples of anxiety among the pirates, including their captain, One-Eyed Wells, who appeared momentarily stunned. "Fear not, I am but a solitary visitor. As for my intentions, as a pirate, is it not reasonable to rob you?" Reiner advanced into the banquet hall, stating his purpose. Upon hearing that Reiner was alone, One-Eyed Wells exchanged glances with his subordinates, then smiled. "If you seek treasure, then let us converse. Please sit down, young brother, and we shall present you with our riches shortly. Bring forth the drinks for our guest from the Whitebeard Pirates." Responding to the captain's signal, several pirates hurriedly fetched barrels of liquor to serve Reiner, while two others stealthily slipped out of the cabin. Reiner observed their actions without interference. Indeed, the two departing pirates soon returned, nodding to the captain, confirming that Reiner was truly alone. "Ha ha ha, boy. I care not whether you are truly of the Whitebeard Pirates. Since you dare to come here alone seeking death, I shall oblige. Men, eliminate him." One-Eyed Wells's demeanor instantly shifted upon receiving the news from his subordinates, and he bellowed vehemently. "This should have been the case from the outset, should it not?" Reiner replied with a slight smile, effortlessly dispatching the advancing pirates with a flurry of punches as he gradually approached One-Eyed Wells. Witnessing his men's attacks, be it bullets or blades, fail to affect Reiner in any way, One-Eyed Wells's expression darkened as he muttered, "A devil fruit user? No. To you, I am the very embodiment of a demon. Scum, Prepare to meet your demise. As Reyna spoke, he closed the distance to One-Eyed Wells, disappearing from sight and reappearing right before the captain. Bang! Oh boy, do not presume you are the only one with powers. One-Eyed Wells had transformed into a towering figure, his body now adorned with a mane of golden fur. After exchanging a punch with Reyna, he bellowed, I am the wielder of the animal-type lion fruit. Oomph. Trash is still trash. Even if you possess a devil fruit, it changes nothing. Today, I shall claim your head. Reyna smirked and, with a determined stride, charged once more toward Wells. With a fierce roar, One-Eyed Wells surged forward to meet Reyna. As an animal-type user, his newfound abilities significantly enhanced his physical attributes, including strength, speed, and stamina, granting him a considerable advantage in close combat. When Wells' fist collided with Reyna's, he was taken aback, sensing no tangible impact. A sense of dread washed over Wells as he realized he was encountering Reyna's unique ability. Just as he prepared to retreat, he noticed Reyna's foot hurtling toward him. In a reflexive motion, he raised his arm to defend, but the immense force that surged through his limb astonished him. With a resounding thud, Reyna's seemingly gentle kick sent One-Eyed Wells flying, leaving the surrounding pirates gaping in disbelief at the sight of Reyna standing resolute. Today, none of you shall escape, Reyna declared as he picked up a weapon from the ground, commencing a ruthless harvest of the pirates' lives within the ship's hold. His demeanor was chilling, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper, particularly accentuated by his inadvertently activated Sharingan, which instilled profound fear among the pirates. Chapter 42. A Reunion with ZFAO. The Devil. He is a devil. The carnage wrought by Reyna finally spurred some of the pirates into action, who now fled in terror. Stop right there. You scoundrels. He is but a mere boy. Kill him. The One-Eyed Wells, having been kicked out of the cabin by Reyna and collapsing onto the deck, seized a fleeing crew member and shouted, Captain, he is the Crimson Eye. Crimson Eye Reyna, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million. A pirate, clearly recognizing Reyna, crumpled to the ground, trembling as he spoke. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Reyna emerged slowly from the cabin, his bloodied longsword in hand. The pirates inside had all met their demise, leaving only those on the deck. Bah! What of 80 million? He is but one man. Attack! Wells hurled the pirate he had captured towards Reyna, bellowing. Reyna sent the pirate flying with a kick, crashing him against the ship's railing, where he lay lifeless, his head askew. I warned you. None shall escape today. Reyna raised his longsword, pointing it at Wells with a chilling demeanor. You wretched brat! You dare to be so arrogant! Wells roared, charging at Reyna once more. This time, heedless of caution, he transformed his arms into claw-like appendages, striking at Reyna with wild ferocity. The sharp claws, akin to swords, quickly shattered Reyna's sword with mere moments of contact. Ha ha ha, boy, let us see what else you can do. Die. Wells, emboldened by his success, continued his assault on Reyna. With a dismissive smile, Reyna discarded his broken sword and beckoned Wells forward, inviting him to attack. Fierce Lion Claw, penetration. Wells unleashed his ultimate technique, spinning as he charged at Reyna with both hands clasped together. Reyna, however, abandoned any pretense of finesse and delivered a straightforward punch. Thud! As the fist collided with the swirling claws, Wells' attack was gradually absorbed by Reyna's formidable strength, despite having absorbed considerable energy from defeating the ordinary pirates. Wells' claws ultimately made contact with Reyna's fist. Feeling the sensation of his claws striking something solid, Wells momentarily reveled in triumph, but before he could fully savor it, an overwhelming force surged from Reyna's fist, sending him hurtling backwards. With all his might, Reyna unleashed a punch, even without employing the power of his Sharingan, releasing the accumulated energy in a single, decisive blow. As Wells was flung away, crashing through the ship's bow and plummeting into the sea, Reyna slowly retracted his fist. The surrounding pirates, utterly paralyzed by fear, lay motionless on the deck. Reyna, are you all right? We're here to assist you. At that moment, Miski and her father, aboard their pirate ship, approached with weapons drawn, their faces etched with concern as they called out loudly, Bind yourselves, or I shall take your lives. Renner initially beckoned to the two individuals before casting a sidelong glance at the immobilized pirates, his voice icy. The pirates, rendered powerless by fear, could only procure ropes to secure themselves, awaiting Renner's judgment. Renner, are you unharmed? Observing the blood staining his attire, Olga leapt from her ship, concern etched upon her face. I am fine. Their captain has been hurled into the sea by my hand. Have Elizabeth retrieve him. Moreover, I have rescued the children. They are in the storage compartment of the ship. Renner replied, shaking his head. Aside from a minor injury to his hand sustained during his duel with the One-Eyed Wells, the blood on him belonged to the defeated pirates. He himself bore no wounds. Shortly thereafter, Renner fished Elizabeth out, binding the unconscious Wells and the other pirates together. He instructed Olga to escort the children aboard his pirate ship, then tethered the captured vessel to his own, setting a course back to the island. Renner, look! A naval warship. Just as they turned, they spotted the naval vessel swiftly approaching from behind. No worries. The Navy's arrival is fortuitous. These children cannot fend for themselves, and with the Navy present, they will have a better chance at survival. Renner exhaled deeply, shaking his head gently. AC approached, patting Olga's head, saying, We can barely care for ourselves, let alone so many children. Surely, you cannot expect them to follow Renner into piracy? Very well. I understand. Olga replied, her compassion for the children evident, though she recognized that aligning with the Navy was a wiser choice than with pirates. Upon returning to the pirate ship with the children, Renner emptied the pirate's treasure and discreetly left some for each child before he and Miss Guy returned to their own vessel. Take care of yourselves, children. Remember, if the Navy mistreats you, seek out the Whitebeard pirates and mention my name. They will come to your aid. Olga bid farewell to the children, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hey. Renner regarded Olga, who had so readily betrayed him, too exasperated to retort. Did you not claim to be the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Can you not lend a small favor? Olga shot Renner a glare, her voice laced with indignation. Fine. You have your way. All right. Whatever you say? Renner shrugged, conceding. Let us set sail. The Navy is upon us. We must not be ensnared. AC chuckled, pointing at the approaching naval ship. Hee, very well. Off we go. Olga exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Once Renner and his crew departed, the Navy soon discovered the bound pirates and the children who were already enjoying their meal. Crimson-eyed Renner, for now, I shall grant you reprieve. Gazing at the pirate ship adorned with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates in the distance, Zephyr's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke softly. It had been a week since they had dealt with the One-Eyed pirates. 3 days prior, while passing a small island, the trio exchanged all the treasures seized from the One-Eyed pirates for berries, indulging in a lavish shopping spree for food and drink. Olga had also procured several new garments, which Reyna did not object to, and he even contemplated acquiring some experimental supplies for Dr. Axier. However, Dr. Axier, lacking any current research projects, graciously declined Reyna's offer. Ding! It was the 17th day of consecutive check-ins. Today's salary is being calculated. You have earned a base salary, 170 points, and an overtime bonus, 1 junior skill proficiency exchange voucher. Reyna casually utilized the proficiency exchange voucher on basic swordsmanship, instantly gaining new insights into the art of the sword. As he beheld his nearly 13,000 points, he perused the items in the shop, contemplating whether to purchase something to enhance his strength. Aside from his daily physical training, he had also been honing the abilities of his Black Emperor. Yet his progress had stagnated, and he felt his strength had plateaued in recent days. In truth, what he yearned to acquire most was the Bloodline Evolution Scroll, but it was prohibitively expensive at 50,000 points, a sum that seemed an eternity away. Besides the Bloodline Evolution Scroll, a reliable weapon or a powerful technique such as the Navy's 6 styles were also on his list of necessities. However, the fragments of the Navy's 6 styles alone cost 5,000 points each, and they were randomly distributed, making them utterly unaffordable for Reyna. The most effective way to bolster one's strength was through the monthly attendance rewards, which typically yielded valuable items. Unfortunately, Reyna's check-ins had been interrupted for 2 consecutive months, leaving him empty-handed and increasingly frustrated. Consequently, during this period, Reyna adopted a rather low profile, avoiding trouble wherever possible, diligently working day by day in hopes of securing this month's attendance reward. Yet, despite his efforts, he couldn't shake the feeling that a sense of danger loomed ominously around him. Reyna, take me to the tavern. Upon landing on another small island, Olga implored Reyna. However, he remained unmoved, primarily because during their last visit to an island, he had taken Olga to a tavern to procure some drinks and gather the latest news. Unfortunately, the young girl had gotten into a scuffle with other pirates, and had it not been for Reyna revealing his Sharingan, which caused them to recognize him, a brawl would have surely ensued. Thus, this time on the island, Reyna resolutely forbade Olga from accompanying him to the tavern. You and Dr. Axier will stay on the ship. I will procure some supplies and return. No causing trouble. Reyna shook his head firmly, asserting his decision. Humph, you stubborn Reyna. Even if you refuse to take me, once you're gone, I shall certainly sneak away on my own. I am nearly bored to death staring at the sea every day. And you won't even allow me a moment of relaxation? With an expression that conveyed her determination to not relent, Olga declared her intent. Reluctantly, Reyna acquiesced and took Olga ashore, leaving Dr. Xie alone on the ship. This time, they opted not to dock the pirate ship at the port. Having been deceived in the past, Reyna had learned his lesson and anchored the vessel safely on the secluded coastline of a small island, ensuring greater security. Upon reaching the town of the island, Olga's spirits visibly lifted, which left Reyna feeling somewhat guilty. If it weren't for his insistence, Olga and her father could have easily thrived on any small island instead of trailing after him, although they were ostensibly searching for a remedy for Olga's ailment. Only Reyna knew that her condition was likely not as dire as it seemed. Wow, Reyna, look, this restaurant appears to be quite delightful. Let us dine here, exclaimed Olga, drooling as she stood at the entrance of an unassuming eatery. Reyna glanced at the ordinary establishment, unable to discern what made it appear so appetizing. However, since Olga had spoken up and he was not short on funds at the moment, Reyna chose not to decline. Yet, upon entering the restaurant, he immediately regretted his decision and swore to himself that he would henceforth avoid any place Olga expressed a desire to visit. Look at the crowd here. Perhaps we should consider another restaurant? Olga whispered hesitantly, swallowing nervously. To their dismay, the establishment was filled with naval soldiers, some of whom were even draped in capes emblazoned with the insignia of justice. The sight was enough to make even Reyna feel a twinge of anxiety. Crimson eyes. Reyna, I told you we share a special connection, didn't I? Zephyr, carrying a plate of noodles, slowly turned around, a mischievous grin upon his face as he regarded Reyna. In that instant, rather than contemplating his escape or the possibility of being apprehended by the Navy, Reyna's foremost concern was the fate of his monthly attendance record, which now seemed perilously close to being jeopardized. Chapter 43, Zephyr's Decision. I said, General Zephyr, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy, are you not being a tad too leisurely? Reyna remarked through gritted teeth, glaring at Zephyr's detestable face. Capturing a notorious pirate like you is precisely my duty, Zephyr replied with a smile. Reyna's lips twitched. A notorious pirate? Him? He hardly rose to the level of a mere shrimp. What valor is there in pursuing him? If one possesses true courage, they should seek out his elder brother, Newgate. Truly, he only knows how to bully the weak. Reyna mentally ranted, yet he maintained a facade of calmness and said, It appears I am fated to meet my end today. However, this young lady is not a pirate. Please do not make things difficult for her. She is merely an unfortunate soul. Reyna, you would do well to worry about yourself. She has been following you all along, claiming she is not a pirate. Do you take us for fools? Zephyr's aide, Caradan, retorted with a mocking expression. She is indeed not a pirate. After escaping from your warship last time, she saved me. And out of gratitude, I have been looking after her. She is afflicted with the South Sea Emperor's fever, a terminal illness, and I wish to take her to seek medical assistance. Reyna replied calmly. Olga immediately grasped Reyna's intent and adopted a pitiful expression, seemingly validating her innocence. South Sea Emperor's fever? Zephyr and his aide exchanged glances, for they were neither physicians nor knowledgeable in medicine, leaving them unable to ascertain the truth. Caradan, go to the division and fetch a military doctor to verify his claims. After a moment's contemplation, Zephyr commanded. In any case, with him here, Reyna could not possibly escape. Caradan nodded and departed the restaurant, returning shortly with a military doctor from the naval base and a contingent of soldiers. Upon witnessing the increased presence of the Navy, Reyna's lips involuntarily twitched. How deeply they must distrust him. Do not misunderstand. We merely came out to dine, and thus did not bring the Sea Prism stone handcuffs. I simply retrieved them on a whim. Caradan provocatively displayed the handcuffs in his hand, taunting Reyna. Reyna was certain that had Zephyr not been present, he would have made Caradan unrecognizable to even his own mother. Doctor, please ascertain whether that young lady truly suffers from the South Sea Emperor's fever. Zephyr disregarded the petty antics between Reyna and Caradan, addressing the military doctor instead. South Sea Emperor's fever? The doctor paused, then exclaimed in astonishment. The South Sea Emperor's fever was indeed considered a terminal illness in the past, but a new miracle drug has been developed. Once administered, it ensures recovery, rendering it no longer a terminal ailment. What? Reyna and Olga gasped in unison. Are you serious? There is already a miracle drug? Where can it be obtained? Reyna, taken aback, rushed to the naval doctor, inquiring fervently. Olga also regarded the naval doctor with an anxious expression. However, the military doctor did not respond to Reyna but instead turned his gaze towards Zephyr. Only after Zephyr nodded did he say, typically, naval divisions possess such miraculous antidotes. Our division, of course, has them as well. Lord Zephyr, you may permit your physician to examine her. Olga indeed suffers from the South Sea Emperor's fever. Is it not the case that your navy prides itself on justice? Would you stand idly by while this young girl suffers due to your inaction? Reyna hastily adorned Zephyr with the mantle of righteousness, hoping to ensure Olga's safety. Crimson Eye, do not resist. Once we have subdued you, we shall certainly provide the girl with treatment. As for whether she is a pirate, that shall require just judgment. Rest assured, even if she is a pirate, we will treat her before incarcerating her in Impel Down. Caledon stepped forward, addressing Reyna. Military doctor, please conduct an examination to ascertain whether the young girl truly suffers from the South Sea Emperor's fever. Instead of following Caledon's suggestion to engage with Reyna, Zephyr instructed the military doctor to first assess Olga's condition. Indeed, Admiral Zephyr, she does have the South Sea Emperor's fever. However, I observe something peculiar about her condition. It appears the virus is multiplying within her body at a rather sluggish rate. After examining Olga, the military doctor nodded in affirmation. How about that, Admiral Zephyr? I have not misled you. Reyna quickly interjected. Very well. In that case, Crimson Eye Reyna, I present you with a choice. Last time on Colossus Island, it was you who rescued the child. I offer you another opportunity. You may either leave now or allow me to administer the antidote to the young girl and then let her go. The choice is yours, Zephyr declared, nodding solemnly. Reyna and Olga were taken aback, astonished that Zephyr was aware of their previous act of heroism and equally surprised by the nature of the choice presented to them. Reyna, you should go first. I am not a pirate. The Navy cannot harm me. Moreover, since the antidote has already been produced, there must be other ways to procure it. Before Reyna could respond, Olga interjected. Lord Zephyr, I never expected you to be such a person. Very well. Administer the antidote to Olga and allow her to leave. Reyna replied with a slight smile, finding a seat to rest. Oh, have you made your decision? Know that by doing this, you will be apprehended and taken to Impel Down. Zephyr remarked with a smile. Enough with the chatter, simply do as I say. Furthermore, administer the injection here. I wish to witness the process personally before you release her, Reyna declared, seizing the drink from a nearby naval soldier and raising his voice. Zephyr nodded to the military doctor, who promptly arranged for someone to fetch the antidote from the division. Shortly thereafter, a naval soldier returned with the antidote, and the military doctor prepared to administer it to Olga in Reyna's presence. I don't want an injection. I'm afraid of needles. Before the doctor could proceed, Olga unexpectedly turned and fled, clearly terrified of the impending injection. Reyna swiftly maneuvered from his position, seizing the fleeing Olga, and softly implored, Olga, do not act foolishly. This is a splendid opportunity for your treatment. No, I refuse. That needle is far too large. I will not undergo it. Olga protested vehemently. Initially, Reyna presumed Olga's reluctance stemmed from a desire to evade treatment, thus ensuring the Navy would not act against him. However, he soon realized her genuine fear of injections. Amused yet exasperated, Reyna had no choice but to firmly restrain Olga and discreetly signaled the ship's doctor to proceed with the injection. All right now, you may arrest me, Reyna proclaimed, sipping his drink as he watched Olga, now injected, depart. Cardalin waved his hand, prompting several naval soldiers to approach with handcuffs fashioned from sea prism stone, preparing to apprehend Reyna. Bang, bang, bang. Huh. Though I said you could arrest me, I never claimed I would not resist. With a flourish, Reyna unleashed his Sharingan and, standing atop the table, laughed heartily. Scoundrels! I knew pirates are untrustworthy. Charge at me. Cardalin bellowed in anger. Yet, Zephyr raised his hand to halt the naval forces, addressing Reyna. Let us step outside. We must not damage the establishment. Reyna paused, nodding in acquiescence, leading the way outside. However, once outside, Zephyr did not follow, and all the Navy remained in the restaurant. Zephyr, are you intentionally allowing me to escape? Fine, I shall consider this a favor owed. Reyna mused, glancing at the securely shut tavern door. After closing his Sharingan, he departed swiftly. My lord, is it appropriate to let him go? Cardalin hesitated, inquiring of Zephyr. Let go? Who are we releasing? Have we not been dining here all along? Come, come. Everyone, continue. Otherwise, the delicious food will grow cold. Zephyr cheerfully urged the naval soldiers to resume their feasting as if nothing had transpired. But, my lord, our mission at sea is precisely to capture the Red-Eyed One. Cardalin pressed, unwilling to relent. This is his reward for saving lives. When next we meet, it shall be when I apprehend him, Zephyr proclaimed, finishing his drink with a smile. Cardalin nodded, ceasing further inquiries and beginning to partake in the meal, seemingly having never encountered Reyna at all. After leaving the restaurant, Reyna soon found Olga nearby. Reyna, how did you escape? Olga inquired, astonished. Come. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must procure our supplies and set sail immediately, Reyna replied, shaking his head. Acknowledging the urgency, Olga nodded and followed Reyna. And after gathering the necessary provisions, they promptly returned to the pirate ship. Why are you back so soon? Exclaimed Dr. Axie, who was dozing on the deck, surprised by Reyna and Olga's swift return. We shall set sail first, the rest can wait. Reyna approached the edge of the ship and hoisted the anchor. The pirate vessel caught the wind and swiftly departed from the small island. What? Are you saying that Olga has recovered? Dr. Axie inquired with surprise upon hearing Reyna mention that the Navy had administered a special medicine to Olga. It should be so, if you're still concerned. We can have Olga examined at the clinic when we reach the next island. The Emperor of the South Sea's affliction should be easily diagnosed. Moreover, we have yet to consult the clinic. If there is a special medicine, they would surely be aware of it. Reyna nodded in response. Was that person just now the Navy Admiral Zephyr? Olga asked curiously. Indeed, he is the Navy Admiral Zephyr. Reyna replied somewhat resignedly. What is the matter? He seems quite decent. Why do you speak of him as if you were sworn enemies? Olga pouted. He is the Navy. I am a pirate. We are inherently opposed. Reyna chuckled lightly. Today's events had somewhat altered Reyna's perception of Zephyr. Yet, the thought of Zephyr's fate stirred feelings of pity within him. His beloved wife and son had been slain by pirates, and his devoted disciples had also met the same grim end at the hands of pirates, one of whom had severed his arm. To add insult to injury, the betrayal by the Navy, which allowed the pirate responsible for killing his disciples and maiming him to ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea, shattered his very faith. However, as a pirate, Reyna felt powerless to intervene. Not only was he unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding these events, but given his current strength, there was little he could do. Chapter 44. The wedding scene. Reyna, now that we no longer need to visit that so-called medical superpower, where shall we go? Asked Olga, her spirits buoyant as they walked back to the pirate ship. Several days had elapsed since their encounter with Zephyr, and they had arrived at the next island. After consulting with the local physician and confirming that the once terminal illness of the South Sea Emperor, Red, had indeed found a miraculous cure, Axie felt a sense of reassurance after conducting a thorough examination on Olga. Only after ascertaining her well-being did he feel at ease. It's not far from Fishman Island. Should we pay a visit? Reyna pondered aloud. After all, having come this far, it felt remiss not to explore. Perhaps not, Olga replied. The proximity to Fishman Island indicates we are equally close to the Navy headquarters. What if we encounter a formidable Navy officer? That would be disastrous. No longer the naive girl she once was, Olga had gained considerable insight into current affairs during their recent maritime adventures. Reina's expression darkened. He was somewhat wary of Olga's ominous predictions, which seemed eerily accurate. In that case, let us seek out my brother, Edward Newgate. After all, I have been away for quite some time, and I ought to return for a visit, he declared. He had not forgotten that he was still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and returning to them felt entirely appropriate. More importantly, he wished to bring Dr. Axie along. With his expertise, Reina believed the crew would grow even more formidable. Only a powerful pirate crew like the Whitebeard Pirates could provide the necessary resources for Dr. Axie to pursue his research endeavors. Edward Newgate. You mean Whitebeard? Is he easy to get along with? I've heard he is quite the notorious pirate. A formidable force who has bested the Navy on numerous occasions. Olga inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Fear not, he is my brother. There will be no issues. Reina reassured her, thumping his chest confidently. Still, I must point out that I have never seen you reach out to him. Are you merely boasting? Olga remarked skeptically. Contact? I have no idea where he is at present. How could I reach him? What? You cannot even get in touch with him? And you plan to bring him here? Where are we going? Olga exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her tone tinged with disdain. Fool. The Whitebeard Pirates are now a renowned crew. A little inquiry will reveal their location. We can simply go there. Reina chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Dr. Axie observed their playful banter without intervening. It had become a daily ritual for the two. Their lively discussion continued as they arrived at the tavern's entrance. This time, Reina took the initiative to bring Olga along, fearing that her choice might lead them to an undesirable location. Once inside the tavern, the trio settled into a cozy corner and ordered some drinks. Have you noticed? Recently, has there been an increase in naval activity? It is, after all, the nearest island to the Navy's G1 division. Any movement in the New World necessitates passage through here, so a heightened naval presence is quite natural. Before long, Reina overheard the patrons around him discussing the sudden surge in naval forces, which plunged him into contemplation. Could it be that the Navy is orchestrating some significant operation? Hey, Reina, do you think the Navy is targeting someone for a major action? Olga softly inquired, having caught wind of the conversations. I am uncertain, but it likely does not concern us, Reina replied, shaking his head. Given his current strength and reputation, should the Navy wish to eliminate him, they could easily dispatch formidable commanders without the need for such a grand show of force. To be frank, with the Navy's present capabilities, there is no pirate crew, aside from the now-defunct Rocks Pirates, that would warrant such an approach. Wait, the Rocks Pirates? Reina suddenly recalled that after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, the Navy had indeed erased all traces of their existence. What is wrong? Dr. Axie, noticing Reina's expression, inquired softly. The Navy may have made some deployments concerning the Rocks Pirates. Reina nodded in response. The Rocks Pirates? Miski and her father asked, curiosity piqued. They had never heard of such a name and were thus unaware of its significance. Reina briefly elaborated on the formidable nature of the Rocks Pirates. Leaving the father and daughter astonished, they had not anticipated such a powerful force existing upon the seas. Thus, following the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, it is quite plausible that the Navy would. No, this should be the work of the world government. The Navy does not possess such vast power. So, what could be the purpose of gathering so many personnel? As Reina pondered, he began to reconsider his previous assumptions. Could it be aimed at the members following the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates? For instance, your brother, Edward Newgate. After all, you were all members of that ship. And now that you are rapidly rising, it is quite necessary for the Navy to curtail your development. Dr. Axie suggested thoughtfully. That is possible. It seems I must warn my brother. If the Navy catches him off guard, it would be quite troublesome. Reina nodded in agreement. Shall we set off now? No. We must first ascertain the Navy's plans. Otherwise, it would serve no purpose. Here is the plan. You all wait for me here while I venture to the G1 division. Reina proposed after some deliberation. No, it's too dangerous for you to go there. I'll go instead. I am neither a pirate nor a bounty criminal. The Navy won't pay me any mind. Dr. Axie countered, shaking his head. No, that is too perilous. Reina firmly rejected. Why not all go together? Reina, You can hide while my father and I gather information. Should anything arise, you would be able to provide swift assistance. Olga suggested straightforwardly. Reyna and Dr. Axie exchanged glances, agreeing to Olga's proposal, which indeed presented a mutually beneficial solution. After procuring some supplies, the trio returned to the pirate ship. Following Reyna's minor modifications and lowering the pirate flag, they boldly set sail for the G1 division. What an exhilarating adventure, exclaimed Olga, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the island that was now clearly visible ahead. Behave yourself. If you stir up trouble here, be warned that I might abandon you and flee. Reyna remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Have you mistaken something? You are the most perilous one among us. My father and I aren't even on anyone's bounty list. Even if we stand before the Navy, they would shield us rather than apprehend us. Olga retorted, a smirk on her face. Reyna paused, realizing her point. Indeed, it seemed he was the most vulnerable one here. If Miski and her father were to arrive, the Navy would regard them merely as tourists. Once we disembark, we'll split up. I will hide and avoid causing you any trouble. Now that's more like it. Have some awareness, you fool. Reyna thought, wishing he could toss Olga into the sea for her arrogance. Upon disembarking, Olga and Dr. Axie masqueraded as sightseers, freely wandering the island, while Reyna, after adjusting his appearance, sought out a tavern to gather information. Soon, he discovered the mix-up they had gotten themselves into. The Navy's gathering was not due to any significant operation, but rather for the wedding of the newly appointed Admiral Zephyr. Consequently, many of his friends had returned to headquarters to partake in the ceremony. Once he learned the truth, Reyna resolved to locate Olga and Dr. Axie for an immediate departure, as this was Navy territory and being recognized would spell disaster. Hurry, hurry. The wedding ceremony is about to commence. Just as Reyna exited the tavern, he noticed the throngs of people rushing towards the Navy base's plaza, where the wedding festivities were evidently taking place. After pondering for a moment, he decided to follow suit, for knowing Olga's nature, she surely would not miss such a lively occasion, making it likely to find her there. Upon reaching the plaza in front of the Navy base, Reyna realized the crowd was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to spot Olga and Dr. Axie. Huh, that rascal looks rather dashing today, he remarked, observing Admiral Zephyr beaming from the platform. Although Zephyr's presence had caused Reyna to become separated from the Whitebeard pirate crew and miss out on 2 months' worth of attendance rewards, he still held a deep respect for Zephyr's character, their relationship now embodying a peculiar blend of rivalry and camaraderie. As he surveyed the surrounding Navy soldiers and officers, Reyna felt a sense of uniqueness. A pirate attending an admiral's wedding was a tale few would believe. Ha ha ha. As the wedding ceremony concluded, just as Reyna prepared to leave, he heard a familiar burst of laughter. Garp. Sengoku. Ahi. Observing the 3 individuals standing beside Zephyr, Reyna felt a chill run down his spine. If he were to reveal himself here, it would spell certain doom. Not only for him, but even his elder brother, Newgate, would have to endure a beating in this scenario. The Carp of the present is not the aged figure of the future, but rather the formidable naval hero at the peak of his powers. Even the future pirate king, Roger, had been cornered by Carp on numerous occasions. Alas, having just discerned Carp's laughter, Reyna had been fixated on the podium, but in that moment, he inadvertently locked eyes with Zephyr. He was convinced that the man had undoubtedly recognized him. With Zephyr's gaze fixed upon him, Reyna felt his palms begin to sweat. Should he flee or bravely confront his adversary? Regardless of the outcome, it seemed the result would be the same. It would be better to display a semblance of bravery. Chapter 45. Inventory. As Zephyr's unwavering gaze fixated upon him, Reyna inhaled deeply, contemplating the activation of his Sharingan. Hey there. You certainly made it easy for me to find you, Reyna exclaimed, startled by the sight of Zephyr's aide, Karadan, who stood before him, a bemused expression gracing his features as he held a glass of wine. You have quite the audacity, daring to come here and cause a ruckus, Karadan remarked with a feigned ferocity. At that moment, Reyna's mind raced. He found it peculiar that Karadan, upon noticing him, chose to engage in conversation rather than inciting chaos. A marked deviation from his usual demeanor. Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble. After you spared me last time, I happened to be nearby. So I came to attend her wedding, offering my blessings and gratitude. Reyna declared, producing a stack of berries from his pocket and presenting it to Caradan. This is my gift. Umph, you do possess some sense. Caradan replied, his demeanor softening. Since you've brought a gift, let us share a drink. But heed this. The next time we meet, I shall ensure you are sent to Impel Down. Caradan finally exhaled, his stern expression easing. He was indeed apprehensive about Reyna potentially causing a disturbance, especially given that this was the wedding of Admiral Zephyr, taking place at the G1 base. If Reyna were to wreak havoc, it would be a significant embarrassment for the Navy. Thus, the current situation was quite satisfactory. After presenting his gift and sharing a drink, Reyna made a hasty exit, sensing that Sengoku and Garp had begun to take notice of him. Seizing the opportunity before they could act, he swiftly departed. Garp posed a lesser concern. However, if Sengoku were to discover Reyna's pirate identity, he would undoubtedly mobilize the Navy to intercept him before he could board his ship. As Reyna had anticipated, Sengoku, sensing something amiss, began instructing his aide to arrange for an arrest, only to be halted by Zephyr. Garp, if it were your wedding and Roger attended, would you apprehend him on the spot? Zephyr inquired with a playful smile directed at Garp, who was observing the unfolding events. Roger? Garp pondered, realizing that such an occurrence was within the realm of possibility. It's hard to say, but I would certainly enjoy sharing a drink with him. Zephyr, who is this individual you dare to compare to Roger? Sengoku questioned, taken aback. Ha ha ha. His strength cannot possibly rival Roger's, but his potential is immense. He will undoubtedly pose a threat to our Navy in the future, Zephyr proclaimed with hearty laughter. And yet you allowed him to leave? Unbeknownst to them. He walked over, wine glass in hand, inquiring. It is my wedding day. If he dares to come and offer his congratulations, why would I not let him depart? I will capture him in due time. So a few days' delay is inconsequential. Zephyr replied with a smile. The old companions exchanged knowing glances, understanding Zephyr's intent, prompting Sengoku to wave off his aide as they resumed their revelry, indulging in wine and conversation. Upon returning to his ship, Reyna noticed that his attire beneath his weighted clothing was completely drenched in sweat. Ah, Reyna, you returned quite swiftly. Did you not know? The Navy has not made any significant moves. It is Admiral Zephyr's wedding. It was none other than your formidable rival, Zephyr. Shortly thereafter, Olga and Dr. Agi returned to the ship. Understood, let us depart swiftly. Raynor waved his hand and declared. He refrained from disclosing to Olga that he had also been present at the wedding. Just as Raynor departed from the G1 branch, setting his course towards the New World. On the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Newgate sat in his commanding position, furrowing his brow. The current Whitebeard pirates bore little resemblance to their former self. Their numbers had significantly increased, no longer merely a handful of strays. The vessel had also been upgraded. It was no longer the modest triangular sailboat, but a grand pirate ship, resembling a whale, which Newgate had named Moby Dick. Father, what troubles you? Marco inquired, having detected Newgate's displeasure. That rascal Raynor. Why hasn't he returned yet? Whitebeard asked with a frown. He should be on his way by now. But our position has been constantly shifting. Could it be that he has lost his way? Marco pondered before replying. Shall we create some commotion? Bista approached with a grin. Gururara. Recently, Sengoku hasn't bothered us. It's the perfect time to make some noise. Men, prepare for action. Gurgling with laughter, Whitebeard raised a gourd of liquor he had retrieved from Raynor's quarters and proclaimed loudly. Oh, all the crew, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, raised their weapons in enthusiastic agreement. Meanwhile, Raynor, who was on his way while inquiring about the Whitebeard pirates, suddenly noticed that Zephyr, who had just married, seemed to have set his sights on him. Several times, he encountered Zephyr's warships at sea. Had they not fled quickly, they likely would have been captured by him. That old coot, he is fixated on me. He just got married. Why isn't he at home with his wife, but instead pursuing me? Raynor was filled with resentment towards Zephyr. Raynor, what do you think of Olga's attire? Olga stood before Raynor, clad in exotic garments, her smile radiant. These were spoils acquired after they had plundered a merchant ship the previous day. Besides treasures and berries, they had selected some goods without causing harm, merely taking a portion of the wealth. Truth be told, those garments were indeed distinctive, but Olga was still a child, making the attire unsuitable for her. Nevertheless, Rainer feigned praise. Otherwise, Olga would undoubtedly have made him pay. Now, Olga had also been issued a bounty, as she had been closely associated with Rainer, leading the Navy to presume she was a pirate as well. However, her bounty was pitifully low, merely 3 million berries, which nonetheless delighted Olga. In contrast, Dr. Agi was more apprehensive, fearing that formidable bounty hunters might target Olga. He strictly ordered her to remain on the ship and not wander off, ensuring his presence alongside her. As he had remained aboard the ship, Dr. Agi had evaded any bounty. Ding! Today marks the 30th consecutive day of check-ins. The salary for today is being processed. You have earned a base salary of 300 points and overtime pay in the form of a fragment of the spear skill, I. Having checked in for 30 consecutive days this month, you receive the Perfect Attendance Gift Pack, General Item Slot. That evening, after concluding a long day's work, Raina finally received the long-awaited Perfect Attendance Gift Pack. An item slot? What purpose does it serve? Observing the contents of the gift pack, Raina felt a sense of confusion. Did he not already possess an item slot? Could it be that the capacity of the item slot had increased? Disappointment washed over him. His item slot was of little use at present, containing nothing but a few skill fragments and remaining largely empty. Anything exchanged from the shop could not be stored in the item slot once he returned to the real world, rendering its size inconsequential to him. Perhaps in the future, when he amassed more skill fragments, it might prove useful. As he regarded the newly acquired fragment of the Naval 6-style spear within his item slot, Raina shook his head in resignation, preparing to accept this less-than-ideal Perfect Attendance Gift Pack. Just as Raina intended to close the item slot, he suddenly noticed that his item slot appeared not to have expanded. It remained at 64 slots, just as before. Realizing something, Raina's excitement surged as he randomly selected an object, silently wishing to store it, only to find that the item still remained in his hand, having not transferred to the item slot. This revelation swiftly tempered his exhilaration. Had he overthought the situation? With a sigh, Raina set down the mop he had been holding and glanced at the skill fragments in his item slot, intending to close it. However, at that moment, the fragment of the spear skill that had been stored in the item slot suddenly materialized in his hand, startling Raina. This is... Startled, Raina gazed at the skill fragment that had appeared in his hand, and an idea sparked in his mind. He promptly returned the skill fragment to the item slot. After taking a deep breath, Raina placed one hand on his weighted clothing, and with a mental command, he found that the weighted clothing vanished, entering the item slot. Indeed, items produced by the system or those exchanged in the shop could be stored in the item slot upon contact, whereas items not produced by the system or exchanged in the shop could not. After several experiments, Raina finally reached this conclusion. While real-world items could not be stored in the item slot, items purchased from the shop could, offering him considerable advantages, primarily regarding weaponry. Storing a weapon in the item slot meant he could retrieve and stow it at will, providing undeniable benefits during combat. Additionally, items he had exchanged, such as the wine gourd and musical instruments, would no longer be lost. Previously, these items had been stored in his room, but after becoming separated from his pirate crew, he had been unable to reclaim them. Particularly concerning the weight-bearing attire, he has already lost 2 pieces. At present, he is adorned with the 3rd one he purchased. The first weight-bearing outfit was deliberately removed during the battle with Zephyr, after which it was simply lost. The second piece was also destroyed in the course of that confrontation. Had such a feature existed earlier, he would not have lost his belongings, especially the wine gourd, which he held in great fondness. However, the thought of expending his points to redeem another one brings him a sense of reluctance, as he wishes to save his points for acquiring the Bloodline ability Evolution Scrolls. Now that he possesses an inventory, he can opt to redeem many items without the fear of losing them. Chapter 46. The Deserted Island. Hurry, surrender your treasures, exclaimed Olga, brandishing a long sword while firmly planting her foot on the chest of the bound pirate, her expression radiating triumph. They're all tied up. How can they yield anything to you? Go search the ship's hold yourself, retorted Raina, having bound the enemy captain as well. Indeed, Raina, You stay here and keep watch. I'm off to seek the treasure." Olga nodded with a hint of innocence, discarding her sword and dashing into the pirate's cabin. Initially, Reyna and his crew were navigating smoothly when they encountered this band of marauders. The outcome was inevitable. Reyna defeated them all, including their captain, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. "I say, you wouldn't happen to be unfamiliar with this flag, would you?" Reyna inquired, pointing at the Whitebeard pirate's flag emblazoned on his ship, addressing the tightly bound pirates. We recognize it," the pirate captain lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. "Knowing it, yet daring to rob us? You must have an inflated sense of your own abilities," Reyna asked incredulously. "And no, just yesterday, we received news that the Whitebeard pirates had vanquished 3 naval ships in the Ladru Sea, causing a stir across the world. When we saw you today, we thought you were imposters. We never anticipated your true prowess." The pirate captain groaned in despair. "Why yes, if you possess such might, why then masquerade as the Whitebeard pirates?" Lamented the other pirates in unison, their faces etched with regret. They had assumed they were confronting an easy target, only to discover they were up against formidable foes. Reyna alone had dispatched them all. Stunned, Reyna delivered a punch to the pirate captain's head, declaring, "Who told you we were imposters?" "Umph." Disregarding the group of pirates, Reyna assisted Olga in transferring the pirates' treasures back to their own ship, all the while contemplating the implications of Whitebeard's recent victory over the Navy. "Reyna, look, they possess such an abundance of fine wine. We've struck it rich," exclaimed Olga, struggling with a barrel nearly her size, her face alight with glee. "All right, we must set sail. Zifa may be lurking nearby. That fellow is no easy adversary," Reyna said, helping Olga with the barrel. Once preparations were complete, they swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, a naval ship approached. "My lord, it is indeed that rascal Akihito's doing. Based on the intelligence, he should be aware of Whitebeard's recent exploits in the Ladru Sea," reported Caradan after interrogating the unfortunate pirates. "It seems that Lad intends to rendezvous with the Whitebeard pirates. Increase our speed. We must capture him before he can unite with Whitebeard," Zifa commanded decisively. With the knowledge of the Whitebeard pirates' whereabouts, Reyna pondered how best to join forces with them. Certainly, taking a direct route would inevitably lead to an encounter with Zephyr's blockade. Thus, Reyna resolved to take a slight detour, aiming to avoid any conflict with Zephyr. After all, given his current capabilities, the only recourse against Zephyr was retreat. Unexpectedly, this deviation left him utterly lost. "Reyna, where on earth are we? It has been over a week since we last spotted an island, and the provisions aboard the ship are dwindling. If we continue sailing like this, we are doomed," Olga exclaimed weakly. Reyna found himself at a loss. Although he possessed a recording pointer, following it would certainly lead to an ambush by Zephyr. Therefore, he had no choice but to rely on his nautical knowledge to navigate. Yet, this was the Grand Line, a place where weather, climate, and currents were notoriously capricious. At this juncture, it was not merely Zephyr who was unable to locate them. They themselves were oblivious to their whereabouts. "From tomorrow onward, you'll take charge of fishing. If worst comes to worst, we'll have to subsist on fish," Reyna remarked, his lips twitching in reluctance. He was rather tired of fish, having survived several food crises by consuming it, which had significantly improved his grilling skills. "Fish again? Absolutely not. I want meat." "Meat," Olga protested vehemently. "Then you had better pray we find an island before tomorrow. Otherwise, it truly will be fish for us." Reyna shrugged, indicating the limitations of his control over the situation. Ignoring Olga's objections, Reyna commenced his swordsmanship training for the day. His proficiency in basic swordsmanship was on the verge of completion, a result of his recent dedication to practice. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to when he would ever master it. His focus had primarily been on physical training. Had he not recently unlocked the item inventory, allowing him to unexpectedly retrieve weapons for ambushes, he likely would not have pursued swordsmanship at all. Your basic swordsmanship has successfully upgraded. Upon utilizing the exchange skill scroll, Reyna's basic swordsmanship ascended to an intermediate level. "Reyna, come quickly. I see an island." Just as Reyna sheathed his sword, he heard Olga's excited shout from the mast. "An island?" Reyna's heart raced as he leapt up to the mast. "Look, is that not an island over there?" Olga exclaimed, eagerly handing him her telescope. Reyna took the telescope and peered in the direction Olga indicated. Indeed, there was a small dark spot that could undoubtedly be an island. Ah, see. Shift the helm. 10 o'clock. Reyna shouted down, observing the island's position. Understood, came C's response from below. Haha. Finally, we won't have to eat fish anymore. This time, we must purchase a substantial amount of meat and fill the kitchen to the brim. Olga declared exuberantly. Fool, we do not possess a refrigerator of that size. Meat cannot be stored for long. Reyna gently tapped Olga on the head, reproaching her. Then let us buy a larger refrigerator. I refuse to eat fish. Olga stubbornly shook her head, her expression resolute. The idea of a refrigerator seemed implausible, as there simply wasn't one large enough. However, the notion of converting the cabin into a freezer was not entirely out of reach. Reyna mused, stroking his chin. He had been unnerved by several food crises, making the idea of a freezer appear quite sensible. Let us proceed with the transformation. After all, didn't we acquire a wealth of treasures last time? That should suffice. Olga's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly inquired. The funds should be adequate, though I wonder if this small island possesses the necessary technology. If it does, we shall convert. Reyna nodded in agreement. Hooray! This time, we must fill the entire cabin with meat. Olga's mouth nearly watered at the thought. By evening, they finally reached the small island. To their surprise, not only were there no paddles for cabin conversion, but they also found no sign of any inhabitants. It appeared to be an uninhabited isle. What is this? I was so looking forward to it. Olga was on the verge of tears, as her hopes for a freezer, food, and even the replacement of a large refrigerator were dashed. Oh well, encountering an island is still a stroke of luck. Let's see if we can find any animals and grab something to eat. Reyna sighed. He too was eager to transform a freezer, for he, like Olga, had grown weary of fish. I must consume all the meat on this island. After her dreams were shattered, Olga vowed to indulge until she could no longer stomach any more, so that the next time they faced a food crisis, she wouldn't long for meat so desperately. After all, having spent over 170 years consuming nothing but fruits and vegetables while trapped in the lanternfish's belly, she had developed an almost obsessive craving for meat. Once the ship was anchored, the trio disembarked and ventured toward the island. Due to its long abandonment, the vegetation was lush, with towering trees in abundance. A forest lay ahead, and upon traversing through it, they were greeted by a breathtaking view. The island was modest in size, featuring a small hill at its center. From their vantage point, a large lake appeared to lie at the foot of the hill, where various small animals quenched their thirst. The lake shimmered under the setting sun, exuding an aura of tranquility and beauty. Let us camp by the lake tonight. I will catch some game, and we can rest well, Reyna declared, as he carried a camping tent in his backpack, having never intended to return to the ship for the night. Upon reaching the lakeside, they were astonished to find that the animals showed no fear of humans. Numerous rabbits and squirrels lingered without fleeing. There seemed to be no large carnivorous animals nearby, which should make this area relatively safe, Reyna observed, noting the animals' lack of fear, indicating the absence of their natural predators. Among the three, only Reyna possessed considerable strength. Although Olga had trained under Reyna to learn some martial arts, her dedication was lacking, thus limiting her capabilities. She could manage against ordinary pirates or naval soldiers, but she was utterly incapable of facing those with even a modicum of strength. After surveying the surroundings, Reyna began to set up camp. All right, Reyna, leave this to us. You go hunt. Catch plenty, as I could devour a dinosaur at this moment, exclaimed Olga as she saw Reyna still erecting the tent. Reyna glanced at Olga, somewhat doubtful, and inquired, Can you set up a tent? Underestimating me, are you? I have navigated alone for over 170 years. Olga responded with a hint of pride. Reyna considered this, and, acknowledging that erecting a tent was not an arduous task, handed the tools to Olga before departing to hunt for their evening meal. However, upon Reyna's return to the campsite, not only was the tent absent, but so too were Olga and Dr. Ase. Olga, Dr. Ase, Reyna called out, scanning the vicinity for signs of struggle. There were no indications of a fight. The footprints on the ground, though somewhat chaotic, appeared more like Olga frolicking about. Following the footprints, Reyna arrived at the lakeside, where they abruptly ceased. Could it be that they both fell into the lake? Reyna pondered, stroking her chin in contemplation. Chapter 47. The underwater ruins. The scene reverts to the moment when Reyna departed for hunting. Father, how do I handle this? After fiddling with the equipment for a while, Olga realized she was utterly inept at setting up the tent, and thus sought assistance from her father, who was preparing the grill nearby. Why don't you set up the grill, and I will pitch the tent? Dr. Axie replied with a smile. Due to the previous misunderstandings with his daughter Olga, he now indulged her whims, never refusing her requests as long as they were within his capabilities. Thank you, father, Olga exclaimed joyfully, immediately dropping her tools and rushing to prepare the grill. In no time, she skillfully finished her task, while Dr. Axie had successfully erected a tent. Just as Olga intended to assist her father, she spotted a small rabbit, and her playful nature compelled her to attempt capturing the adorable creature. To her surprise, although the rabbit posed no threat, it was remarkably swift, bounding away as soon as it sensed Olga's intentions. Undeterred, Olga pursued the rabbit, while Dr. Axie, concerned for her safety, followed closely behind. When Olga finally caught the little rabbit, they found themselves unknowingly at the edge of the lake. Oh, what is that? Olga, holding the rabbit, suddenly noticed something unusual in the water not far away. Olga, don't go over there. We'll check it out when Reyna returns. Dr. Axie called out anxiously as he saw his daughter approach the lake. It's fine, father, I just want to take a look. Olga waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she felt no danger. Dr. Axie, still uneasy, trailed after her. However, as Olga grasped the dark object at the lake's bottom, an unexpected fissure appeared, and without warning, both were swallowed by the water, vanishing without a trace. Once they fell through, the opening sealed itself, leaving no evidence behind except for a slight decrease in the lake's water level. When Reyna arrived in pursuit, he found no signs of their disappearance. How peculiar. How could two living beings simply vanish? Reyna pondered as he scoured the area, discovering only a few footprints by the lakeside, which suggested that they had indeed disappeared from that very spot. Alternatively, it could imply that they had entered the lake here, hence the absence of any further evidence. In desperation, Reyna crafted a rudimentary raft from nearby materials and paddled toward the center of the lake. However, after thoroughly inspecting the entire small body of water, he still found no trace of them, leaving him utterly perplexed. Where on earth could those two have gone? He mused, gazing up at the now darkening sky with a sense of frustration. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to the ship before dawn, or else how could he manage the work scheduled for the following day? Thus, he had to locate the pair tonight, knowing that the longer he delayed, the more perilous their situation became. Yet, after conducting a cursory search of the entire island and uncovering no clues, Reyna felt a wave of desperation wash over him. How could two living beings simply vanish without a trace? Could it be that they sank to the bottom of the lake? Reyna returned once more to the lakeside where the two had disappeared, stroking his chin in contemplation. Boom, boom, boom. Regardless of the consequences, Reyna felt he had no alternative. He unleashed a barrage of strikes against the lakeside, unexpectedly revealing the metallic walls hidden beneath the water's surface. After searching for quite some time, he finally discovered the source of their disappearance. Letting out a sigh of relief, Reyna felt a sense of reassurance. As long as he had found the location, he was no longer plagued by the fear of having no leads to pursue. However, after several attempts, he discovered that the metal was exceedingly resilient, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, Reyna resorted to the simplest method of following the metallic walls in search of an entrance. Before long, he stumbled upon the opening where Olga and Dr. Axie had fallen. Gently pulling a lever, the entrance creaked open, pulling Reyna inside. Upon descending into the depths, he landed in a small pool of water. Fortunately, having prepared for such an eventuality, he emerged unscathed. Was this truly the place? Once ashore, Reyna indeed found traces of human presence, presumably left by Olga and Dr. Axie. He followed the signs toward the only passage available. The corridor was devoid of any illumination, compelling him to exchange some items at the mall for a flashlight to light his way. In the past, Reyna would have advanced with his Sharingan activated, eschewing the need for a flashlight. However, with the advent of an inventory system, acquiring such everyday items was no longer a concern. especially since he now had a place to store them for future use. After traversing the lengthy corridor, Reyna arrived at a stone door that had been opened. He was uncertain whether it had been ajar from the beginning or if Olga and her companions had opened it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed intricate carvings adorning the stone door, seemingly chronicling some long-forgotten tale, though Reyna could not decipher its meaning. Stepping through the stone entrance, he found himself in a small, square chamber. The walls, like the door, were adorned with murals, and upon observing the diminutive figures depicted within, Reyna was suddenly reminded of the Sky Island. The figures bore wings, strikingly reminiscent of the inhabitants of that ethereal realm. Instead of hastily departing, Reyna took his time to examine the surroundings. The murals suggested that the ancient lunar beings possessed wings and had descended to Blue Star due to a lack of energy. What baffled Reyna the most was their mode of arrival. Rather than utilizing advanced spacecraft, they had traversed the skies via balloons. According to the murals, they indeed reached Blue Star through this whimsical means. Outside the murals, there were additional inscriptions, but Reyna was unable to comprehend them, leaving him in the dark regarding their content. Prior to his journey to this world of One Piece, Reyna had conducted some research, with the greatest mystery being the elusive One Piece itself. It was said that all secrets would be unveiled at the final island, including the enigmatic Blank Century. The significance of the D-Clan and the existence of the colossal kingdom rarely mentioned, yet undeniably real. In addition to the descendants of the lunar inhabitants residing on the floating island, what roles did their ancestors play upon arriving on the blue planet? Gazing at the murals adorning the walls, which merely depicted the reasons and processes of the lunar being's arrival on Blue Star, Reyna felt an inkling that he was on the verge of uncovering something monumental. After perusing the entirety of the murals, Reyna approached the center of the small chamber, where a spiral staircase beckoned, seemingly offering an exit from this place. Ascending the staircase led him to another small room, yet this one was no longer shrouded in darkness. A grand chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. The room was exceedingly spacious, devoid of any furnishings apart from the chandelier above, with bare walls and merely a half-open wooden door. Upon opening the door, he discovered yet another corridor. Reyna ventured forth, uncertain of how long he had walked, when suddenly, he perceived a commotion emanating from ahead in the passageway. "Olga, Dr. Asia, is that you?" Reyna called out, straining to listen intently. However, aside from the echo of his own voice, there was no response. Thus, he quickened his pace, pressing onward. After traversing the lengthy corridor, Reyna found himself in another vast space. His gaze was immediately drawn to a raised platform resembling an altar at its center, exposed to the moonlight, which cast a brilliance far surpassing that of the corridor. Bathed in lunar illumination, Reyna beheld Olga and Dr. Asia sprawled on the ground. "Olga, Dr. Asia," he exclaimed, rushing to their side. A sudden jolt coursed through him. "Is this electricity?" Upon touching the two, Reyna felt the passive activation of his dark sovereign ability, absorbing a faint surge of electrical energy. Thankfully, they were merely unconscious. What could have caused them to be rendered senseless by electric shock? After a cursory examination of their conditions, Reyna noted that they had simply succumbed to the electric shock. He glanced around, finding no apparent machinery or wires capable of discharging electricity. "Reyna, be careful," perhaps due to Reyna absorbing the residual electricity from their bodies. Both Olga and Dr. Asia gradually began to regain consciousness. "Olga, are you all right? What happened to you?" Reyna inquired as he knelt beside her. "I don't know. Just moments ago, my father and I were preparing to ascend and take a look, when suddenly, we were struck by a surge of electricity and then lost consciousness." Olga replied, shaking her head. "It's a magnetic field. That altar possesses an electric magnetic field, which is why we were attacked by the current upon intrusion. Reyna, exercise caution. This place appears to be extraordinary." Dr. Asia managed to sit up, speaking with effort. "It seems to have been established by the lunar inhabitants. Their technological prowess far exceeds our own." Reyna nodded in agreement. "The lunar beings?" Dr. Asia paused, realizing that both he and Olga lacked any illumination devices. Consequently, they had seen nothing in the room with the murals, merely navigating through the central spiral staircase in darkness until they arrived here. Reyna nodded and recounted the mural he had observed, which piqued both Dr. Axie's surprise and interest. As a scientist, such a discovery naturally ignited his curiosity. You two should rest here for a moment. I will ascend to investigate. Seeing that both of their bodies were beginning to recover, Reyna felt reassured. Be cautious. While the current above is not lethal, it is still potent. It would be wise to look around and see if we can locate any mechanisms that disrupt the magnetic field. True to his scientific nature, Dr. Axie promptly alerted Reyna. Reyna nodded and began to search the surroundings, yet he found nothing suspicious. It seemed the entire altar functioned as a miniature magnetic field. To disrupt it, one would have to dismantle the altar itself. Slowly rising, Dr. Axie circled the altar and remarked with a sigh, "So, it appears I must force my way through?" Reyna frowned slightly and inquired, "This place is rather peculiar. To unravel its mysteries, I will require more time." In discussing these matters, Dr. Axie exhibited his professional expertise. However, Reyna's greatest fear at that moment was the loss of time. If he could not swiftly return to the pirate ship, his attendance bonus for the month would be jeopardized. Thus, he resolved to attempt to breach the altar. After adjusting his state of readiness, Reyna began to ascend the steps to the altar. Just as he neared the summit, the entire altar surged with electricity, illuminating the vicinity. The current that struck Reyna was immediately absorbed, yet it did not dissipate instantly. Rather, it continued to assault him. Within less than 10 seconds, Reyna's capacity to absorb energy reached its limit. With no other option, he had to retreat swiftly, stepping out of the altar's range. As he departed, the current on the altar gradually subsided. Chapter 48. The launch pad. Reyna attempted several times to traverse the electric current towards the heart of the altar. Yet to no avail, the current persisted. Although he could simultaneously release and absorb energy, it was an arduous endeavor that drained his strength significantly. After several attempts, Reyna reluctantly abandoned the notion of forcing his way through. Nevertheless, this continuous exertion had proven beneficial for the honing of his dark royal energy. Yet, his primary objective remained to escape this place, so he refrained from further attempts. "Eureka!" exclaimed Dr. Axie, his excitement palpable as he broke through Reyna's moment of despair. "Have you discovered a way to control the current?" Reyna inquired, having just discharged the residual energy within him and rising from the ground. "Indeed, it appears to be right here." Dr. Axie pointed to an inconspicuous protrusion beneath the altar. While this may not be a method of control per se, pressing this should disrupt the generation of the magnetic field, thereby dissipating the current. "Ah, I see. Shall we give it a try?" Reyna admitted his ignorance regarding the principles of magnetic fields, but held a firm trust in Dr. Axie's expertise as a scientist. "Very well, ascend once more. There should be no current now." Dr. Axie nudged the small projection beneath the altar aside and encouraged Reyna. Reyna nodded and approached the altar again. This time, as he neared the summit, no current manifested, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the altar with success. However, he was met with a new dilemma. "But how do we exit?" he pondered, gazing at the grooves engraved at the top of the altar, resembling intricate circuitry, utterly clueless about what to do next. "Let me take a look." Dr. Axie, upon witnessing Reyna's successful ascent, eagerly followed him up. "Wait, these are... I need to examine this." Upon reaching the altar, Dr. Axie immediately noticed the lines etched into the ground and began to study them intently, neglecting Reyna. Well, that's how my father conducts his research. He tends to disregard his surroundings, which led to misunderstandings in the past." Olga, who had followed closely behind, offered an embarrassed explanation while observing her father engrossed in his work. Those who are focused tend to be this way. Only such devoted individuals can achieve greatness in their fields. Dr. Axie's invention of pure gold is no mere coincidence, but a testament to his prowess. Reyna praised with a smile. Hearing Reyna commend her father, Olga's initial embarrassment transformed into a proud expression. Her father was indeed a source of pride. "Ah, I see. This is truly a masterful creation." After a while, Dr. Axie finally stood up, marveling at the intricate lines before him. "Doctor, have you figured it out?" Reyna promptly inquired. Dr. Axie shook his head. "The principles are rather complex. Grasping them fully within a short time frame is certainly not feasible." "What shall we do then?" Are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? Olga questioned, her brow furrowed in concern. Well, while I have yet to fully comprehend it, escaping this place should not pose a problem. Dr. Axie chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. Reyna and Olga simultaneously cast puzzled glances at Dr. Axie. This should be a launch platform, utilizing the electric currents generated by the magnetic field to energize the platform, subsequently propelling us away from here. Dr. Axie elucidated. Launch. Olga looked at her father with astonishment, seemingly inquiring whether he was serious. Propel us away? Like a cannon? How shall we land? Reyna, too, expressed his confusion and asked. He believed he would manage, provided the launch height was not excessive, as his chances of a safe descent were quite high. However, the fates of Dr. Axie and Olga remained uncertain. I cannot say, as I have never attempted it. Dr. Axie shook his head and remarked, Do you know how to operate it? Since this device is here, it implies that someone must have utilized it to depart before. Thus, we should encounter no issues. After contemplating, Reyna suggested, Perhaps you should launch me first, and once I am safe, you can follow. His primary concern was returning to the pirate ship. Lingering here any longer while Dr. Axie continued his research would be the most prudent course of action. That is not feasible. The currents are generated by the magnetic field, not by any power-generating apparatus. Hence, the produced current will be insufficient. There should be a device beneath the altar for storing the electric current. You absorbed too much earlier, which left the altar's energy capable of a single launch. Dr. Axie shook his head and explained, How long will it take to store enough current for the next launch? Reyna inquired while stroking his chin. I estimate at least 3 months. What? That long? That will not do. We cannot remain here for such an extended period. Even if we do not starve, we shall surely perish of boredom. There is no need for hesitation. Reyna is correct. Since this device is here, it surely would not be designed to launch us only to our demise. Upon hearing this, Olga immediately shook her head. Very well. You two move closer to me. Reyna nodded in agreement. First, let us clear this area a bit, and then I shall restore the previous location, followed by returning to restore this place. We three must stand within this circle. Once the energy activates, it will propel us away. Dr. Axie pointed to a small raised point on the ground. Reyna and Olga exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by Dr. Axie's words. So, essentially, we just need to stand still here, correct? After pondering, Reyna gestured toward the circle on the ground and asked, Your understanding is acceptable. Honestly, it would have sufficed to say it plainly. The complexity is confounding. Once all preparations were complete, Dr. Axie restored the last raised point, and instantly the entire altar illuminated once more, as countless currents began to surge chaotically. Reyna sensed a force converging beneath their feet. Suddenly, a grave concern struck him. When this energy acted upon him to propel him away, his Black Emperor ability would be passively triggered, potentially absorbing the energy and thwarting his escape altogether. However, in such moments, there was no time for him to absorb energy. Thus, he had to exert all his effort to suppress his Dark Monarch abilities, preventing them from absorbing the impending force directed at him. It was his first attempt at restraining his own powers, and only then did he realize that his mastery over the Dark Monarch's abilities was still rather unrefined. Zzz boom. A surge of electricity coursed through, and the energy circle beneath the three suddenly erupted with tremendous force, propelling them high into the air. Ah, damn. 3 voices resounded simultaneously as 3 figures were launched from their original position into the sky. At that moment, Reynar had still failed to fully suppress his Dark Monarch abilities. The instant that energy made contact with him, he absorbed a portion of it. However, he also discovered that when passively activating the Dark Monarch's powers, he could only absorb nearly half of his limit. Furthermore, due to his strenuous suppression, he had only managed to absorb about 1/3 of his capacity. Presumably, the vast energy he absorbed was negligible in comparison. In contrast to the incessant screams of Olga, Reynar maintained a semblance of calm. Although it was his first time soaring through the air and he was concerned about how to land, he still had the presence of mind to admire the scenery around him. It turned out they had been launched from the center of a small mountain on the island. Upon seeing the mountain below, Reynar finally comprehended their location. Yet, they continued to ascend higher, showing no signs of deceleration, falling from such heights. Whether onto the island or into the sea would undoubtedly result in their demise. Raynar, what shall we do? I don't want to die from a fall. That would be too disgraceful. After the initial panic, Olga had ceased her cries, though tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. As for Dr. Axie, he had long since lost consciousness. Fear not. Have you not noticed? There is a layer of electricity surrounding us for protection. Raynar was not overly concerned. He was merely contemplating where they would end up if they continued to ascend. Surely we won't just fly to the moon, will we? Hearing Raynar's words and recalling their previous location, it seemed that it was indeed constructed by lunar inhabitants. It was highly probable that this was a device built for others to return home. It shouldn't be possible, right? Initially, Raynar was confident they could not reach the moon, as beyond the atmosphere of Blue Star, entering outer space would lead to a vacuum state, making survival impossible. However, recalling the mural of the lunar beings who managed to reach Blue Star using balloon-like contraptions, Raynar felt that in this world, seemingly nothing was impossible. Raynar, has our speed begun to decrease? We haven't even reached the moon yet. After breaking through the cloud layer, Olga sensed a significant reduction in their ascent speed and looked at Raynar with confusion, inquiring. Perhaps it is due to the three of us, resulting in insufficient energy. We should begin our descent shortly, Raynar remarked with a hint of nonchalance. He had his suspicions, yet at that moment, he could not assert the veracity of his conjectures. In other words, are we about to meet our demise? Olga's complexion turned pale as she trembled and inquired. Raynar nodded, stating, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It would appear so. Unforeseen circumstances? What could that entail? A fierce desire for survival ignited in Olga's eyes as she looked at Raynar with anticipation. Unforeseen circumstances. For instance, if we were to inadvertently land upon that floating island. Raynar smiled, gesturing towards a nearby aerial isle. He had previously speculated that if their ultimate destination was not the moon, it was quite likely to be the floating island, as the descendants of the lunar inhabitants primarily resided there. Those adorned with a pair of small wings are the pure-blooded descendants of the moon dwellers, whereas those devoid of wings have likely been assimilated through intermarriage with the inhabitants of the blue planet, resulting in the loss of their wings. The floating island? Olga looked up to see a small isle enveloped in white clouds, gracefully drifting not far from her gaze. Chapter 49. The Floating Island Doctor. Doctor, please wake up. Asaya gradually opened her eyes upon hearing Raynar's voice calling her. To her surprise, she saw Raynar and her daughter, Olga, gazing at her with concern. Raynar? Olga? Where are we? Asaya inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. This should be a floating island created by the lunar inhabitants. Are you feeling better? There are many things here that we cannot comprehend, and we need you to take a look, Raynar said as he helped Asaya sit up. A floating island? What floating island? Asaya exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Raynar recounted the events of how the three of them had been launched from a launch pad beneath the lake, aiding Asaya's recollection. So, we have indeed arrived at the floating island? Asaya slowly stood up, surveying her surroundings. Indeed, the island is not large. The central area should be the control room, and over there is the accommodation zone, though it is completely deserted. The construction here is quite intact, with buildings preserved, including a kitchen, food storage, and recreational rooms. However, the situation in the main control room is rather peculiar. Both Olga and I cannot decipher it. So we need you to investigate. Raynar gestured towards the surrounding structures, explaining to Asaya. After arriving at the floating island, he and Olga had explored the entire site, finding it utterly abandoned. It was evident that people had once inhabited the island, as demonstrated by the well-preserved architecture. The only mystery lay in the control area at the center, where neither of them could open the door, and Raynar was hesitant to force it, fearing they might trigger a mechanism that could cause the island to plummet. Let us take a look. Asaya's enthusiasm ignited as she headed towards the central area. Before long, the trio arrived at the control room. This is the place. The door is completely sealed, and I dare not tamper with it for fear of damaging the control room and causing the island to lose power and fall. Raynar pointed at the closed door. Without wasting time, Asaya immediately began her examination of the surroundings. Come on, let us tidy up the area. If the doctor cannot uncover anything, we may have to reside here for a while. Rainer playfully patted Olga's head. As for food and water, he could exchange some from the marketplace, so they needn't worry about provisions for the time being. Although exchanging food from the marketplace was typically not cost-effective, Rainer had refrained from doing so even during previous food crises. However, the situation had changed. Without exchanging from the marketplace now, they would be left without sustenance, as the food in the island's storage had long since spoiled. When the sun rose on the horizon, they beheld a breathtaking sight, one they might never witness again in their lifetimes. It is so beautiful. I never imagined watching the sunrise from the clouds would be so enchanting, Olga exclaimed after being roused from her slumber by Rainer. Indeed, who was it that complained about being awakened just moments ago? Rainer chuckled. One cannot be blamed for their actions, Olga said, a hint of grievance in her voice. After a long night of toil, with moments of descent and ascent, let us simply watch the sunrise, and then you may continue your slumber. I will prepare several rooms over there. The weeping sprite shook her head in response. Raina. Olga. Come here quickly. At that moment, Dr. Sia exclaimed excitedly, calling out to the two. They exchanged glances, recognizing the glimmer of anticipation in each other's eyes, and promptly raced towards the control room. Doctor, have you made any discoveries? They inquired simultaneously. Father, can you unlock the door? Rest assured, I have succeeded. The mechanisms here are akin to those of the underground ruins, which is why I could unlock this door so swiftly. However, there remains much to study within, and I am aware that the time is not right, nor do we possess sufficient materials. Therefore, let us first open this door, Dr. Sia stated, as he began to manipulate the surroundings. Before long, the control room door, which Raina had been unable to open, swung open automatically. Come along. Enter. But do not touch anything once inside. There may be traps. With the door now ajar, Dr. Sia stepped inside first. Upon entering, the three were rendered speechless by the sight before them. A colossal energy crystal stood majestically at the center, beneath which lay a control console connected by a multitude of wires. A true masterpiece. Truly a remarkable invention. Dr. Sia exclaimed in awe upon witnessing the wonders within. Doctor, how do we operate this? Can we approach it? Raina inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Wait here, I will investigate first, Dr. Sia replied after a moment's contemplation. Perhaps I should go first. If there is any danger, I possess some means of self-defense. Raina insisted, grabbing Dr. Sia's arm. Do not worry, there will be no trouble. Dr. Sia reassured him with a smile. Seeing this, Raina fell silent, positioning Olga defensively behind him, ready to protect her at the first sign of danger. Beep, beep. As Dr. Sia pressed several buttons on the control console, a mechanical sound resonated through the air. Ah, indeed. This crystal serves as the power source for the aerial island. Just as before, it operates on electrical energy, and it possesses the same automatic energy gathering function. Upon activating the machine, Dr. Sia turned to the two with a smile. You may move now. I have disabled the defense system here. Doctor, can you now control this aerial island? Raina stepped forward, curious. Imagine the value of such a large crystal if sold. Olga remarked, gazing at the immense crystal before her. This crystal is priceless. The intricate patterns inscribed upon it for energy gathering, once deciphered, will yield immense benefits for the entire world. Not to mention the advanced technology contained within these machines. I shall now attempt to manipulate this floating island. Dr. Ossie shook his head and remarked. Amidst the expectant gazes of Raina and Olga, Dr. Ossie commenced his operations at the control panel. Before long, they felt the entire island tremble beneath them. Do not panic. The island has been activated. The power systems are intact, and this crystal has likely been here for an indeterminate duration, harboring formidable energy capable of propelling the island. Dr. Ossie reassured the somewhat anxious Raina and Olga. Their trepidation was understandable. At such dizzying heights, any misstep could lead to a perilous fall, leaving them with nothing but emptiness below. Can we descend now? Raina inquired, glancing at the radiant crystal. There should be no issue. I will lower the island next to the previous smaller isle, Dr. Ossie replied as he began to navigate the descent. Consequently, the entire island shook more violently, but soon began to stabilize gradually. Doctor, Are all the facilities on this island intact? Reyna suddenly brightened, asking eagerly. They should be largely intact, though after such a lengthy duration, some areas may be nearing their limits. However, as long as the control room remains functional, there should be no major concerns. Dr. Aussie shook his head and responded. What if we were to utilize this floating island as our pirate ship? Would that be feasible? Reyna gazed intently at Dr. Aussie. The notion left Dr. Aussie momentarily speechless, taken aback by Reyna's audacity. Indeed, if we transformed this place into our pirate vessel, we would no longer fear the Navy. We could soar above them. How could they pursue us in the skies? Once we reach a certain isle, we could discreetly descend. It would be perfect. Olga exclaimed joyfully at Reyna's suggestion. That is not entirely impossible. Provided the power apparatus remains functional, it could indeed work. However, numerous components require repair and enhancement, particularly some wiring and equipment that necessitate replacement. Should you genuinely intend to employ this as a pirate ship, the expenses may be quite staggering. Dr. Aussie pondered before continuing. Additionally, there are concerns regarding the energy. While this energy crystal currently sustains us, continual operation as a pirate vessel will eventually deplete its energy. Refueling will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. The entire control room may need to be expanded to accommodate power generation equipment. There is no need to worry about finances. As long as we locate my brother, Edward Newgate, before the crystal's energy is exhausted, we will manage. Reyna replied with a cheerful grin. Even before meeting Newgate, he was already fixated on his treasure. Meanwhile, somewhere in the New World, as Newgate sailed through the seas, he suddenly sneezed a few times, rubbing his nose and questioning, "What is going on? Am I catching a cold? Are you all right, father? Did you perhaps indulge too much at last night's banquet?" Marco asked, his expression filled with concern. La la la. What significance does that little wine hold? It's rather regrettable that the white wine left by Reyna has already been consumed. Otherwise, last night could have been even more delightful. Newgate, showing no concern for the earlier incident, laughed heartily. Upon seeing their father unharmed, the crew resumed their individual tasks. Boom, boom, boom. After a prolonged descent, the Sky Island finally touched the ocean, settling beside the small island where they had previously landed. At last, we have returned. The three of them sighed in unison as they gazed at the adjacent island. I will fetch the pirate ship and transfer everything aboard to the Sky Island, after which we shall utilize the Sky Island to venture into the Ladru Sea in search of my brother's Whitebeard pirates, Reyna declared, pointing toward their pirate vessel in the distance. I wonder if we have enough energy to make the journey. As you witnessed earlier, the flight speed of the Sky Island is quite sluggish. By the time we reach the Ladru Sea, the Whitebeard pirates may have already departed. Dr. Axie shook his head and replied, Regardless, let us first reach the next small island and procure everything we need from the Sky Island. Doctor, please prepare a list for me. When the time comes, we will descend ahead of schedule. I will take the water lizard to the island, gather the necessary materials, and then Olga can navigate our pirate ship to pick us up. We will transport everything to the Sky Island from a secluded area of the island. What do you think? Reyna pondered before speaking. Chapter 50. Breeding plan. After successfully bringing the entire pirate ship to the Sky Island, Reyna and his companions ascended once more. Reyna had previously tested the hypothesis that raising the Whitebeard pirates flag on the Sky Island would lead the system to recognize the entire island as a pirate ship. Consequently, the opportunities available to Reyna during this period were virtually limitless. Once Dr. Axii set the course for the Sky Island, the trio embarked on a thorough cleaning of their surroundings. This endeavor consumed nearly 3 days of their time. In addition to sanitation, numerous structures on the island required repairs. However, the lack of materials forced them to postpone the restoration plans. Having discovered that electricity served as a potent energy source conducive to honing his Black Emperor's abilities, Reyna initially attempted to train with electricity. Yet, the limited power available on the Sky Island could not sustain such wastefulness. Thus, Reyna resorted to an alternative method. He ignited a large fire in an open area and entered the inferno, seeking to absorb the flame's energy to enhance his capabilities. However, when he activated his ability to absorb fire damage, he found that even the flames were consumed by his power, resulting in minimal harm and proving ineffective for his training. After numerous trials, Reina reluctantly abandoned this clever ruse and resolved to adopt a more grounded approach to his training. His primary focus became mastering his Black Emperor abilities, as he recognized his previous understanding was alarmingly insufficient following the incident at the launch pad. Aside from physical training, he devoted all his practice time to mastering his Black Emperor powers. According to the navigational indicators, there should be a small island not far from here. Should we descend? Dr. Axiai's voice echoed from the control room. Currently, Dr. Axiai seldom left the control room, aside from managing the Sky Island. He tirelessly researched the advanced technology left behind by the lunar inhabitants. Had he not been constrained by the available experimental materials and instruments, Reina believed he would have achieved remarkable breakthroughs. Let us descend a bit and assess the situation. I'll take Chabs down first, and you all can hide among the clouds, Reina proposed after contemplating the matter in the control room. All right, we'll agree on a time to descend and retrieve you. Dr. Axiai nodded in agreement. Let us make it tomorrow. I'll head down now and return first thing in the morning, Reina declared decisively. Reina, I want to go down too, Algia interjected. The Sky Island was not large, and she had naturally overheard Dr. Axiai's remarks. This time, you should stay put. I'll assess the situation first, and if all goes well, we can go together. I'll be back tomorrow, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we'll make another trip the day after for necessary supplies. Reina replied, shaking his head. Very well, Algia conceded, understanding that this was not the moment for caprice, and nodded in compliance. After a while, Reina completed his work for the day, and the Sky Island descended to a certain altitude. He leaped off the floating island with Chabs. By now, he was quite familiar with both Chabs and Elizabeth, making their ride entirely effortless. All right, amuse yourself around here. Just be cautious not to be devoured by the Sea Kings. We shall reconvene here tomorrow morning. Not far into their ride on Chabs, Reina stumbled upon a small island. With one person and one lizard, they circled to the back of the island to land. Chabs let out a shriek, nodded, and then released Reina, who proceeded towards the town on the island. Boss, I would like your signature dish, accompanied by some fine wine. After wandering around the town for a while, Reina arrived at the only tavern in the vicinity. Have you heard? The Sky Pirates have been exceptionally active lately. They recently defeated several pirate crews and have formed the Golden Lion pirate fleet. What is that? You're not aware? It was said that the Roger pirates had previously clashed with Admiral Karp of the Navy, and their battle was so fierce that it darkened the skies and altered the very colors of the sun and moon. If you ask me, the one making the most waves recently is Old Man Whitebeard. He is the true powerhouse, single-handedly vanquishing 3 naval warships, truly the strongest pirate. Inside the tavern, discussions revolved around Golden Lion Shiki, Roger, and Whitebeard Newgate, as if these were the only 3 pirate crews upon the vast ocean. Reina sipped his drink and savored his meal while listening to the tavern patrons, his mind racing with thoughts of whether he should assist Newgate in his quest to locate the fabled final island, Raftel. Although he could not decipher ancient texts, he recalled from history that it was Whitebeard who first possessed the key held by Kazuki Odin. Yet, Reina pondered if Whitebeard had any interest in the so-called One Piece. Upon exiting the tavern, Reina explored the entire town, discovering that the experimental equipment listed by Dr. Asia was entirely absent, as were many items needed from the Sky Islands. However, he found that most repair materials and essential living supplies were available for purchase. Nevertheless, Reina refrained from making any immediate purchases, for prior to his departure, Olga had instructed him to merely gather intelligence. The actual procurement of goods would have to wait until her arrival the following day. Thus, having noted the locations of the shops, he departed. Early the next morning, Reina arrived at the designated meeting spot with Chabs and sprinted towards the region where the Sky Island was located. Reina, how was the town? Was it bustling? After the Sky Island descended, Reina brought the pirate ship down and, alongside Olga, made their way towards the small island. Before setting off, Reina handed one of the purchased Din Din Mushi to Dr. Asia so that they could communicate before their return journey. It wasn't very lively, just a small town really. Many items were unavailable for purchase, but essential supplies and repair materials could still be obtained. Reyna shook his head as he spoke. To prevent being targeted by Zephyr again, Reyna planted the pirate flag atop the Sky Island, but refrained from creating another to hoist on their ship. Consequently, the vessel now bore a striking resemblance to a merchant ship, making it nearly indistinguishable as a pirate ship. Is it possible to purchase a freezer? With such a vast expanse on the Sky Island, we could construct a large freezer to store abundant food, Olga exclaimed, her anticipation evident as she nearly drooled. Ah, I hadn't considered that. Let's inquire once we reach the island. Reyna hesitated before responding. With the Sky Island in sight, Reyna's enthusiasm for building a freezer waned. Although the island was not particularly large, it was considerably more spacious than typical pirate ships. Besides the control room and living quarters in the central area, Reyna intended to designate a section of the island for raising animals, as frozen meat could never compare to the comfort of fresh meat. However, he was uncertain about what to raise and recognized that the transformation of the Sky Island would require a substantial amount of berries, which he currently lacked. Thus, any plans for farming would have to wait until the central control area was properly established. Soon after, Reyna and Olga confidently sailed their ship into the harbor. With no pirate flag displayed, they need not worry about being scrutinized by the Navy, especially since Zephyr's whereabouts were still unknown. Following their prearranged list, they procured a significant quantity of supplies and materials for repairing the Sky Island structures before locating a freezer owner in the town to inquire about the availability of a small freezer. Are you planning to install a freezer on your ship? The freezer owner asked, bewildered as he regarded Reyna and Olga. Indeed, our provisions are often insufficient, and purchasing too much at once leads to spoilage. Thus, a refrigerator no longer suffices. Reyna affirmed with a nod. I apologize, but even the smallest freezer would be too large for your petite sailing vessel. However, if your only need is for food storage, I recommend acquiring some large ice blocks to keep in the cabin, which would serve a similar purpose. Just bear in mind that you'll need to replace the ice blocks each time you arrive at a new island. The decision is yours. The freezer owner suggested. That sounds reasonable. Let us proceed as you advised, owner. You must have large ice blocks for sale, correct? We would like to purchase some. Reyna's eyes brightened as he quickly agreed. Although Olga remained somewhat dissatisfied, she typically refrained from contradicting Reyna once he made a decision. Reyna, the Sky Island is so expansive, and we could easily acquire a freezer. Why opt for ice blocks? Olga questioned, her expression laden with discontent as they exited the freezer owner's establishment. Foolishness. We will use these ice blocks for now, and once the central control area has been completed, we can allocate space for raising live animals. Wouldn't that be far superior to a mere freezer? Reyna explained his plan to Olga. Indeed, upon hearing Reyna's plans, Olga was so exhilarated that she could hardly contain her eagerness to select livestock for breeding immediately. It took much persuasion from Reyna to calm her down, explaining that they must wait until the construction of the central control area was completed before implementing the breeding plan. Father, why must the necessary research equipment be so exorbitantly priced? Olga grumbled, recalling the equipment left behind at Alchemy that her father had not bothered to bring along. If he had taken it earlier, wouldn't they have been able to enjoy fresh meat sooner? Upon learning that Reyna had to allocate the funds for the equipment required by Dr. Axie, Olga immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Fool, we can only construct what we desire once we have complete control over the floating island. Otherwise, when the energy on the floating island is depleted, it will truly become just a small island, offering us no advantage at all. Reyna gently tapped Olga on the head and spoke earnestly. Ultimately, Olga had no choice but to accompany Reyna back to the floating island. After transporting all the materials to the island, they set off once more for the next island. However, this time, their altitude was not particularly high, and Olga remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the surface of the sea. At the first sight of merchant ships or pirate vessels, she would immediately inform Reyna, urging him to descend and seize the opportunity to plunder and thus accumulate wealth. Chapter 51. Ascending the island. Reyna, we cannot continue like this. The excessive ascents and descents of the Sky Island are depleting our energy reserves far too rapidly. Until we acquire sufficient power generation equipment, we must refrain from such frequent fluctuations. After yet another successful raid on a merchant ship, Dr. Axie approached Reyna, conveying the urgent message that their energy consumption had become untenable. Understood, Reyna replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his annoyance. In truth, this was not his desire at all. However, when Olga took her stance seriously, he found himself at a loss. As a pirate, plundering was indeed their primary vocation. Was it not? This very assertion left Reyna with no grounds for refusal against Olga. Thus, he found himself descending repeatedly to seize passing merchant vessels, and even occasionally targeting seemingly affluent pirates. The system dictated that every moment spent raiding counted as productive work time. Not only was he able to amass treasures, but he also fulfilled his work hours and, in the process, enhanced his combat experience, a trifecta of benefits that Reyna could hardly turn down. Yet now, even the most fortuitous of endeavors must be put on hold. The excessive energy depletion of the island necessitated a pause until they secured power generation equipment. Gazing down at the merchant ships below, Olga felt her heart ache. She had learned from her father that due to energy constraints, the Sky Island could not afford such frequent ascents and descents. Observing from above, she could swiftly identify several lucrative targets. Yet the inability to raid left her feeling as though the treasures that rightfully belonged to her were slipping away. At this rate, how long would it take to gather enough berries to initiate a cultivation plan on the Sky Island? Time was of the essence. Upon spotting a lavish merchant vessel drifting away from them, Olga murmured despairingly. Reyna, equally disheartened, lamented that if only he possessed the moonwalk technique, matters would be significantly simpler. Alas, he had no such skill. Unlike Luffy, who could employ it merely by grasping the principles. He had attempted to train in it, but to no avail. And rightly so. If it were that easy to master, would not every pirate in the New World be proficient in the Marine 6 styles? In that case, those capable of flight would not hold such an advantage. With the prospect of raiding off the table, Reyna and Olga turned their attention to the construction of the Sky Island. The repair materials they had procured were initially intended for gradual repairs. Yet their boredom led Olga to transform the task into a game. Were it not for Reyna's responsibilities encompassing shipbuilding, he would have gladly delegated the entire undertaking to Olga. Reyna, I have some unfortunate news for you. After a period of flight, Dr. Axie found Reyna and declared, What news? Please tell me it is not regarding our dwindling energy. Reyna inquired, surprise evident in his voice. Dr. Axie nodded gravely, explaining, initially, our energy reserves were sufficient to reach our destination, but we have squandered some along the way. Now, it is uncertain whether we will arrive at all. What shall we do? Even though the floating island hovers in the sky, it undoubtedly requires energy, does it not? We cannot simply descend to the surface of the sea and proceed like a ship, lamented Reyna. Well, it is not entirely impossible. It would necessitate some modifications, and the undertaking would be quite substantial. Dr. Axie replied earnestly. No, what I meant was, what are we to do now? Reyna asked, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his voice. The best course of action would be to find a place to anchor, then send a message to your brother, requesting his presence. This way, we would only need to keep the floating island suspended, requiring much less energy. Dr. Axie chuckled as he spoke. In that case, let us locate a small island to hide nearby, and I will find someone to deliver the message to my brother. If all else fails, you all may have to wait here while I personally fetch him. After some contemplation, Reyna concluded. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Olga did not complain as Reyna had anticipated. Instead, she urged them to move forward quickly, leading Reyna to believe she had changed her disposition. It was later revealed that she had grown weary of the floating island, and upon reaching the next island, she could finally venture out and explore, which was far more appealing than remaining on the floating island. Once this decision was made, they ceased to conserve energy, occasionally descending upon affluent merchant vessels to plunder. This enabled them to amass considerable wealth, allowing them to finally afford some of the equipment needed by Dr. Axie. Before long, they arrived at the next island, which was notably sizable, boasting a substantial city. Dr. Axie, I leave this to you. I will take Olga to explore first. If I find suitable equipment, I shall prioritize its purchase. After selecting a concealed location, Reyna prepared to lead Olga onto the island. Yes, prioritize the power generation equipment, Then acquire the research apparatus I require. Additionally, we need materials for the island's modifications. Many of the devices in the control room have become outdated, resulting in excessive energy waste. Dr. Axie instructed Reina on the items that needed to be procured. Taking the list handed to him by Dr. Axie, Reina set off with Olga aboard a pirate ship. Wow, Reina, this place is remarkably prosperous. Upon landing on the small island, Olga was awestruck by the grandeur of the city. Let us seek out the equipment and materials for the island's modifications. If we can acquire power generation equipment, we will have sufficient energy to continue our journey. Reina firmly grasped Olga, who was eager to wander, and spoke with a stoic expression. You go by it yourself. I wish to explore other places. I have no interest in procuring any equipment or materials. Olga protested as she struggled against Reina's grip. However, Reina remained undeterred, continuing to drag Olga forward. You there? Release that child. At that moment, a figure clad in armor suddenly blocked Reina's path, pointing at Olga in his grasp and shouting at him. Reina, taken aback and bewildered, was left wondering from whence this individual had emerged. However, it was evident that Olga had discerned the situation. This was a fellow brimming with confidence, likely mistaking the circumstances as he witnessed her being harassed by Raynar, thus stepping forth to champion her cause. Kind sir, please save me. He intends to sell me. Olga implored pitifully to the armored warrior. Such a display of theatrics was mere child's play for her, and Raynar was undoubtedly not deceived. Yet, the valiant figure before them was instantly incensed, drawing his weapon and confronting Raynar. How dare you brazenly abduct a child in broad daylight? Do you truly believe this world is devoid of righteous souls? Do refrain from your folly. My good friend, you seem to be mistaken. This is my sister. She simply wishes to eat, but I must first procure some supplies for Hyaxi, which is why she appears thus. Raynar remarked with a chuckle, rapping lightly on Olga's head. The armored warrior was evidently not entirely convinced by Raynar's explanation, instead directing his gaze towards Olga. She remained silent, adopting a woeful and aggrieved expression. The knight, lost in his own assumptions, raised his sword toward Raynar and declared, You ignorant fool, how dare you attempt to deceive the great sword Saint Hansen? Very well. If that is the case, then take her away. Raynar, disregarding conventional reasoning, released Olga and addressed Hansen. Both Hansen and Olga were taken aback by this unexpected turn. Aren't you to take her away? Wasn't that your request? Raynar inquired, observing Hansen's bewilderment as he returned Olga to him. Thus, Hansen, in a state of confusion, led the giggling Olga away, while Raynar continued on his journey to procure the equipment and materials required by Dr. Hyaxi for repairing the Sky Island. He harbored no concerns for Olga's safety. That fool he had just encountered would likely end up counting money for her after she had sold him a tale. As Raynar had surmised, Hansen, following closely behind Olga, became her unwitting patron, grimacing as he incessantly settled her bills. When parting ways with Raynar, Olga had no money on her. Thus Hansen was compelled to cover her expenses for food. As she put it, since you have taken me away from my brother, you must naturally take responsibility for my safety and expenditures. Fortunately, Olga was discreet in her purchases. The items were not exorbitant, merely snacks and trinkets she had never encountered before. Hence, while Hansen was troubled, it was not to the extent of becoming a burden. Little miss, would you like me to escort you back to your brother? Hansen tentatively inquired after buying her a portion of roasted meat. Absolutely not. I have finally escaped from that miserly fellow. There is no way I would return so quickly. Kind sir, do you think I have spent too much of your money? Worry not. When I see Raynar again, he will reimburse you. He is quite wealthy, Olga replied, gazing up at Hansen with her big, watery eyes. She had previously employed this tactic effectively against Raynar, but after numerous attempts, it gradually lost its charm. However, it proved to be quite effective against Hansen, whom he encountered for the first time. Ignoring Olga, who had departed with Hansen, Reiner embarked on a search and indeed discovered the equipment required by Dr. Axie, even spotting an abundance of power generation devices. Nevertheless, he refrained from making an immediate purchase. Instead, he proceeded to the tavern, seeking information while also on the lookout for a suitable individual to notify Whitebeard on his behalf. Although there were power generation devices available for acquisition, the mobility of the Sky Island was undeniably sluggish, rendering it ill-suited for travel. By the time they reached the Raidru Sea, it was conceivable that Whitebeard would have vanished to some distant locale. Chapter 52. The swordsman Hansen, after lingering in the tavern for a while without acquiring any useful information. Reyna was about to take his leave when he noticed Olga and a man who claimed to be the sword saint Hansen entering. "Oh, were you not meant to assist her in delivering justice? Why then do you apologize to me?" Upon spotting Reyna, Hansen immediately pulled the reluctant Olga over, repeatedly apologizing to Reyna and hoping he would take Olga away. Faced with Reyna's inquiries, the honest Hansen could barely respond, his face turning crimson in embarrassment. "How about this? If you assist me, we can consider this matter settled, shall we?" An idea struck Reyna, and he feigned indifference as he spoke. "Rest assured, as long as it is within my ability, there will be no issues," Hansen declared, thumping his chest with fervor and assurance. "Perhaps not. I find myself somewhat distrustful of you. You do not seem particularly astute." Reyna pondered for a moment before shaking his head. At this, Hansen grew agitated, exclaiming, "I possess great strength. It is merely that I struggle with children." The moment those words left his lips, before Reyna could react, Olga immediately objected. "Children? I am over 170 years old. Compared to me, both Hansen and Reyna are mere children. Hey, you, it was merely a small favor I did for you. Reyna, return the money they spent on you. We are leaving." He appears utterly unreliable. Such important matters should not be entrusted to him, Olga said, fuming. Hansen, who had just been brimming with confidence, now wore a woeful expression as he looked at Reyna, seemingly pleading for help. "You actually spent someone else's money? He does not seem to be wealthy. Do not let this happen again, understood?" Reyna frowned at Olga. Hansen opened his mouth, sensing that Reyna seemed to be defending him. Yet he felt something was amiss, especially as Reyna showed no inclination to pay. Did you not just ask me for assistance?" Hansen instinctively queried as he watched Olga return to Reyna's side and Reyna prepare to leave. "Just you?" Though it was merely a couple of words. Olga's gaze and expression were steeped in profound disdain, igniting Hansen's anger. However, faced with a young girl, he could not act out, leaving him in a state of simmering frustration. "Are you truly strong?" Reyna seemed somewhat intrigued, yet skeptical. Seeing this, Hansen quickly asserted, "Indeed. Why not put it to the test? I could take on 10 of you." "Oh, if you are indeed that formidable, then I have no qualms in trusting this task to you. However, words alone are insufficient. Let us find a suitable place to test it." Reyna nodded in agreement. "Very well. Follow me. I know just the place," Hansen declared, striding confidently out of the tavern. Olga and Reyna exchanged knowing smiles before following in his wake. It is, in fact, merely a matter of delivering a message. As long as one possesses a modicum of strength, it suffices. However, Reyna harbors reservations about ordinary individuals. Hence, his earlier interaction with Olga was merely a test of Hansen's capabilities. That fellow may be somewhat lacking in intelligence, yet he possesses commendable sincerity. Should he accept Reyna's commission, he would undoubtedly exert himself to fulfill the task. This is the place, typically devoid of visitors. Hansen led Reyna and Olga to a coastal area, characterized by its flat terrain and proximity to the shore, ensuring it remained unfrequented. "Now, let me witness the extent of your strength," Reyna remarked with a faint smile. As Hansen grasped his longsword, Reyna sensed a palpable shift in his aura, compelling him to adopt a serious demeanor. "Be careful, I shall now initiate my attack," Hansen announced before drawing his sword and launching an assault. This fellow. Upon the first engagement, Reyna discerned Hansen's formidable prowess. Not only was his swordsmanship remarkable, but his speed was equally formidable. Despite Reyna refraining from employing his Sharingan and the powers of the Black Emperor, he found himself consistently on the defensive. However, one ought not to underestimate Reyna in his unaugmented state. His relentless physical training had honed his martial skills significantly. Coupled with the Black Emperor's ability to absorb energy and convert it into speed, strength, and stamina, Reyna's martial prowess was indeed formidable. "Not bad. It seems I must now engage seriously," Reyna declared, enveloping his arms in haki. Observing this, Hansen's demeanor shifted from casual to earnest. Clang, clang, clang. The collision of arms and swords sparked a flurry of action, their pace intensifying to the point where Olga, merely a spectator, struggled to keep up with their speed. Impressive. No wonder you have mastered Haki. Now, I too shall unleash my full strength. Hansen exclaimed, gripping his blade while slightly panting, a grin spreading across his face. Reyna's gaze sharpened. He sensed Hansen's aura had surged once more. Light flash, slash. Hansen's figure flickered, reappearing behind Reyna. Yet, rather than exulting in a successful strike, his expression contorted slightly in confusion. So swift. It appears I underestimated you. I must employ my true skills. Reyna slowly turned to face Hansen, addressing him directly. Hansen stood with his sword sheathed, perplexed as he regarded Reyna. He felt certain he should have struck his opponent, yet the feedback from his weapon suggested otherwise. Reyna, observing Hansen, smiled subtly. His previous attack had been entirely absorbed, a testament to his Black Emperor's ability, which activated passively upon receiving damage. Through sustained training, he had grown increasingly adept at controlling this power, managing to suppress it when necessary to avoid past mishaps. However, when unrestrained, the Black Emperor's passive abilities would invariably come into effect. Sharingan. Activate. Two black tomo began to whirl within the pupils, and the entire eye transformed into a crimson hue, revealing the long-dormant Sharingan once more. A devil fruit user? Hansen paused, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened caution. This was no mere ability of a devil fruit. It was the power of bloodline. Should you act carelessly now, the defeat would be quite disastrous. Reyna offered a faint smile before vanishing from his position. Hansen had no time to speak, swiftly crossing his long blade. Bang! A fist enveloped in Haki collided with his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures engaged in relentless exchanges, parting only to return to their previous stances. Yet Hansen recognized that this was entirely different. Despite unleashing his full strength, his techniques seemed to be completely anticipated by his opponent. Even before he began his movements, the other seemed to already know his intentions, leaving him in a very passive position. Flying Shadow slash. After being suppressed in close combat, Hansen decisively retreated a short distance and then slashed towards Reyna from afar. Aerial slash. A swordsman? Reyna, utilizing the Sharingan, had already discerned Hansen's actions and easily evaded the incoming strike. However, the previous attack had been akin to a sword chi, a technique often associated with masters of the blade. This indicated that those capable of executing such aerial slashes were formidable swordsmen. I have only recently mastered this ability, so you ought to be cautious. Hansen, noticing Reyna's surprised exclamation, felt a surge of pride. At his age, reaching the level of a swordsman was indeed a testament to exceptional talent. Looking at Hansen before him reminded Reyna of that fellow Bista. Despite appearing mature and composed, he was roughly the same age as Marco, even younger than Reyna. That individual had swiftly advanced to the rank of swordsman under Newgate's guidance shortly after boarding the ship, showcasing a terrifying talent in swordsmanship that surpassed Hansen's. Had he heeded Reyna's advice to adopt the Western sword earlier, his strength would likely be even more formidable now. A swordsman? Ha ha ha. I have faced many swordsmen. Observing Hansen's arrogant demeanor, Reyna smirked slightly. Such boastful words. If you aren't careful from here on, you might just get hurt. Hansen, hearing Reyna's words, believed the other was merely putting on a brave front. Reyna, uninterested in further banter, took a step forward, charging directly at Hansen. Flash. As Reyna initiated his assault, Hansen could not afford to be complacent, unleashing another strike aimed at Reyna. Such aerial slashes are of little consequence to me. Reyna effortlessly dodged, chuckling lightly. Is that so? Then how about this? Flying Shadow, cross slash. Two consecutive slashes formed a cross shape, hurtling towards Reyna. I told you, such childish play is ineffective against me. Encased in Haki. Reyna deflected Hansen's formidable strike, approaching him with a broad smile. How is this possible? Hansen was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed someone capable of deflecting a soaring slash. Until then, he had been oblivious to such a possibility. Bang! How dare you divert your attention during battle? Reynar's fist struck Hansen squarely in the abdomen. Whoa! Hansen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying by Reynar's blow. I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Then allow me to showcase my technique. Although this move is typically reserved for more serious encounters, you should be cautious. Slowly rising, Hansen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "Is there something even more powerful? By all means, unleash it." Raynar beckoned to Hansen with a playful grin. Taking a deep breath, Hansen sheathed his long sword and softly intoned, "Shadow of Light, Thousand Feather Slash." Chapter 53. Constructing the Sky Island, Shadow and Light, Thousand Feathers Slash. As Hansen's voice echoed, he vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a mark of a slash appeared beside Raynar. Utilizing his rapid mobility, he executed a series of strikes seemingly at random. Through the Sharingan, Raynar observed Hansen circling him swiftly, his sword continuously delivering slashes. After absorbing a slash that struck him, Raynar noted that Hansen's pace had accelerated. Although his accuracy had diminished significantly and his strength was somewhat lacking, it appears you have yet to fully master this technique. A faint smile graced Raynar's lips as he clenched his fist, standing firm to invite Hansen's assault. Seeing this, Hansen's gaze sharpened, and his speed intensified further. Bang! After absorbing another slash, Raynar deemed it sufficient, disappearing from his position and delivering a punch toward Hansen's weapon that had just executed a strike. With a thud, upon contact between his fist and the blade, an immense force surged from the weapon into Hansen's body. In disbelief, Hansen looked at Raynar. Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, which he expelled, his body soaring through the air like a cannonball. "Hey, are you still alive?" Olga rushed to Hansen's side, poking at him with her small hand, questioning the dazed warrior lying on the ground. "I have been defeated." Hansen lay on the ground, his eyes closed, murmuring softly, "What is so strange about that? Inferior in strength to that fellow. Isn't it natural to lose? Yet you performed admirably. It is rare to find someone who can contend with him like this." Olga nodded, expressing her approval. Occasionally, when she and Raynar raided merchant ships, they had not encountered such a formidable opponent. Those so-called guards were typically dealt with by Raynar one against many. "I have been short-sighted. You are indeed so powerful. It is clear you do not require my assistance." Hansen slowly sat up, a hint of melancholy in his tone, though he had faced defeat before. This was his first loss since ascending to the rank of Sword Master, rendering it particularly unforgettable. "I am Raynar, a pirate. If you don't mind, let us be friends." Raynar grinned, extending his hand toward the seated Hansen. Gazing at Raynar's cheerful smile, Hansen felt a momentary daze. Yet his expression gradually became solemn as he grasped Raynar's hand and stood up, declaring, "I am Hansen, Taurus Hansen, a wanderer." "What on earth, what does it mean to be a wanderer?" "My name is Olga, Miskina Olga. I am also a pirate," Olga chimed in, extending her hand with a smile. Once the trio had formally introduced themselves, Raynar shifted to seriousness. "Hansen, I need to find someone trustworthy to deliver a letter to my elder brother. I wonder, would you be willing? Rest assured, since we are now friends. Your matters are my concerns. Leave it to me." Hansen grinned broadly. "But do not be hasty in your agreement. The letter I wish to send is for my brother, Edward Newgate. I do not know his current whereabouts, but he was last seen in the Ledru Sea, where you should be able to easily gather information about him." Raynar shook his head and calmly replied, "The Ledru Sea? Indeed, it's quite a distance, but it poses no problem. Is your elder brother a well-known figure there? One could easily inquire and find out." Hansen, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Oh, you mean you haven't heard of this name? Edward Newgate, the name?" Olga, her mouth agape in disbelief, turned to Hansen and exclaimed, "Have you truly never heard of this name?" After pondering for a moment, Hansen shook his head and queried, "Who is this renowned individual?" Supporting her forehead with one hand, Olga addressed Raynar, "Is it truly wise to entrust such a task to this fellow? It is rather peculiar for an ordinary person not to recognize my brother's name. However, if one is oblivious to the infamous Edward Newgate, it does indeed complicate matters." Raynar expressed his own consternation. Who were you just speaking of? That notorious pirate, Whitebeard?" Hansen inquired, astonished by Raynar's words. "Precisely. Did you not claim ignorance?" Raynar nodded. "Of course, I have heard of Whitebeard. However, this full name is a revelation to me. I had no idea your elder brother was such a legendary figure." Hansen remarked with a sense of wonder. "So, are you interested in assisting me with this task? If it proves too challenging, it is quite all right." Reyna was momentarily taken aback, evidently forgetting the lesser-known fact that Newgate's real name was rarely mentioned in comparison to his notorious moniker. No problem. If it involves locating Whitebeard, that is indeed simple. Leave it to me, Hansen declared confidently, patting his chest. Seeing this, Reyna handed Hansen a letter along with a stack of berries, saying, "In that case, I entrust this to you. These berries will cover your travel expenses. As I am uncertain of my brother's precise location and cannot predict how long it may take for you to deliver the letter, therefore, please do not refuse. When we meet again, I shall treat you to a drink. Consider it done," Hansen replied earnestly as he accepted the letter and berries. "I shall ensure this letter reaches Whitebeard personally." Though their time together was brief, Reyna had faith in Hansen's promise to fulfill this task, though he harbored some concern over Hansen's somewhat foolish demeanor. After bidding farewell to Hansen, Reyna and Olga procured the necessary materials for the power generation equipment and the repairs for the Sky Island control room, subsequently acquiring the most advanced research apparatus before setting sail back home on their pirate ship. In the days to come, they needed to remain in the vicinity, awaiting Whitebeard's arrival after he received Reyna's letter, accompanied by a ship laden with treasures. The recent purchases had completely depleted the berries Reyna had gathered. After contacting Dr. Ashio via a transponder snail, Reyna navigated the pirate ship to the Sky Island, having previously cleared a convenient docking area along its edge. "Doctor, this outing yielded considerable success. I procured a set of power generation equipment, and I acquired the materials you listed for the control room repairs. Additionally, I have a delightful surprise for you." Upon seeing Dr. Ashir approach, Reyna beamed with delight. Upon hearing Dr. Oxy's words, Reynar appeared exceedingly delighted. During this period, he had been engrossed in various research and studies. The scientific prowess of the lunar inhabitants was evident from the equipment on the floating island, complemented by intricate carvings and murals that captivated Oxy. Had he not lacked suitable research apparatus and materials at hand, he would have likely embarked on a grand undertaking. Now that his daughter, Olga, was in good health, and with Reynar caring for him, he felt at ease to devote himself entirely to his scientific pursuits, which he considered a profound source of happiness. Ding 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 ding. Reynar led Dr. Oxy to the latest research apparatus, dramatically unveiling it by pulling away the crimson cloth that concealed it. This was Dr. Oxy's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to that of a lover, as he gently caressed the equipment before him, entirely oblivious to Reynar's presence. Father remains unchanged, immersed in research as if transformed into another being, Olga remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Abruptly pulled from his reverie by her comment, Dr. Oxy turned to Olga with an endearing expression, saying, "If you disapprove, I shall cease my research. You will forever be the most cherished presence in my heart. It's not that I'm forbidding you from researching. I merely hope you do not lose yourself in it, as it could be detrimental to your health," Olga retorted, turning her head away with a touch of pride. After leaving the pure gold, Dr. Oxy's body began to revert to that of an ordinary human, no longer in a state of suspended growth. Alarmed, Reynar quickly retrieved the fist-sized pure gold, now placed in the control room, where Dr. Oxy spent the majority of his time. In truth, after acquiring the pure gold, Reynar had hidden it away, for he discovered that his own growth had begun to stagnate after his exposure to it. It was essential to note that he had yet to reach the peak of his natural development. Any halt in growth would significantly affect his strength. Consequently, Reynar avoided the control room whenever possible, typically waiting for the doctor to seek him out. Only after severing the exposure to pure gold did Reynar's body gradually resume its growth. In the subsequent days, Dr. Oxy primarily directed the efforts while Reynar and Olga undertook the laborious tasks of replacing parts and materials for the control room's equipment. Additionally, the power generation apparatus was completed under Dr. Oxy's guidance, finally providing the floating island with its own energy source, albeit requiring fuel. Heeding Reynar's advice, Dr. Oxy utilized coal to generate heat as the energy source for the power equipment and constructed hydroelectric rollers and wind turbines on the island, effectively resolving the energy depletion caused by its flight. Occasionally, Reynar even indulged in the pleasure of electrical therapy, employing electricity to stimulate his Black Monarch abilities. Although the effects were limited, It served as a means to expedite the enhancement of his strength. Once the power source and control room equipment of the floating island were completed, Olga found it increasingly difficult to remain there, often yearning to frolic on the small island. At first, Reiner was somewhat concerned and accompanied her on these excursions, but eventually, Olga grew weary of his need to return to the floating island for work each day, and began venturing to the small island alone. After trailing her a few times and discovering no cause for alarm, Reiner became indifferent to her solo adventures. Although Olga's abilities were not particularly formidable, her alertness typically kept her out of trouble. Furthermore, the city on the small island boasted a substantial naval branch, which reassured Reiner enough to allow her to roam freely. Ding! Today marks the 29th consecutive check-in. Salary for today is being processed. You have earned a base salary, 290 points. Overtime compensation, F-grade skill upgrade voucher. As the day's labor came to a close and he received his wages, Reiner felt a pang of anxiety. Tomorrow was the final day, and he was uncertain about what the perfect attendance package would bestow upon him. Currently, he eagerly anticipated the monthly rewards for perfect attendance. An F-grade skill? Reiner gazed at the F-grade skill upgrade voucher received as overtime compensation and opened his character interface. Name: Reiner. Position: Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, also serving as navigator. Helmsman, cook, sailor, combatant, ship doctor, shipwright, musician. Combat power: 930 skills. Intermediate physical arts: 401-1000. Intermediate swordsmanship: 132-1000. Genetic lineage: mutant Black Emperor, Sebastian Shaw, with growth-type mutant genes, capable of absorbing and releasing all forms of energy or enhancing oneself. Bloodline limit: Sharingan, Double Tomo. Points: 25. 000 items. Conqueror's Hockey Fragment: I. Moonwalk Skill Fragment: I. Finger Gun Skill Fragment: I. F-grade skills: music, painting, calligraphy, chess. D-grade skills: cooking, navigation, construction, shipwright. Medicine, ship doctor. Chapter 54. The disappearance of Olga. Gazing at the F-grade skill upgrade scroll in his inventory, Reiner hesitated for a moment before applying it to his music, elevating it from F-grade to E-grade. The following morning, Reiner commenced his work early, determined to avoid any interruptions that might hinder his progress. He resolved to remain focused until his tasks were completed. However, around noon, Dr. Axie approached Reiner with a worried expression, informing him that Olga had not yet returned since her outing the previous day. Though she possessed a mischievous streak, Olga was acutely aware of boundaries. Typically, she would leave early in the morning and return by nightfall, or at the very least, notify Dr. Axie or Reiner via a communication device if she were delayed. Last night, Olga had informed Dr. Axie of a fireworks display in the city, promising to return by morning. Yet, as noon approached, her absence was concerning. Dr. Axie, visibly anxious, implored Reiner to investigate. Reiner regarded Dr. Axie with a conflicted expression, although it was still midday. He was certain that venturing out now would jeopardize his work schedule. Conversely, not responding to Dr. Axie's concerns would be equally troubling. After a moment of contemplation, Reiner resolutely declared, "Doctor, I assure you that Olga is unlikely to encounter any danger. I still require over 3 hours to complete my work. Should she remain absent after that time, I will promptly search for her. What do you think? If your worry persists, I can forego my work and head out immediately." Noticing Reiner's sympathetic demeanor, Dr. Axie, despite her confusion, nodded in agreement. Consequently, in the afternoon, Dr. Axie found it impossible to concentrate on her research. She lingered at the edge of the floating island, anxiously clutching her communication device. Finally, once Reiner completed his work, he sought out Dr. Axie, requesting her to lower the island so he could search for Olga. "I apologize for the trouble," Dr. Axie said, her voice tinged with regret. "No, I should be the one apologizing for not having set out to find Olga sooner. I feel quite remorseful," Reiner replied. Rather than taking the pirate ship, Reiner opted for the water lizard, Chavez, which was significantly swifter for short distances, and made his way toward the small island. Upon arriving at the island, Reiner first visited Olga's usual haunts, but found no trace of her. He even inquired with familiar residents, such as the tavern owner, who confirmed they had not seen Olga today, although they had indeed spotted her at last night's fireworks display. Are you certain that a group of pirates followed Olga when she left? A beggar on the roadside informed Raynar as he exited the tavern. Yes, I wouldn't mistake it. Miss Olga once shared food with me, so I remember her well, the young beggar asserted confidently. Rayna did not question the other party about why he did not follow. He was merely a beggar, and it was commendable enough that he could do this. Thank you. Please keep an eye out for me in the future. Rayna expressed his gratitude as he handed a few coins to the young beggar. The young beggar hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted Rayna's coins, nodding as he spoke. That group of pirates likely set sail around noon. As for whether Miss Olga is aboard their ship, I cannot say, but they should be heading to the next island based on their record pointer. I witnessed their departure. Rayna nodded in acknowledgement, confirmed the design of the pirate flag, and expressed his thanks once more to the young beggar before making his way to the shore where he found Chavez, heading directly towards the direction of the next island. They had lingered here for quite some time, thus some basic intelligence had already been gathered. Doctor, I have gathered some information regarding Olga. She should be on her way to the next island. I will head there now, and you wait here on Sky Island. If Olga returns, you will wait for me here. On his way out, Rayna briefed Dr. Asher on the situation, giving him some reassurance. All right, take care of yourself. Asher did not inquire further. He understood that although Olga could be mischievous, she was not thoughtless and would not venture to the next island without informing them. However, out of trust in Rayna, he refrained from asking more questions. Riding on Chavez, they followed the direction indicated by the injured record pointer, advancing towards the next island. In short distances, the water lizard had a distinct advantage, but over longer journeys, the water lizard could not compete with vessels, even ordinary pirate ships, as it was a living creature that needed rest and could tire. Currently, Rayna and the others were approximately 4 hours behind, at Chavez speed. It would be impossible to catch up within the day. Indeed, by evening, Chavez had slowed down due to excessive exertion, and Rayna knew he could not push him further. So he allowed Chavez to rest and provided him with some food. After consuming the food, Chavez resumed their journey, albeit at a reduced pace. However, not long after, Chavez let out a roar and suddenly accelerated. Rayna felt a surge of energy, knowing that Chavez must have discovered something. Shortly thereafter, Chavez roared again, and this time Rayna heard a distant roar that he recognized as belonging to Elizabeth, Olga's mount. Let us go, Chavez. We must meet with Elizabeth, Rayna encouraged, patting Chavez's neck. Chavez nodded and quickened his pace towards the distance. Elizabeth, do you know where Olga is? Upon meeting Elizabeth, Rayna finally felt a sense of relief. Her presence indicated that Olga could not be far away. Indeed, Elizabeth let out a roar, tugging at Rayna's clothing, indicating that he should ride atop her. Chavez, you follow slowly. If you get lost, return on your own, understood? Upon transferring to Elizabeth, Rayna cautioned Chavez. These two aquatic lizards are indeed quite precious, especially after having spent such a lengthy period together. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chavez and Dr. Axie have become like family. Should they be lost here, Rayna would find it exceedingly difficult to explain to Dr. Axie. Once in Elizabeth's capable hands, her vigor allowed her to surpass Chavez in speed. As night fully descended, Rayna finally spotted a pirate ship, its flag identical to the one described by the little beggar. At last, I have found you. Let me see who possesses such audacity. A glimmer of murderous intent shone in Rayna's eyes as he murmured to himself. His time in the world of the Pirate King had not been short. He had indeed slain adversaries before, yet he generally preferred to refrain from taking lives. After all, they were not true mortal enemies, and he wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, being a soul nurtured under the red flag. However, this time, he felt genuinely incensed. Not to mention that it was Olga who had brought him out from the belly of the lantern fish, but over this time spent together, Rayna had long regarded her and Dr. Axie as kin. Approaching the pirate ship stealthily, Rayna chose not to launch a direct assault. First, he needed to ascertain Olga's condition. A rash attack could very well lead to the adversaries taking her hostage, forcing him into a confrontation. Quietly boarding the pirate vessel, he dispatched several watchful pirates before commencing his careful search. Soon, He stumbled upon a prison-like area, but with people outside, entering would necessitate traversing through the gathered pirates' quarters, inevitably attracting their attention. At this moment, Reyna felt a profound frustration. Although his armament Haki had awakened long ago, his observation Haki showed no signs of awakening. If only he possessed observation Haki now, he could swiftly locate Olga without the need for such caution. Captain, our haul this time is rather meager. If we yield no bounty on the next island, how shall we report to Lord Gavalfreitas? Just as Reyna was engulfed in his worries, he suddenly overheard voices conversing within the nearby cabin. It can't be helped. The Navy seems to have received some intelligence lately and has been particularly stringent in their crackdowns, sighed the man referred to as Captain. Did not the little girl we captured mention having a brother? Why not lure him out and capture them both? She carries a fair amount of berries. Her family might be affluent, and we could potentially extort a handsome sum. Fool. Did we not just say that the situation is tense? Let us not complicate matters. Wealthy individuals may not hold family dear. What if they report to the Navy? Who knows if we would even be able to set sail again? Yes, yes. No wonder you are the captain. Your foresight is commendable. Reyna concealed himself outside the cabin, eavesdropping on their conversation. Who goes there? At that moment, a pirate stepped out to relieve himself and spotted Reyna standing by the captain's window, shouting loudly. Careless. Reyna inwardly scolded himself for being so careless, eavesdropping on the conversation within the cabin and neglecting to pay attention to his surroundings. However, at this moment, he cared little for anything else. With a swift motion, he shattered the window and leaped into the captain's quarters, intent on capturing the mastermind first. Bang, bang, bang. As Reyna entered the captain's chamber, he was immediately greeted by a barrage of bullets. Yet, as the projectiles made contact with him, they simply fell to the ground, their force entirely absorbed by Reyna. Boom. Speak. Where is the young girl you captured? Reyna demanded, kicking one of the pirates aside and seizing the captain, who stood frozen in place. His voice trembling as he replied, Please, don't kill me. The girl is in the hold. She's unharmed. My boss is Lord Freitas of Demon Island. If you kill me, he will not let this go unpunished. The pirate captain hastily dropped his weapon, eager to cooperate. Freitas? Reyna paused, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. He felt he had heard that name before, though its significance eluded him. My sole objective is to rescue my sister, Reyna asserted, his focus unwavering on Olga. As for Lord Freitas, he couldn't be bothered to concern himself with someone he had never even heard of, indicating that he was likely not a formidable adversary. Chapter 55. The Cursed Blade Muramasa. Olga, are you all right? Upon seeing Olga brought in by the pirates, Raynor finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stupid Raynor, why did you take so long? These people have been bullying me. Hurry up and help me beat them up. As soon as Olga spotted Raynor, she immediately wriggled free from the pirate's grip and rushed to his side. Her words caused the pirate captain's expression to change dramatically, and he quickly forced a smile, addressing Raynor. We truly haven't harmed her. Although he was uncertain of Raynor's true capabilities, he was well aware of his own limitations and knew he could only bully someone as small as Olga. First, let the doctor know. He has been extremely worried about you, Raynor said, producing a phone and handing it to Olga. Olga understood that due to her predicament, both Raynor and her father must have been quite anxious, so she refrained from acting mischievously at that moment. Now, could you please take us back? Raynor turned to the pirate captain and inquired. Of course. No problem at all. The pirate captain wiped the sweat off his brow and nodded vigorously in response. After relinquishing the captain's quarters to Raynor and Olga, he led the remaining pirates outside. Captain, why should we fear them? If we all band together, we could easily capture them. The pirates questioned, bewildered, once they left the captain's quarters. Fools, do you not realize who that person is? The captain shot a glare at the speaking pirate, visibly displeased. Isn't he just a boy? A boy? If he were merely a boy, do you think I would let him go so easily? Let me tell you, back when I was on Demon Island, I encountered him. The captain spoke with an air of mystery. You've met him? The pirates collectively turned their heads, astonished. It is well known that Demon Island is not a place for the faint-hearted. Only the most notorious individuals know of its existence, and those who have been there are even rarer. Indeed, during the time when this sea was ruled by that man. He was one of the crew members who ventured to Demon Island with him. The captain seemed to recall something terrifying, shivering as he spoke. That man. The pirates were puzzled, uncertain of whom their captain referred to. Captain, you can't be talking about. Lo, fool, do not utter that name. The captain interrupted a pirate's words sharply, glancing around cautiously before continuing. It seems the Navy is currently working to erase that person's influence. So we must not mention it. I see. If he is indeed that man's crew member, then he is not someone we can confront. I never imagined we would encounter such a figure. A pirate nodded, realization dawning upon him. All right, let us put an end to this discussion. The most crucial task ahead is to ensure their swift departure, fulfill any requests they may have during the journey. The captain appeared disinterested in further conversation and concluded the matter. That night, after Olga had fallen asleep, Rainer quietly exited the cabin and made his way to the deck. Ding! Today marks the 30th consecutive day of clocking in. The salary is being settled. You have received a base salary, 300 points. Your overtime hours are insufficient, thus you are not entitled to overtime pay. Having signed in for 30 consecutive days this month, you have been awarded the full attendance gift, Muramasa Demon Blade. Upon receiving the day's wages and the monthly full attendance gift, a thought struck Raina as his gaze fell upon a black scabbard adorned with red patterns. Is this the Demon Blade Muramasa? Holding it in his hand, Raina felt the weight of the blade. The handle was predominantly black, with a striking diamond-shaped white emblem at its center, exuding an aura of cool elegance. Yet the unusual combination of the black body and red-patterned scabbard evoked a sense of the uncanny. As he slowly drew the blade from its sheath, the undulating waves along the edge seemed to conceal something profound. The razor-sharp blade ignited an uncontrollable urge within him to cleave something. Raina gently swung the blade towards the ship's railing, and to his astonishment, it was effortlessly severed. How sharp! Raina was truly taken aback. Having never wielded a renowned blade before, he was uncertain if this was typical of such weapons. With a swift motion, he swung Muramasa again, and a row of railings was effortlessly cleaved. The exhilarating sensation of slicing through anything left him craving more. What is happening? A drowsy pirate, alerted by the commotion, approached to investigate. However, upon seeing Raina wielding Muramasa, all traces of sleep vanished from his face, replaced by a look of sheer terror, as if he were being stalked by a predator. Raina cast a glance at the pirate, slowly sheathed the blade, and retreated into the cabin. Damn! So this is the fabled demon blade. Raina's expression darkened. The moment he encountered the pirate, an impulsive desire to strike and test the blade's sharpness surged within him. The extraordinary sharpness of Muramasa ignited an instinctual urge to see what could be sliced through. This must be the reason behind its fearsome reputation. Although Raina's swordsmanship was not particularly formidable, merely having recently reached an intermediate level, he found himself unwittingly entranced by the blade's power. However, he was not a weakling, and soon regained his composure. Back in the cabin, Raina stored the demon blade Muramasa away in his inventory. Such a weapon was ill-suited for him. While it could enhance his offensive capabilities, losing his composure and succumbing to bloodlust in a confrontation with a strong adversary would lead him to imminent defeat. The following day, before the sun had risen, Raina and the drowsy Olga returned to Sky Island. Shortly after the pirate ship had delivered them back to the small island, it departed into the night. Once the pirate ship had sailed far away, Raina contacted Dr. Axie to return to Sky Island. As a form of punishment, you are to remain quietly within the confines of the island for a while. Considering the time, if Hansen encountered no unexpected troubles, Brother Newgate and the others should be arriving soon. Upon returning to Sky Island, Raina instructed the doctor to elevate the island and ensured that Olga would not leave its bounds. At this moment, Hansen, who was highly anticipated by Raina, had just arrived aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. So, you're the one who wishes to meet our father? Marco inquired, his eyes drooping and appearing as though he had just awoken from slumber, gazing at Hansen, who bore the semblance of a vagrant. Indeed, I seek the great pirate, Whitebeard. Hansen nodded in response. Our father is not someone one can simply meet at will. Marco replied listlessly. The fact that he had personally come down already bestowed considerable favor upon Hansen. Thus, unless the latter presented a compelling reason. Marco would not permit him to meet their father. Hansen nodded and said, "I have come to deliver a message. A man named Reyna asked me to convey a letter to Whitebeard, and I promised him that I would personally deliver it into Whitebeard's hands." "Who? Did you just say Reyna sent you?" Marco's demeanor shifted immediately, his earlier lethargy vanishing. "Reyna, where's the letter? Let me see it," Marco urged impatiently. "I cannot. I promised him I would hand it directly to Whitebeard." Hansen shook his head in refusal. "Honestly, follow me." After a moment of contemplation, Marco conceded and led Hansen aboard the pirate ship. Few were aware of the relationship between Reyna and them, since Hansen could mention Reyna's name. It indicated that he had at least met Reyna before. Furthermore, given Whitebeard's formidable strength, he harbored no fears regarding any potential schemes. "Ha ha ha. That little rascal finally remembers me." Newgate, seated on the deck and indulging in drink, erupted in laughter upon learning that someone had come to deliver a message from Reyna. "This is our father. You may present the letter now," Marco announced as he brought Hansen before Newgate. Hansen scrutinized Whitebeard closely and found him unmistakably recognizable. Such overwhelming presence was not something an ordinary person could feign. "This is a letter from my friend Reyna for you." Hansen produced the letter from his person and handed it to Whitebeard. At that moment, Jozu stepped forward to take the letter from Hansen before delivering it to Newgate. "Why didn't that little rascal come himself? Why send you with a letter?" Newgate set down his gourd of alcohol, taking the letter while inquiring. Upon hearing the news, his immediate thought was that Reyna must be in trouble, hence unable to come himself. Sending someone with a letter was likely a plea for help, especially after seeing Hansen's disheveled appearance. "I don't know. He mentioned being with his sister and asked me to help convey the message." Hansen shook his head. "Sister?" Marco, Jozu, and the others exchanged glances, puzzled about when Reyna had a sister. "Ha ha ha. It seems that rascal still has some conscience." After reading the letter, Newgate understood the situation and laughed heartily. "Father, what exactly has happened to Reyna?" Marco inquired, bewildered. Newgate handed the letter to Marco, instructing, "Take this lad to rest, Marco. Pass the word. We are preparing to set sail." Marco quickly read through the letter, grasping the situation, and on the way to the cabin with Hansen, he inquired, "When did you depart? How did it come to this?" "Well, I left quite some time ago, and the journey has been quite a tale," Hansen replied with a wry smile. Originally, the bounty that Reyna had provided him was ample enough to sustain him until he located the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, at the time of his departure, Reyna had conveniently arranged for a merchant vessel that was nearest to the waters of Ladru, ensuring that Hansen could comfortably find the Whitebeard pirates. Initially, everything went smoothly. However, upon disembarking from the merchant ship, misfortune struck Hansen, or perhaps he began to court disaster. He sought information about the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates, only to find himself pursued by the Navy. After much effort to elude them, he then encountered a thief, and before long, the entirety of his bounty had been pilfered. In utter despair, Hansen resorted to his former ways, becoming a vagabond as he relentlessly pursued the trail of the Whitebeard pirates. Were it not for the fact that the Whitebeard pirates were awaiting Reyna's arrival in this very location, he might not have succeeded in his quest. Chapter 56. Convergence. "Hey, Hansen, come over and have a drink." In just a few days, the carefree Hansen had become quite familiar with the crew aboard the Whitebeard pirates' ship. Had Whitebeard invited him aboard at that moment, he would have eagerly accepted. However, Whitebeard was unaware of his connection with Reyna, thus he refrained from extending an invitation. The likes of Marco and others shared the same sentiment, planning to inquire about Reyna upon their reunion. Ideally, they hoped Reyna would personally invite Hansen aboard upon his return. During this period, Hansen and Vista frequently engaged in sparring, earning recognition for their prowess. After all, a swordsman of considerable skill was not a common sight. Hansen had come to learn that Reyna was none other than the notorious pirate with an 80 million bounty, Crimson-Eyed Reyna, and the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. In the letter he entrusted to Whitebeard, Reyna not only recounted his tribulations, but also informed Whitebeard of a flask of liquor in his quarters, a gift intended to honor Whitebeard during his absence. Little did Reyna know, Whitebeard had already consumed all the liquor aboard the ship, including that within Reyna's flask. "Look over there. That small island is where I first met Reyna," My hometown. I initially thought of him as a villain, intending to teach him a lesson, only to find myself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Hansen exclaimed, pointing towards the distant isle, sharing a hearty laugh with Vista. However, before they could approach, alarms blared from the island, and soon 3 naval warships appeared on the horizon. Whitebeard, why has that scoundrel suddenly come here? Rear Admiral Adeludo Meade grimaced, standing at the forefront of the naval vessel, gazing at the approaching ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Sir, what do we do now? A trembling naval soldier inquired nervously beside him. The infamous reputation of the Whitebeard pirates instilled a sense of trepidation among them. I have contacted the surrounding divisions and sent word to headquarters. Everyone, hold your positions. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Rear Admiral Meade declared solemnly. Understood. Meanwhile, aboard the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco had noticed the approaching naval vessels early on and promptly alerted Whitebeard. Old man, it's the Navy. What should we do? Should we crush them? Marco asked nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the vessels ahead, clearly unperturbed by their presence. What's that rascal Reyna up to? Whitebeard inquired with a frown as he approached the bow of the ship. He isn't here to attack the Navy, is he? Why is the Navy here? Hansen, who had been elated to return to his homeland, suddenly looked bewildered, rushing to Whitebeard's side. Don't misunderstand, old man. They can't possibly be coming after us. Ha ha ha. You fool. I am the great pirate Whitebeard. Is it not customary for the Navy to mobilize when we arrive? Whitebeard chuckled at Hansen, who remained blissfully unaware that he was aboard the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Am I then the fool who has summoned the pirates to assault my homeland? Hansen lamented, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Hey, you haven't forgotten the purpose of our visit, have you? Marco interjected, unable to endure Hansen's lamentations any longer. Right. Raynar. It was that scoundrel. He deceived me. Hansen ground his teeth in frustration. This entire debacle was Raynar's scheme, leading the Whitebeard pirates to attack his home. The other crew members stood in bewilderment. Sure, Hansen could be a bit dim-witted at times, but not to such a degree. Fool, we are here to find Raynar, not to assault your homeland. Why are you so anxious? Marco sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Oh, indeed. We are not here to attack the small island. But wait. Why did the Navy come rushing out? Hansen found himself ensnared in his own thoughts, unable to escape the maze he had created. Marco had completely given up, no longer wishing to engage in conversation with him. At that moment, a small dark figure appeared on the distant sea, heading directly towards the Whitebeard pirates. Brother. Ha. I finally waited for you. Raynar laughed heartily as he rode on Chabs, racing towards the Moby Dick. Look, old man, it's Raynar, Marco exclaimed, pointing at the approaching figure and calling out to Newgate. Garara, you rascal, seems like you've been doing well, Newgate remarked, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before turning to the helmsman, Jozu. Jozu, steer the ship towards him. Jozu immediately complied, changing course towards Raynar. The Navy, stationed warily, watched in confusion as the Whitebeard pirates suddenly altered their direction, leaving for no apparent reason. Did they have some ulterior motive? Ha. Brother, I've missed you terribly. Upon leaping from Chabs directly onto the Moby Dick, Raynar first embraced Marco, and then shared a warm hug with Newgate. Garara, you rascal, are you well? Newgate patted Raynar on the shoulder, laughing heartily. I'm well. I've just missed you, brother. Raynar plopped down on the deck, retrieving 2 bottles of white liquor from behind him and tossing them to Newgate, teasing, I bet you miss this more than you miss me, right? He had noticed the liquor flask at Newgate's waist and knew his brother had surely drained it. Newgate caught the bottles Raynar had thrown, unscrewed the caps, but instead of drinking, he poured the liquor into his flask, saying, This is good stuff. You're quite the rascal. Never saw you share this with me back then. Yet here it is, now in your hands. Brother, Raynar replied with a smirk, tossing a few more bottles of liquor towards Marco and the others. Hey, Marco, can you drink now? Hiss-ha. This liquor still hits the spot, Marco exclaimed, catching the bottle Raynar tossed and taking a sip, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Thank you so much. You have truly been a great help this time. Raynar patted Hansen on the shoulder and remarked, I am glad to have fulfilled my duty. At this moment, Hansen had already come to realize that regardless of which division the Whitebeard pirates visited, the local navy would likely be on high alert. However, he had yet to fully embrace his identity as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, leaving him somewhat perplexed. How are things going with Marco and the others? Have you sparred with Vista? How has life aboard the ship been? Reiner inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, they're all wonderful people, and it's fantastic here. Hansen nodded, responding with a hint of shyness. That's great to hear. I was worried you might not acclimate well, Reiner said. In the future? What do you mean? Haven't you boarded the ship? Reiner asked in surprise. However, upon seeing the expressions of Marco and the others, he quickly understood and smiled as he turned to Whitebeard. Brother, this fellow possesses both strength and character. How about letting him stay on the ship and become your son? Garara. A simpleton like him venturing out to sea alone would indeed be worrisome. How about it? Become my son. Whitebeard boomed, extending his hand towards Hansen. This marked the formal invitation for him to join the crew, making him a member of the Whitebeard Pirates from that moment forward. Yes, Dad, Hansen replied, filled with excitement. Although he had long referred to Whitebeard as Dad, this moment truly solidified their familial bond. The crew erupted in joyous cheers, with Marco clamoring for a feast. But he was quickly restrained by Reiner, who insisted on introducing him to the other crew members. While Hansen recognized some of them, such as the future captain, Lockhew. It was still their first meeting, so Reiner could not afford to reveal his familiarity, lest it seem peculiar. All right, we can reminisce later. Now, tell me about that Sky Island. The letter was rather vague. As Marco introduced the crew members to Reiner, Newgate discreetly sipped his wine before posing the question. We're heading there now. You'll see it soon. Reiner gestured towards the horizon, indicating their direction. Before long, having moved away from the small island, they discovered yet another tiny island ahead, which was so diminutive it hardly qualified as an island, merely the size of 4 to 5 football fields. As they navigated the Moby Dick into the bay that Reiner had previously prepared, he used a snail phone to signal Dr. Ashe to ascend. With a gentle tremor, the Sky Island began to rise slowly. Oh, it's really taking off. Wow, this little island can fly. How incredible. The crew, just disembarking from the Moby Dick, were left in awe as the Sky Island began its ascent. Now I understand. No wonder the island's residents had no idea where you and Olga lived. You reside in the sky, Hansen exclaimed, utterly astonished by the island's elevation. Well, this is my savior, Olga. Olga, these are my family members. Please take them around. Reiner cheerfully beckoned to Olga, who had just rushed in from the control room. Marco, aware that Reiner had matters to discuss with their father, led the others to accompany Olga, wandering leisurely around the floating island. Olga, exuberant in the presence of so many people, reveled in the moment. Knowing her connection with Reiner and being a young girl, Marco and the others endeavored to make her feel welcome, leading to a swift rapport. Could it be that this floating island is a remnant left by the Moon People? Whitebeard pondered after listening to Reiner's explanation. It is quite possible, for we were launched to this floating island from the Moon People's ruins. Reiner replied, introducing Dr. Ashe, Olga's father, whom he had encountered after being swallowed by a colossal lanternfish. Thank you, this rascal always finds trouble. Whitebeard greeted Dr. Ashe warmly. Dr. Ashe quickly waved his hand, responding, Not at all. Reiner has always looked after Olga and me. Whitebeard chuckled knowingly. Having spent the most time with Reiner, he understood his meticulous nature. Brother, wait. Do not enter just yet. Doctor, is it covered? Reiner interrupted, pulling Whitebeard back as he prepared to enter the control room. Rest assured, it has been concealed. Doctor. Ashe assured them with a smile. Whitebeard looked at Reiner, puzzled, unsure of what mischief he had concocted. What I am about to introduce to you, brother, is a treasure refined by Dr. Ashe over 170 years ago. However, that item may not be worth the trouble for us now, so it is best to avoid its brilliance for the moment. Reiner explained with a grin. Over 170 years ago, Whitebeard paused, then began to scrutinize the man Reiner referred to as Doctor with newfound interest. Chapter 57. A small objective at Marine Headquarters. Zephyr gazed at the documents in his hands. His brow slightly furrowed as he murmured, It appears that Whitebeard has ventured forth on his behalf. Alas, he was not apprehended before their convergence. Who could it be? Carp, seated nearby and munching on rice crackers, inquired, intrigued. Having been in pursuit of Roger and recently returned for rest, he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Reina. It must be the crimson-eyed Reina. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and stated gravely. During our previous encounter with Whitebeard, that young admiral managed to pierce through the ship and escape. I cannot believe he has truly survived. Having engaged with Whitebeard on several occasions, he was somewhat familiar with Reina. Indeed, a remarkably promising individual. After I downed him into the sea last time, he became separated from the Whitebeard pirates. I had intended to capture him before he could reunite with them, but he eluded me time and again, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Who would have thought he was hiding there? Zephyr nodded in acknowledgement. Following his failed pursuit of Reina, he had returned to headquarters, as his wife had given birth. Consequently, he had been at headquarters, attending to matters while cherishing the time spent with his family. Oh, he managed to escape from you multiple times? Surely, you did not let him go intentionally? Carp continued to munch on his rice crackers as he asked. Both Sengoku and Carp understood Zephyr's character well. Despite having endured countless brutal conflicts, he appeared to treasure life itself more than ever, and even pirates were seldom harmed under his watch. Those he encountered either fled or were incarcerated and impelled down. Very few were slain. I assure you, it was not my intention to let him slip through my fingers, Sengoku, Carp. When you encounter him in the future, do not underestimate him. He is a member of that man's crew, Zephyr asserted solemnly. Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Carp set aside his rice crackers and asked, "Is he one of the Rocks pirates?" Surprised that he remained with Whitebeard, it became evident to them that he was indeed a figure to be taken seriously. Indeed, Zephyr affirmed. Once my wife is recovered, I shall personally set sail to apprehend him. I will take charge of the Whitebeard pirates then. Sengoku, you shall handle the Golden Lion Shiki. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Unlike Carp, who was singularly focused on capturing Roger and largely indifferent to other matters, especially given his blatant disdain for the celestial dragons, which had even led him to decline a promotion to admiral, Sengoku maintained a broader perspective. Meanwhile, as adjustments were made within the Navy due to Reina's reunion with the Whitebeard pirates, Reina was explaining the concept of pure gold to Whitebeard. Such a thing exists? Whitebeard expressed his profound curiosity upon hearing Reina's description, eager to witness this so-called pure gold for himself. My dear brother, do not doubt me. Olga is indeed over 170 years old. It is due to the illumination of pure gold within the lantern fish that they have been continuously bathed in its radiant glow. Moreover, have you not observed that my physical development has been nearly stagnant during this period? It is only after I deliberately distanced myself from the pure gold that I began to experience some growth. Reina is acutely aware that anyone familiar with pure gold would undoubtedly harbor a curiosity to witness it. Indeed, I have discovered that this phenomenon does not come without its repercussions. While pure gold can delay growth, once one departs from its influence, the body reverts to its normal growth rate, which may inflict irreversible harm. This is precisely why Reina has chosen to keep this piece of pure gold here, for it essentially serves as my workshop. Dr. Asia warned Whitebeard of this. He had not spent time with Whitebeard, and thus was unaware of his character. Fearing that Whitebeard might act irrationally out of a desire for pure gold. Golalala. How amusing it is to be underestimated. My curiosity is purely innocent. I do not seek immortality. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Wait a moment, I shall step outside. I do not wish to remain at this height. After nodding to Dr. Asia, Reina exited the control room. Shortly thereafter, the doors swung open once more, and Whitebeard emerged with a grave expression, stating, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone. It is indeed an enchanting power, and even Marco and the others must remain uninformed." Reina and Dr. Asia nodded in understanding. Following a brief tour of the Sky Island, Whitebeard extended an invitation to Miss China and her daughter to join the Whitebeard pirates. However, Miss China Asia was deemed too old to be considered Whitebeard's son, so he joined as a specially appointed chief scientist. As for Olga, she eagerly called Whitebeard Papa and expressed her desire to leave the Sky Island, wishing to live aboard the Moby Dick. She had just enjoyed a delightful time with Marco and the others. Dr. Asia felt reassured, for there was no place safer than aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. What do you intend to do with this Sky Island? On the open ground, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were joyfully celebrating. and Newgate turned to Reyna beside him and inquired. Now that the energy issue of the Sky Island has been resolved, it still requires development. I plan to transform this place into our secret base, and in the future, only core members will be privy to the existence of the Sky Island. So I require your support, brother. Reyna replied directly. How do you wish for me to support you? Whitebeard asked after taking a sip of his drink. The doctor needs some research equipment, and the Sky Island requires construction, all of which necessitate a substantial amount of berries. Additionally, I plan to raise some animals on the island to provide sustenance. We also need to make some modifications to the Sky Island to grant it a degree of offensive capability. I am confident that one day we will find ourselves in need of the Sky Island. Reyna said with a light chuckle. Gulyalu, young one, do you intend to construct a paradise here or a weapon of war? After indulging in several hearty gulps of liquor, Whitebeard turned to Reyna and declared, I aspire to transform this place into a defensible retirement home. Our pirate crew as elderly and disabled family members shall reside here. Reyna took a deep breath and replied, Gulalala. Suddenly, Whitebeard erupted into laughter and rose to his feet, saying, in that case, let us pursue this endeavor with vigor. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Thank you, brother. Reyna also stood, raising his cup in salute to Newgate. Among family, there is no need for formality. Have you now discovered your purpose? Newgate inquired unexpectedly. This very question had been posed by Reyna to Newgate during their time aboard the Rock's ship. Back then, Whitebeard had confided his desire for a family, and now he was actively realizing that dream. However, at that time, Reyna lacked a personal life goal, which is why Newgate chose this moment to inquire. No, this hardly qualifies as a life goal. It is merely a modest ambition. Reyna replied with a gentle smile. Hey, Reyna, come and join us for a drink. At that moment, Marco, who was dancing and singing around the fire, called out loudly to Reyna. Hee, brother. I trust my violin still remains. Reyna suddenly recalled that the Whitebeard pirates had changed their ship, and perhaps his cherished violin had been preserved. Of course, it is being kept in the room prepared for you, though it now belongs to me. Newgate raised his wine gourd in response. Reyna shrugged and ventured into the cabin of the Moby Dick, where he found his violin. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Yo-ho-ho-ho, bring forth Binks sake to your side like the sea breeze, free to roam riding the waves. The melodies of Binks sake filled the air once more, transforming the Sky Island into a jubilant sea of merriment. Olga was nearly beside herself with joy. This was the life she had always longed for. Dr. Ashe, standing nearby, was also beaming as he shared drinks with the crew, following Whitebeard's earlier announcement regarding their induction into the pirate crew. The entire feast lasted from afternoon until midnight, with inebriated members collapsing onto the grassy ground to sleep under the stars. Reyna did not partake in the festivities for the entire duration. He departed in the evening, as the events of the preceding days had left him with unfinished work. Fortunately, his identity as a musician allowed him to consider performing music at the banquet as part of his working hours, albeit for a limited duration of merely 1 hour. The following morning, as the sun rose, all members were awakened by the bright light. This is an unimaginable sight. The crew members, witnessing the sunrise for the first time on the Sky Island, were captivated by the breathtaking view. Even Newgate was not surprised. Once you witness such a sight daily, it will cease to feel remarkable, Olga remarked with a smirk. Oh, Olga, you haven't finished your story from yesterday. The adventure within the belly of that colossal lanternfish has yet to reach its conclusion, has it not? Who ultimately claimed the final treasure? Was it the formidable one-eyed pirate, or the enchanting female pirate? Indeed, I surmise it must be the powerful one-eyed pirate, for in the vastness of the ocean, strength reigns supreme. Yesterday, Olga received a warning from Reyna, urging her to refrain from speaking of the pure gold, even to her companions, as such revelations might endanger the pirate crew. Consequently, Olga reimagined the tale, transforming Reyna into the formidable one-eyed pirate, while she herself became the beautiful female pirate. As for her father, he morphed into the nefarious arch-villain. The three of them, in their quest for a legendary treasure, unfortunately found themselves consumed by the gigantic lanternfish. Since the events were grounded in reality, her narrative proved particularly captivating. Many crew members, rising early, urged her to continue recounting the story from the previous night, as she had been interrupted before she could finish, having been overwhelmed by this group of unscrupulous rascals. Chapter 58. A duel of swordsmanship indeed. Life aboard the ship is remarkably leisurely. Raynar reclined in a deck chair, having just concluded his physical training. Now, burdened with numerous responsibilities, his workload had significantly increased, unlike his previous days on the rocks, where he had to fill his time with menial chores. With the Whitebeard pirates now sufficiently staffed, there was no longer a need for him to engage in any specific tasks. After yesterday's excursion to Sky Island, Whitebeard had left some crew members to assist Dr. Axie, while the rest returned to the pirate ship. Although Raynar was supposed to remain on Sky Island, the lack of materials and equipment meant that the renovations had yet to commence, prompting his return to the ship. Bista, it seems you have opted for the rapier. Raynar inquired with a smile, observing Bista as he practiced his foundational sword techniques. Indeed, Bista nodded. Raynar had previously mentioned that his attacks prioritized speed, suggesting he switch from a standard longsword to a more agile rapier. After some contemplation, Bista decided against the change. However, after losing contact with Raynar and the others, for reasons unknown to him, he experimented with the rapier and soon realized it suited him far better. Consequently, he had to adapt many of his techniques and habits, diligently exploring the swordplay that best complemented his new weapon, which is why he had been consistently training with the rapier. Wait a moment. I shall retrieve something, Raynar exclaimed, springing from his chair with a nimble leap and racing towards the cabin. Bista, momentarily bewildered, despite his familiarity with Raynar, found it challenging to comprehend the first mate's unpredictable demeanor. Before long, Raynar emerged, brandishing the cursed blade Muramasa, having just retrieved it from his inventory. He was reluctant to reveal the extraordinary nature of his inventory unless absolutely necessary. Upon noticing the Muramasa at Raynar's waist, both Bista and Hansen cast astonished glances. As swordsmen, they were instinctively attuned to the presence of a weapon like Muramasa. Did you notice? Raynar asked with a subtle smirk. First mate, what manner of weapon is that in your possession? Bista inquired, his curiosity piqued. It is a cursed blade. Muramasa, a weapon of exceptional sharpness. Would you care to give it a try? Raynar offered the Muramasa to Bista. Bista hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I think not. I am still in the process of mastering this new weapon, and frequently switching weapons would only lead to confusion in my mind. Raynar raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Well said. Now, let us both employ only the foundational sword techniques. I shall spar with you. Raynar, wielding such a weapon would be rather unfair, wouldn't it? Why not use mine instead? Hansen interjected eagerly, attempting to ingratiate himself with Raynar. Understanding Hansen's intentions, Raynar tossed the Muramasa to him, cautioning, Be careful. This blade is exceedingly sharp. Upon acquiring Muramasa, Hansen scarcely paid heed to Rayna's remarks. After a brief moment of contemplation, he drew the blade from its scabbard. What a splendid sword. The nearby crew members exclaimed in admiration. I yearn to test this weapon. Hansen gazed at Muramasa with an almost obsessive fascination, murmuring to himself. Thus, it is dubbed a cursed blade. Rayna chuckled. At this, Hansen snapped back to reality, prompting Rayna to reflect on the fact that Hansen, being a swordsman, nearly succumbed to the allure of its razor-sharp edge. Indeed, such a cursed sword can influence a swordsman's thoughts. Truly, a magnificent blade. Hansen caressed the sword's body, as if tenderly stroking a beloved. Could you refrain from being so nauseating? Go amuse yourself elsewhere. Rayna playfully scolded Hansen, shooing him away as he commenced a duel with Bista. Both engaged using only fundamental sword techniques, yet the exchange was remarkably exhilarating. Although Rayna was not a master of swordsmanship, he had at least completed the basics of sword practice. Thus, his comprehension of fundamental techniques was not in any way inferior to Bista's. I never anticipated the vice captain's swordsmanship to be so profound, remarked Lack, witnessing Rayna's prowess for the first time. Humph, that rascal seems to have kept up with his training during this time. Marco, seated at the ship's railing, muttered under his breath. He had initially believed that his own progress was significant enough that Rayna's return wouldn't pose a challenge. Yet he was taken aback by Rayna's newfound strength in swordsmanship, especially considering Reyna's previous lack of proficiency in this area. Bista, I shall give it my all. Without pressure. I fear it won't benefit you. After a brief exchange, Reyna's smile faded as he spoke. Please. Bista understood that Reyna was no swordsman. Their earlier encounter had only seemed evenly matched because Bista had not exerted his full strength. Sharingan. Activate. Reyna's eyes transformed into a striking crimson, with two tomo appearing within his irises. Bista, wielding two Western swords, adopted a more serious demeanor, aware that once Reyna activated his Sharingan, his vision would become almost otherworldly, capable of perceiving all of his opponent's moves. Thus, even before the match commenced, Bista found himself at a disadvantage. However, this was precisely what he desired, as the pressure would enable him to master Western sword techniques more adeptly. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed once more, with Reyna's strikes growing increasingly ferocious. If Reyna's previous swordplay was akin to textbook fundamentals, his current execution was a refined and cunning application of those basics, leaving the onlookers in awe. At this juncture, beads of sweat began to form on Bista's forehead. He not only had to contend with Reyna's relentless offense, but also suppress the urge to employ any techniques beyond the foundational ones, which demanded an unprecedented level of concentration. Is this the reason the vice-captain is known as the Crimson Eye? What enchanting eyes they are! The chef, Sachi, had appeared beside Marco, marveling at the spectacle. This is not his full strength. There are too many strange facets to him. Even those stronger than he is might find themselves inadvertently outmaneuvered. Marco stated earnestly. However, having such a formidable ally truly brings a sense of reassurance. Sachi chuckled warmly. He preferred culinary pursuits over combat, although his prowess in battle was not to be underestimated. When you have the chance, you should challenge him to a culinary duel. Before you boarded this vessel, he was the ship's chef. I wholeheartedly support your endeavor to take him on, Marco said with a sly grin. Sachi smiled knowingly, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, the battle between Reyna and Bista reached its zenith. Despite Bista's every effort, he could not evade Reyna's keen gaze, and ultimately, his twin swords were deftly disarmed by Reyna, bringing the confrontation to a close. Do you sense it now? As the sparring concluded, Reyna asked Bista with a smile. Bista, beaming with joy, nodded and replied, "Thank you. Vice-Captain, I understand now." In truth, even before the duel had ended, Bista had realized that his swordplay was overly constrained by formality, failing to showcase his advantages and even obscuring the greatest strength of his rapier. No wonder he is a genius of the sword. Reyna chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such talent often defies reason. It was merely a sparring session, yet his opponent had discerned everything. Watching the jubilant Bista depart, Reyna slowly approached Hansen, who was clinging stubbornly to Muramasa. You, stay back. Hansen, who had been spectating, retreated in terror as Reyna advanced, clutching Muramasa tightly. You little. Reyna nearly choked on his own frustration, particularly as Hansen acted like a wronged maiden, making it seem as if Reyna intended him harm. Could you please not take it away? Just lend it to me for a few days, just a few days, Hansen pleaded, gazing at the forcibly reclaimed Muramasa as though it were a beloved who was facing a tragic parting. Get lost. Do you think it will be safe in your hands? I currently lack a suitable weapon. I will deal with it once I acquire a better one. Reyna coldly kicked Hansen away, like a heartless man pulling up his trousers, leaving without a glance back. No. Hansen cried out in despair, sprawled on the ground. The crew, witnessing Hansen's performance, burst into laughter. Bulubulu, bulubulu. As Reyna entered the cabin, his transponder snail began to ring. Click. Doctor, what is it? Reyna answered the call. His transponder snail could only communicate with Dr. Ossie's transponder snail on Sky Island. It was the simplest type, yet it boasted the longest communication range. Although Sky Island floated above the pirate ship within the clouds, not too far away, Reyna opted for this long-range type, which could not connect with other transponder snails. As a precaution, to the left, at the 10 o'clock position, 3 warships have been detected, escorting a rather luxurious vessel. The voice of Dr. Ossie echoed through the transponder snail. I understand. Keep an eye on him. I shall inform the captain. After nodding, Reiner hung up the communicator and proceeded directly towards Whitebeard's cabin. Recently, Dr. Xie had installed numerous telescopes on Skypiea, proving to be quite effective for reconnaissance, even allowing him to detect inclement weather in advance. Brother, we have received word from Skypiea that 3 naval ships appear to be escorting something in the left front. Should we investigate? Reiner knocked on the door of Newgate's cabin, inquiring from outside. It's you, Reiner. Come in. Newgate replied. Didn't I tell you? You can simply walk in. He sat up from his bed, rubbing his head, revealing the effects of yesterday's indulgence. Yet, certain protocols must be observed aboard this vessel. The elder brother is the captain, and he must maintain the requisite authority. Upon hearing this, Reiner pushed the door open and entered, smiling as he said, Garara, authority is not upheld by mere gestures. Have you spotted the Navy? Come, let us take a look. You still lack sufficient cannons. And the Navy's artillery is remarkably formidable. Newgate laughed heartily. Chapter 59. The Navy Hurry. Hurry, hurry. Fire the cannons. We must not allow them to approach. Damn it. Why do we encounter the Whitebeard pirates here? Remain calm, everyone. Prepare for battle. Do not cease the bombardment. Direct all cannons towards the pirate vessels of the Whitebeard crew. Have we sent a distress signal to the nearest division? Request immediate assistance in capturing the Whitebeard pirates. As the Navy spotted the Whitebeard pirates closing in, they sprang into action. While safeguarding the opulent flagship's departure, they unleashed cannon fire in an attempt to sink the Moby Dick. At this moment, the Moby Dick had yet to transform into the colossal behemoth it would become in the future. It was merely comparable in size to an ordinary naval ship. Boom. How could such a thing possibly be effective? Reyna disdainfully kicked aside a cannonball aimed at the ship's hull. If it's ineffective, why do you still intend to seize it? Marco scoffed beside him. That's different. Even if it doesn't hit, it can still intimidate them. Look, I can set up over 100 cannons on Skypiea, and even if they don't kill anyone, they will surely frighten them. Reyna replied with a grin. Marco rolled his eyes. Over 100 cannons? You'd need to plunder the entire Navy headquarters to gather that many, or it would be quite the challenge. The naval vessels were indeed swift, primarily hindered by the luxurious flagship. I suspect there are treasures aboard. Lacayo, donned in a dark yellow coat over a green shirt and a red pirate belt, spoke up like an old pirate. Move closer, lads, do not damage the valuable items. Seize all their treasures. Whitebeard commanded loudly. Typically, pirates seldom attack the Navy proactively. Even Whitebeard would refrain from provoking the Navy unless absolutely necessary. If they truly angered the Navy, summoning formidable figures to confront them, no pirate crew could withstand the onslaught alone. However, this situation was different. Reyna had set his sights on the Navy's cannons and the luxurious flagship, prompting Whitebeard to instigate an attack on the Navy. Marco, take me there first. As they approached the enemy vessel, Reyna, with his sword, Muramasa, strapped to his side, could hardly contain his impatience and addressed Marco. Without further ado, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, grasping Reyna with his talons and soaring toward the naval ship. By the way, does it fit your feet? Did you wash them last night? Reyna asked disdainfully while suspended in the air, pinching his nose. This remark nearly caused Marco to drop Reyna mid-flight. Upon reaching the naval ship, Marco set Reyna down and sternly warned, "Don't ever ask me for help again. Can I ride on your back? Wouldn't that look cool?" Reyna laughed heartily as he kicked aside a naval officer. Marco chose to disregard Reyna completely. As more naval soldiers encircled them, the situation became increasingly precarious for the two of them. However, neither Marco nor Reyna was a mere match for ordinary soldiers. Although Marco's phoenix form did not possess the elemental intangibility of a natural type, the blue flames enveloping him allowed for rapid healing of his wounds, rendering him impervious to conventional harm. As for Reyna, his Black Emperor ability rendered him invulnerable to all damage, save for mental attacks, as long as his stamina remained intact. Bang, bang, bang. After sending the surrounding naval soldiers flying with a series of kicks, Reyna, resting his hand on Muramasa, proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "All of you, drop your weapons, cover your heads with both hands, men on the left, women on the right, and those who are neither in the center." Cough, cough, cough. Marco nearly choked on his own saliva. What on earth was that? Even the usually reserved Marco felt the urge to curse at this moment. The naval soldiers exchanged glances, then charged at Reyna in unison. Sigh. I've said not to engage in futile resistance. Why can't they listen? Reyna sighed, and as he raised his head, his eyes had transformed into a crimson hue. It was the Red Eye, Reyna of the Red Eye, the pirate with a bounty of 80 million. Why was he aboard the Whitebeard ship? A naval officer recognized Reyna and exclaimed in disbelief. Do you not know? I am the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Reyna vanished from his spot, reappearing behind a group of naval soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. With the sheathing of his blade, all the naval soldiers fell to the ground like cut wheat. Damn it, did I strike too hard? No wonder it's a cursed blade. It's far too sharp. Observing the fallen soldiers lying in pools of blood, Reyna's expression soured. He had no intention of killing these naval soldiers. He merely wished to incapacitate them. Yet, he had underestimated the sharpness of Muramasa, leaving the soldiers gravely injured. Without effective treatment, their chances of survival were slim. You dare lay hands on our navy? Red-Eye Reyna, prepare to meet your doom, roared a naval officer clad in a cloak of justice, launching a fist towards Reyna. Reyna nimbly leapt back, evading the attack, and retorted, You are the navy, and I am a pirate. We are foes by nature, are we not? While injuring the naval soldiers was not Reyna's intent, he would not stoop to regret or guilt in this world of One Piece, where weakness is indeed a sin. You seek death. The naval officer disregarded all caution and charged at Reyna, continuing his assault. Just as Reyna prepared to retaliate, he noticed the officer subtly signaling his subordinates behind him to evacuate the injured soldiers. Reyna then opted to forego his counterattack and instead evaded the incoming strikes. Only after the naval soldiers had been safely relocated did Reyna finally engage the officer in a fistfight. You can wield haki? State your name, Navy. After absorbing the adversary's attack, Reyna inquired earnestly, Admiral Jameer of the Navy headquarters. Jameer responded formally with a wave of his arm. The punch he had just received felt peculiar. Despite his use of haki, he sensed an odd absence of impact. Vice Captain Reyna of the Whitebeard Pirates. Reyna, reattaching his sword Muramasa to his waist, replied solemnly, I appreciate your earlier assistance. As a token of gratitude, I shall personally escort you to Impel Down. As Jameer advanced to strike Reyna, he acknowledged that Reyna had deliberately refrained from counterattacking, allowing his subordinates to evacuate the injured. I have stated that we are pirates, solely interested in treasure. Now, surrender all your valuables, and perhaps it is not too late. Reyna smiled slightly, engaging in a series of clashes with Jameer while responding. How strange. I have employed haki, yet why do I still feel this way? After his punch was once more absorbed by Reyna, Jameer leaped backward, exiting the fray, his expression grave as he regarded Reyna. Do you wish to know? Asked Zephyr. He might possess a clearer understanding. Reyna replied with an enigmatic smile. Impossible. Jameer's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by the involuntary expulsion of blood. Looking down at his midsection, which he had fortified with haki, he was taken aback by the intense ache. He realized he had sustained serious injury. With a swift motion, Reyna shackled Jameer with sea-stone handcuffs. What are you staring at? These are the very handcuffs Zephyr once gifted me. Now, I bequeath them to you. As for the key, you may seek it from Zephyr yourself. Reyna chuckled at Jameer's discomfort. This ship has been secured. Marco descended from the skies, while Reyna and Jameer had been engaged in combat. He had dispatched the remaining Navy soldiers aboard. Oh, we are in quite formidable shape now, Reyna remarked cheerfully, observing the battles on the other two warships nearing conclusion. Indeed, one must not forget who we are. The Whitebeard pirates do not boast without merit, Marco replied with pride, ignoring the despondent Jameer. Reyna directed the ordinary crew members who had boarded to transfer the Navy's cannons and ammunition back to their vessel, while he strode towards the opulent flagship. Looks like we have caught a big fish. Reyna's eyes sparkled with delight as he watched crew members hauling merchants from the hold. I inquired earlier. They are members of a merchant guild, assisting the Celestial Dragons in capturing slaves to sell to them. Bista approached with a serious demeanor. The Celestial Dragons? Slave traders? How intriguing. Reyna slowly approached the group of merchants, eyeing them with malicious intent. Let me take a look at what the dogs of the Celestial Dragons resemble. Whitebeard, Newgate, approached slowly with his naginata in hand. Although he bore a smile, Raynor could discern the chill within his voice. Moments ago, he had single-handedly obliterated a warship, not merely vanquishing the Navy aboard, but annihilating both the vessel and its crew entirely. Please, don't kill me. I possess wealth, immense wealth. If you spare me, I can offer you a fortune, pleaded a wealthy merchant, kneeling before him. Yes, indeed. We are all affluent. And you cannot slay us. We are loyal to Lord Gavial Freitas. Another merchant chimed in hastily. Gavial Freitas? That name. I feel as though I have heard it before, Raynor pondered, momentarily lost in thought, yet failing to recall anything substantial. Foolish Raynor. Did not the pirates who captured me utter similar words? Remarked Olga, stepping forward behind Newgate. Ah, yes. Gavial Freitas. Who is this individual? Is he not involved in the nefarious trade of human trafficking? Raynor recalled as Olga's words resonated within him. Gavial Freitas? Do not think that your allegiance to him will save you. Even if he were present, I would sever his head with a single stroke. Whitebeard retorted coldly. Brother, do you possess knowledge of this Gavial Freitas? Raynor inquired curiously. Do you recall our visit to Devil's Island? Gavial Freitas is one of the 3 key figures there, responsible for intelligence trafficking. To my astonishment, he secretly engages in human trafficking and collaborates with the Celestial Dragons. Whitebeard declared. Ah, so it is he. That explains why the name sounded familiar. He is the proprietor of the tavern we encountered at Devil's Island, is he not? It is no surprise they are linked with the Celestial Dragons. Otherwise, Captain Rox would not have procured intelligence about them. Raynor reflected, now understanding the connections at play. Chapter 60, A New Goal. The treasure map. Do you know who you are escorting? Raynor inquired with a light chuckle, observing the downcast Jeremy. The self-righteous Navy was escorting a group of true fiends, leaving one to ponder whether any semblance of justice remained within their hearts. Having completely lost his admiration for Jeremy's earlier defense of his subordinates, Raynor turned to Whitebeard and proposed, Brother, shall I handle this matter? Whitebeard nodded, leading his crew back to their pirate ship. Separate them, leave the Navy a warship, but remove the helm. Furthermore, only 3 days' worth of provisions shall remain. Their survival shall be left to fate. As for the merchants, seize everything aboard their vessel, including their possessions. Take anything of value. Then, confine them to this ship. After contemplating, Raynor instructed the ordinary crew members beside him. Once everything was arranged, Raynor returned to the pirate ship. Sink that ship to the depths of the ocean. Let the sea cleanse them of their sins. He commanded coldly, pointing at the opulent merchant vessel. Boom, 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 with a series of cannon fire. The luxurious ship transformed into a sea of flames before gradually succumbing to the abyss, witnessed by the entire Navy. After departing from the area, Raynor contacted Dr. Ashe to request the descent of the Sky Island, instructing him to dock the seized Navy ship, replete with cannons and ammunition, in the bay of the island. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Doctor. After conferring with Dr. Ashe, Raynor once more returned to the pirate ship. The treasures would be exchanged for berries or materials for the construction of the Sky Island upon their arrival at an island, while the cannons would be entrusted to Dr. Ashe for installation on the island, endowing it with a measure of offensive capability. Brother, once all tasks were completed, Raynor sought out Whitebeard with a bottle of white wine in hand. What's wrong? Are you still troubled by the events of the day? Newgate asked, chuckling at Raynor's demeanor. Not at all. There's no point in dwelling on such matters. It's beyond my control. My duty is to care for myself and my companions and family. Raynor replied, flashing a grin. Gulalala. It is splendid that you think this way. The Navy does not embody absolute justice. Yet among them are some genuinely righteous individuals. As for us pirates, we merely seek freedom. Whitebeard laughed heartily while patting Raynor on the shoulder. Brother, ease up. You're going to break my shoulder. Raynor grimaced, handing the bottle of wine to Whitebeard. Galugulu. Speak up. What brings you to me? Whitebeard asked, casting a glance at Raynor. Why do you ask, brother? Can't I simply wish to discuss the events of the day with you? Raynor feigned surprise. If it were truly about the day's events, you wouldn't be bringing me this wine. Whitebeard replied, pointing to the bottle with a smug expression. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, brother. Right to the point. Very well. I have come to seek your wisdom on a matter. Raynor masked his embarrassment with laughter. unable to refute the accusation of being petty from Whitebeard. It was truly irrefutable. Whitebeard, indifferent to Reiner's awkwardness, chose to speak only briefly, for he certainly did not wish to offend Reiner so gravely that he would no longer enjoy his liquor. Brother, do you think I lack the talent for observation hockey? Why is it that, despite my proficiency with armament hockey, I am unable to awaken my observation hockey? Upon witnessing Whitebeard's demeanor, Reiner understood that there was no need for pleasantries and directly inquired, "Gulalala, young one, have you not realized? Your so-called Sharingan bears a certain resemblance to the ability of observation hockey." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, there are similarities. Yet they are entirely distinct abilities. One pertains to vision, the other to sensation. Reiner nodded, perplexed, and asked, "But do you know what the first step in training observation hockey is?" Whitebeard turned to Reiner with a smile and inquired, "The first step? Cultivating sensation? While that is not incorrect, how does one cultivate it? Most individuals are accustomed to trusting what their eyes perceive, and this is especially true for someone like you who possesses the Sharingan. Consequently, how can you, who has become reliant on the Sharingan, develop this sense?" Reiner suddenly understood. Indeed, although he had not intentionally relied on the Sharingan, he subconsciously activated it whenever battles reached a stalemate. Yet those moments were precisely the optimal times to cultivate his sense of observation hockey, all of which he had perfectly overlooked. For him, his eyesight had completely supplanted his sensation, which was why his observation hockey remained dormant for so long. "Thank you, brother, I now know what I must do." Reiner departed with a beaming smile. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and snatched the half-full bottle of liquor that Whitebeard had yet to finish. That mischievous little rascal. Whitebeard chuckled and scolded as he watched Reiner head toward Marco's room. As Whitebeard had surmised, Reiner made a pact with Marco over the remaining half-bottle of liquor that he would unconditionally assist Reiner in training his observation hockey. Initially, Marco was reluctant to agree. He had been thoroughly bested by Reiner when he first boarded the ship, leaving him with psychological scars. Thus, even though the half-bottle of liquor was tempting, Marco still hesitated, for he was not a perverse individual like Jozu. However, upon hearing Reiner's intent to train observation hockey, Marco felt compelled to accept the offer, especially with the allure of the liquor. This was an excellent opportunity for revenge. At that moment, he envisioned himself sipping the liquor while unleashing a barrage of attacks on Reiner, who could only evade without retaliating, a delightful prospect indeed. Yet by the following day, Marco began to regret his decision, for his attacks held no significance against Reiner. They were either evaded or absorbed, and after absorbing, Reiner would pause, waiting until he had fully digested the experience before continuing. It was nothing short of a laborious endeavor. Though he had consumed a considerable amount of liquor, he was acutely aware that withdrawing at this juncture would inevitably lead to a grim fate. Thus, his fervent hope rested upon Reina awakening his observation hockey swiftly. 3 days later, whether due to Reina's innate talent or divine fortune favoring Marco's aspirations, Reina finally achieved the awakening of his observation hockey. At the very moment Reina manifested this newfound ability, Marco seized the opportunity to declare that he had fulfilled his end of the bargain and promptly made his exit, much to Reina's chagrin, who still yearned to continue training. However, as Reina's gaze swept across the crew, even the most simple-hearted among them, Jaws, feigned ignorance. "Come on, everyone. Must you really be like this? Would it be so terrible to let you beat me?" Reina expressed his frustration. Vice Captain, I believe you're already quite impressive. There's no need for further training." The earnest Jaws could not resist chiming in, prompting sympathetic glances from those around him. "Impressive? I hardly think so. Huh, what's this?" Just as Reina was about to articulate his reasoning to Jaws, seeking to convince him to train alongside him, his attention was abruptly captured by a treasure map lying beside him. "This is a treasure map. We discovered it while raiding that merchant ship, and everyone believes it to be genuine. Hence, Father decided we should investigate." Jaws explained candidly. "Are there any more of such things aboard?" Reina suppressed his curiosity from spilling out. Observing the evident joy on the vice captain's face, Jaws found himself puzzled. Although Reina was typically not generous, it was merely towards the peculiar items he possessed, such as liquor and other fish-attracting bait. In matters concerning Barry, Reyna was usually quite magnanimous. Even now, while incessantly searching for treasure, it was understood that his intentions were for the construction of Sky Island, rather than an intrinsic love for riches. Yet, Reyna's reaction upon encountering the treasure map was nothing short of exaggerated, even more so than Hansen's upon seeing the cursed blade Muramasa, leaving Jaws bewildered. Nevertheless, he possessed the wisdom to recognize his own limitations. When confronted with the unknown, it was best not to inquire, but rather to follow the guidance of the astute. The treasure maps are kept in the navigator's quarters, where he typically evaluates them first, selecting the legitimate ones before we proceed. However, Father seems rather disinterested in treasure hunting, so our expeditions have been few and far between. Jaws replied earnestly, "Thank you." Reyna beamed as he made his way toward the cabin, waving goodbye to Jaws without looking back. His elation stemmed from the moment he laid eyes on the treasure map, for just then, the usually silent system had unexpectedly provided him with a notification. Treasure map discovered, D rank. Would you like to activate treasure hunting mode? Filled with intrigue, Reyna inquired with the system about the nature of treasure hunting mode. Through the system's explanation, he learned that this mode could be activated upon discovering a treasure map confirmed by the system. In this mode, as he journeys in search of treasures, the system automatically allocates this time as working hours, albeit limited to a mere 4 hours each day, though it may seem scant. These 4 hours are akin to a generous gift bestowed upon him. With this additional time, he can dedicate himself to training or pursue his own desires. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that upon successfully locating the treasure, not only will he acquire the riches contained within, but the system will also graciously bestow an additional treasure map gift of equivalent status to the original. Thus, it is no wonder that Raynar is brimming with excitement, neglecting even his training with Jaws regarding the observation hockey. What is this? It is truly a windfall from the heavens. Bang! The door to the cabin swung open, and the navigator, engrossed in charting the sea maps, was taken aback by Raynar's exuberant entrance. Where's the treasure map? Where's the treasure map? Raynar inquired urgently upon encountering the navigator. The treasure map? What treasure map? The navigator responded, utterly bewildered. The treasure map. The one aboard our ship. Jaws mentioned that all the treasure maps are with you. Raynar pressed on, his anxiety palpable.